Chapter 1 The young master arrives in the village. Today, the village of Lee was bustling with activity. Numerous gamers beans top, as the village ahead was preparing to send his granddaughter off to the big to record a program, even setting of a couple of firecrackers for the occasion. The cameras quickly captured the departing car, and would expect things to settle down afterward. What are you filming now? The director inquired. Focus on that child, she's quite a pretty. We isn't the any going to record the show, the photographer remarked. Oh, you mean Lee Shoyer? She's indeed beautiful, but heavily just say she's fairly shangreedy, pernita stealing, always laying, and a sameth full of for language, with no manners whatsoever, the director replied, shaking his head. The photographer gazed intently at Thegerland's screen, unable to suppress a quiet murmur. Foolish hand greedy, thought Dosim quite right. In Thesmal viewfinder, the child named Lisa area was Joser leaderbout by the villagers. Shekla cheed her larger basket tightly, her fingers turning white from the strain. I ferner wear it loa closely, they would see numerous scars in her hands marks left by repeated blisters that it boast. Before long, the villagers began to disperse, and Lee Shoyer, with her overset basket, walked off in another direction. The photographer couldn't help but wonder where was he going, where her prince? Lee's area way soft to gather mushrooms. Sheckled sell them for 3 warn. The village of Lee welcomed Ortum Neely, and after several days of rain, mana mushrooms had sprung up. If she found any rotten ones, Sheckled bring them home to make soup. As Lee's area trudged along their muddy path, she swallowed, feeling gacency of hopelessness. Meanwhile, the director was greeting their camera hello everyone. In about minutes, our third protagonist, Shinyu will bury Vingenly village. This reality show, titled Live Swap, was broadcast live, allowing viewers to interact with comments at a time. At this moment, the Linhogen Seckled hardly contained thy excitement. Wow, now did he say that poverty breeds cunning? Such a beautiful child, yet their characteries are deplorable. Forget about Hattled. The young master is coming. The young master is arriving. The young master the referred to was Shinyu Xiao, the higher of the Shin group. He came from a prestigious family, was handsome, yet his personality was rather unpleasant. Thus, his mother had personally enrolled him in this program to experience the hardships of life and hopeful eye for his character. At this very moment, the Meister war seated in a blue Bugatti worth 40 million with a member of the production team driving. The driver cautiously kept on the master route of the corner of Heisey. Shung Yoxie wore a scowl, remaining silent. Upon closer inspection, one could see a bonus student between his brow, adorned with a brilliant white gem and sharp-pointed sling, much like the hangman himself. The driver felt her so Fusterglan's too long would result in being pierced by that sharpness, and a Kikli averted his gaze. And it was in that moment of distraction that Shin Yuxiao spoke. There is me and he had. The driver abruptly swerved the steering wheel, narrowly avoiding the person. In the process, that individual stumbled and fell into the ditch by the roadside. Arioblend, Shin Yuxio muttered again, the nopernet the car Duran stepped out. The driver was drenched in cold sweat, his first thought being how fortunate it was that the cameras were in position here, otherwise, head belambersted online. At 17, Shin Yuxio stood at 6 feet. With a few long strides, he wretched he off the ditch, cursing without turning his sheet, "Ariel idiots, help him out." Only after having a shed cursing to heck raged down to look at the person in the ditch. It was Satchelled. Show Yuxio Waster Kennerbach. The killed lay in her back in the ditch, her basket pinned behind her, resembling a turtle flipped onto its back, struggling futile to right herself, her smilems and legs flailed helplessly. Shun Yuk shower cold and felt Bertloff. The production team was stunned at the sound of his laughter. Now that they called him Thedo Mastrovke Ozervinen Themidsto Fatrafis incident, he could still find amusement, oblivious to whether their person was alive or dead. Shiz like a turtle raise a bimamother, Shin Yuxio smirked, and in a rare moment of humility, has stretched the shantar pulthy killed from the ditch. Bassen trenched of the ditch filled with water. The killed was drenched from head to toe. Now standing before Xing Yuxier, she shivered but still clutched her basket tightly. Mushrooms, she said, her voice tinged with sadness. Though so everything as he had just picked. Now they were real in thedich. Soaked on spurled, they were worthless. 3 wangon the mushroom sup was gonna to. Mushrooms? What mushrooms? Xing Yuxie asked, momentarily stunned. Athisburnt, the crew had got the red around, their impressions growing more concerning as tis or the small girl dot they begin to bombard here with questions. How dare you? Where are your parents? What's your name? Do you know your parents' phone number? Why do we sit it? The cold did not respond, merely lean in goverthage of the ditch, attempting to retrieve the mushrooms from future. Xing Yuxiao instinctively lowered his gaze. Henotised Hathashield in Thotemchul, wars dressed in thin clothing, her feet encased in a pair of broken sandals that barely fit, as if they were scavenged. Rolling up her pant legs revialed Polskin mar by numerous and sex bites. A heavy thought struck Xing Yuxiao like a hammer. How pitiful. That had flashed through his mind. Turning back to the still inquisitive crew, Hafrani Dan snapped, what are you standing there for? Helfer pick them up, she needs to get the mushrooms. The crew immediately ceased their inquiries and hurriedly mimicked the killed, bending down to retrieve the mushrooms from the ditch. Still unsatisfied, Xing Yuxiao kicked head driver in the rear, sending him tumbling into the ditch. You drive a fancy car, so I can jet down there and pick them up. The driver's VC turney darn alarming shady off red, Buthy dad no treat it, merely bending down to comply. Once the mushrooms were retrieved, the killed finalized me to regain her senses, lifting her verseta gazit Xing Yuxiao her verse soft, thank you, brother. Xing Yuxiao had no sisters, nor of any cousins. Hearing her address him thighs waist tagled through his mind, akin to an electric shock. A tingling sensation coursed through him. Xing Yuxiao grinned, I've don't need plenty of bad things, yet thighs ist first I mess 'em on Hastan Keeden. The child lowered her head, seeming like pondering seriously for a moment. Then she looked you piernest lie and asked, what is a bad thing? Xing Yuxiao chuckled, you read I don't understand. He paused, then asked, what's your name? Li Xiaoye. As that woe began to converse, the production team grew impatient. Young master, real ready half and howlate, they're wet ink for you. Xing Yuxiao, Evertha Rebel, smirked, oh, let him wait another half hour. The production team panicked but fine, even if I don't care about Thesho, this childy soaked 3, if we don't care home, shellshally catch a cackled. Xing Yuxiao shrugged off his jacket. You're a pedit Li Xiaoye. Area still cold, heast. Li Xiaoye shook her head in confusion. The production team was left in shock. That meisters Jack tways a coup stompiece. Rapping it around that child, how much mud wool did collect? Wool dight van be salvageable? Let's get here humfast, Xing Yuxiao said to Li Xiaoye. In Jin City, the village ahead's granddaughter, Li Qingqing, stepped off the plane. She approached camera held by the crew, appearing completely atias, exuding confidence. The brilliant lights in the distance seemed to herald her new beginning. Nuna knew she was Apison reborn. In her previous life, Li Xiaoye had gone at a record show called Life Swap, where she was adopted by the family, subsequently rising to the pinnacle of success. Li Qingqing sees sparkled with determination. Li Xiaoye, from this momentum your life should be live at Thruffum. Chapter 2 A Stinging Slap. The so-called life swap involves wealthy heirs living in their homes of rural cauldron, while other rural cauldron experience I find the homes of the wealthy. These allows him to truly experience each other's lives. Thus, Li Qingqing of the opulent mansion of Sheng family, transported by the production team's vehicle. The Sheng family mansion was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, sprawling over 10,000 square meters, with a 3-story villa offering a clear view of the nearby Gulf Cower shorn sea. As Li Qingqing stepped out of the car, she was immediately enveloped by the overwhelming aura of luxury. Not us their Thean Linodian sways equally astonished. Why, it's no wonder the Sheng family is renowned. This mansion is absolutely magnificent. This electi Joe must have accumulated several life at I meza fortune to earn such an opportunity so envious. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a black uniform approached slowly. Hello, Miss Lee Dot, you may call me Uncle Fang, these around Madam Notathome, please, make yourself comfortable. Is this T. Butler? I finalize an area life at Butler Root City of Novels. This feels like a novel cometa life ich me thing I could only dream of. At this moment, Li Qingqing felt a tinge of disappointment. These around Madame Renotathome had prepared so many ways to in their affection before arriving. There's this a small welcome gift prepared by the sirened Madame Fourier, Miss Lee, Uncle Fang said, handing her a paper emblazoned with CHANE logo. Li Qingqing inhaled sharply, forcing herself to remain composed as she accepted it. Thank you, unclean aunt. Thegel is quite graceful and composed should west seem excite day tall. The agent was quick to praise her. Uncle Fang remained expressionless, thinking that perhaps the rural child seemed did not recognize a luxury brands. He instructed a maid to guide Li Qingqing inside, where the opulence unfolded before the visas. Living here I say to being a princess. Him suddenly curious about how young master will far transitioning from secure place to rural life at the difficult time has been men's. The camera then shifted to Xing Yuxiao's perspective. Thesina shooks light live for settling in a dilapidated house. It cordard live core lead a house much of that collapsed, propped upon live by wooden beams, in the sudden damper, it appeared particularly precarious. There's this truly a survival challenge. Li Qingqing's family is this poor, how pitiful. At this moment, the camera shifted again, focusing on Xing Yuxiao. Hester it is belief, the sis broken, just the skinned off place. The young master truly cannot handle it. Suddenly, Xing Yuxiao crashed down, a lightning kuza with Li Sharriers. A crewman burled an umbrella overhead, shielding them from the rain. The sis you home, you live in such a place. Xing Yuxiao furrowed disper tightly, as if he cold crush a mosquito. Voiced the young master talking to. The camera panny down, revealing a shivering child standing before Xing Yuxiao rapid in a valuable custom jacket, shinered urgently, her eyes, dampened by the mist, sparkling brilliantly. The urgency's attention momentarily faltered. What a beautiful child. Who-ish? How did the young master end up at the home? Isn't this the notorious Lirandif Li Xiaoyar? She's wearing Xing Yuxiao's jacket? Oh no, young master, don't talk to her. She's just a little like an artist, but careful she doesn't steal from my hour. Would I like to come in for a drink? Li Xiaoyar asked, lifting her face, her voice were soft hands low, exuding gentle quality. Xing Yuxiao tugged at the corner of his mouth. He didn't even want to step into this Habai house, let alone a drink and anything. Yet, Ashmit Li Xiaoyar's brick gaze, few words caught in his throat. Now that you home, shall we head back? A crew member suggested. It was better when Nuna spoke, Buton see few words were said, Xing Yuxiao's rebellious nature flared up again. Hepa laid her hand on Li Xiaoyar's back, gently pushing her forward as she declared, let's go inside. Li Xiaoyar walked cautiously through the rain, while Xing Yuxiao took her step, crushing the threshold of her home beneath his foot. The already rickety house she appeared even more dilapidated. Xing Yuxiao muttered, don't worry, I'll pay you back. Just then, an angry voice erupted from within, speaking in a thick dialect. You little slut, you're only just back. Dora want to freeze Aragrin for 30th. The speaker's accent was sheevy, their throats seeming like clogged with phlegm. Xing Yuxiao didn't understand at first. Li Xiaoyar did, but mercilessly fed lightly and stepped inside, bustling about to gather firewood. Shvichid water from a large evate and poured it into a pot, while he also placing to potatoes on top, and set the water build. They were Dave ho water to drink and potato estuate. Xing Yuxiao hurried after her, asking how was that? Li Xiaoyar replied, it's grandfather. Xing Yuxiao for net the Tony's and to draw the hash. What is this? Xing Yuxiao gestured toward the shapeless mound. Li Xiaoyar took a moment to and swear, boiling water. Xing Yuxiao pointed at the heap. Emian, what is this? That's the stove. Xing Yuxiao. This thing can be called a stove. Ha quickly turned tozer vaith the surroundings. Earthen walls, broken tiles, and thatched roofs form Ethisham. The wasna light inside, only thedim illumination filtering through ha cracks and thules. No television, no sofa, no feasible nothing. Not far away, APECO full clothen down, underneath coldvertly see figure lying behind it, thevers fromer liermus the vebelong tot a person. It was so dilapidated. It was truly beyond repair. As sin Uxios stood there, dumbfounded, Lizia had already finished boiling pewter. She took a porcelain bowl and poured a bowl of hot water for sin Uxio. Here, drink this, Lizia offered, cradling the bowl in her hands. Her fingers were the ned from the heat, yet the wrists were alien cold from the kill. This child is quite a resourceful, as Hedreen to win over the young master. Don't drink it, it's dirty. This house filthy. In stark contrast of ventriction synthicaments, Shinyuk Shasalids twitched heavily, and then he snatched the bowl from Lisha Yashin's, slamming it down into the earthen stove with a cod voice. What are you drinking? Great, the young meister didn't drink. After all, she's just a rural child here attempt to stop her Esheririth Limited. How old wants me thing from those dirty hands? In the next moment, Shinyuxio lifted Lishuriar, cradling her in Heizimes, unterneed to the crew with an expression workin shetek yaho chower, Shinitz to wash up first shell freezio the wise. She's freezing, yet she's still serving in water. Shinyuxio paused, then muttered in dissatisfaction, without cheddar v proper place to bathe. What can dofamize this? It's just a thatched hut. Even our thatched hoot would be better than this. What? Thesha tongued view a sea meter have received a stinging slap left in her days. Chapter 3, Xing Dieshao has become less charitable. The production team wished to convey to the young master that he was present to record a show, not to engage in charitable acts, and questioned why he was so fervently involved in matters that did not concern him. However, just as the words were on the tip of their tongues, they recalled that it was the crew's vehicle that had frightened the child into the ditch, and thus they could only endure in silence. Shin Yuxiao was unwavering and impetuous, swiftly clutching onto Li Xiuyar and rushing back to the car. In her haste, Li Xiuyar had lost one of her shoes. Bewildered, she lifted her head, but could only see the sharp lines of the boy's jaw. He pressed his lips together, exuding an air of unapproachability, yet, Li Xiuyar struggled to call out, "My grandpa hasn't had a sip of water yet." Shin Yuxiao dismissed her concerns, unconcerned with anyone else's plight. He scoffed, "Doesn't he have hands and feet? Can't he manage on his own? Why should a child like you attend to him?" Li Xiuyar replied, "But he doesn't have feet." Shin Yuxiao was momentarily speechless, numbly wiping his face before casting his gaze back at the child he held. Her face bore little sadness or suffering. Her eyes were clear and innocent, with a hint of resilience. Damn, she seemed even more pitiful now. He rolled down the car window and shouted to the staff outside, "Her grandpa has no feet. Assist her in getting some warm water." The staff responded, "Oh, are we really doing volunteer work now? I thought the notorious Xing family young master was supposed to be a troublemaker." The barrage of comments quieted for a moment. "This Li Xiuyar is quite unfortunate, guarding a dilapidated house with a grandfather who requires care. What about the others in her family? Seriously, do you really believe this? Isn't it obvious this is part of the script?" Inside the car, Shin Yuxiao set her down and bent to fasten her seatbelt. Suddenly, a scalding tear fell onto his hand. He flinched as though burned, his expression shifting as he hurriedly glanced at Li Xiuyar, fearing she had been struck by sorrow, yet she merely had tears welling in her eyes, trembling as she whispered, "I lost my shoe, I lost one shoe. My shoe," she lamented, her sadness eclipsing even the fact that her grandfather had lost his feet. Perhaps it was because the former was a long-buried pain, while the latter was an immediate and undeniable poverty in her constricted life. Damn, if this is part of the script, I must say it's quite well written. Taking a deep breath, Shin Yuxiao reassured her, "As for the shoe, it's no trouble. I'll compensate you." Li Xiuyar nodded through her tears. The village of Li family was indeed impoverished. The staff had no choice but to take her to the village chief's home for a warm bath. The chief had constructed a 2-story cement building, its walls bare of tiles, yet it stood out as rather affluent compared to Li Xiuyar's home. Upon learning that the young master had finally arrived, the village chief eagerly rubbed his hands and welcomed him. "You're here. Their bed is all set up. His voice trailed off as he noticed the tall youth standing before him, holding Li Xieye. The chief's tone shifted sharply. Li Xieye, what are you doing? Had it not been for the presence of cameras, he would have erupted in anger. Oh, the village chief seems quite wealthy. Who noticed? The chief's house was prepared with several staff members and cameras set up in advance. I get it now, this is actually Li Qingqing's home. Enough chatter. The young master encountered this child on the road and thought her plight was quite pitiful, so he brought her over for a bath. The staff took charge, pushing the chief aside. Xing Yuxiao led Li Xieye inside, ascending the stairs like a master rather than a guest, being accustomed to his own domineering ways. In an effort to curry favor with Xing Yuxiao, the chief willingly relinquished the master bedroom. The master bedroom came with an ensuite bathroom, and Xing Yuxiao pushed Li Xieye inside, saying, "Go wash up." Standing in the bathroom, she appeared small and vulnerable. She awkwardly turned about, fumbling to locate the switch, but ended up spraying herself in the face with water. Outside, Xing Yuxiao could hear the water turning on and off repeatedly. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a damp head as Li Xieye timidly said, I don't know how to use it." Xing Yuxiao exhaled deeply, realizing that this child had likely never encountered a shower before. He paused at the doorknob and asked, "Are you still in your clothes?" Li Xieye nodded. Only then did he enter, displaying an unprecedented patience as he began instructing her on how to use the showerhead. After a lengthy struggle, Li Xieye managed to bathe for half an hour. The village chief, under pressure from the staff, was sent to fetch clothes for her to change into. He cradled the garments in his arms as he ascended the stairs. Young master, I'm the village chief. I've brought some clothes for the little duck," he said, his tone dripping with flattery. The door opened, but Xing Yuxiao replied, "No need." He stepped aside. She is already dressed. At that moment, Li Xieye emerged from the bathroom, clad in an oversized sweatshirt that dwarfed her, resembling a rather large dress, with her slender ankles peeking out from beneath. The sleeves hung long, forcing her to raise her arms as she stood there, looking somewhat dazed, yet undeniably adorable. Xing Yuxiao had given her his own clothing. This, the village chief's voice faltered, stifled in his throat. How could this be acceptable? Li Xieye, that wretched Li Xieye. The cameras captured her appearance, and the comments exploded once more. An acronym sweatshirt, insane, worth over 10,000, why is she wearing it? Xing Yuxiao, are you giving her all your clothes? You even gave her your outerwear. I suddenly don't envy Li Qingqing anymore. Come here, let me dry your hair. Xing Yuxiao beckoned Li Xieye. She still had a slight cold, her nose congested, and she could only respond in a muffled voice, "It'll dry on its own." Xing Yuxiao frowned disapprovingly, "Dry on its own? Then you'll catch a severe cold. Come here. Oh, you've never seen a hairdryer, have you? I'll dry it for you." He felt it was impossible to delegate this task to anyone else. Li Xieye glanced up, nervously stealing a glance at the village chief before approaching Xing Yuxiao. He firmly grasped her shoulders, picked up the imitation designer hairdryer with a grimace, yet still switched it on, directing the warm air towards her head. Li Xieye stood there in a daze, feeling large hands sifting through her hair, accompanied by the gentle warmth. It felt so comforting. She had never experienced such warmth before. As he dried her hair, Xing Yuxiao remarked, "Did a dog chew on your hair? The ends are all uneven." Li Xieye replied, "My teacher cut it." Xing Yuxiao was at a loss for words. What kind of skill is that? After finishing, Xing Yuxiao rolled up her long sleeves and placed the hood over her head, saying, "This way, you won't be cold outside." He paused, suddenly struck by her appearance. The hood was far too large for her, swallowing her head entirely, leaving only a small, snowy chin visible. Xing Yuxiao curled his fingertips, unable to resist muttering, "So damn cute." Soon, the staff brought over some cold medicine. Li Xieye showed no fear of the bitter taste as she downed the mixture in one go, wiping her mouth and declaring, "I should head back now." Xing Yuxiao, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of disappointment, but replied, "All right, who will take her back?" The staff let out a sigh of relief. Finally, this ancestral spirit was ready to record the show properly. Wait, your shoe, you're missing a shoe. Shin Yuxiao suddenly remembered. Li Xiaoyar had already shed tears over her lost shoe, yet now she appeared strong and gracious, saying, "It's fine." He had already given her so much. Perhaps her shoe was still waiting for her at the spot where she lost it. If not, she could always scavenge through the rubbish, the village chief interjected eagerly. How about letting her wear Ching Ching's shoes? His motivations were twofold. To hasten Li Xiaoyar's departure and to curry favor with Shin Yuxiao. However, Shin Yuxiao was displeased. Why should she wear someone else's worn-out shoes? What if she gets athlete's foot? The village chief fell silent. The comments section erupted again. Sad smiley. I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 4. How dare they scheme against him? In the end, it was the staff who were utterly exhausted, driving to a nearby town to purchase a pair of shoes. Shin Yuxiao compensated Li Xiaoyar for the shoes before allowing her to leave. Li Xiaoyar, clad in his oversized sweatshirt and donning a large hat, carefully navigated around the puddles in the courtyard as she exited the village chief's home, not once glancing back at him. Shin Yuxiao felt an inexplicable annoyance brewing within him. Young Master Sheng, the village chief, approached him again. Only then did Shin Yuxiao turn back, casting a disdainful glance around the village chief's home, muttering, "What a wretched place." The village chief could only manage a forced smile. "Are you hungry, young Master Sheng? Thirsty? Would you like to watch television? I have a computer as well. If you wish to play games, that's possible too." Shin Yuxiao's expression darkened, not interested. As evening fell, Shin Yuxiao's assessment of the dinner served at the village chief's home was, "What pig slop." The village chief brewed him a pot of tea with the finest leaves, yet the young master regarded it with disdain, declaring, "What swill." The staff were momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that the familiar Shin Yuxiao had returned. Li Xiaoyar was sent back home. Her grandfather lay slumped on the bed, unusually refraining from scolding her. Approaching the stove, Li Xiaoyar lifted the lid of the pot, discovering the potatoes had grown cold. She picked one up, peeling a bit of skin off, and walked over to her grandfather as she ate. "Grandpa, have some potato." She offered him another. However, Li Grandpa did not take it, his murky old eyes shining brightly in the dim light. His gnarled hand grasped Li Xiaoyar. "Who came today? Were they from the city?" Li Xiaoyar nodded, explaining, "Aunt Man said they were here to film a program." Filming a program? Li Grandpa was unfamiliar with the concept. He merely smiled and said, Good, you should bring them home next time." Li Xiaoyar was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending why. "Listen to Grandpa, I won't sell you anymore," he added. A flicker of light sparked in Li Xiaoyar's eyes, only to extinguish shortly after. She slowly shook her head, saying, "They won't come back." Li Grandpa, now irritated, questioned, "How do you know? Did you offend them today?" Li Xiaoyar fell silent, unsure how to. She recalled finding a tattered fairy tale book in the school's donation corner, which contained a story titled The Little Match Girl. A tall brother had taken her home, brought her to the village chief's house for a hot bath, and gifted her clothes and shoes. Yes, it felt as if she had struck a match, igniting a beautiful dream. Matches extinguish, beautiful dreams slip away, thus, they would not return. Li Xiaoyar finished the potato with lukewarm water and asked, "Grandpa, aren't you hungry?" Li Grandpa scoffed, "You filled me with your grievances." Li Xiaoyar softly replied, "Oh," and then, amidst the clattering sounds, she washed her face and brushed her teeth with cold water before crawling into her small bed to sleep. Li Grandpa grew even angrier, but as his fingers brushed against a hard corner, he instantly calmed down. It was the compensation left by those self-proclaimed program crew members, supposedly for Li Xiaoyar's spiritual distress, 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan, Li Grandpa squinted, counting the bills again before tucking them into his underwear. As the grandfather, it was only fitting that he managed the money. Shin Yuxiao glanced at the large bed in the master bedroom, which was adorned with a mosquito net and covered with a floral bedspread. Disgusted, he moved to sit on a hard wooden chair. How on earth could anyone sleep here? After sitting in silence for 2 hours, he thought of Li Xiaoyar again. This place was impoverished beyond belief. How could such destitution exist? Once he returned home, he would donate money, perhaps 6 or 7 million. ensuring Li Xiaoye received her fair share. Lost in thought, Xin Yuxiao felt anger rising again and kicked the bed with frustration. Damn it, who knows when he would be able to return? Feeling restless, Xin Yuxiao paced the room before deciding to step outside for a glimpse of the moon. The door opened silently, and as he took a couple of steps forward, the quiet night made the voices clear, drifting into his ears. This young Master Xing is quite the deity. It was the village chief's voice, lamenting to someone. Father, have you forgotten what Qingqing said? Young Master Xing's family possesses assets in the hundreds of billions. He is not a deity, he is our fortune. The man's voice was that of the village chief's son. Xin Yuxiao nearly scoffed aloud upon hearing this. What delusions were they entertaining? Even if he were wealthy, he would not share with them. It's fortunate that young Master Xing is here, but I never anticipated he would encounter Li Xiaoye upon entering the village. The village chief expressed his concerns. What? The tone of the village chief's son shifted. Keep your voice down. Yes, yes. How could it be so coincidental? Who knows if that little girl discovered something? Impossible, she is just a child, what could she possibly understand? Xin Yuxiao's expression gradually darkened. It sounded as though the village chief's family harbored ulterior motives regarding Li Xiaoye. Without a second thought, he took out his phone and pressed the recording button. What if young Master Xing learns the truth? Father, you're overthinking it. So what if he knows? It is merely a program. Who would care about a little girl without parents? You should have seen it. Today, young Master Xing treated Li Xiaoye exceptionally well, offering her his clothes, drying her hair, and buying her shoes. The village chief's son fell silent for a moment. Finally, he spoke again. You needn't worry about this, just ensure young Master Xing feels comfortable in our home. As for Li Xiaoye, he sneered, I'll go find her grandfather and offer him 800 yuan. He'll surely keep Li Xiaoye under tight control, ensuring she never sees young Master Xing again. At this moment, Xin Yuxiao's fists clenched tightly. What fools, what were they trying to do? Targeting even a child, oblivious to the fact that Xin Yuxiao had overheard everything, the village chief jovially patted his son's shoulder, exclaiming, having gone to university truly makes a difference. Your mind is so sharp. Xin Yuxiao's face darkened as he descended the stairs. He was tempted to unleash his fists upon them, but upon hearing the triumphant laughter of the father and son, he suddenly halted. A few punches would be too lenient for them. They were desperately trying to keep him here, unwilling to let Li Xiaoye see him. How dare they scheme against him? With a cold smirk, Xin Yuxiao turned and silently returned to his room, swiftly packing his belongings. The next morning, the sleepless young master appeared at the village chief's door, dragging his suitcase. The staff were the first to react, nearly losing their minds. Young master, are you planning to return to the city? Xin Yuxiao raised an eyebrow, not going back. The staff looked bewildered. Then what are you? Xin Yuxiao interjected, is it not permissible to change locations? I do not wish to stay in this dilapidated place. The staff lamented, this is the best condition in the village. Realizing he had misspoken, Xin Yuxiao quickly amended, think about it, why did my mother send me here? The staff cautiously replied, to reform. Xin Yuxiao shot him a sideways glance, exactly. You placed me in the best conditions at the village chief's house to oppose my mother. The staff stammered. No, we wouldn't dare. I'm leaving, find me another place, quickly. He tossed his suitcase aside and climbed into the car. The staff, seeing him in the driver's seat, felt their spirits plummet. This young master wasn't yet 18, how could he drive? All right, we'll accompany you to another place, they said, exasperated. When the village chief rushed over, he was in a comical state, holding up his pants as his belt had fallen somewhere. Incredulity etched across his face. Young master, where are you going? Young master. You cannot leave. With a press of the accelerator, the car sped away, leaving the village chief choked with exhaust fumes as he coughed and lamented, Young master, you cannot go somewhere else after the exchange we made with our family. Young master. Oh no. Inside the car, the staff cautiously observed Xin Yuxiao's expression, utterly perplexed by how the village chief had managed to offend him so thoroughly overnight. Xin Yuxiao kept his eyes shut, silent, his demeanor fierce. Yet, the voices of the village chief and his son echoed in his ears. The images that flickered through his mind were of Li Xiaoyar, her shoes flying off, revealing the scratches on her feet from the thorny underbrush. Did she not feel pain? Chapter 5. Utterly adorable. As the camera was repositioned, the audience found themselves once again before the familiar dilapidated cottage. Did time just rewind? At that moment, Li Xiaoyar had just returned from gathering fire thorns and, upon approaching, she caught sight of Xing Yuxiu's figure. Her mouth slightly agape, her expression was one of bewilderment. For a fleeting instant, Li Xiaoyar too felt as if she had just awakened from a dream. Li Xiaoyar, from today onwards, I shall reside in your home, Xing Yuxiu declared in a tone that brooked no refusal. Li Xiaoyar gazed at him in a daze and asked, why? Xing Yuxiu felt a surge of frustration. The village head was practically begging him not to leave, yet this child still dared to inquire why. He deceived her, saying, because I gifted you clothes and shoes, can you let me stay? Instinctively, Li Xiaoyar nodded, then shook her head. This place is not suitable for living. Xing Yuxiu thought to himself, so you too believe it's unsuitable for habitation. He quickly devised a new plan. Then how about you join me in finding a new place to live? This time, Li Xiaoyar shook her head with more determination. Xing Yuxiu, feeling disheartened, conceded, then let me stay at your home, enough said. He raised his hand, signaling the staff to carry his luggage inside. The barrage of comments erupted once more. What a classic case of desire through restraint. How on earth did this child manage to deceive the esteemed Xing, remarkable for such a young age? The village head is at a loss. This is clearly against the rules of the show, thank you. Hilarious, do you really think you can lecture Xing on the rules? Despite the fervent reactions in the comments, the luggage had already crossed the threshold, and Xing Yuxiu stepped inside. Li Xiaoyar, unable to stop him, could only wrap her arms around his leg. Xing Yuxiu looked down and saw her messy hair, which gave her head a rather fluffy appearance. Without understanding his own motivations, he absent-mindedly ruffled her hair, then lifted his leg, bringing Li Xiaoyar entirely inside with him. The audience was left astonished. Goodness, what strength! Don't forget, despite his towering height of over 6 feet, Xing is still technically a minor, needing to visit pediatrics. The commotion of Xing Yuxiu entering startled Grandpa Li awake. Who? He asked, sitting up with one hand guarding his hidden money. Xing Yuxiu lifted the oilcloth acting as a partition and, in just a few strides, stood before Grandpa Li. I'm Xing, and I will be residing with you from now on. Though the room was dimly lit, it could not conceal the innate brilliance that radiated from Xing Yuxiu. His audacious and commanding presence pierced through the gloom, drilling into the minds of those present. Grandpa Li, momentarily taken aback, instinctively displayed a submissive demeanor, even hunching his back further. Why, who exactly are you? Grandpa Li stammered, his words jumbled. He recognized the fine attire of the towering youth, which appeared to be quite expensive, but could not fathom why such a person would suddenly appear here. It was the staff who awkwardly stepped forward, wearing a stiff expression, and said, Old man, let me explain the situation to you. The staff member proceeded to explain the recording of the show. Grandpa Li, recognizing the familiar faces of the crew, recalled that the 1,000 yuan had indeed come from them. His first reaction was, how much are you paying? The staff member was taken aback. What? The nearby guide immediately assisted with the translation. Grandpa Li distanced himself from Xing Yuxiu. Although the youth was merely a child, Grandpa Li instinctively felt the need to keep his distance. He leaned towards the staff and said, if you're staying here, you must pay. Isn't he filming a show supposed to be televised that requires additional compensation? The guide translated each word with a stiff expression. No wonder they say Li Xiaoyar is not a good person. Her grandfather is just as questionable. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. How infuriating, don't give them any money. Production team, quickly take Xing away. Desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. I am not deceived. The staff could hardly contain their amusement. Did this old man truly expect to demand a fee in such a rundown place? Grandpa Li maintained a stern expression. Yes, and furthermore, we need to sign a contract. Don't think we can be easily fooled just because we live in a mountain hollow. The staff turned to look at Shin Yuxiao, who showed no sign of wavering, and they had no choice but to say, "Please wait, this matter requires the approval of our director." With that, the staff exited. Grandpa Li drew in a couple of deep breaths, as if he had already secured a hefty payment. He couldn't help but grin as he turned to Li Xieye, saying, "Grandpa is going to reward you." Indeed, Shin Yuxiao understood not a word, as the dialect was too thick. He raised his hand to grasp the guide and asked, "What is he saying?" The guide promptly translated, "Grandpa Li is speaking to Li Xieye, saying, you said they wouldn't come back, yet here they are." Shin Yuxiao found himself at a loss for words, grappling with a tumult of emotions within. No wonder the child hadn't even glanced back at him when she left the village head's house. Did she know with certainty that they would not return? Had she, while sitting in that drafty house last night, ever yearned for the warmth of the hairdryer that had once enveloped her in the village head's home? She was acutely aware of her future. Perhaps she didn't dare to even dream of it, but how old was she? Shin Yuxiao hoped he was overthinking it and hurriedly looked down at Li Xiao's expression. However, she kept her head down, obscuring her face from view. He could only catch a glimpse of her delicate fingers gripping his pant leg, trembling gently in a suppressed manner. Feeling a pang of discomfort, Shin Yuxiao bent down to grasp her tiny hand, rubbing it gently. The pale hand quickly regained its color. "Are you unhappy that I'm living here?" he inquired. Though Grandpa Li could not speak Mandarin, he understood enough to widen his eyes in shock and cast a veiled glare at Li Xieye. This moment was faithfully captured by the camera worn by the guide. Does anyone else think Grandpa Li's gaze at her is rather unsettling? It's a bit terrifying, almost threatening. Come on, can't you see that? The lighting is too dim. Meanwhile, Li Xieye slowly lifted her head to gaze at Shin Yuxiao, her voice barely above a whisper. "I didn't find Aladdin's lamp." Shin Yuxiao paused, taken aback. Li Xiao's face was a mixture of confusion and a tentative disbelief, rendering her pallid visage exceedingly pitiful. She continued, "I didn't wish upon the lamp spirit, so why are you here?" It felt as though something had struck Shin Yuxiao's chest, and his breath caught momentarily. Fresh air surged back into his lungs, yet it carried a hint of sweetness akin to candy. Shin Yuxiao murmured, "You are simply adorable." How could such innocent and enchanting words escape his lips? The audience outside the camera fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 6, Has Her Son Been Possessed by a Ghost? The production team swiftly finalized a new workflow. The contract had yet to be drafted, for they needed the approval of Shin Yuxiao's biological mother before proceeding. Shin Yuxiao stood atop a small hill, with a dilapidated shack swaying behind him. He pressed one hand against Li Xiao's head, compelling her to remain by his side, while he dialed his mother's number on his phone. The call connected promptly. A cold voice emerged from the other end. "I assumed they would confiscate your phone at the first opportunity. Apologies for disappointing you," Shin Yuxiao quipped before continuing. "Do you recall the program outline I previously submitted to you? The production team arranged for me to stay at the village chief's residence. However, I find their home excessively lavish, which I believe would not align with your expectations of me as your son. Therefore, I took the initiative to request accommodations in a more rundown location." At that moment, Shin Yuxiao's mother removed the phone from her ear and scrutinized the screen to confirm the incoming number. The number was indeed correct, and the voice matched. Could it be that her son had been possessed by a ghost? "Why are you silent? Do you think I've gone mad?" Shin Yuxiao pressed on with his inquiries. "No, I was merely contemplating what new tricks you might be up to." The tone from the other end remained steady. Shin Yuxiao's throat tightened. "Are you truly my mother?" "Precisely because I am your mother, I understand you so well. Hand the phone to the director, I wish to speak with him." With a resigned shrug, Shin Yuxiao extended his hand behind him as if summoning a dog. "Director, take the call." The chief director, wary of delay, approached eagerly. "Find a quiet place and explain everything truthfully," Shin Yuxiao's mother instructed from the other end. The chief director felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly retreated with the phone. It was evident that Sheng's mother was well aware, in Shen Yuxiao's presence, the chief director dared not utter a word out of place. In less than 5 minutes, the chief director conveyed the situation clearly and even emphasized the village's assessment of Li Xiaoye. This child does indeed possess poor character. Yet, for reasons unknown, young Master Sheng insists on residing here. The chief director patted his chest, saying, truthfully, we are concerned she might become a burden to the Sheng family. And what do you propose? Shall we simply disregard this matter? The chief director cautiously inquired. Shen Yuxiao's mother, whose birth name was Xu Qiulai and who was an artist, exhibited a demeanor more akin to a decisive business elite. After hearing the director's grievances against Li Xiaoye, her tone remained calm as she replied, let it be. If he cannot manage such trivial matters, he might as well forfeit his inheritance of the Sheng family fortune. The chief director's voice faltered. Thus, the matter was settled. The contract was swiftly prepared. Wait, let me see it, Shen Yuxiao said, reaching for the freshly drafted contract. Are you planning to sign it with her grandfather? Shen Yuxiao furrowed his brows. Indeed, she is quite young. Even if she signs, it would lack legal efficacy. That will not do. Shen Yuxiao firmly rejected the notion. Though he had exchanged only a few words with Li's grandfather, he instinctively harbored a sense of wariness towards him. How much is it? Li Xiaoye's frail voice interjected. The production team's expressions shifted slightly, realizing she was also eager for money, much like her grandfather. Shen Yuxiao, not thinking too deeply, glanced at the contract and remarked, 20,000. Wait, 20,000 is far too little. Are you treating her like a beggar? The production team, they wiped their brows and lowered their voices in council. Young Master Sheng, you cannot disrupt market regulations. I'll pay. I want to offer it. Is there a problem? That's not the issue. You must consider that suddenly providing a substantial sum to a poor household rooted in the mountains may not be beneficial. It could attract unwanted attention, and the production team trailed off, pondering that it might incite greed and foster further ambition among others. Fortunately, at that moment, Shen Yuxiao had already been swayed and said, fine. He then turned to Li Xiaoye and asked, is this enough for you? Though he suspected the child might not fully comprehend the value of 20,000. Li Xiaoye met his gaze, her pupils slightly dilating, her eyes appearing brighter. She softly inquired, can we not give the money to my grandfather? Then to whom a staff member interjected, this scene did not escape the cameras, prompting a barrage of comments. Is she already scheming to pocket the money at such a young age? I can't fathom why the Sheng family would allow Shen Yuxiao to interact with her. To Aunt Man and Uncle Bin in the village, Li Xiaoye counted off names on her fingers, completely surprising the production team. What on earth for? The production team's voices quivered with astonishment. My father took money from them before he left. I want to repay them, Li Xiaoye stated earnestly. What the hell, her father was such a scoundrel. What a hellish start for such a young girl. No excuses, regardless of her family's background. It doesn't justify her inclination to steal and lie. Follow her wishes, Shen Yuxiao interjected darkly. Yes, the staff, recovering from their shock, glanced at the frail, somewhat malnourished girl with a more complicated gaze. By the way, before leaving, we gave Li's grandfather 1,000 as compensation for Li Xiaoye's mental distress. A staff member hesitated before adding. Shen Yuxiao frowned. What sort of arrangement is that? If it's compensation for Li Xiaoye, why not hand it directly to her? The staff member's face turned awkward. Shen Yuxiao knelt before Li Xiaoye, asking, are you aware of this matter? Li Xiaoye shook her head in confusion. Her grandfather had not informed her about receiving money from others. Shen Yuxiao chose not to say more. This money, he needed to reclaim it for Li Xiaoye. He could not allow her to be bullied simply because of her youth. That grandfather of hers was truly a disgrace. At that moment, the chief director approached cautiously, saying, your mother has instructed us to confiscate your phone. Shen Yuxiao initially felt a surge of anger but reconsidered, realizing he was at Li Xiaoye's place and that the production team had complied with his requests. There was no need for hostility, thus, he willingly handed over his phone. The chief director sighed in relief. If you wish to use your phone, you must exchange points for it. Points? Shin Yuxiao understood this meant they were about to discuss the upcoming program rules, all designed to enhance viewer engagement. The chief director handed him the rules. Shin Yuxiao looked down. Wake up early, 1 point. Climb the mountain to pick fruit. Exchange mushrooms for money, 10 yuan 1 point. Respect teachers in school, 1 point. Volunteer in the library, 1 point. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 minute of phone use. Laughing to death, how low are Ms. Xu's expectations for her son? Respecting teachers can earn points. These conditions are quite harsh. A minute isn't even enough to make a phone call. Shin Yuxiao didn't he explode in anger. This is unscientific. This accumulation is painfully slow. Shin Yuxiao frowned. Isn't my mother attempting to alter my character? Do good deeds earn points? The chief director hesitated, then replied, yes. Shin Yuxiao lifted his chin, then let us add that to the rules. The chief director quickly asked his assistant for a pen. Once the new rules were drafted, Shin Yuxiao pointed at Li Xieye. Does this count as a good deed? The chief director, apparently, he had been waiting for this moment. The chief director replied, yes. Just 1 point will suffice. The shoes were my compensation and do not count, Shin Yuxiao generously stated. The chief director sighed in relief. Thankfully, otherwise, should Shin Yuxiao go above and beyond for Li Xieye, the points would surely inflate uncontrollably. At that moment, Li Xieye timidly raised her hand. I need to go to school now. A spark of energy instantly illuminated Shin Yuxiao's previously weary face. Let us go together. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing asked the servant for some supplies and then crafted a handmade painting. Utilizing the more anti-colors that would only gain popularity in the coming years, she created a harmonious and stunning piece. The comments were astonished. Sad smiley. She has this talent. This child is exceptional, not at all like a rural kid. Li Qingqing, unaware of the online comments, could still anticipate how others would praise her. She couldn't help but smile faintly. She remembered that Shin Yuxiao's mother, Ms. Xu, was an artist. Surely, this creation would appeal to her. Carrying the painting downstairs, Li Qingqing softly called, Grandpa Butler, when will uncle and aunt return? The butler, his expression unchanging, replied, they will not be back today. Disheartened, Li Qingqing retreated to her room and entered the bathroom. Only here was there no camera. She quietly took out her phone, which her father had slipped to her before leaving. She wanted to check how the program was faring. Was that young Master Xing managing well in her home? Yet, upon retrieving it, on silent mode, she found 39 missed calls, all from home. Li Qingqing's expression shifted. What had happened? Chapter 7. Not much else. Just money. Li Qingqing detached the small radio microphone and removed the miniature camera, placing them into a box before returning the call. Qingqing, something's gone awry. That young Master Xing encountered Li Xieye upon entering the village and has moved into her home. What should we do? The village head lamented. Li Qingqing's expression darkened uncontrollably as she replied, how could such a trivial matter be mishandled? In this new life, she should be sailing smoothly, conquering all in her path. Everything that Li Xieye possessed ought to rightfully belong to her. If this were a novel, she would undoubtedly be the protagonist of a rebirth tale, yet, these inept family members only serve to hinder her progress. Qingqing, what are we to do? The village head persisted. Let me think, Li Qingqing said, ending the call. She then opened Weibo, attempting to glean some snippets of the program to gauge the prevailing sentiment. She couldn't fathom what enchantment Li Xieye possessed. Her life's pivotal moment had already been rewritten. Why was young Master Xing still inclined to approach her? At that moment, a staff member knocked on the door. Li Qingqing, are you all right? Why did you go offline? Li Qingqing hastily concealed her phone, rubbed her eyes vigorously, and readjusted her equipment. When she opened the door, her eyes were red, and she softly said, I'm sorry, I miss home. The staff member's demeanor softened slightly as they asked, do you want to call home? Li Qingqing shook her head. That wouldn't be appropriate. My parents might think I'm suffering here. In truth, it's quite pleasant. Li Qingqing is truly endearing one. How I wish I had such a daughter. When will Miss Xu return home? Li Qingqing has thoughtfully prepared gifts for her. Li Qingqing was also preoccupied with her painting and proactively suggested to the butler that he take a photo to send to Aunt Xu. The butler nodded, of course. Xu Qiulai was currently inspecting her newly opened gallery when her phone buzzed with a new message. Upon opening it, she found a message from the butler. The little girl made this for you with her own hands. She eagerly anticipates your and Mr. Xu's return. Xu Qiulai opened the image. As a painter and a true artist, her trained eye immediately rendered a judgment upon the first glance. Their craftsmanship was overly heavy-handed, too gaudy. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing looked up with an expectant expression, her eyes sparkling as she asked, "What did Auntie say, butler grandpa? Why does the butler look as if he is constipated? Is Li Qingqing's handmade painting not good enough? I think it's wonderful. Oh, Xu Qiulai is a world-renowned artist, she likely won't be impressed." The barrage of comments fell silent. Li Qingqing began to sense the atmosphere, her heart tightening. Was it truly impossible to win Aunt Xu's favor? How did Li Xiaoyue manage to succeed in her previous life? Suppressing her annoyance, Li Qingqing obediently stated, "Is Auntie busy? Then we won't disturb her." Li Xiaoyue walked along the path and sneezed. Shen Yuxiao immediately inquired, "Are you still unwell?" Li Xiaoyue replied, It will take a while to get better." Shen Yuxiao asked, "How far is your school? Are we walking all the way?" Curiously, Li Xiaoyue countered, "If we're not walking, then what are we doing?" Shen Yuxiao. The poor child who had seldom ridden in a vehicle. Li Xiaoyue then added, "Well, we still need to walk." She carefully grasped his wrist, indicating the minute hand. "Turn it around once, then half again. An hour and a half." Upon uttering this, Shen Yuxiao felt a jolt of realization. No wonder her ankles were so slender, they had been worn thin by exertion. Li Xiaoyue seemed a bit dejected. "We'll be late today, I want to get a little red flour." At this, Shen Yuxiao perceived her as a genuine child and couldn't help but chuckle. "What do you need a little red flour for? I can exchange it for candy with the teacher." "Oh, so you love candy?" Shen Yuxiao said, his interest piqued as he reached to inspect Li Xiaoyue's mouth. "Let me see if you have cavities." Li Xiaoyue, however, replied, "I don't eat candy." "Then why do you want to exchange it for candy?" "Candy can be exchanged for money." Shen Yuxiao fell momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but sigh, feeling a profound sense of bitterness. Every cent of hers was earned through a life of struggle. Shen Yuxiao extended his hand. "Give me your backpack, I'll carry it for you." Li Xiaoyue shyly protested, "It's dirty." The rural dirt path was in poor condition, having been soaked with rain recently. Puddles had formed in the ruts, and stepping into one would send water splashing up. Being petite, it was easy for Li Xiaoyue to get splashed, and the cloth bag slung over her shoulder had become soiled. "It's fine. I am not afraid of getting dirty. I once went to a band concert in a big mud pit, and I was covered in muck. That's what creates an atmosphere, don't you understand?" Li Xiaoyue didn't comprehend, but she obediently handed over her bag. The bag was faded and bore a blue patch, tied with a thin strap. The strap was too short for Shen Yuxiao to carry it on his back, so he could only hold it in his hand. What a peculiar excuse for a backpack. He walked alongside Li Xiaoyue, resembling a young father escorting his daughter to school. The two of them trudged along, one foot sinking deep while the other remained shallow, and Shen Yuxiao chose not to speak further. Wasn't he just walking? If a child could endure it, why couldn't he? Shichu Primary School. This was the only school within a 100-mile radius, with a total of merely 7 teachers across all grades. 5 were locals, while 2 were volunteers from outside. The student body was small, as the lack of qualified teachers often resulted in students of varying grades sitting together in class. Only an elementary school. Shen Yuxiao was taken aback. Then why should I even bother attending? Li Xiaoyue looked up at him and softly asked, "Will you attend class with me?" Shen Yuxiao chuckled, "Do you know what grade I should be in?" 6th grade. Li Xiaoyue only knew of 6th grade. Shen Yuxiao couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Big brother is in his senior year of high school. Li Xiaoyue perked up a bit, saying, "I'm in 3rd grade. Shen Yuxiao laughed even more. "High school seniors are not the same as you. All right, let us get you to your classroom first." The classroom had some leaks, and as Shen Yuxiao accompanied her inside, he couldn't help but feel a surge of frustration. Oh, here comes the little liar." An unknown voice called out, causing Xing Yuxiao's internal expletives to multiply. Having arrived late, the first 2 classes had already concluded, and now during the break, about 8 or 9 children occupied the room, some shorter than Li Xieye while others towered over her. They stared at Li Xieye with expressions of disdain. "She is not a little liar," a boy corrected. Xing Yuxiao turned to look, only to find the boy giggling. "And my mom said Li Xieye is a little slut." A surge of rage ignited within Xing Yuxiao. He strode over to the boy, grabbing his collar and lifting him up. "What did you say?" Due to the height difference and Xing Yuxiao's imposing presence, the boy trembled, stammering, "What are you doing? Who are you?" Xing Yuxiao sneered, "Who I am is none of your business. Didn't your parents teach you that a mouth is not meant for spewing filth? So handsome. Isn't he this Li Xieye the troublemaker?" Young Master Xing has defended her multiple times. "Are you all crazy? They are clearly in the wrong for insulting her." The barrage erupted once more. The other students, frightened, shouted, "He is hitting. An adult is hitting a child." They then rushed out to find a teacher. Xing Yuxiao was thoroughly exasperated, feeling utterly speechless. The last person he fought with was the heir of the Yuan family. They were hardly worth his time. At that moment, Xing Yuxiao felt a gentle tug at his sleeve. He turned to see Li Xieye on her tiptoes, her face devoid of fear or anger. She earnestly advised him, "Wen Xiaoji's mother is very fierce, she'll demand compensation from us." Wen Xiaoji, evidently, was the boy's name. Xing Yuxiao did not release his grip, allowing the boy to thrash about helplessly. He remained composed, gazing at Li Xieye as he declared, "I may not have much, but do you know what I have in abundance?" Li Xieye shook her head in confusion. Xing Yuxiao continued, "Money. I have enough money to beat him up 800 times. Upon hearing 800 times, Wen Xiaoji, oblivious to their hyperbole, feared for his life and let out a terrified scream, "Mom, Mom, save me." The barrage was immediately filled with astonishment. "To say such a thing, you truly live up to your reputation, young Master Xing." Chapter 8, Is Li Xieye your brother? The teacher in charge of the 3rd grade is surnamed Wei. Mr. Wei is a local, albeit not a resident of Li Family Village. As he approached the classroom, he happened to overhear Xing Yuxiao's boastful declaration about delivering a thrashing 800 times. Arrogant, truly, far too arrogant. Mr. Wei's expression darkened as he forcefully pushed the door open, causing it to slam against the wall with a loud bang. He believed such an entrance would be sufficiently intimidating. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Who is causing a disturbance?" Xing Yuxiao turned his head. Upon meeting Mr. Wei's gaze, the teacher's initial reaction was that such a person ought not to be present here. Then, Mr. Wei recalled that there had been murmurs about a certain program being filmed at the school recently. "Are you from the production team?" Mr. Wei blurted out. It's nice to see someone with discernment," Xing Yuxiao replied, still brimming with arrogance. Mr. Wei's face turned pale. "I do not care who you are, how dare you bully our students here? Let go now." Mr. Wei shouted, attempting to pry Xing Yuxiao's grip from the boy's arm. Despite Mr. Wei's youthful appearance and exerted effort, he could not budge Xing Yuxiao. At that moment, Li Xieye, in a hurry, tugged at Xing Yuxiao's sleeve. Only then did Xing Yuxiao release his hold, allowing the boy to fall back into his seat. The boy wailed, "He is going to beat me to death. I want my mom, I want to find my mom." Xing Yuxiao scoffed, "Such a coward, weren't you just shouting happily a moment ago?" Mr. Wei wanted to express that this was beyond acceptable, yet upon locking eyes with Xing Yuxiao, he found himself at a loss for words. Frustrated, Mr. Wei decided to head to the principal's office and call Wen Xiaoji's mother. Wen Xiaoji's family raised pigs, and his mother arrived with a knife in hand, wearing an apron. Who hit my son? Come out." At the sight of the knife, the production team was thrown into chaos. How could trouble arise so early in the process? The staff rushed forward, knowing that if anything happened to this young master, they would have a hard time explaining it. As they rushed in, they found Xing Yuxiao standing there, unfazed, the door swinging open to reveal Wen Xiaoji's mother. Instantly, she felt the overwhelming presence of a young heir from a noble family. The aura and demeanor he exuded were entirely unlike anything one would encounter in this remote village. Momentarily dazed, she tightened her grip on the knife. Who are you planning to slaughter? Shin Yuxiao asked her. Wang Xiaoji's mother regained her composure, gritting her teeth. Whoever bullies my son, I shall slaughter. Her accent was thick, but it was somewhat more comprehensible than that of the villagers. Shin Yuxiao turned to the production team. What are you waiting for? Call the police, inform them that my father's son is about to be butchered here, see if any nearby SWAT officers are willing to intervene. The production team was in a frenzy. No, we're just recording a program. Don't escalate this, otherwise, the entire county will be in an uproar. This area was impoverished, not just in the mountains but from the town to the county, city, and even the entire province. Shin Yuxiao was a walking financial benefactor here. If anything were to happen to him, it would severely dampen the spirits of the investors, leading to widespread chaos. Wouldn't that indeed provoke the entire county to react? Wang Xiaoji's mother, who had never encountered such grandeur, exhibited a look of uncertainty, clearly realizing from the production team's words that the young man before her was not to be trifled with. At that moment, the principal arrived, hastily advising Wang Xiaoji's mother. He pulled her aside and lowered his voice. Have you lost your mind? Do you know who that is? In this tight-knit community, the principal hoped to avoid an embarrassing scene. Wang Xiaoji's mother opened her mouth. How would I know? Who is he? Why is he speaking so arrogantly? The principal was taken aback. You don't even know who he is, yet you act so grand. Enough, give me the knife and go apologize. I apologize. Hurry, or I'll have your family tree exclude your husband's name. This threat was far more effective than suggesting imprisonment. Wang Xiaoji's mother's expression shifted, and she reluctantly approached, muttering, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. She shot a glare at her sobbing son. What are you crying about? Let us go home. Don't be so hasty, she hasn't apologized yet, Shin Yuxiao interjected, his temperament unyielding, determined to settle the score. Even if his own parents were present, he would maintain this stance. Wang Xiaoji's mother was taken aback. I already apologized to you. Shin Yuxiao pointed at her son. I meant him. His expression darkened. I brought Li Xiaoyao to school, and upon entering, I heard him calling her a little slut, claiming it was your teaching. Now apologize to Li Xiaoyao. The autumn wind swept across the playground, brushing against Li Xiaoyao's face. She looked up, bewildered, realizing that the older brother beside her seemed to be standing up for her. Well, actually, that was just a saying, not an insult. Oh, we country folks speak like that, it's not as refined as you city folks. Wang Xiaoji's mother stammered in her defense. Shin Yuxiao smirked. Just a saying, is it? Then call your son a dog bastard 3 times, and we'll consider this matter settled. Wang Xiaoji's mother's expression froze. Wang Xiaoji, still crying, shouted, I'm not a dog bastard, I'm not. At that moment, the principal cleared his throat. Wang Xiaoji's mother took a deep breath, managing to force out the words, dog bastard, dog bastard, dog bastard. After repeating it thrice, she tugged at her son. Let us go home. The barrage of comments flooded in. Awesome. Shin Yuxiao is impressive. Thus, the mother and son retreated in disgrace, not daring to look back, fearful of being compelled to utter even more vulgar names. Shin Yuxiao felt a weight lift from his chest. He patted Li Xiaoyao's head. All right, let us go to class. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence, no one daring to utter a word. The children, who understood little, now cast their gazes towards Shin Yuxiao filled with reverence. They may not grasp the full extent, but they recognized that Wang Xiaoji's mother, who was so fierce and formidable, had been subdued by him. After attending class for a while, rumors began to circulate. Remarkable, Li Xiaoyao has a brother who is even more intimidating than Wang Xiaoji's mother. Li Xiaoyao, her desk mate suddenly leaned in. Curiously, she asked, is he really your brother? Her expression turned envious. I wish I had such a brother. My brother only steals my notebooks and pens. Li Xiaoyao's grip on her pencil tightened, her heart pounding. She too wished for that. She wished he was her brother, yet, she lowered her head and honestly replied, no, he is not my brother. After the program, he would leave. Chapter 9, The Shock of the Online Community. Her deskmate let out a disinterested "oh," promptly losing interest in their conversation. Li Xiaoyar had grown accustomed to such cold treatment, lowering her head to diligently take notes in her book. As noon approached, it was time for lunch. Li Xiaoyar retrieved her lunchbox from the cloth bag, and upon stepping outside, she spotted Xin Yuxiao standing on the playground. At Shichu Primary School, there was only one physical education teacher, who was currently engaged in a basketball shooting contest with Xin Yuxiao. With his long legs and arms, he raised his hand, the muscular lines of his arm fluid as he effortlessly tossed the basketball. 3 points, the PE teacher exclaimed in astonishment. Kids these days are really impressive. However, Xin Yuxiao did not respond. He abruptly turned his head and caught sight of Li Xiaoyar. She stood there all alone, clutching an aluminum lunchbox. He quickly strode over to her, his long legs striding purposefully, having lunch. Li Xiaoyar sniffled, a hint of guilt in her voice as she replied, "I forgot to bring your lunchbox." As she spoke, she opened her lunchbox, keeping the lid for herself and offering the container to Xin Yuxiao. "You can use this." The thought of the aluminum lunchbox is toxic nearly escaped his lips, but he swallowed it back. Grasping the box, he said, "All right." The school had a small cafeteria, barely 8 square meters. A row of large aluminum basins were lined up, each filled with various dishes: steamed buns, eggs, dark pork noodles, oxidized stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of soup that resembled dishwater rather than broth. Xin Yuxiao thought to himself. Li Xiaoyar served herself a portion of food, then led Xin Yuxiao to sit on the steps outside the classroom, dividing her meal in half and offering him a share. In the past, this food would have seemed inferior to pig slop in Xing Dao's eyes, yet now, he found it hard to refuse. Li Xiaoyar found a twig, stripped off the bark, washed it clean with water, and fashioned it into chopsticks for Xin Yuxiao. He took a couple of bites. It was utterly terrible. He couldn't help but glance at Li Xiaoyar. She had yet to eat, instead stuffing a steamed bun and a boiled egg into her pocket. Xin Yuxiao raised an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" Li Xiaoyar replied, "Taking it for my grandpa." The 3 words, "too bitter," resurfaced in Xin Yuxiao's mind. Her life was far too bitter. Her grandfather was such a scoundrel, yet she still had to save food for him. However, Li Xiaoyar paused and added, "The egg is for you." Xin Yuxiao's breath hitched, and those 3 words instantly transformed into "too sweet." Li Xiaoyar continued, "City folks like eating eggs, right? So I saved it for you." His breathing steadied, but his mind kept circling back to the thought. Li Xiaoyar was undeniably adorable. Meanwhile, the online community was left in shock behind their screens. Li Xiaoyar truly is exceptional, absolutely exceptional. How lazy could Xin Yuxiao be? As soon as Li Xiaoyar went to class, he dashed to the principal's office for a nap. What volunteer work in the reading corner? It simply did not exist. The audience was speechless. Without Li Xiaoyar, it suddenly became less interesting. No worries, I can watch Xin Yuxiao's sleeping face for a long time. I wonder how Li Qingqing is doing over there. I completely forgot. Xing Dao's scenes are so captivating that I lost track of time. On the other end, Li Qingqing finally awaited the arrival of the villa's owner, Xin Yuxiao's father, Xin Jun. Xin Jun was handsome and possessed a gentle demeanor, the complete opposite of his wife, Xu Jiulai. He appeared less like a businessman and more like a cultured scholar. "You must be Li Qingqing, right?" "I apologize. Uncle and aunt have been quite busy lately. Are you settling in well here?" Xin Jun wore a warm smile. Although Li Qingqing was only 9 years old, her youthful appearance concealed the soul of an adult reborn. In her previous life, to maintain a lavish lifestyle, she had to attach herself to wealthy men, yet how could those rustic tycoons compare to Xing Jun? Upon meeting such a handsome, cultured, and affluent mature man, Li Qingqing couldn't help but blush, her heart racing. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper. "I'm settling in well, thank you for your concern, uncle." Xin Jun sighed, "Our household has never had a girl. Finally, we have a young lady." Li Qingqing pondered whether this was the reason Li Xiaoyar had been adopted in her previous life. She blurted out, "Why haven't you had any?" Xin Jun looked at her in surprise. Li Qingqing immediately realized she had spoken out of turn. Such words were not typically uttered by a little girl. She quickly attempted to remedy the situation. I have a magic wand, I can conjure a baby for aunt. Shin Jun stared at her for a couple of seconds before chuckling. Har har, let's not go there. Having Shin Yuxiao at home is already enough to give your aunt a headache. Do you know who Shin Yuxiao is? Li Qingqing timidly inquired, is he my brother? Shin Jun hesitated before responding, that would not be incorrect. Li Qingqing continued, I've seen the numerous awards hanging on my brother's wall. There are so many, he's exceptional, so why would he give aunt a headache? Her words were an earnest attempt to praise Shin Yuxiao. After all, what parent wouldn't enjoy hearing compliments about their child? Yet Shin Jun seemed unperturbed by her heartfelt remarks, his expression shifting slightly. Have you been in Yuxiao's room? Li Qingqing was startled by his sudden intensity, stammering, why yes, I'm sorry, the butler said I could wander around if I was bored, so I just… Shin Jun's expression softened, well, that's not your fault. But please refrain from doing so in the future. Li Qingqing clenched her fists, never anticipating she would in this place. Yuxiao has a bit of a temper. If he finds out someone has entered his room, he will get furious. Even your aunt and I won't be able to stop him, as Xing Jun said helplessly. Li Qingqing had initially hoped to curry favor with Shin Yuxiao, thinking that if she were adopted, she could share a roof with him every day. But now, learning of Shin Yuxiao's temper and that he had been swayed by Li Xiaoyar, a new thought began to blossom within her. If only I were not just 9 years old. I could bear children for Mr. Xing. If he wanted a daughter, I would bear him a daughter. If he desired an obedient son, I would bear him an obedient son. She understood that artists like Xu Qulai placed great importance on maintaining their health. The Xing family likely had no second child because Xu Qulai was unwilling to bear one. Li Qingqing pinched her palm in frustration, lamenting her small stature. Uncle, would you like some tea? She suppressed her myriad thoughts and attentively poured water for Xing Jun. Li Qingqing is still quite endearing. Who wouldn't appreciate a thoughtful little darling? Wait, am I the only one who finds her remarks a bit odd today? 1. The tea is suspicious. Oh. Are you all right? It's just a little child, and you're criticizing her tea. The barrage of comments erupted once more. The scene shifted back to Shin Yuxiao. As the school bell rang, he finally caught up on his sleep, rising to stretch his limbs before heading out to pick up Li Xiaoyar from school. Upon seeing Shin Yuxiao, everyone instinctively stepped back a meter. Consequently, when Shin Yuxiao approached Li Xiaoyar, there wasn't a soul within a meter's radius willing to come close. Unfazed, Shin Yuxiao strode confidently, leading Li Xiaoyar out the door. At this moment, he was brimming with energy, his long strides leaving Li Xiaoyar's short legs struggling to keep up. Wait for me. Li Xiaoyar called out. Shin Yuxiao bent down and scooped her up effortlessly. Li Xiaoyar was momentarily stunned before regaining her voice, asking, why were you angry today? Shin Yuxiao replied, can't you tell, it's obviously because they insulted you. You silly little thing, why aren't you upset at all? He shook his head in exasperation. Li Xiaoyar maintained her serious tone, their insults are their own business. If they call me a little slut, does that make me one? She asserted, I am not a little slut, so I won't be angry. Though such filthy words came from her lips, they sounded remarkably pure. Shin Yuxiao couldn't help but chuckle, I didn't see that coming, you're quite the little philosopher. Li Xiaoyar tilted her head, her hair a delightful mess. What as a philosopher, can you eat it? You cannot eat it. Oh. Once again, the barrage of comments was left in awe. Thank you, this segment has healed adults. My life is not defined by others, let the rumors drift away with the wind. Is she truly the Li Xiaoyar with a notoriously bad reputation among the villagers? Doubt. JPG Chapter 10, Adults Can Lie. Li Xiaoyar brought back a bowl of noodles for her grandfather, Li Ai, only to have it thrown away in a fit of anger. Li Ai bellowed, where is the contract? Why haven't we signed a contract? Just as Li Xiaoyar attempted to explain, she was swept away by Shin Yuxiao, who scooped her up effortlessly. You still haven't arranged a place for me to sleep, he remarked. Realizing this, Li Xiaoyar replied, Grandfather, please hold your anger for a moment, I will be back shortly. Li Ai was momentarily choked with rage, nearly suffocating on his indignation. Li Xiaoyar took Shin Yuxiao to see her sleeping quarters. It was a relatively intact patch of earth beneath a tiled roof, with walls that bore no holes. The ground was first covered with 2 layers of sturdy cardboard boxes to insulate against the dampness, followed by a layer of clean fabric. On top of that lay some tattered cotton stuffing, and then a sheet, thus creating a makeshift bed. Shin Yuxiao glanced at it, wondering if even those begging beneath the overpass had more dignified accommodations. However, despite the dilapidated state of Li Xieyer's home, she had kept it remarkably tidy, including their bed. Yet, Shin Yuxiao still felt a surge of anger. The only 4-legged bed in the house was monopolized by Li Ai. At such a tender age, Li Xieye was forced to curl up in such a place, enduring one grueling night after another. What will you do in the winter? Shin Yuxiao's voice tightened with concern as he spoke. Li Xieye lay down and demonstrated, curling into a tight ball. This way, it won't be too cold, she explained, resembling a pitiful, emaciated creature seeking warmth. He realized then that Li Xieyer's family could scarcely afford heating. What about the coat I gave you? He inquired. Li Xieye gestured toward it. Upon inspection, he saw his oversized coat, freshly washed and hanging from a beam, still damp to the touch. In this wretched weather, he muttered, once it dries, you can wear it to sleep. It won't be so cold then. Li Xieye nodded obediently, then asked, where will you sleep? Given the cramped quarters of her home, there was even a risk of the structure collapsing in the night. Shin Yuxiao scanned the space before finally pointing to the empty patch beside Li Xieyer's bed. Right here will do. A glimmer of starlight sparkled in Li Xieyer's eyes. She felt a flicker of joy, yet she set about preparing a sleeping area for Shin Yuxiao. Typically, he was a boy of leisure, utterly unaccustomed to labor, yet a basic sense of male pride and instinct to protect the vulnerable spurred him into action. Together with Li Xieye, they managed to assemble a rudimentary bed. Once they finished, Li Xieye turned to him and asked, how is it, can you sleep here? A hopeful light danced in her eyes. Shin Yuxiao swallowed the reply that formed on his lips and said, of course, it's nothing to worry about. When I graduated from middle school, I went climbing with some friends at Mount Triglav. The conditions were, well, quite poor. We all had to sleep in a tent, which was smaller than your room. Li Xieye cupped her face, listening intently to his words, captivated by the entirely different world he described. Shin Yuxiao's desire to narrate found ample expression in her rapt attention. As he spoke, he occasionally glanced down at her, increasingly charmed by the little girl before him. She was so well behaved. If he had a sister like her, his friends would surely be envious. After listening for a considerable time, Li Xieye quietly asked, what is Mount Triglav? Shin Yuxiao was taken aback that she could recall the name of the mountain perfectly, without a single mistake. He then smiled and replied, it is a mountain. Mount Triglav is located in Slovenia, a renowned destination for outdoor enthusiasts. The audience was well informed. Children from wealthy families have it easy. They can travel abroad to climb mountains right after middle school. No wonder Shin Yuxiao is impressive. Mount Triglav is notoriously challenging, and only those deemed worthy by their countrymen can claim to be warriors for scaling it. He was merely 14 or 15 at the time. Suddenly, Shin Yuxiao felt an overwhelming urge. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I will take you there. Despite her upbringing in such a dismal village, the light within the child was undimmed. She deserved to escape from here and explore a broader world, to be seen by everyone for her endearing qualities. Yet, Li Xieye merely smiled sweetly, saying nothing. Father will come back for you. Little duck, father loves you very much. Trust him, the outside world is beautiful, truly beautiful. Father will earn a lot of money out there and then take you away. Those were the last words Li Xiye's father spoke to her before leaving. She wept herself to sleep, only to awaken the next morning to villagers smashing down their door, claiming that her father had absconded with their money. Thus, from a young age, she learned that adults can indeed lie. At that moment, Shin Yuxiao gently patted her head. Wash your face, brush your teeth, and go to bed. Li Xieye looked up at him, smiling softly. Millimeter. To be fair, Li Xiye's beauty is truly striking. She does not resemble a child from a mountain village at all. I can't take it anymore. She is so adept at playing hard to get. When Shin Yuxiao mentioned taking her along, she didn't he respond, merely smiled. Such a young age, yet so cunning. Li Xiaoya remained oblivious to the online commentary about her. She shared potatoes and eggs brought back from school with Xin Yuxiao. It was a bittersweet meal. After barely satiating their hunger, she squatted at the threshold, washing her face, brushing her teeth, and spitting out mouthwash. I can spit farther than you, Xin Yuxiao remarked, smacking his lips and giving her another pat on the head. The audience chuckled at this display. Sad smiley. Even Xin Yuxiao has his childish moments. Does this imply he feels completely relaxed around Li Xiaoya? Let us not overpraise Li Xiaoya. Off camera, they both settled onto their respective beds. Xin Yuxiao was covered with a duck-down comforter provided by the production team, while Li Xiaoya had only her tattered cotton stuffing. In the darkness, she lay wide-eyed, her clear gaze devoid of resentment over their differing circumstances. Xin Yuxiao had dozed off earlier in the principal's office and was still not quite tired. As Li Xiaoya watched him toss and turn, she mimicked the way her mother used to soothe her to sleep, softly singing, "The stars in the sky do not speak, but the child on the ground longs for her mother." The little girl's voice, delicate and light, cut through the myriad white noises Xin Yuxiao had grown accustomed to. He closed his eyes, feeling an unusual tranquility wash over him, and before he knew it, he had truly fallen asleep. There's a sense of being healed. By the way, her father ran away with the money. What about her mother? People in her village have mentioned online that her mother ran off with someone too. Goodness. Combined with the faint singing in the pitch blackness, viewers found their feelings becoming increasingly complex. The next day, Xin Yuxiao unexpectedly rose early. He tidied his wrinkled clothes and strode over to Li's bedside. Li jolted awake, stammering, "What do you want?" He had shouted for a contract the previous day, but no one had acknowledged him, leaving his voice hoarse. "The program said they would give you 1,000 yuan. For what? You think you can take it back? No way." Li retorted, launching into a series of incoherent curses in his dialect. Chapter 11, The Transformation. You treat it like a child-rearing game. Xin Yuxiao smiled lightly, entirely unfazed by his impotent rage. "I can't comprehend your words, but that matters little, as long as you understand mine. You know who I am." Li looked at him in bewilderment. Hadn't this individual already stated his name, Xin Yuxiao, a newcomer from the city here to film a show? "I am quite wealthy, my father is the CEO of Xin Corporation, and my mother's paintings fetch astronomical prices, sometimes as high as 3 million. However, my mother believes my temperament is rather poor, which is why she sent me to this impoverished mountain valley for some tempering. Currently, I find myself without funds. If you could lend me 1,000, I would be able to sustain myself here for a month. After that, whatever you desire, I can provide." "What, 3 million for a single painting? Not 3,000, but 3 million, Li's jaw dropped. That was a sum he had never dared to dream of in his lifetime. Hesitantly, he managed to stammer out a strangely pitched Mandarin. Are you serious?" "Don't believe me." Xin Yuxiao patted the miniature camera on his chest. "The lens is recording, the entire nation can witness my promise to you. Do you fear I would renege?" Li fixed his gaze on the camera, his breath quickening. After a moment's hesitation, he found himself unable to resist the overwhelming temptation. Clearly, befriending someone of such wealth promised far greater benefits than merely receiving 1,000. "I am not a fool." Li plastered on a sycophantic smile, retrieving the money from his undergarments and handing it to Xin Yuxiao. Xin Yuxiao, he suppressed the urge to vomit as he accepted it, then promptly sought out the chief director to request a change for smaller bills. The chief director, though bewildered, could not refuse such a reasonable request. Where did young Master Xin acquire this money? The chief director could not help but inquire. Xin Yuxiao, brandishing a handful of coins, raised an eyebrow and replied, "From Li Xiaoya. By the way, could I borrow some alcohol spray to wash my hands?" It was only then that he activated the camera, its red light flickering as it entered normal working mode. Meanwhile, the recently awakened Li Xiaoya rubbed her eyes and sat up in a daze, only to find Xin Yuxiao placing a pile of money before her, saying, "Li Xiaoya, you're going to support me." Li Xiaoya was taken aback. Where did this come from? Xin Yuxiao raised an eyebrow. I got it back from your grandfather. Impressive, right? Li Xiaoya's eyes widened, resembling a startled kitten. She was acutely aware of her grandfather's temperament. Once something was in his hands, it would never be returned. Impressive. Xin Yuxiao repeated the question. Li Xiaoya nodded, leaning closer to his ear and whispering, "You look like Ultraman." Xin Yuxiao could not help but burst into laughter. The atmosphere was indeed warm and cozy. Meanwhile, the chief director, holding the cash, sniffed. The comments streamed in, filled with exclamations. Sad smiley, that coat is worth 30,000. How could you poke a hole in it and sew on such an ugly pocket? My goodness. Exactly, isn't he, young Master Xing, being a bit too indulgent? In the next moment, Li Xiaoya stuffed all the money into Xin Yuxiao's pocket, patting it twice, declaring, "Now it won't get lost." Xin Yuxiao was momentarily taken aback. "Why are you giving this to me?" "This is the money the production team compensated you with." Li Xiaoya looked up. "Only adults can protect it properly." Xin Yuxiao, who would not turn 18 until next year, chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, it is the responsibility of adults. I will safeguard your money." The audience, ever perceptive, began to speculate. Sad smiley, does Li Xiaoya have such awareness because she's been robbed before? No way, she wouldn't deceive others. Why are you also certain that Li Xiaoya is a bad child? Everyone in Li family village says so. If one or two people say it, it might be slander, but if the entire village claims it, is that still slander? At this point, Xin Yuxiao pulled out 2 1-yuan bills from his pocket and placed them in Li Xiaoya's palm. "But children also need money for snacks. Here, take it." He pondered how he, young Master Sheng, had never experienced such a meager moment. Even 2 yuan was a considerable sum. He shook the thought from his mind and declared, "Let us head to school." Thus, the pair made their way to school. While Li Xiaoya attended class, Xin Yuxiao decided to occupy the principal's office. The production team, unable to hold back, asked, "Aren't you planning to do some volunteer work, gather some points?" "Gather points?" Xin Yuxiao leaned back in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture. "What for?" "Your phone, don't you want it?" "Well," Xin Yuxiao mused for a moment before muttering, "there's nothing entertaining about it." The production team was left dumbfounded. With such a lack of enthusiasm, how could they possibly record the show? Just then, the class bell rang, prompting Xin Yuxiao to rise and walk to the window, glancing outside. Suddenly, he pointed at a little girl on the playground and asked the production team, "What do you think of that hairstyle?" The production team was bewildered. "Huh?" Xin Yuxiao replied, "I have something to do." With that, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. The production team hurried to follow, anxious that this young master wouldn't frighten the little girl. However, Xin Yuxiao had no intention of scaring her. Instead, he approached, squatted down, and scrutinized her for a long while, causing the child to burst into tears. Turning away without a hint of consolation, he stated, "Tomorrow, I'll have Li Xiaoya style her hair like that. It'll look especially adorable on her." The production team, the comments were equally chaotic. "This is a transformation show, not a child-rearing game, bro." "Li Xiaoya! Li Xiaoya!" A chorus of shouts approached. Though heavily accented, Xin Yuxiao could distinctly identify who was being called. Upon hearing the commotion, "Li Xiaoya, if it keeps running, you'll have to compensate him for the vegetables." Li Xiaoya's small face instantly transformed, and she dashed out. Xin Yuxiao pondered when the Li family had started raising pigs. Noting that such a young child was sprinting outside, he worried about her tripping and falling. Thus, he hurried after her. The production team, not daring to lag behind, hoisted their cameras and followed suit. The group rushed back, with Li Xiaoya covered in mud and looking pale. Unable to bear it any longer, Xin Yuxiao scooped her up and ran, while the crew, burdened with heavy equipment, exclaimed, Don't run too fast. Young Master Sheng, you're out of frame." They struggled to keep pace with the young boy's explosive speed, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. At the Sheng family villa, Xu Qiulai finally returned home and inquired of the butler, "Uncle Fang, has young master made any calls?" Uncle Fang replied, "No." Xu Qiulai frowned slightly. She had seen the point system the production team implemented, which was not particularly stringent. Given Xing Yuxiao's capabilities, he could easily accumulate at least 20 points to exchange for phone privileges. Yet, he had not called home even once. Xing Jun, standing nearby, remarked, "I asked his friends, they said they hadn't seen him online on social media these past couple of days." He revealed a somewhat comforting expression. Is the show really having an effect? He has been gone for 2 days and doesn't he even want to play with his phone? Perhaps it's not as simple as that. Xu Qiulai understood her son's temperament all too well. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing was hiding at the corner of the staircase, quietly observing Xu Qiulai in the living room as they discussed Xing Yuxiao. She too was eager to learn about the current situation. At that moment, Xu Qiulai suddenly had an idea. Why don't we check the live stream from their side? That should provide some insight. Xing Jun replied, That works. He promptly instructed the maid to turn on the long-dormant television and tune into the live broadcast. The large screen displayed a chaotic scene. Young Master Sheng, wait, don't. You can't, this will end badly. These were the frantic shouts of the staff. Hum 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 hum. The ambiguous sounds of a pig squealing filled the air. As the wealthy Sheng and the renowned artist Xu focused their gaze, they beheld a young girl riding atop a frenzied pig, with their son chasing after it. Sheng. Xu. The astute Xu could not help but reveal a look of bewilderment. Is he so enamored with chasing pigs that he's forgotten everything else? Chapter 12, Li Qingqing under suspicion amidst the relentless pursuit of the show and the fervent chase by Xing Yuxiao, the pig was ultimately captured. Xing Yuxiao let out a long sigh, his body drenched in sweat. Li Xiaoye, you are exceedingly bold, he remarked sternly, tugging at the nape of the young girl's neck, akin to how one might grasp a kitten. Li Xiaoye instinctively leaned back, meeting Xing Yuxiao's gaze. Her face bore the marks of innocence and resilience, as if she had grown accustomed to handling such situations numerous times. Where was the hint of fear? Xing Yuxiao exhaled, and as other staff members approached to assist, he swiftly scooped Li Xiaoye into his arms. If you fall and get trampled, you might lose your life, do you understand? He admonished her with a fierce tone. Li Xiaoye remained unfazed, tilting her head to respond, it's all right, my life is of little value, dying wouldn't matter much. Xing Yuxiao's expression darkened abruptly, who told you such a thing? Only then did Li Xiaoye sense the dangerous aura surrounding him, whispering, they all say that. Xing Yuxiao inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the surge of anger within him. What kind of place was Li family village? Were there no reliable adults among them? He decided to take Li Xiaoye aside, and they sat together on the edge of the field, watching as the workers helped carry the pig away. Xing Yuxiao inquired, do you have any dreams? Li Xiaoye shook her head in confusion. Xing Yuxiao felt that this inquiry was perhaps too grand for a child to comprehend. He rephrased his question, do you miss 4th grade? Li Xiaoye nodded earnestly. What about 5th and 6th grades? Do you wish to continue your studies? She nodded vigorously. I must study. Mother said I must study. Xing Yuxiao immediately replied, then you must live on, you need to cherish your life in order to continue your education. Li Xiaoye cast her gaze downward, scratching at the soil with her toes. Last year, her grandfather had wished for her to stop attending school. She was uncertain how much longer she could persist. Perhaps the money could allow her to endure just a little bit longer. Xing Yuxiao gently patted her head, a surprisingly tender gesture. Outside the television screen, Xing Yuxiao's father was nearly slack-jawed in disbelief. He can still be this patient. Xing Jun turned to his wife and asked. Xu Qiulai had regained her composure, replying, a rare sight indeed. At that moment, Li Qingqing leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed on the distant television screen, her hands gripping the railing tightly as jealousy surged within her, nearly materializing as a force directed at Li Xiaoye. How could this be? How could this be? Why was Xing Yuxiao still so kind to her? After all, he was Xing Yuxiao. Li Qingqing's thoughts momentarily drifted to the adult Xing Yuxiao. She had once had the fortune of encountering him at the airport. The young man, flanked by bodyguards, moved forward with an air of authority. His features were striking, his eyes sharp, resembling a magnificent arrow, radiating an unrestrained ferocity toward those around him. As the heir to the Shin group, he was young yet formidable, instilling fear in many. However, what left the greatest impression was his statement during an interview regarding his sister, mentioning that they were planning a birthday celebration for her. The media was taken aback, inquiring, when did Miss Xu have a second child? Shin Yuxiao clarified, she is our goddaughter. It was after Li Qingqing saw this news that she slowly came to realize that the Xing family's goddaughter was none other than the Li Xiaoye from Li family village. The very same Li Xiaoye who was covered in dirt and had lost her mother while her father fled. From that moment on, she longed to assume Li Xiaoye's position and live a life of luxury. This time, I will not lose. How can I lose? Li Qingqing repeatedly encouraged herself before slowly descending the stairs, feigning the appearance of having just awakened, rubbing her eyes as she asked, has Auntie returned? Xu Qiulai diverted her gaze slightly to her. Li Qingqing immediately displayed a deep sense of admiration, exclaiming, I finally get to see you. I have seen your paintings, they are wonderful, I absolutely adore them. You've seen my paintings? Xu Qiulai's eyes flickered with surprise. Li Qingqing nodded enthusiastically, I have seen Spider-Woman, Breaking the Cocoon, The Death of the Moon. She listed several of Xu Qiulai's works in one breath, then she added, my favorite is Breaking the Cocoon. In the transparent cocoon, a girl curls up helplessly, and just then, a hand reaches out, blooded as it pierces through the cocoon, touching the girl's abdomen, which then splits open to reveal a corner of a butterfly wing. It is profoundly moving. Viewers can intuitively sense the indomitable will to break free from the cocoon. When she stands resolute, the world extends a helping hand to her, unraveling her bindings. Li Qingqing spoke passionately, her words flowing with substance. She was confident that she could resonate with Xu Qiulai's heart, as she was merely echoing the sentiments of a renowned critic, ensuring she would not err. Xing Jun gasped in astonishment, who would have thought? The comments echoed. Who would have guessed that Li Qingqing possesses such insight? For a girl from a rural background, her perspective is remarkably impressive. After Li Qingqing finished speaking with great confidence, she turned to observe Xu Qiulai's expression. Upon doing so, she was taken aback, for she realized that Xu Qiulai was scrutinizing her. Indeed, it was not with admiration or surprise, but rather with a detached examination. Why was this the case? Li Qingqing timidly asked, Auntie, did I say something wrong? Xu Qiulai replied without mercy, who taught you to speak like this? Li Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, what are you talking about, Auntie? I don't understand. Xu Qiulai frowned slightly, this does not sound like something a child would say. A wave of resentment surged within Li Qingqing. She had not expected Xu Qiulai to be so dismissive, wanting to retort that had she not encountered geniuses before. But Li Qingqing did not dare, so she could only look at Xu Qiulai with a pitiful expression. At that moment, Xu Qiulai turned to her husband, doesn't her style of speech seem a bit familiar? Xin Jun hesitated for a moment, it resembles the way Zhao Quan critiques your artwork. Li Qingqing's heart sank. Zhao Quan was that esteemed critic. He was acquainted with the Xin couple. Isn't Xin Yuxiao's mother being a bit too nitpicky? Why make things difficult for such a young girl? I think Li Qingqing performed admirably. 1. Li Qingqing is clearly trying to win her favor, yet she received a cold shoulder instead. Speechless. Do you people lack common sense? No wonder she is a great artist while you are merely keyboard warriors. Ms. Xu is not wrong. Li Qingqing's words are certainly not something she could comprehend on her own. At this moment, tears streamed down Li Qingqing's face. Did I say something wrong? Auntie, please don't be angry. Xu Qiulai slowly stood up. I am a bit tired, I will rest for now. Xin Jun immediately followed suit, squeezing her shoulder as he said, yes, you need to fly abroad tomorrow. Come, I will run a bath for you. Li Qingqing stood there helplessly, but inside, jealousy gnawed at her. Why would a prominent figure like Xin Jun personally prepare a bath for his wife? Xu Qiulai turned to ascend the stairs, pausing after a few steps, feeling it improper to leave the little girl behind. She patted her husband's arm, comfort her for a moment. Xin Jun nodded, smiling as he said, yes. I had previously envisioned how to comfort a daughter, and now seems the perfect moment to put it into practice. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoye and Xing Yuxiao were still busy fixing the pig pen. It stinks too much. Shin Yuxiao suddenly raised his head, exhaling heavily. Why had he, a distinguished young master, found himself reduced to this? The comments pondered the same question. Sat Smiley, an heir worth billions, reduced to repairing pigpens in a mountain village. Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline? Perhaps it is Li Xiaoyao's charm. Chapter 13, the formidable rival of Xing Diashao in the scene. Li Xiaoyao turned around at this moment and tightened the cloth covering his face a little more with her hand. You should go rest, she said softly. Xing Yuxiao, although he grumbled, obediently continued to lay bricks, saying, What is the point of leaving just you, a child, here to repair the pigpen? To pass the tedious time, Xing Yuxiao held his breath and asked, Why didn't you call me when you were feeding the pigs? I wasn't even aware that your family raised pigs. Li Xiaoyao replied quietly, Because it's very dirty, you would vomit if you saw it. Xing Yuxiao wanted to retort that a grown man shouldn't be so delicate, but at that moment, the foul stench was still filling his nostrils. Well, perhaps he did feel a bit nauseous. He doubted he could eat dinner tonight. After much effort, the two finally completed the pigpen. Xing Yuxiao inquired, This should be sturdy enough, right? Li Xiaoyao nodded, then shook her head. It might still escape after a while. Xing Yuxiao was puzzled. Is it because the materials aren't durable enough? Li Xiaoyao nodded. Then why not use something more robust? As soon as the words left his mouth, he understood the reason. Money was the issue. Xing Yuxiao sighed heavenward. He had never bothered to check the numbers when swiping his card at the store, thus he had never considered the adage that a penny can thwart a hero to be true. You're hungry, Li Xiaoyao stated with certainty. Upon hearing this, Xing Yuxiao touched his belly, realizing it was indeed a bit empty. Li Xiaoyao dashed into the house, saying, I'll cook for you. Since they hadn't finished their lessons today and missed out on the cafeteria meal, he had no choice but to rely on her cooking. When Xing Yuxiao followed her inside, he found that Li Xiaoyao had already changed her clothes and washed off the grime. She set up a small stool in front of the stove, preparing to start cooking. Xing Yuxiao glanced down at his hands, feeling for the first time that he was being rendered utterly useless in comparison to her. Despite thinking he would have no appetite after finishing the pigpen, he found himself unable to refuse the meal Li Xiaoyao prepared. The mushrooms were sauteed in a touch of lard, then mixed with chopped greens and mashed potatoes, creating an irresistible aroma. One bite activated his appetite, and the young master, with tears in his eyes, devoured 2 large bowls. At the Xing family villa, as the morning light streamed into the hall, Xu Qiulai rose early to attend to matters outside. She sat at the dining table and soon heard cautious footsteps approaching. Turning her head, she saw Li Qingqing. Auntie, I apologize to you, Li Qingqing stammered. What are you apologizing for? I said something wrong yesterday that upset you. Xu Qiulai felt somewhat speechless, unable to comprehend what such a young girl could be thinking. She replied coolly, No need to apologize. Li Qingqing tugged at the hem of her skirt, a gift from the Xing family, a Chanel dress. Tears filled her eyes in an instant. Auntie, please don't dislike me, all right? I really like you. I also enjoy painting, and I want to learn to paint from you. Xu Qiulai rubbed her temples. You want to learn to paint? Yes. Xu Qiulai considered saying that she lacked talent and aesthetic sense, but as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them. Instead, she gently suggested, You misinterpreted my painting. You might want to read more, like art philosophy, or 500 Years of Color Still Life. Li Qingqing was left speechless. When she arrived, she had specifically turned on the camera, intending to showcase Xu Qiulai's harshness and indifference, as well as her own pitiable and adoring nature. Yet, unexpectedly, Xu Qiulai was implying that she hadn't read enough. Li Qingqing refused to believe she had misinterpreted anything, considering that critics had largely echoed similar sentiments. It was evident that Xu Qiulai was deliberately making things difficult for her. She abandoned thoughts of how Li Xiaoyao had managed in her previous life. Since Xu Qiulai looked down on her, she would make her regret it. Li Qingqing is so pathetic. Doesn't anyone think she is overly attention-seeking? To be honest, Xing Yuxiao's side is more appealing. I'm off to watch the rural life now, by perspective shift. Xing Yuxiao and Li Xiaoyao squatted together on the doorstep, brushing their teeth and washing their faces. The cold water startled Xing Yuxiao, and he frowned, saying, if this continues, next year I'll be able to compete in winter swimming with that fool Qin Sui. Li Xiaoyue, perplexed, asked, who is that fool Qin Sui? Shen Yuxiao chuckled, pressing his icy hand against the back of Li Xiaoyue's neck, causing her to shiver, which made him laugh even more mischievously. He then explained, he's a person. Li Xiaoyue rested her chin on her hand, it's the first time I've heard such a long name for a person. Har har, Qin Sui is his name, and the latter part is an adjective. Shen Yuxiao paused for a moment, his expression growing slightly serious as he cautioned Li Xiaoyue, in the future, if you see him, don't play with him. He is quite the villain. Li Xiaoyue nodded earnestly, indicating she understood, although she thought to herself that she would likely never encounter that so-called fool Qin Sui. That moment, the comments section was in uproar. The Qin family and Shen family truly are long-standing rivals, can someone tell me? Who is Qin Sui? Do you know Haisher SKP? Yes, the top luxury mall that houses all the big-name brands, that is his family. Who is on Weibo? Him, I want to see the fun. Qin Sui's Weibo was inundated with a vast and chaotic stream of online information. However, the show Live Swap had indeed made headlines thanks to the young master chasing pigs. The speed at which the trending topic spread was astonishing, and Qin Sui, the heir of the Qin family, caught wind of it through his friends' phones. Has Shen Yuxiao been possessed by a ghost? Qin Sui's reaction mirrored that of Xu Qiulai's initial reaction. This is so embarrassing. Shen Yuxiao actually agreed to record such a ridiculous show. One of Qin Sui's friends couldn't help but cluck his tongue. Someone leaned in and pointed to the little girl on the phone screen. Is it because of her? Her? Who is she? A local villager from the show, she seems quite young, around 6 or 7. Shen Yuxiao was supposed to record at the local village chief's house, but somehow, he ended up at her place. Listening to their enthusiastic discussion, Qin Sui stood up and uttered 2 words, boring. Hey, Qin Xiao, don't leave. Aren't you going to watch Shen Yuxiao's antics with us? I can't be bothered to watch a fool. After disdainfully remarking, Qin Sui had the driver take him home. To his surprise, both Mr. and Mrs. Qin were at home. Upon entering, Qin Sui felt the sound from the television was somewhat familiar and turned to look. Who else could it be but Shen Yuxiao? Why was this everywhere? Qin Sui furrowed his brow, about to head upstairs when he suddenly heard his mother exclaim something alarming. Oh, I think Shen Yuxiao's transformation is quite good. Recording a show, and the effects are so quick, why not send Qin Sui there to try it? Chapter 14, The Live Broadcast Incident. In the circle of individuals like Shen Yuxiao and his peers, it is not uncommon for anyone to possess a fortune exceeding 100 billion. With such immense wealth and a revered social standing, one would presume that worries are a foreign concept, save for the matter of raising children. Mrs. Qin, with her gentle disposition, never anticipated that her son would emerge with a brooding temperament, one who had never graced the world with a smile. Frequently, she found herself haunted by nightmares in which her son transformed into a deranged serial killer, ultimately ending up behind bars. Initially, Mrs. Qin believed that her son's solitary existence stemmed from a lack of friends. Thus, Qin Sui began to forge connections, yet, as time passed, the throng of admirers behind him grew numerous, yet his disposition remained as somber as ever, overwhelmed by her thoughts. Mrs. Qin could not help but shed tears. Mr. Qin, a man of reserved character, upon witnessing his wife's woeful tears, furrowed his brow and decisively stated, "Very well, let us send him to try." Qin Sui interjected, "Has anyone sought my opinion?" It seemed Mr. Qin was oblivious to his son's protest, as he retrieved his phone and said, "Hold on, let me find the program's contact information." Mrs. Qin leaned against his arm, nodding repeatedly. Qin Sui said, "Mother, father, I refuse to go." Mr. Qin, without turning around, replied, "All right, I have the phone number." Mrs. Qin exclaimed joyfully, "That's splendid." Qin Sui sighed. The chief director of the program received an unexpected call. "Hello, who is this?" "I am Qin Haoming." The director pondered. "Who is Qin Haoming? Please clarify your identity. What company are you from, and are you here for cooperation?" As these thoughts raced through his mind, a flash of realization struck him. Qin Haoming, which other Qin Haoming could it be? The one renowned for establishing luxury shopping malls worldwide, a prominent figure on the Forbes list, he need not specify his company or identity. Mr. Chin, the director stammered, shocked that Mr. Chin himself was on the line. Yes, I watched your program, it's quite impressive, Mr. Chin stated succinctly, I would like to send my son over, what do you think? This revelation was a tremendous shock. The director's expression shifted, grappling with the implications. Are you aware that young Master Shing is also on this program? Just moments ago, he had disparaged Mr. Chin's son. Yes, I have seen that, which is precisely why I wish to send my son to you, Mr. Chin replied. But the young masters are not particularly compatible, wouldn't he that turn the entire program upside down? Precisely because they are not compatible, he must go. Boys need competition to forge a strong character. The director was at a loss for words, but the program rules only permit one participant. Well, how much investment would it take to alter the rules? Is 30 million sufficient? If not, 50 million, 60 million. The director inhaled deeply. This was a fringe program, barely holding onto its current investments, and had it not been for young Master Shing's mother's interest, they would have struggled to secure even that. To his surprise, Mr. Chin was willing to invest so generously, yet, the director steeled himself and gently declined. I'm sorry, Mr. Chin, it truly cannot be done, the program can only allow one guest for the exchange. Such a pity, concluded Chin Haoming, promptly ending the call. The director lamented the loss of a significant opportunity but then recalled that he need not worry about young Master Shing's wrath, which was a silver lining. Meanwhile, Chin Sui had listened to his father's conversation with the program team in its entirety. Excellent, the program's rules forbade it. He would remember them and, given the chance, would commend them in the future. Satisfied, Chin Sui retreated upstairs to rest, leaving Mrs. Chin to lament to her husband, why can't it be done? Alas, what a pity, what a wonderful opportunity. In Li Family Village, rain fell once more. Shin Yuxiao, holding a tattered umbrella, accompanied Li Xiaoyar to school. As they walked, he remarked, we still have a bit of money. When shall we replace this wretched umbrella? What sort of thing is this? It covers one ear but leaves the other exposed. It leaked in several places. Li Xiaoyar nodded, saying, we can go mushroom picking to sell again. Let us head to the town, they say there's a plethora of goods for sale there, surely they have umbrellas too. At that moment, Li Xiaoyar revealed a child's innocent longing, licking her lips, her eyes sparkling, I've never been to the town before. Shin Yuxiao patted her head, brother will take you. Li Xiaoyar tugged at his sleeve. Shin Yuxiao lowered his head, what is it? Li Xiaoyar pulled out a faded but clean handkerchief from her pocket and proceeded to wipe the water from his ear. Unable to resist, Shin Yuxiao affectionately ruffled her hair and asked, if you've never been to the town, how do you sell the mushrooms you pick? Uncle Dong in the village collects mushrooms, a great many, and then takes them to the city to sell. Oh, then how much can you sell for a basket like last time? 3 yuan. 3 yuan. Shin Yuxiao's expression contorted in disbelief. Even the online comments were astonished. What, a basket sells for 3 yuan, the wild mushrooms I buy at the market start at 40 yuan per jin. What a heartless mushroom collector. They are truly taking advantage of the child. I can't stand it anymore, I believe the entire Li Family Village has issues. Li Xiaoyar has fans now, to defend her, they've lambasted all her villagers, 3 yuan is generous enough. If the collector doesn't press prices, how does he make a profit? They are not running a charitable business, do you understand anything? The comments erupted into a heated debate about whether Li Xiaoyar was good or bad. Meanwhile, Shin Yuxiao seethed, contemplating how this wretched village expected him to complete the program and transform it into a tourist destination. Nonsense. It would be a miracle if he didn't raze it to the ground. Wait, young Master Shing, don't move forward yet. A staff member's voice suddenly called out from off-camera. The comments finally shifted from their meaningless squabble back to the situation at hand. Smiley, what's wrong? It seems there's been a landslide ahead, the staff member said, frowning. Shin Yuxiao squinted ahead and saw the road stretch forward, ultimately blocked by a mass of black debris. Indeed, a landslide had occurred. He had been too engrossed in conversation with Li Xieye to notice. Perfect, let us skip school for now and head back to rest. Xing Yuxiao thought it was quite fine. He would help Li Xieye pick mushrooms later. Li Xieye nodded in disappointment and began to wade back through the mud. Just a few steps into their return, the staff member's expression suddenly changed, shouting, "Damn! Young Master Sheng, run! The mountain is sliding." Everything unfolded with astonishing swiftness. The earthy scent intensified in his nostrils, followed by a thunderous roar. Xing Yuxiao tossed aside the umbrella, wrapping Li Xieye in his arms, and sprinted away. The mountainside, laden with earth, stones, and flora, cascaded downwards in a chaotic rush. The camera shook violently as the production team fled, barely able to consider Xing Yuxiao's safety. Xing Yuxiao held his breath, racing for several miles. Finally, the deafening rumble subsided, the debris lay piled upon the road. The production team glanced back, still shaken, and hastily urged, "Let us go, let us return to the village." Xing Yuxiao exhaled slowly, looking down to see that he was still holding Li Xieye aloft. Cursing himself for his carelessness, he quickly set her down and asked, "Are you hurt?" Li Xiao's eyes shimmered, tears welling up in an instant. Xing Yuxiao could not bear to see her distress. Just as he was about to comfort her, she cried out, You're bleeding." "Me, I'm bleeding." Xing Yuxiao set Li Xieye down and looked down at his pants, torn, with a large patch of blood staining the fabric. Yet, the dark color made it difficult to discern at first glance. His breath caught as a sharp, piercing pain began to seep into his consciousness. The production team, hearing the commotion, turned to look. They all panicked in unison. Quick, get back to the car, he needs to go to the hospital. Otherwise, the two members of the Xing family would surely take their heads. This live broadcast incident once again trended on social media. Not only did Xing Jun and Xu Qiu witness it, but Mr. Qin did as well. Amidst his busy schedule, Mr. Qin managed to call the chief director again. "Is there now a vacancy?" The director, receiving the call, was utterly astounded. "At this moment, you are still concerned about vacancies. Truly, you are a formidable rival to the Xing family. I almost suspect you could manipulate the weather, instigating a landslide in hopes of eliminating the Xing family's only son right there." Chapter 15, New guests on the show. The production team had a doctor accompanying them, who promptly retrieved the medical kit and proceeded to cut the pant leg.in an instant. The wound lay fully exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. It appears that shards of stone have caused the injury. "The fabric of the trousers is thin and offered no protection," the doctor remarked. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd as they beheld the gruesome injury. "Surely, this requires stitches." The doctor nodded, "Indeed." Xing Yuxiao cast a fleeting glance downward, surprisingly unperturbed. "As long as it hasn't severed any major arteries or nerves, that's fortunate. It's certainly preferable to a fracture sustained in the chaos." The chief director, however, was overwhelmed with tears, lamenting the misfortune. How could they possibly explain this to Mr. Xing or Ms. Xu? Xing Yuxiao inquired of the doctor, "Is it possible to stitch this up here?" After a moment's contemplation, the doctor shook his head. "The conditions are far from ideal. We should head to the county hospital. Allow me to disinfect the wound and apply some gauze to stem the bleeding." Ultimately, no one was willing to assume responsibility. After all, he was the sole heir of the Xing family. Typically brusque and difficult to converse with, Xing Yuxiao was surprisingly accommodating at this moment, stretching his leg casually. "Very well, do as you see fit." The doctor quickly gathered iodine, medical cotton, and gauze. Not wishing to witness the treatment of his wound, Xing Yuxiao turned his attention to Li Xieye, contemplating how to soothe the child. Her earnest attempts to comfort him were rather endearing. Yet, upon shifting his gaze, he realized that Li Xieye was no longer by his side. She had been pushed to the fringes of the crowd, standing there helplessly, her eyes red and brimming with tears, gazing at him pitifully, as though a gust of wind might carry her away. Xing Yuxiao waved her over. Come here, come here." Li Xieye stumbled forward a couple of steps before freezing in place. Confused, Xing Yuxiao mused, "Is she frightened?" He casually pointed at a staff member. "Go fetch her." The staff member nodded and soon returned with Li Xieye in tow. Upon closer inspection, her face was pale, her gaze vacant, and her entire body trembled. Xing Yuxiao immediately sought to reassure her. it was the stone that injured me, not you. Why are you crying? Li Xiaoyao managed to part her lips, her voice so faint it was barely audible. Will you die? So, she was worried about his mortality. A pang of softness gripped Xing Yuxiao's heart, and he instinctively wanted to gather her into his embrace. However, the doctor quickly intervened. No, young master, don't move, be careful not to aggravate the injury. Reluctantly, Xing Yuxiao withdrew his hand and gently patted Li Xiaoyao's back. I need to visit the county hospital. Will you wait here for my return? A sudden look of terror clouded Li Xiaoyao's face, and she clutched his sleeve tightly. Will you come back? Of course, the show isn't finished yet. You truly won't die. No, do I look like I'm on the brink of death? Only then did Li Xiaoyao slowly nod her head, cautiously retracting her hand. Xing Yuxiao observed her for a moment, half expecting her to insist on accompanying him to the hospital. He sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet, he was also concerned that if he were to get hurt further, he might be unable to look after her, so he chose not to press the issue. Have her wash her face, he instructed the staff. The staff member smacked his forehead. Right, how could I have overlooked that? Li Xiaoyao's face and neck were streaked with tears, mud, and perhaps even blood, possibly spattered during Xing Yuxiao's mishap. The staff member took her away, borrowing hot water from a local household, then used a compressed towel from the vehicle to clean her face. Li Xiaoyao sat there dazed, allowing the staff to tend to her. As the cleaning continued, she trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, the staff noticed a cut on her forehead. So the blood is your own, does it hurt? Why didn't you say anything earlier? The staff member furrowed his brow. Li Xiaoyao shook her head, mumbling softly, it's nothing. The staff, feeling exasperated, remarked, how can it be nothing, and turned to seek out the doctor. Coincidentally, the doctor was already accompanying Xing Yuxiao in a vehicle, taking another route to the county hospital. The staff member, at a loss, rummaged through his bag for a band-aid and an iodine swab, then returned to Li Xiaoyao. Li Xiaoyao remained seated, immobile. As the staff approached, they overheard her softly muttering, I really am a jinx. The staff member paused, a pang of concern tightening in their chest. Li Xiaoyao, they began, but Li Xiaoyao immediately lowered her gaze and fell silent. The staff sighed, first disinfecting her wound with the iodine swab. Throughout the process, she did not utter a single sound. It seemed that all her tears were solely for fear of Xing Yuxiao's demise. The staff's emotions became increasingly complex as they applied the band-aid, unable to resist saying, once you learn geography, you'll understand that this is a very common natural disaster. You are not a jinx. Li Qingqing had just risen when she heard the news of Xing Yuxiao's injury. It was all in an effort to protect Li Xiaoyao. Almost bursting into laughter, she thought, splendid, this would surely incite the Xing family's ire towards Li Xiaoyao. Even if Li Xiaoyao had captured the affection of young Master Sheng, she could forget about ever becoming a foster daughter of the Xing family. Li Qingqing hurried downstairs, feigning concern as she approached Xing Jun. Uncle, I heard that my brother was injured, is it serious? Xing Jun dismissed it lightly, it's nothing major. Li Qingqing pressed further, are we going to visit him? Xing Jun paused, do you wish to go? Li Qingqing nodded vigorously. Hearing that Li Xiaoyao had been left alone in the village while Xing Yuxiao was taken to the county hospital, she saw this as a perfect opportunity to draw closer to him. Then let us depart, Xing Jun quickly decided. Li Qingqing was overjoyed, but still remembered to play the innocent, asking, what about Auntie, is she not coming? Xing Jun replied, she has been quite busy lately. Li Qingqing murmured, well, my brother will surely be sad if he doesn't see his mother, subtly implying that Xu Qiulai was not a competent maternal figure. Xing Jun chuckled, Xing Yuxiao would much prefer not to see his mother. Oh, why is that? Li Qingqing thought, could it be that Xing Yuxiao had a poor relationship with his mother? That would certainly be a stroke of luck, as she too harbored disdain for Xu Qiulai. However, Xing Jun showed no inclination to elaborate further. Shortly thereafter, a servant had prepared Li Qingqing's luggage, and they quickly set off for the nearest city with an airport to the mountain village. Thanks to Xing Jun, Li Qingqing delighted in the pleasures of first-class travel for the first time yet. Since this was not during filming, she lamented the missed opportunity to flaunt it to others. In a hurry, Li Qingqing pulled out her phone, snapping pictures of the cabin and upon disembarking, she quietly registered a Weibo account to post those photos, captioning them, "Thank you, my tall-legged uncle." After completing this, she carefully tucked her phone away and turned to look at Xinjun, only to find him squinting slightly. Why does that seem somewhat familiar, like that kid from the Qin family? The Qin family, the same one that later acquired numerous high-end brands and was dubbed the crownless king of Paris, Li Qingqing followed his gaze. In the bustling airport terminal, a figure clad in a black trench coat, tall and slender, was swiftly escorted away by several bodyguards. It was impossible to get a clear view. Xinjun merely made that one comment, then did not mention the young master of the Qin family again as they drove directly to the county hospital. The young master Sheng is injured. The village life has lost its intrigue. Wow, Li Qingqing is actually accompanying Mr. Sheng to the hospital to visit young Master Sheng. This adds more excitement here. Time to leave. The viewership for Li Xieye rapidly declined. Yet, just as Li Qingqing and her companion arrived at the hospital, another black Maybach made a grand entrance down a dirt road into the small village. Inside the car, Qin Sui coldly inquired, "Are the roads here always this terrible?" "There's one that is passable, but it just experienced a landslide, injuring young Master Sheng in the process," the driver explained. Qin Sui immediately remarked, "A heaven has a way of balancing things." The driver fell silent, not daring to respond. Qin Sui suddenly asked, "Am I also expected to stay at that Li Xiye's house?" According to the show's arrangements, yes. The driver. Qin Sui's tone was icy as he closed his eyes. "That won't be a pleasant experience for her. I am not as accommodating as Shen Yuxiao." Time passed, though it was unclear how long. "We've arrived." The car door opened, and the driver gestured for Qin Sui to exit. As he stepped out with his long legs, the onlookers still monitoring Li Xieye suddenly jolted to attention, stunned. "Holy cow, Qin Sui! Young Master Sheng, it seems that what you just mentioned about Li Xieye not playing with him has come to fruition." Chapter 16. No one shall inherit my Li Xieye. The chief director, with an air of eagerness, hurriedly approached and gestured towards the dilapidated house behind him, saying, "This is the recording location. You will need to stay here for a few days." Qin Sui turned his head to glance, and a few words escaped his lips. "Shen Yuxiao lives in a pigsty." The chief director could only remain silent. The barrage of comments read sad smiley. "Well, this one is even sharper-tongued than Shen Yuxiao. It's becoming clearer why the two families are sworn enemies. Is there no other place?" Qin Sui inquired once more. "Oh, there isn't." Thus, Qin Sui refrained from further comments and strode towards the nearby ramshackle house. The chief director immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this individual was surprisingly easier to persuade than the illustrious Sheng. Perhaps the upcoming recording would proceed smoothly. Despite the sorrow, the pigs still needed to be fed. After tending to the pigs, Li Xieye, with a metal basin in hand, was on her way back when she unexpectedly collided with Qin Sui. She froze for a moment before realizing a stranger had arrived. "Who are you?" Li Xieye regarded him warily. Qin Sui lowered his gaze, observing the little girl who barely reached his waist, and spoke in a tone devoid of gentleness. "Did the production team not inform you? Shen Yuxiao has left. I am here to take his place." Li Xiye's eyes widened in shock, her beautiful gaze brimming with unshed tears, though none fell. "Shen Yuxiao has left. He won't be returning." She muttered the questions in succession. Qin Sui was uncertain about how his father had arranged matters, so he remained silent. For Li Xieye, this silence was tantamount to an affirmation. Her small face was clouded with disappointment, utterly unable to accept the news. Qin Sui couldn't help but wonder, am I truly so inferior? Am I less capable than Shen Yuxiao? The barrage continued to discuss sad smiley. Let me see how Li Xieye will handle Qin Sui. Given Qin Sui's temperament, he probably won't pay her any mind. It's hard to say. Li Xieye excels at pleasing others. The audience fixated on the screen, unwilling to miss even the minutest detail. At that moment, Li Xieye, without uttering a word, turned and walked away. She left. Oh, she just walked away like that. Qin Sui stared at her diminutive figure retreating and was momentarily taken aback. He subtly furrowed his brow and turned to the crew members outside the camera's view, asking, "What should I do?" The crew member was momentarily stunned by his question, considering that this individual had not only never participated in a variety show but had likely never even watched such unwholesome content. Thus, he could only respond, "This is a reality show. You may act as you wish." Qin Sui lowered his gaze, remaining silent. He must be thinking, what kind of drivel do these fools enjoy watching? Har har, the previous comment truly understands Qin Sui. With Li Xiaoyar ignoring him, Qin Sui entered the house, only to discover that the conditions inside were even worse than they appeared. He frowned tightly, and then he heard a bout of coughing from within. Following the sound, he found Li Grandpa. Li Grandpa was equally startled upon seeing him and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm here for the recording." "That person, where is he?" Li Grandpa inquired anxiously, his Mandarin heavily accented. "You mean Xing Yuxiao?" "He has left." "Left? No, that cannot be. He promised me something. It has yet to be fulfilled." Li Grandpa became increasingly agitated. Qin Sui merely cast him a cold glance before turning to leave, thinking to himself, what a wretched place this is. Li Xiaoyar had not returned. She had gone mushroom picking and did not come back until late. Oh, why do I feel like Li Xiaoyar is quite reluctant to see Qin Sui? Is she really disdainful of Qin Sui? Who does she think she is to feel that way? Let's not argue, I'll switch to see how Xing is doing. Xing Yuxiao lay in his hospital bed, conversing with the staff. "Hand me the tablet. I want to see what Li Xiaoyar is up to now." The staff dared not comply, repeatedly urging, "You should rest well, electronic devices are not beneficial for your recovery. Stop spouting nonsense." Xing Yuxiao extended his hand, insisting, "Give it to me." "Yuxiao." Xing Jun's voice resonated as he entered. Upon seeing him, Xing Yuxiao's hostility diminished slightly, and he called out, "Dad, what brings you here?" The response came from Li Qingqing, "We heard that brother was injured, so we came to check on him." Xing Yuxiao furrowed his brow, "Don't make such assumptions." Li Qingqing's expression faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by tears. "Brother, I'm the one who made a deal with you. My name is Li Qingqing." Xing Yuxiao didn't even glance her way, addressing Xing Jun, "Perfect timing. See, my injury is not serious. It's nothing to worry about. I've been here for 2 days, and I need to return." Xing Jun sat beside him, lifting the blanket to inspect the bandage on his leg. "Want to go home?" Xing Yuxiao appeared bewildered. "Why would I want to go home?" Xing Jun. Xing Jun looked surprised. "You're not going home?" "Of course, I'm going back to Li family village." Xing Yuxiao's brow creased again. "You don't know. There's a little girl there, exceptionally adorable, Li Xiaoyar." "Oh, you know her?" "I've watched some of the show with your mother." "Well, then it's settled. I'll be direct. Li Xiaoyar cannot be without me. I still need to go back to take care of her." Xing Yuxiao stated this without a hint of embarrassment. Although Li Xiaoyar cooked for him, he could also style her hair. The other day, he hadn't done it well, and during these 2 days in the hospital, he often visualized how to braid her hair. When he returned this time, he would definitely give Li Xiaoyar an exceptionally cute bun, surpassing everyone else. "She cannot be without you." Xing Jun's lips twitched. "Yes. I haven't returned for 2 days. She might have secretly cried in her blanket at least 8 times. Her blanket is quite tattered and drafty. I must stop by and buy her a new one." Xing Yuxiao remained concerned about the tear-streaked face of Li Xiaoyar when he left. She was worried he might die. She was terribly anxious. He had to return and comfort her. Right at this moment, the barrage of comments erupted in laughter. "Xing Yuxiao, rest assured, she's quite resilient. She hasn't been hiding under the blanket crying. She went mushroom picking instead." Xing Jun appeared somewhat exasperated, saying, "After such a long time apart, don't you want to spend a couple of days with me?" Xing Yuxiao waved his hand dismissively. "Once I get home, I'll see you every day." Xing Jun. Har har, so ruthless to his own father. Xing Yuxiao, if he delays any longer, what if Li Xiaoyar runs off with Qin Sui? If she runs off, so be it. Does Shin Yuxiao find it difficult to have a little sister? Aren't there plenty of girls out there who would love to be his sister? Shin Jun shrugged, saying, I can let you go home, but you can't leave right now. Shin Yuxiao frowned, what do you mean? Li Qingqing finally seized her opportunity to interject, speaking rapidly, because Qin Sui is there. Don't you know, brother, he is going to record the show with Li Xiaoye. Qin Sui, which Qin Sui? Shin Yuxiao's expression darkened. Which other Qin Sui could it be? Shin Jun smiled wryly. Shin Yuxiao's expression changed drastically. He threw off the blanket and got out of bed. I'm going back immediately. Qin Sui better not even think about inheriting my Li Xiaoye. Chapter 17, The Waterloo of Qin Sui. Shin Jun was left in a state of bemusement, exclaiming, what do you mean by your Li Xiaoye? That young girl belongs to her parents. Shin Yuxiao retorted, but she has no parents. Shin Jun was momentarily at a loss for words, then admonished, nevertheless, one should not speak in such a manner. It is terribly disrespectful to the young lady. Shin Yuxiao did not respond to his father's words. In truth, he was mulling over the idea of whisking Li Xiaoye away from that small mountain village, but uttering such thoughts now would be ill-advised. Li Qingqing, standing nearby, felt a pang of anxiety. She had not anticipated Shin Yuxiao's deep regard for Li Xiaoye. Lowering her head to conceal the shifting emotions in her eyes, she softly inquired, did you get her to protect Li Xiaoye? Shin Yuxiao resumed his seat on the bed, casting a sidelong glance at Li Qingqing, his tone now frosty, a stark contrast to his earlier urgency. Who told you that? This icy demeanor, tinged with a hint of arrogance, reminded Li Qingqing of Xu Qiulai. The mother and son truly shared an air of haughtiness. A pang of discomfort gripped Li Qingqing as she replied, everyone says so. Shin Yuxiao abruptly turned his gaze towards Shin Jun, asking, do you think so too? Shin Jun shook his head, that's your own affair. It has nothing to do with the young lady. Of course, if you truly protected her, that would be commendable, indicating that you are finally maturing, exhibiting responsibility and a sense of duty to shield the vulnerable. Only then did Shin Yuxiao's expression soften slightly as he countered, so, are you willing to let me return and continue protecting the weak? Shin Jun replied, first, call your mother. She is quite worried about you. Shin Yuxiao paused for a moment before requesting a phone from the staff. As he dialed Xu Qiulai's number, he turned back to Li Qingqing and said, do not call me brother. Li Qingqing clenched her fists, nearly losing control of her expression. She turned her gaze towards Shin Jun, hoping the affable and cultured Mr. Shin might speak on her behalf, yet, Shin Jun remained silent, merely gesturing for her to follow him out of the room, leaving Shin Yuxiao alone to converse with his mother. Yuxiao has always been like this. He delineates relationships very clearly, allowing no one to overstep the boundaries he has set, Shin Jun remarked. What a tolerant father, so accepting of his son's personality and preferences. In fact, this is quite beneficial for the young Master Sheng. As he matures, he won't become an indecisive central air conditioning unit, nor will he hurt the feelings of young ladies. 1. I find those men who are easily swayed by any girl calling them brother utterly insufferable. Why acknowledge so many younger sisters? Ridiculous. Li Qingqing seems somewhat oblivious to the situation. Oh well, she is still young. Li Qingqing, striving to suppress her trembling body, asked Shin Jun, what must I do for him to like me? Shin Jun squinted slightly, why is it so essential for you that he likes you? Li Qingqing, flustered under his scrutiny, cautiously replied, I wish for everyone to like me. I am afraid, terrified even, of being disliked. Oh, so she possesses a pleasing personality, that's rather pitiable. Shin Jun nodded, I comprehend your feelings, but, given Yuxiao's disposition, it may prove quite challenging. Why? Li Qingqing silently gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, Xu Qiulai had swiftly persuaded her son with a few well-chosen words, it would be best to allow your wound to heal until it is no longer visible before returning. Mother, I am not so fragile. Have you considered Li Xiaoye? What do you mean? When you were injured, she must have been quite distressed. She might even blame herself. If you return now, the visible wound on your body will serve as a constant reminder of your injury. Have you thought about how heartbroken she might be? Shin Yuxiao sighed, I understand. I will allow it to heal before returning. However, the fool Qin Sui cannot take proper care of Li Shuyar. Xu Chulai did not correct his language but simply reminded him of one fact: in the years prior to your arrival, Li Shuyar managed on her own. Xing Yuxiao was left speechless. After a moment, he could not help but retort, "Isn't it because I feel sorry for her?" "Has your father arrived?" Xu Chulai inquired. "He has, and he brought along a child, which is quite bothersome. She keeps calling me brother." Be a gentleman towards the young lady. After a brief pause, she added, "If you are truly worried, have your father purchase some gifts to bring back for Li Shuyar. It will surely delight her." Xing Yuxiao finally relaxed. "Mother, I understand." He put away his phone and ceased mentioning the return. At this moment, the audience was equally astonished. Ms. Xu's methods are truly admirable. She has a remarkable way of persuading others. Before long, Xing Jun returned. Xing Yuxiao conveyed his mother's intentions to him. A figure of Xing Jun's stature merely chuckled good-naturedly at the news, saying, "Very well, I shall go by them. What would you like to give to Li Shuyar?" "New clothes, new shoes, perhaps a couple of hats to keep her ears warm as winter approaches. A couple of new umbrellas, too. She needs a new lunchbox, and we must install a lamp for her. An electric heater is essential, and new stationery and a backpack. Her fabric bag is already worn and torn." Xing Yuxiao leaned lazily against the headboard, speaking incessantly. Xing Jun's temples twitched in irritation. "Are you intending to furnish an entire street for her?" "2 stores will suffice." Though Xing Jun was at a loss for words, he still proceeded to procure the items as his son requested. Naturally, Xing Jun did not physically go to buy them but delegated the task to his subordinates. Li Qingqing trailed behind, utterly stunned, still unable to comprehend the situation. Who was Xing Yuxiao? A formidable and imperious figure. The fact that he remembered even the minute detail of Li Shuyar's torn fabric bag and held it in such regard was astonishing. Intense jealousy swiftly extinguished the joy Li Qingqing had felt upon her arrival. The audience could not help but exclaim, "Sad smiley Xing Yuxiao is a bit too indulgent. Could it be that he genuinely cares for Li Shuyar? Yet he is so harsh towards Li Qingqing." It was clearly Li Qingqing who made the exchange. Li Shuyar had better be worthy of the young master Xing's attentions. Indeed, she must be hurried to see how Li Shuyar is faring. Some confused viewers hurried over. Li Shuyar had just finished sorting various types of mushrooms and had gathered some eggs. Staring vacantly at the large wicker basket, she rested her chin on her knees, softly murmuring, "I can't go to the city anymore." "Oh right, Xing Yuxiao mentioned wanting to take her to the town to sell mushrooms. Now that he is absent, why doesn't she seek out Qin Sui?" While, upon closer inspection, those mushrooms she sorted are all rare edible fungi: chicken oil mushrooms, beef liver mushrooms, chicken fur mushrooms, all highly valuable on the market. "You mean to tell me the buyer only offered 3 yuan for these?" Li Shuyar, please don't sell them, wait for the young master Xing to return." As the barrage of comments continued to surge, Qin Sui unexpectedly entered from outside. The surroundings were dreadful, but for Qin Sui, it was not entirely unbearable. He found a large rock outside to sit on, reading for the entire afternoon until his stomach growled in hunger. "Where do you all eat?" Qin Sui inquired. Li Shuyar glanced at him and pointed to the ground beneath them. Qin Sui frowned. Was he expected to eat here? He had never encountered such a dismal dining environment in his life. "What are we having?" Qin Sui pressed further. Li Shuyar replied, "You need to find your own food." A sense of absurdity washed over Qin Sui. "I am supposed to find my own." Li Shuyar offered no further explanation, merely presenting him with her back, cold and indifferent. The audience was taken aback. Sad smiley, she truly is ignoring Qin Sui completely. Li Shuyar, you are truly living up to Xing Yuxiao's expectations. If he discovers you have treated Qin Sui with such disdain, he will be overjoyed. 1 He. Upon reflection, could this be Qin Sui's first true setback in his otherwise smooth life? For Qin Sui, indeed, it was so. Though he possessed a brooding temperament, his charisma was always strong, and he had a multitude of admirers surrounding him. Otherwise, how could he contend with Xing Yuxiao? When Qin Sui arrived, he had envisioned things going well. He had no intention of engaging with anyone in the village, unlike Shen Yuxiao, who foolishly tended to a little girl, but he never anticipated that the young girl had no desire to engage with him either. Qin Sui furrowed his brow and thought, well, missing a meal or two should not matter. Before long, the moon hung high in the sky. The young girl squatted at the doorway, seemingly counting money under the moonlight. Qin Sui approached and asked, "Is that your money, or is it from the production team? We cannot use money for our meals." Li Xiaoyar did not turn around, coldly stating, "No." Qin Sui rephrased, "What if I borrow it? I can repay you tenfold." Li Xiaoyar was resolute, "No, I cannot afford to keep you." After a pause, she added, "This money is for supporting Shen Yuxiao." Qin Sui's throat constricted. Har har har, what a perfect retort. Qin Sui. Why am I suddenly feeling a twinge of jealousy towards Shen Yuxiao? Chapter 18, She only likes Shen Yuxiao. Qin Sui spent a restless night, unable to find solace in sleep, and when he rose the next morning, his expression bore an even darker cloud. Yet, Li Xiaoyar showed no fear of him whatsoever. With a tone as unyielding as steel, she declared, "I'm off to school now, goodbye." At this moment, Qin Sui felt a slight discomfort in his stomach and grasped the young girl's arm firmly, asking, "Aren't you going to have breakfast?" "I'll eat at school." "They have free meals," Li Xiaoyar replied. "You weren't like this when Shen Yuxiao was around. At least you would steam a potato for him and offer him hot water to drink." Har har, I don't know why, but suddenly I find Li Xiaoyar even more adorable like this. Favoritism is evident. Her double standards are truly endearing. Qin Sui initially wanted to inquire about his own treatment, but as the words lingered on his lips, he found it pointless. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and made a decisive choice. "I'll accompany you to school." Li Xiaoyar responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," her face betraying no hint of joy or displeasure. This left Qin Sui feeling somewhat stifled. Although he was accustomed to being the center of attention, revered like a star, he prided himself on having risen above such trivialities, often looking down upon others' admiration. Yet, being ignored to such an extent was indeed disconcerting. Silently, Qin Sui gathered his belongings and followed Li Xiaoyar as they set off on their journey. Due to the previous landslide, the usual path remained impassable, compelling Li Xiaoyar to take a longer, more convoluted route today. "This path is perilous," Qin Sui warned in a grave tone. The trail was narrow, and it would be easy to slip down the slope. Li Xiaoyar, her petite figure leading the way, didn't he look back? "Is it dangerous?" she inquired. Qin Sui seized her arm, urging, "Don't proceed." "I must go to school," Li Xiaoyar insisted, pushing his hand away. Reluctantly, Qin Sui followed her, his mind coldly contemplating whether she would stumble. He mused about the producer's madness, allowing a child to traverse such a treacherous path alone. An eerie silence enveloped them, broken only by the sharp morning breeze that brushed against Qin Sui's cheeks, prompting him to tighten his jacket. Yet, Li Xiaoyar, unfazed, pressed onward, step by step, just as Qin Sui was silently observing her. Disaster struck. Thud, Qin Sui lost his footing and tumbled into a nearby paddy field. Water and mud surged around him, soaking his clothes and invading his collar. For a brief moment, he was frozen in shock before reality hit him, leaving his face ashen. What the hell? The audience was taken aback. Is something going to happen now? Don't worry, a paddy field won't drown you. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoyar turned back just in time and rushed to Qin Sui's side. "How did you fall into the field?" she asked, tilting her head in confusion. Qin Sui could only manage a silent response, feeling utterly belittled. Meanwhile, the production team, trailing behind, realized something was amiss. They were about to rush forward but hesitated, knowing the spectacle would be too good to pass up. After a moment, seeing the crew remain stationary, Qin Sui's lips twitched, and he reached for the edge of the field, hoisting himself up. Water splashed around him, drenching Li Xiaoyar in the process. She glared at him, clearly displeased. "You got me dirty." To his surprise, Qin Sui felt a slight lift in his spirits. Lowering his gaze, he noted the mud splattered across her face. Even in such a state, her beauty shone through, rendering her messy appearance adorably charming. Li Xiaoyar fished out a handkerchief from her bag, wiped her face, and after a moment's hesitation, extended it toward Qin Sui. Are you offering this to me? He asked, taken aback. You should clean yourself up, she replied, turning away as if she wished to distance herself from him. Chin Sui hastily wiped his face. Return, your home lacks gas and a shower, where am I supposed to wash and change? Li Xiaoyao glanced back, puzzled. You can heat water yourself. Chin Sui was at a loss for words. The mere thought of boiling water for a bath made his head throb with discomfort. Your school must have a bathing facility, right? I'll accompany you, he stated calmly. But the school is quite far. How far? It's a 2-hour trek through the mountains. You might catch a cold. At that moment, a singular thought consumed Chin Sui. Once he returned, he would reveal to his father that the Ming Dynasty antique he had spent 30 million on was merely a counterfeit. He had refrained from voicing this before, not wanting to hurt his father's naive understanding of history and culture. But now he simply wished to pierce his father's heart. Never mind, Li Xiaoyao sighed softly. I'll take you to find someone nearby to stay with. I can sense Li Xiaoyao's exhaustion. This family relies entirely on Li Xiaoyao. I can't help but like her a bit more now. Until the main road is repaired, Li Xiaoyao had traversed this small path countless times, making her well acquainted with the local residents. She led Chin Sui to a nearby home, peering inside and adopting a slightly sweet tone. Auntie, is there hot water available? We fell into the paddy. Chin Sui used the hot water provided by the kind woman and dried his clothes by the stove. Once he emerged, Li Xiaoyao was haggling with the woman, saying, Auntie, can we settle for 10 yuan? The woman retorted, absolutely not, it's 50. Li Xiaoyao pleaded, but I don't have that much money. The woman, hands on her hips, declared, everyone knows you're filming that show. They say you've paid off your father's debts, and since the show is so lucrative, I haven't even asked for 100. Chin Sui vaguely understood the situation and interjected, why do we need to pay? Li Xiaoyao shot him an incredulous look. Because you used her water and stove. Chin Sui pondered briefly. Just give her the money. Aren't you going to be late for school? Li Xiaoyao shook her head vehemently. I can be late, but I can't pay extra. Chin Sui couldn't comprehend. If you give her 100, I'll reimburse you 10-fold, no, 30-fold. The woman's eyes lit up at his words. Exactly. City folks are so generous. Li Xiaoyao, hurry and give your auntie the money. Fuming, Li Xiaoyao glared at Chin Sui, pulled out a 50 from her pocket, shoved it into the woman's hand, then seized Chin Sui's hand and dashed away. The woman shouted after them, didn't you say 100, you little rascal, so stingy. Giving her 100 was indeed excessive. Li Xiaoyao doesn't have much money, and every cent she earns is hard-won. She already used her money to pay off her father's debts. If this is the swindler Li Xiaoyao that the villagers speak of, then I think she is doing well. Why should they demand whatever amount they want? Our Chin Sui is driving me crazy. The young master truly knows nothing of hardship. He is even worse than Xing Yuxiao. Xing Yuxiao, please return. Li Xiaoyao truly cannot do without you. Once they had run a considerable distance, Li Xiaoyao finally slowed down, muttering, just give me back the 50. Chin Sui was momentarily speechless, feeling as though he had erred somehow. Yet, he could compensate her with even more money. Why don't you want it? He asked directly. What do you mean? The 30-fold compensation I offered, why refuse it? Li Xiaoyao remained silent for a long moment, then continued walking while saying, there is no such thing as a free gift. Goodness comes with a price. Chin Sui pondered whether that was truly goodness. He pressed further. What about Xing Yuxiao? He treats you well. Why can you accept that? Kicking a small stone from her path, Li Xiaoyao lowered her head and replied softly, he is different. Intrigued, Chin Sui couldn't help but ask, how is he different? Li Xiaoyao turned around, glaring fiercely at him. He is just different, unlike you. Her brows and eyes were lovely, and even when Chin Sui resolved to understand this mystery, why was it that Xing Yuxiao could win her affection? Chapter 19, the distant relative of Li Xiaoyao. Chin Sui is a person who approaches tasks with great strategic planning. No matter how tedious or mundane a task may be, if it benefits his current situation, he is more than willing to engage in it. Therefore, upon arriving at the school, he immediately took on the projects that Shin Yuxiao had previously dismissed, such as volunteering and even stepping in as a temporary teacher for a certain class. Qin Sui is the epitome of an exemplary student, adept at persuading others to follow his lead. His role as a teacher suits him well. Of course, in his mother's eyes, he is more likely to become the leader of a criminal organization when he grows up. Nevertheless, at this moment, he truly has assumed the role of a teacher. The principal, having been informed in advance by the production team, recognized Qin Sui's significance and, while marveling at the arrival of yet another distinguished individual, cooperated eagerly. Are you the new teacher? However, the other teachers were unaware of Qin Sui's background and regarded him with curiosity. Qin Sui nodded in acknowledgement. So young, did you just graduate from university? Even recent graduates aren't usually this youthful. What brings you here to teach, seeking life experience? The other teachers could hardly contain their barrage of questions. Qin Sui possessed a height that surpassed his peers and wore clothes that clearly exuded a high value, albeit with a few specks of dirt that had yet to be cleaned. Moreover, his looks were striking. Unlike Shin Yuxiao, whose demeanor was brash and filled with hostility, Qin Sui's features were handsome and understated, often giving a first impression of approachability. Some female teachers even felt their cheeks flush unconsciously. Yet, Qin Sui refrained from answering their inquiries, stating, "The person I am waiting for has arrived, I must take my leave." At that moment, the school bell rang. Li Xiaoyue emerged, her small worn bag slung over her shoulder, and within a few steps, she collided with Qin Sui. He seized her collar, halting her progress. Undoubtedly, the person Qin Sui awaited was Li Xiaoyue. The onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment, and even Li Xiaoyue's classmates were taken aback. After all, children often speak without restraint, and they eagerly chimed in. Li Xiaoyue, who is he? Is he your brother too? Among the crowd, only Wang Shiji shrank back in fear. How had Li Xiaoyue acquired yet another brother? Would this brother be prone to violence as well? Wang Shiji dared not look any longer and quickly scampered home, lest he be seized by the collar again and face reprimands from his parents and grandparents. The barrage of comments erupted with laughter. What a coward! Why is Qin Sui silent? Is he waiting for Li Xiaoyue to introduce herself? At this moment, Li Xiaoyue spoke up earnestly, correcting them. He is not my brother. Qin Sui's eyebrows twitched slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. Then who is he? The classmate's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Li Xiaoyue hesitated, ultimately managing to stammer, "A city person, he is a city person." The teachers nearby found this amusing. It was evident that Qin Sui was out of place in this environment. Who couldn't see that he was a city dweller? Suddenly, Qin Sui bent down and scooped Li Xiaoyue into his arms, maintaining a straight face as he lied, "I am her distant relative." The classmates collectively gasped in astonishment. Wow, Li Xiaoyue has a distant relative. The teachers exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation, and cautiously inquired, "Is he a relative on Li Xiaoyue's mother's side?" Qin Sui replied, "Yes." Li Xiaoyue opened her mouth, wanting to refute his lie, but Qin Sui swiftly covered her mouth, carrying her away without another word. The comments were left in disbelief. What is Qin Sui thinking? Why lie? Is this intentional? The treatment he receives is starkly different from Shin Yuxiao's, so he is taking a different approach. Does this count as Qin Sui trying to win over Li Xiaoyue? The comments fell into silence. As they exited the school gates, Qin Sui inquired, "Is Shin Yuxiao picking you up after school?" Li Xiaoyue remained silent. "Does he carry you?" Li Xiaoyue continued to withhold her response. The comments erupted again. Question mark. Is there a competition going on? I have a younger sister at home, Qin Sui stated, pausing before adding, "I will be a better brother than Shin Yuxiao." Li Xiaoyue remained unfazed, thinking to herself, what does that have to do with me? Qin Sui's charm seems to have faded. Li Xiaoyue isn't even giving him a single egg. The treatment is indeed vastly different from that of Shin Yuxiao. Can young Master Xing see the show? I am eager to see his reaction. The audience, reveling in the drama, quickly switched to view Xing Yuxiao. At that moment, Xing Yuxiao had just finished sorting through the items he had purchased. This won't do, she won't like it. This one isn't appealing, let us find something better. After a series of critiques, he suddenly recalled something and asked the production team, did Li Xiaoyao go mushroom picking by herself? The staff replied, she has already finished. And she didn't wait for me. Xing Yuxiao said this with an indifferent tone, lacking any sign of anger. However, he quickly considered another question, she hasn't solved them yet, has she? The staff confirmed, not yet. Satisfied, Xing Yuxiao picked up his phone to draft a message. Xing Jun approached to check on him and noticed his actions, prompting him to ask, what are you doing? Sending a message to Qin Sui. At this revelation, not only the people in the room were stunned, but the audience was equally taken aback. You're messaging Qin Sui. Xing Jun's tone was filled with incredulity. Xing Yuxiao scoffed, yes, that idiot better not spoil Li Xiaoyao. I need to tell him that he must accompany her while mushroom picking and keep an eye on her when she's selling them. Xing Jun paused before responding, he probably won't listen to you. Xing Yuxiao raised a sharp eyebrow, he will definitely listen. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing, standing behind Xing Jun, was growing anxious. Wasn't Xing Yuxiao supposed to be at odds with Qin Sui? Why was he encouraging Qin Sui to treat Li Xiaoyao well? Xing Jun saw through his son's intentions and asked, are you trying to provoke him? Xing Yuxiao continued typing, casually replying, no need for provocation. Qin Sui always comes in first, winning and losing are crucial to him. He would never want to lose to me. Xing Jun smiled at his son, choosing not to intervene in his actions. After all, the heir of the Xing family should be someone adept at winning hearts, and he was indeed demonstrating that very quality. Meanwhile, Qin Sui and Li Xiaoyao walked for nearly 4 hours, returning home as night fell. Yet, Qin Sui showed no signs of weakness, revealing not a trace of fatigue. Will I be able to have dinner tonight? Qin Sui asked Li Xiaoyao. She hesitated, are we having sweet potatoes? Yes, Qin Sui replied. Li Xiaoyao tossed the sweet potatoes into the stove, and before long, they were roasted to perfection. She extracted them with a stick, peeling away the outer skin, allowing the sweet syrup to flow out. Qin Sui took a bite, murmuring, not bad. In truth, it was quite delicious, but Qin Sui's upbringing forbade him from expressing such approval. Regardless of quality, he typically described things as acceptable or mediocre. This was a facet of the so-called elite education, which discouraged the open expression of personal preferences and thoughts. Li Xiaoyao divided the sweet potato, offering it to her grumpy grandfather, who had not had a proper meal since Xing Yuxiao's departure. Turning back, she ate her sweet potato while rummaging through her cloth bag, extracting a small item that she tightly clasped in her left palm before cautiously placing it into a chipped tin box. What is that? Qin Sui's voice suddenly resonated behind her, startling Li Xiaoyao. She mumbled, mind your own business. Is it food? Li Xiaoyao ignored him. Qin Sui persisted, don't store food in a rusty tin box. Li Xiaoyao paused, then quickly retrieved the item. Why not eat it now? Qin Sui pondered aloud, is it for Xing Yuxiao? Li Xiaoyao reluctantly nodded. Qin Sui stood there, momentarily speechless. Har har, another blow dealt. Young Master Xing prepared a gift for Li Xiaoyao, and it turns out she is secretly preparing one for him as well. The innocence of childhood friendships is truly delightful. Qin Shao, the director's voice faltered, text, message. The director was unaware of the happenings at the hospital, he only knew the message was from Xing Yuxiao. Would it be a scolding? If tensions escalated, would he become the scapegoat? The director was filled with apprehension, yet the sponsorship funds had been quite lucrative. Qin Sui accepted the phone and glanced down. Ask Li Xiaoyao if she misses me. Qin Sui remained silent. Was this a deliberate display to showcase the closeness of his relationship with Li Xiaoyao? How tedious. The phone vibrated again, signaling a new message. Chapter 20. Do you want me to avenge you? The place where I sleep has been personally arranged by Li Xiaoyao. You should find another spot to rest. I hope you aren't foolish enough to regard Li Xiaoya's grandfather as a good man. Don't allow that old wretch to extract benefits from her. Stay away from Li Xiaoya. Do not let the odious aura that surrounds you infect her. I shall return shortly. A flurry of messages illustrated Xin Yuxiao's urgency. Qin Sui, unblinking, deleted them all. He suddenly felt that Xin Yuxiao's absence might not be so undesirable after all. He tossed his phone back to the chief director. The chief director inquired, "Is that all? Aren't you going to reply?" "There's nothing worth responding to," Qin Sui replied coolly, retreating back inside. The previous night, Qin Sui had indeed slept elsewhere, preferring not to be in close proximity to a stranger child. Yet tonight, he was determined to occupy Xin Yuxiao's domain. Li Xiaoya noticed his actions as he rolled up his blanket and promptly pounced, firmly pressing down the corners. "That's Xin Yuxiao's. Do not touch it." Alas, I now find Li Xiaoya increasingly endearing. Qin Sui standing beside her resembles a formidable Dark Lord. "Do you know how low the temperature will drop tonight?" Qin Sui inquired, crouching beside her. Li Xiaoya shook her head. "I glimpsed it on my phone. It will be 8 degrees. If I sleep as I did last night, I might freeze to death." Qin Sui gazed into Li Xiaoya's eyes, feeling a sense of gentle persuasion. "Do you wish to witness my demise?" Li Xiaoya hesitated. She slowly rose and murmured, "Then please do not soil Xin Yuxiao's bed." Qin Sui's eyes flickered momentarily, as he began to comprehend why Xin Yuxiao was so protective of her. She was both resilient and tender, retaining an innocence untouched by the world. They quickly finished their ablutions and snuggled into their respective blankets. Qin Sui lay on the uneven ground, staring up at the pitch-black ceiling. "I watched a bit of a program before I came." Li Xiaoya heard the sound, her ears twitching, yet she ignored him. Qin Sui continued, "I heard you singing for Xin Yuxiao." Li Xiaoya regarded him warily. She had no intention of singing for him. "You sang El Binghoer. Are you missing your mother?" Qin Sui pressed. Xin Yuxiao never posed such inquiries. He appeared aloof and ill-tempered, yet within, he was considerably gentler. Qin Sui, in contrast, seemed taciturn and composed, yet he exuded an underlying aggression, indifferent to the feelings of others in pursuit of his objectives. Li Xiaoya bit her lip, remaining silent. Qin Sui persisted, "Don't you wish for her? I thought that being at school every day, seeing other children with their parents picking them up, would make you long for her." Goodness, Qin Sui's words cut deep. No wonder he and Xing Dieshao are at odds. Li Xiaoya turned away, her blanket obscuring her face. "I don't wish. Mother said I need not think of her. After she passed, she became dew, sunlight, and wind. I see her every day. There's no need for me to think of her." This passage is truly heart-wrenching. Li Xiaoya's mother must have been a gentle soul. She was likely well educated. Such words cannot be uttered without knowledge. Was her mother a local? Judging by Li Xiaoya's appearance, her mother must have been a great beauty. How did she end up in such a poor place? The comments flooded in with fervent discussion. "And your father?" Qin Sui inquired. Li Xiaoya replied, "I don't wish." This time her tone was sharper, genuinely devoid of desire. "Do you not want him to return?" Li Xiaoya pulled down her blanket, the moonlight faintly illuminating her face, which seemed to be stained with tears. After a long pause, she declared resolutely, "I do not." Qin Sui switched topics. "Did your mother teach you Mandarin?" "Yes," Li Xiaoya replied, her tone subdued. "Was she from the city?" "I do not know." Is he truly preparing to impersonate Li Xiaoya's maternal relatives? Probing so deeply. Qin Sui fell silent afterward, sensing a profound dissonance. It seemed that Li Xiaoya should not be situated in such a place. In the blink of an eye, the sun rose again, and the crowing of a rooster from afar pierced the air. Qin Sui rose to go outside, only to find a man in his late 40s lurking suspiciously outside. "Stealing, there's nothing worth taking here," Qin Sui remarked coolly. The man, startled by the voice, quickly turned to face him, stammering, I am the village chief." Qin Sui narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. "What do you want?" "Here to deliver poverty assistance." The village chief stammered, waving his hands. No, I came looking for you. Do you know, the child who exchanged to record the program in the city is my daughter, Li Qingqing. Is this man deranged? Qin Sui regarded him coldly, spitting out 3 words, I do not know her. What sort of audacity did he possess to come demanding recognition? After all, he was a scion of a prestigious family. Even at a tender age, his presence was formidable. The village chief was momentarily stunned by Qin Sui's words. Half a minute later, he regained his voice. But according to the program's rules, you should be recording at my house. Rules? Qin Sui turned to the camera director. The chief director swiftly approached. Qin Sui asked, is there such a rule? The chief director hesitated. There is. Well, no, there isn't. Qin Sui retorted, you're asking me. The chief director promptly affirmed, there is no such rule. The village chief was left flabbergasted. This, how can it be like this? The previous Xing Diashao did not follow these guidelines. Why should a newcomer not adhere to them? Qin Sui's tone remained frosty. If Xing Yuxiao refuses to do it, why should I? The chief director hurriedly intervened. Yes, you should leave now. The village chief, however, was unwilling to relent. Having just encountered a lucrative opportunity, he was determined to prevent Li Xiaoyao from taking all the benefits for herself. You do not understand, the conditions here are deplorable. My home is different. If you come to my house, there's a comfortable mattress, 24-hour hot water, and internet access. Qin Sui regarded him, leisurely asking, in a village as impoverished as Li's, how does a village chief possess such good conditions? Surely you aren't embezzling government funds. The village chief's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Of course not. What are you insinuating? It's just that my son works in town, hence. All right, enough of this. The director pushed the village chief away, lowering his voice to warn, do not think I am unaware of what you have been scheming behind the scenes. The village chief's face paled, as he stammered, what schemes? I do not understand, the director scoffed, uttering one last phrase. In truth, I find Li Xiaoyao to be quite an endearing child. The village chief immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, back inside, Qin Sui found Li Xiaoyao seated upright, inquiring, who came? Is Xing Yuxiao back? Qin Sui shook his head. Unfortunately not, it was your village chief. Oh, Li Xiaoyao's expression dimmed once more. Qin Sui asked, do they often bully you? Li Xiaoyao looked at him in confusion. Who? The village chief's family. Why are you silent? Has he threatened you? Li Xiaoyao quietly replied, Grandpa listens to them. Grandpa wants me to listen to them too. Understanding that the cameras were rolling, Qin Sui removed the miniature microphone and camera, leaning closer, fixing his gaze on the young girl's eyes. He whispered, would you like me to avenge you? He added, in this regard, I am even more skilled than Xing Yuxiao. Chapter 21, Selling Mushrooms in a Maybark. Absurd. Li Xiaoyao shook her head. Why? Qin Sui asked calmly. I have nothing to trade with you. Li Xiaoyao tugged at her empty pockets. Qin Sui found the child amusing. She appeared far more intelligent than his sister back home, who could only throw tantrums and derive joy from bullying others. Qin Sui's gaze flickered as he deliberately said, you do have something. How about you give me the gift you intended for Xing Yuxiao? That would suffice. A familiar look of wariness crossed Li Xiaoyao's face, and she shook her head even more resolutely. No. Qin Sui stood up. Very well. You have the right to regret. I won't regret it, the little girl replied in a youthful tone. Qin Sui turned the Maybark around. Let us go to school. The little girl looked at him as if he were a fool. Today is Saturday, we don't have school. Qin Sui. Li Xiaoyao washed her face, brushed her teeth, fed the chickens and pigs, and steamed some buns. She didn't hand the bun directly to Qin Sui but first asked, will they let you eat it? You mean the production team? No. If I don't give you something to eat, you'll starve, right? Correct. All right then. Li Xiaoyao reluctantly divided the bun with him, her expression revealing her displeasure at betraying Xing Yuxiao. Jean Sui found great amusement in seeing such expressions on Li Xieyer's face. It was far more gratifying than completing an entire workbook, which had become tediously simple for him. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the mushrooms Li Xieye had picked and asked, "Are you planning to sell mushrooms in the city?" "I'm not going to the city." "Why not?" "Xing Yuxiao got injured." "Was Xing Yuxiao supposed to accompany you?" Jean Sui paused. "Then it's fine that it's me now. It makes no difference." Before Li Xieye could respond, Jean Sui picked her up and headed straight outside, finding the production team and expressing his intent. "I want to take Li Xieye to the city to sell mushrooms." The production team was momentarily taken aback, unable to stifle their astonishment, thinking that these two young masters were quite kind to Li Xieye. Such charitable acts, it was hard to see where they needed reform. Li Xieye tugged at Jean Sui's sleeve, whispering, "I don't want to go." To her, Jean Sui still felt like a stranger. Ignoring her, Jean Sui continued addressing the production team. "I'll exchange points for this, how about that?" What else could the production team say? "All right, let's head to the city." Jean Sui then asked, "Which county is Xing Yuxiao recuperating in?" The production team gasped slightly. "You mean," Jean Sui said, "we'll make a stop to visit." As he spoke, he turned to meet Li Xieyer's gaze, asking, "Don't you want to see Xing Yuxiao?" Li Xieyer's eyes lit up instantly. "I do." Jean Sui was pleased with this response. "Then let us depart." Wait, Li Xieye struggled to get down from Jean Sui's arms, hurried back inside, and retrieved something to tuck into her pocket. They then got into the car. Jean Sui fastened Li Xieyer's seatbelt and closed the door. Suddenly, Li Xieyer's eyes widened. "The mushrooms, I haven't taken them." The staff members exchanged glances, bemused, and turned to help retrieve the basket. Goodness, Jean Sui is truly wicked. This is bound to infuriate Xing Yuxiao. I glanced at the car's emblem, a Maybach, who in their right mind would drive a $2 million car to sell mushrooms. The production team found the situation quite surreal. It was one thing for young Master Jean to sell mushrooms himself, but they also had to be wary of the two potentially clashing in the hospital room. As the car started, Li Qingqing received a call from home. Jean Sui was protecting Li Xieye and refused to leave. Li Qingqing nearly ground her teeth in frustration. However, what followed was even more explosive. The luxurious Maybach business vehicle entered the small county town, instantly attracting a throng of onlookers. So many wealthy people have come recently. Indeed. Did you hear? A businessman bought a ton of stuff at the Sasha Mall yesterday. Wow, a tycoon. The locals couldn't help but stretch their necks to get a better look. At that moment, the car door opened. Jean Sui stepped out first. "He looks like a wealthy person. He resembles that celebrity." The crowd's cheers grew louder, with some even raising their phones to snap pictures. At this juncture, Jean Sui paused, turning to extend his hand towards the person still inside the vehicle. "I can get out by myself," Li Xieye said obediently. "Can you unbuckle the seatbelt?" Jean Sui asked. Li Xieye could not. They exchanged a silent stare. Jean Sui bent down to unfasten her seatbelt and effortlessly lifted her out. Li Xieye found it difficult to voice any further objections. "Wow, what a beautiful little girl. Are you siblings? Why do you look like you're from different worlds? Do you even know what from different worlds means? You don't understand." Their discussions grew more fervent until Jean Sui retrieved the basket from the trunk, set up the stall, and shouted, "Mushrooms for sale." The crowd gaped in astonishment. What is going on? Why is he selling mushrooms after driving a Maybach? I told you this wouldn't sell. Young Master Jean is set on this idea. It's hard to persuade him otherwise. More and more people gathered around, but not a single person made a purchase. Li Xieye turned to glance at Jean Sui. For the first time, he admitted, "My mistake. I'll find a way." Li Xieye sighed quietly, scanned her surroundings, and quickly selected her first customer. She picked up the mushrooms and approached an elderly lady, lifting her face with a pitiful expression. "Grandma, would you like to buy some mushrooms? They make a delicious soup." The old lady, fond of children, immediately responded kindly, "How did you and your brother come to sell mushrooms?" Li Xiaoyar considered correcting her that he wasn't her brother, but it was not the right moment for an argument. So, she let her brows droop, making her pretty little face appear even more forlorn. I accidentally broke my brother's things, and he came out with me to sell mushrooms to earn money so I can repay him. And they say Li Xiaoyar isn't a little schemer. Isn't this a clever trick? What do you mean a trick? Are you out of your mind? The elderly lady chuckled. Well, you are still a good child. I'll buy a little to take home for my grandson. If only my grandson were as well behaved as you. That little rascal broke of ours and wouldn't even admit it. Just like that, Li Xiaoyar made her first sale. This family cannot do without Li Xiaoyar. Goodness, is she really going to sell mushrooms to support the family? Li Xiaoyar was indeed blessed with an exceptionally pretty face. If she were an orphan, many families would likely vie to adopt her. After the elderly lady initiated the purchase, others, seeing her pitiful appearance, couldn't resist and began to pull out their money to buy mushrooms. Auntie, just 1 yuan, please. Li Xiaoyar selected the mushrooms, extending her hand, which was covered in bruises. At this moment, Qin Sui finally found his purpose. He crouched down beside her, saying, "That's not how you sell them. 1 yuan isn't enough. These are chicken oil mushrooms, 30 per pound. I'll go borrow a scale from next door." Qin Sui displayed the composure of an adult. Li Xiaoyar chose to heed their adult. Other buyers, witnessing their price increase, refrained from voicing their disdain. Instead, they laughed and teased Li Xiaoyar, saying, "You have to learn from your brother, little friend, you'll lose money doing business this way." With his striking looks and expensive attire, Qin Sui successfully borrowed a scale from someone. Then, one would sort the mushrooms into bags while the other weighed them and collected payment. The production team watched in disbelief. They seemed to work quite well together. However, the majority were still there to gawk, and the pricier mushrooms were not selling as easily. Qin Sui remained adamant about not lowering the prices. Li Xiaoyar hesitated for a moment, addressing a man in a leather jacket standing at the periphery. "Uncle, would you like to see this mushroom?" The man was about to decline. Li Xiaoyar quickly added, "But this mushroom is a bit too expensive. How about this one? It's cheaper and tastes great when stir-fried with a little oil." The man inquired, "How much?" Li Xiaoyar nervously quoted Qin Sui's pricing. "It's 100 yuan per pound." The man, under the gaze of the crowd, pursed his lips and said, "Weigh some for me." Mentioning the high price made the man buy it. Wow! Because he was the first to purchase an expensive item, the envious and amazed looks from those around him surely pleased him. Does this little girl actually understand sales strategies? Do you have any porcini or kimbolete mushrooms? At that moment, another portly man in a leather jacket, looking like a small-time boss, pushed his way through the crowd. He waved his hand, saying, "If the quality is good, I'll take them all, they make great gifts." Li Xiaoyar's eyes brightened, and the expensive mushrooms in her hand quickly disappeared. The small boss, after acquiring the mushrooms, did not leave immediately. His gaze suddenly swept over Qin Sui. Qin Sui understood immediately. It was likely he was targeting him. Qin Sui handed the empty basket to the production team and, with Li Xiaoyar, headed back to the car. The small boss promptly followed, stammering, "Are you the son of Qin Haoming?" Qin Sui did not expect to be recognized in such a small place. He did not respond but merely asked, "What do you want?" The small boss awkwardly rubbed his hands together. "I wanted to discuss a business deal with you." Qin Sui glanced at his attire and could tell that the business was not substantial. How daring to approach him. "We have some matters to attend to." "Sorry," Qin Sui coldly replied, closing the window. Li Xiaoyar, however, took another look at the man. The small boss's eyes lit up, realizing who to approach. He stepped back half a pace, watching them leave, then turned to search on his phone what program they were filming. Eventually, he discovered the little girl was named Li Xiaoyar. Young Master Qin personally accompanying her to sell goods underscored the child's importance. Next time, he would seek her out. Inside the car, Li Xiaoyar cheerfully announced, "Let's count the money." Qin Sui asked, "Can you count it?" Li Xiaoyar nodded vigorously. Qin Sui felt a tinge of regret, Otherwise, he could have had the little girl ask him for help in counting. Li Xiaoyao swiftly counted all the money, and the car arrived at the county hospital. Upon hearing the staff announce their arrival, Li Xiaoyao stuffed the bulging money into her cloth bag and dashed inside. Li Xiaoyao, being clever, inquired where the production team staff were and followed their lead until she reached the entrance. She carefully pushed the door open. "Brother, this is what Uncle and I bought for you," Li Qingqing said softly, leaning by the bedside. Li Xiaoyao was taken aback. He had his own sister. Shen Yuxiao's gaze shifted and caught sight of her. For a moment, he thought he had misseen, yet, his body reacted faster than his mind. He jumped down from the bed. Li Qingqing was still asking, "Brother, what's wrong?" Shen Yuxiao hurried over, scooping Li Xiaoyao up. "What are you doing here?" Li Xiaoyao was at a loss for words, only pulling something from her pocket and offering it to Shen Yuxiao. "For you to eat." Shen Yuxiao looked down. It was a piece of candy. He remembered her saying that candy could be exchanged for little red flowers, which could then be sold for money, saved penny by penny, but now, she had saved the candy just for him. The candy had softened slightly in her grasp, and its quality was not very good. The wrapper was tightly stuck, adorned with the garish logo, appearing quite tacky. However, Shen Yuxiao set her down and grasped the candy tightly in his palm. "I absolutely love it," Shen Yuxiao said solemnly. Shen Jun, sitting a short distance away, was momentarily taken aback. No wonder the little girl was so endearing. She truly captured his son's character perfectly. Only Li Qingqing stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Li Xiaoyao, how could Li Xiaoyao be here? But no one paid attention to Li Qingqing's thoughts. Shen Yuxiao, elated, held the candy, turning it between his fingers, and asked with concern, "How did you come? Did the production team send you?" The production team was quite commendable, Shen Yuxiao thought. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. Qin Sui entered, stating, "I brought her here." Shen Yuxiao. What bad luck. He abruptly slammed the door shut and, without missing a beat, scooped up Li Xiaoyao, his expression devoid of emotion as he declared, "Let us not play with the old fogies." Chapter 22. Rushing to stand up for Li Xiaoyao, Shen Jun's expression darkened. "Shen Yuxiao, you must not utter foul language in front of a child." Shen Yuxiao immediately altered his demeanor, lowering his head to Li Xiaoyao, saying, "What I just said was inappropriate. Do not emulate me, understand?" Li Xiaoyao nodded. Shen Yuxiao promptly lifted her and set her down at the edge of his hospital bed, inviting her to sit upon it. "Has Qin Sui bullied you?" he inquired. Before Li Xiaoyao could respond, Li Qingqing could no longer contain herself. She felt utterly overlooked. How could she be so blatantly disregarded? "Xiaoyao, do you remember me?" Li Qingqing suddenly exclaimed. Shen Yuxiao cast a displeased glance at her, clearly irritated by the interruption. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao turned, bewildered. You, Li Qingqing, adorned in a beautiful princess dress and a crown, radiated signs of being well cared for. Li Xiaoyao shook her head. "I do not recognize you." "No, you do remember me." "I'm Li Qingqing," she insisted, taking a step closer. Only when Li Xiaoyao stood beside Li Qingqing did I realize the stark contrast. Li Xiaoyao truly had a miserable existence. Li Qingqing resembled a little princess, while Li Xiaoyao had to care for two brothers who were utterly useless. Let us not be too harsh, those brothers did contribute a bit. Within the scene, Li Xiaoyao continued to scrutinize Li Qingqing. She vaguely recalled a girl a year older than herself from the village, named Li Qingqing. The only memory that surfaced was from the previous year when Li Qingqing's mother brought her back to the village. Li Qingqing had cried, refusing to walk, and kicked a stone on the road. At that moment, Li Xiaoyao had been rummaging through the ditch by the roadside. The stone had sailed past her eye. She straightened up, peering at Li Qingqing from the edge of the road. Li Qingqing's father had been handing her calcium milk while her mother coaxed her. All right. Soon Grandpa will give you 500 in New Year's money. Do you want it? If so, be good and let us go home, shall we? A flicker of envy unconsciously crossed Li Xiaoyao's gaze as she dryly replied, "You hit me. Isn't he that the daughter of Li Jiang?" Li Qingqing's father remarked. Li Qingqing's mother scoffed, that little misfortune with no parents, the old man at home doesn't even keep an eye on her, letting her run around, causing trouble, and if a driver hits her, it's bound to bring disaster. Li Xieye pressed her lips together, merely reiterating, "You hit me." In an instant, Li Qingqing screamed, shouting, "Dirty little girl, stay away from me." Li Qingqing's mother quickened her pace, all right, Qingqing, stop crying, let us go." A child without parents, especially a girl, faced immense hardship in the village. Li Xieye had endured too many unpleasant memories, this particular episode fading into the background, becoming just another insignificant recollection, until now, with Li Qingqing reappearing before her, cheerfully asking, "Do you not remember me?" The memory surged forth, vividly returning. Li Xieye felt a sharp pain at the corner of her eye. "She has already stated she does not know you," Shen Yuxiao interjected with a furrowed brow. "What are you trying to do, associate with her?" Li Qingqing's lips twitched. Associate? Did she really need to associate with Li Xieye? In the past, Li Xieye had not even been worthy of holding her shoes. Well, she merely wished to appear close to Li Xieye in front of the cameras, in front of Xing Jun, and in front of Shen Yuxiao and Qin Sui. How could this insufferable Li Xieye have so swiftly won their affection? Li Qingqing opened her mouth, preparing to continue her pitiful protest. At that moment, Qin Sui finally opened the door and smoothly entered. And at last, Li Xieye spoke up. She articulated each word carefully. "Yes, I remember, last year when you returned to the village, you kicked the stone on the road, and it flew up and hit me. You called me a dirty little girl and told me to stay away from you." Li Qingqing's expression froze. Shen Yuxiao, Qin Sui, even Xing Jun frowned slightly. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. What, is this for real? How scandalous. Is Li Qingqing really that ill-tempered? Did Li Xieye deliberately say this in front of so many people? Is it a setup? Nonsense, Li Xieye has already claimed she doesn't know her. It's Li Qingqing who insisted on stepping forward, repeatedly emphasizing her identity. Naturally, Li Xieye would recall the mischief she had done. Shen Yuxiao cupped Li Xiye's face, his voice low and serious. "Where did she hit you?" Li Xieye pointed to the corner of her eye. Shen Yuxiao's anger flared, and he turned to Li Qingqing, demanding, "Was it intentional? Do you wish to make her blind?" Li Qingqing, unable to withstand his imposing presence, instinctively took a step back. I didn't. I honestly don't remember anything like that." She genuinely could not recall. Last year, at that time, she had not yet been reborn into her childhood body. Now, when asked to remember, she found it utterly impossible. Who retains memories of their actions at 6 or 7 years of age? Li Qingqing realized she was likely doomed today. A tremor ran through her eyes, and tears began to flow as she desperately looked to Xing Jun for help. "Uncle, I truly did not do anything." Qin Sui observed her performance with a critical eye, thinking it fell just short. It was not as compelling as his sister's, but nonetheless quite amusing. At this moment, Xing Jun spoke up. Was it an unintentional kick that sent the stone flying? Li Qingqing, seizing the opportunity, tearfully replied, "I don't remember. If it did happen, it must have been accidental." Li Xieye remained silent, as she was currently being inspected by Shen Yuxiao, who was checking her eyes. Li Xieye softly said, "My eyes are fine. There's nothing wrong." Shen Yuxiao held her face firmly, asserting, "There is a slight mark at the corner." Li Xieye instinctively raised her hand to touch it but was swatted away by Shen Yuxiao. He then instructed the secretary accompanying Xing Jun, "Go and fetch some scar cream." The secretary awkwardly nodded, pondering the bizarre atmosphere of the scene. Once the secretary exited, Shen Yuxiao sneered, "I don't care whether it was intentional or not. A year has passed and there is still a scar, indicating how deep the stone must have cut. Indeed, that is rather alarming. What if it had entered her eye? So did Li Qingqing actually call Li Xieye a dirty girl or not? Can you guarantee that you never swore as a child? Given that there are no adults to supervise Li Xieye at home, it's not surprising if others called her a dirty girl. What a blatant lie, is there no conscience? As seen on the show, although Li Xiaoya's home is dilapidated, she keeps it remarkably clean. How could she be labeled a dirty girl? While the hospital room had yet to erupt into chaos, the barrage of comments had already ignited a fervent debate over who was truly at fault, Li Qingqing or Li Xiaoya. Did you apologize at the time? Qin Sui suddenly interjected. Li Qingqing had not anticipated Qin Sui to join the interrogation. What was happening was everyone rallying to defend Li Xiaoya. Chapter 23. Once this matter is resolved, you shall receive several tens of thousands. Shen Yuxiao glanced at Qin Sui, surprisingly refraining from interrupting his speech. It was indeed a rare occasion for the two to jointly interrogate someone, a moment that could be inscribed in the annals of history. At that moment, Li Qingqing dared not meet Qin Sui's gaze, hastily turning her head to sob towards Li Xiaoya, saying, I truly do not remember. I am so sorry. If it was me, I apologize. She added, moreover, when I greeted you earlier, it was merely because my father mentioned that you and I had recorded the same program together. He said you were quite pitiable, and if I encountered you, I should take good care of you, considering we hail from the same village. Li Qingqing was indeed crying quite pitifully. Alas, primarily because Master Xing and young Master Qin were questioning her together, she must have been terrified. After all, she is still just a little girl. Shen Yuxiao let out a cold laugh, intending to advise Li Xiaoya that if she did not wish to forgive, she needn't feel compelled to, for she certainly held the right and confidence to do so. However, Li Xiaoya spoke first, declaring, Oh, very well. I don't need you to take care of me, I don't want to play with you either. Li Qingqing's expression stiffened. This was far more devastating than simply saying, I do not forgive you. Had Li Xiaoya dared to utter, I do not forgive, she could easily manipulate public sentiment, inciting others to criticize Li Xiaoya for being petty and vengeful. Yet, Li Xiaoya merely stated she didn't wish to play with her. This subtly conveyed to everyone that Li Qingqing's character was questionable, prompting Li Xiaoya to disdainfully refuse her company. Shen Yuxiao felt quite pleased, casually pinching Li Xiaoya's cheek, saying, Indeed, do not play with others, play with me instead. This caught Qin Sui's attention, who glanced at Li Xiaoya, pondering the sensation of pinching her cheek. Xing Jun pressed his forehead, feeling as though he was witnessing a farce, and signaled to a nearby bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately approached Li Qingqing, inquiring, Would you like to wash your face? Li Qingqing nodded through her sobs, walking outside while reluctantly glancing back, pleading, Li Xiaoya, please do not be mad at me, okay? Not receiving any response from Li Xiaoya, Li Qingqing's sorrow intensified as she took the bodyguard's hand and exited. Once Li Qingqing left, Shen Yuxiao remarked, Finally, it is quiet. Xing Jun sighed, Your mouth, truly. After all, she is just a little girl. Shen Yuxiao pointed at Li Xiaoya, Isn't she a little girl? More adorable, more endearing. Xing Jun was left speechless. At the opportune moment, Qin Sui interjected, It is getting late, Li Xiaoya should return home. His tone carried an air of parental authority. Shen Yuxiao straightened, Indeed, it is getting late. Perfect timing, let us not leave, Li Xiaoya shall stay here tonight, after all, there's no school tomorrow, right? Before Qin Sui could respond, Li Xiaoya shook her head, My grandpa is still at home. Qin Sui will return to take care of your grandpa, Shen Yuxiao clarified succinctly. Qin Sui chimed in that case, her grandpa might not see the sun of the next day. Shen Yuxiao turned to the staff, and everything was left unspoken. The staff hesitated before speaking up, Shall we take care of it? Shen Yuxiao smiled, Everyone is so enthusiastic, doing good deeds is commendable, so this matter shall be entrusted to your production team. The staff, Shen Yuxiao's hospital room was a single occupancy, furnished with a companion bed in addition to the hospital bed. That bed had been empty until a few days ago. It was now in use. Shen Yuxiao gestured, Li Xiaoya, you shall sleep here tonight. Qin Sui, so I leave. Qin Sui, sleeping on the floor is not out of the question. After all, Qin Sui was a person of principles and did not resort to the humiliation of sleeping on the floor, as speculated by the online comments. He turned to ask, Where is Mr. Xing staying these days? At the Liang Hotel, Sheng Jun replied, there were some tensions between the Sheng and Qin families, but adults bullying children lacked grace, so they maintained a courteous facade. Then I shall stay there as well, Qin Sui decided. The staff widened their eyes. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? We are in the midst of recording a program, otherwise, I could sleep in the car, if you are not concerned about me inadvertently suffocating inside. Qin Sui appeared quite accommodating. The staff twitched at the corners of their mouths. No, please stay at the hotel, we will return to the village tomorrow, shall we? Qin Sui nodded, indicating a consensus. Shen Yuxiao, for once, did not oppose. As long as Qin Sui did not cling to Li Xieye, he could sleep wherever he pleased. Suddenly, it seems Qin Sui is 1,000 times more difficult to manage than Master Sheng. No wonder Sheng Yuxia referred to him as a cunning individual, quite an apt description. Sheng Jun had to return to handle work and could not spend the entire day here, so he stood up to leave, naturally accompanied by Qin Sui. Li Qingqing, realizing that Li Xieye was no longer present, mustered her courage to approach Qin Sui, tears brimming in her eyes, saying, "Brother, could you please talk to Li Xieye for me?" "Brother?" Qin Sui turned to look at her. "Do you also refer to Sheng Yuxiao as brother?" Li Qingqing paused, pondering whether Qin Sui might indeed be rather domineering, disallowing her from calling others by such terms. Before she could sort her thoughts, Qin Sui had already remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "You have quite a few brothers, I see." Li Qingqing, regaining her composure, she pitifully replied, "I do not have any brothers. I just want to play with you all." Qin Sui's tone was indifferent. "Play with us? Li Xieye does not even wish to play with us." Li Qingqing bit her lip, thinking to herself that she was different from Li Xieye. "Do not call me brother again. I have a biological sister, and if she were to see this television program, she would want to tear your mouth off." After saying this, Qin Sui opened the door to the Maybach and sat inside. The car door closed mercilessly in front of Li Qingqing. Her expression twisted momentarily. She was aware that Qin Sui had a biological sister who tragically took her own life abroad. HMPH. Perhaps her life had not been any better than Li Qingqing's. Meanwhile, the hospital room returned to tranquility. With Li Grandpa attended to, Li Xieye was no longer insistent on returning. She asked Sheng Yuxiao, "Is someone taking care of you?" "Yes, why, you're not that old yet. Do you wish to take care of me?" Sheng Yuxiao chuckled lightly. Li Xieye gazed at him with wide eyes, asking, "Does it still hurt?" Gazing back at her, Sheng Yuxiao felt his heart soften, saying, "It stopped hurting long ago." He inquired once more, "Qin Sui did not bully you, did he?" "Qin Sui?" Li Xieye looked at him in confusion. "Yes, the one who just left." "You do not know his name?" Li Xieye shook her head, realizing that he was indeed Qin Sui. She quickly replied, "I did not play with him, however, what? However, we sold mushrooms together today." Sheng Yuxiao was aware of this and waved his hand, saying, "That's fine. Did you sell them all? If not, it doesn't matter. Next time, I'll take you to sell." They were all sold. Sheng Yuxiao's voice faltered, and after a moment, he resumed, "How much did you sell for?" 331 yuan. That's quite a sum. Sheng Yuxiao's competitive spirit surged. "Next time, I'll help you sell even more." Li Xieye nodded, saying, "But I have to give him half of the money for selling mushrooms." Sheng Yuxiao, feeling a pang of jealousy, exclaimed, "Why do you have to share with him?" Li Xieye took out the money from her cloth bag, picked out a 5 yuan note, and handed it to Sheng Yuxiao, saying, "Well, here's a share for you too." Sheng Yuxiao's displeasure vanished in an instant. Holding that 5 yuan felt akin to grasping 5 million. He grinned, asking, "What's this for?" "To buy me some candy." Li Xieye pondered for a moment before replying, "Let's buy something else. I can still exchange candy for little red flowers." So, it seems that in the future, she would be using her little red flowers to barter for candy with him. Sheng Yuxiao, who had never been fond of candy, was puzzled as to how Li Xieye had come to believe he enjoyed it. Regardless, Sheng Yuxiao felt as if his heart had been tied to a helium balloon, floating blissfully upward. He murmured, "Li Xieye, what will I do if you no longer bring me candy?" Li Xiaoyar considered saying, then please give me your address when you leave. I could write to you, but after some thought, she refrained, perhaps after he departed, he would swiftly forget her. I'll order some takeout, let us have something delicious. Shen Yuxiao quickly forgot his worries and took out his phone to place an order. In that desolate village, there was hardly anything available now. He could finally provide Li Xiaoyar with a better life. The takeout soon began to arrive at the hospital, filling a small table to the brim. This is glutinous rice balls. Have you had it before? This is a beef pie, this is taro milk tea, this is fish and mutton soup pot. Do you want KFC? I assume children typically love it, right? As Shen Yuxiao introduced the dishes, he observed Li Xiaoyar's wide-eyed astonishment. A great sense of satisfaction surged within him. This was merely the beginning. If Li Xiaoyar were to live in the city with him, he would take her to fine dining restaurants every day. The food in this small county was still woefully inadequate. Li Xiaoyar savored the most lavish meal she had ever experienced since her birth, trying many dishes she had never encountered before. So, the outside world truly was this wonderful. Li Xiaoyar thought, her belly now pleasantly round. Come, let us brush our teeth. Shen Yuxiao lifted her up. The sinks in this hospital were quite high, so he set a small stool for her, supporting her as she brushed her teeth and washed her face, only lifting her down once she was done. Under the lights, Li Xiaoyar's long lashes fluttered gently. She mused how delightful it felt to be cared for. But her mother had said one must not grow too fond of all the warmth in this world. Otherwise, one would become weak and be bullied and trampled upon. Li Xiaoyar wiped her tear-stained corner of her eyes, desperately repeating in her heart, this is a dream, this is a dream, a dream. Li Xiaoyar and Qin Sui did not return to the village, while the village chief made his way to Li Xiaoyar's home again. Old uncle. The village chief entered, calling out to Li Grandpa. Recently, Li Grandpa had been in a foul mood and was no longer as polite to the village chief as before. He gruffly asked, what do you want? The village chief leaned in, whispering a few words to Li Grandpa. Li Grandpa's expression changed several times before he hesitantly shook his head, saying, no, I will not do it. The village chief's demeanor shifted, angrily scolding, you won't do it even for 800. Old uncle, your heart has grown larger now, hasn't it? Li Grandpa scoffed, the production team offered me 1,000, that young Master Xing even said he would give me as much as I wanted in the future. Do you know his family is worth several hundred billion? It's an incomprehensible amount. The village chief cursed under his breath, adopting a more assertive stance. Nonsense, do you really believe that young master? He is deceiving you. Look, he has already left without any intention of returning. Li Grandpa's expression showed signs of wavering. The village chief seized the opportunity. Old uncle, you've had a tough time over the years. That little girl, Li Xiaoyar, took the money from the production team and handed it over to Aunt Manu. Didn't he get a single cent? Doesn't he that make you angry? I am incensed for you. I'll make a decision. I'll give you 5,000. No, 1,000. You think it through. Once this matter is resolved, they will give you several tens of thousands. The money I'm offering is nothing. You need to have a broader perspective. Li Grandpa's eyes flickered. After a long pause, he nodded heavily, saying, if you can get this done, that little girl will no longer be a thorn in your side. Chapter 24. Staying in the city with Uncle, the production team, fearing that Qin Sui and his companions would linger in the county, arrived early to knock on the door. Qin Sui was quite cooperative, taking a Maybach to the hospital to pick up Li Xiaoyar. Li Xiaoyar had never slept on such a soft bed before, and she remained blissfully unaware, her eyes closed, until the production team barged in. Drowsily, Li Xiaoyar sat up, enveloped in a tiny blanket, resembling a delicate figurine. Why the rush? Shen Yuxiao cast a discontented glance at the staff. The staff could only reply, aside from taking care of Grandpa Li, there are also pigs and chickens to attend to. Can't you help feed them? We're not good at that. You can't even manage that. Shen Yuxiao frowned. Isn't a child better than you lot? The staff contemplated this and found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Indeed, Li Xiaoyar was far more capable than this group of adults, thus, her presence was indispensable at home. Wait, Li Xiaoyue hasn't washed her face or brushed her teeth yet. Xing Yuxiao finally relented. After all, he thought, his wounds would heal soon, and he would return triumphantly, ready to oust Qin Sui from his position. The group awaited Li Xiaoyue to freshen up, while Sheng, in high spirits, insisted on tying her hair into a ponytail. It's a bit crooked, he remarked, dissatisfied as he withdrew his hands. But time is truly of the essence, the staff fretted. Never mind, let us go. Xing Yuxiao tossed the comb aside, the tension in his brow easing as he offered Li Xiaoyue a faint smile. I'll be back. Li Xiaoyue nodded and turned to exit the hospital room. Qin Sui was waiting in the corridor, and the staff were expressing their gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Qin Xiao, for your understanding." Had Qin Sui entered to take Li Xiaoyue away, it would have instantly provoked Xing Yuxiao's rebellious spirit. However, with Qin Sui willingly waiting outside, Xing Yuxiao became much more agreeable. The Maybach soon roared to life and gradually departed from the county hospital. Inside the car, Li Xiaoyue began to pull out money, painstakingly sorting it into Qin Sui's hands. He raised an eyebrow, having never received such crumpled bills, and said, "You should keep this for yourself." "No, that's not acceptable." Li Xiaoyue stubbornly insisted, pushing the money into his palm, murmuring, "You can use this to buy your own meals in the future." Qin Sui, so it seemed she wished to handle her own affairs, not wanting to engage with him. This little girl was rather hard to reach. As the Maybach returned to Li's village, they arrived at the village entrance where someone waved their arms, calling out, "Li Xiaoyue, Li Xiaoyue." "Someone's calling me," Li Xiaoyue said, leaning against the window. Upon seeing this, Qin Sui lowered the window. Li Xiaoyue glanced back at him and softly said, "Thank you." The driver slowed down, and the person blocking the road rushed over, exclaiming, "Li Xiaoyue, your grandpa wants you to hurry over to your great-aunt's house." "What for?" Qin Sui asked, curiosity piqued. The person hesitated, cautiously glancing at Qin Sui before responding. "Her grandpa said she needs to get something. I believe it's something belonging to her mother before she passed." A spark of excitement ignited in Li Xiaoyue's eyes. "Mom's things." She eagerly replied, "Okay, I'll go." Qin Sui grasped her arm, inquiring, "Which family are you going to?" The dialect was thick, and he didn't catch it clearly. "Great-aunt," Li Xiaoyue answered. "How far is it?" Li Xiaoyue counted on her fingers. "It'll take over 4 hours to walk." Qin Sui glanced down at her slender arms and legs. "Over 4 hours." "Yes," Li Xiaoyue nodded vigorously, looking at him with pleading eyes. "I want to get down. Can you open the door for me?" She couldn't unbuckle her seatbelt nor open the car door herself. Without taking action, Qin Sui instructed the driver, "Take her there." The driver was about to comply when someone in the passenger seat pulled him back. For the sake of showmanship, not everything could be handled by the production team. Noticing their hesitation, Qin Sui suggested, "Exchange for points." The staff turned with a chuckle. "The points are all used up." Having only been here for a couple of days, it was understandable that he didn't have enough points. After a moment of contemplation, he bent down and opened the door for Li Xiaoyue. The staff asked, "Aren't you going with her, Qin Xiao?" "I'll go back to earn points." While they were still conversing, Li Xiaoyue had already jumped out of the car and headed down another road. Her figure gradually shrank to a small dot on the screen. "Over 4 hours of walking, just the thought makes my legs ache." Li Xiaoyue is truly quite pitiful, sigh. And she is sharing money with Qin Sui. Her character seems quite good. Isn't the photographer going to follow her? The audience expressed their inquiries, only to remember that the show's primary characters were originally Xing Yuxiao and Li Qingqing, with Qin Sui being a reluctant addition. Li Xiaoyue was entirely unrelated to the program, merely dragged into it by Xing Yuxiao. Waiting for Li Xiaoyue to return. Watching Qin Sui face setbacks with her is quite amusing. The direction of the program was subtly shifting. The chief director monitored the online discourse, thinking, had he known it would turn out this way, why change the cast? Nevertheless, this unexpected turn might yield a unique show effect. At that moment, the assistant director sidled up, whispering, "Should we let the photographer follow her after all?" The chief director waved his hand dismissively. "Let them feel some sympathy for Li Xiaoye. It's for the best." The assistant director hesitated before adding, "Those rumors about Li Xiaoye, were they false?" The chief director nodded. "It's possible, but that's not our concern." If Xing Yuxiao intends to vindicate Li Xiaoye, the assistant director paused, suddenly realizing that would be even more entertaining. The chief director smiled and nodded in agreement. The assistant director gasped in awe, "You truly are remarkable," and then ceased to mention Li Xiaoye again. Li Xiaoye walked a considerable distance before realizing she had forgotten to ask them to help feed the chickens and pigs. However, it was just one meal, she should be able to return before dark. Li Xiaoye quickened her pace. The road to her great-aunt's house was entirely unpaved, and by the time she arrived, her shoes and clothes were splattered with mud. She cautiously pushed open a large iron gate and stepped into the courtyard. The courtyard was paved with concrete, and Li Xiaoye hesitated to place her feet, fearing that if her great-aunt became angry, she might not be given her mother's belongings. "Little Duck has arrived." Today, her great-aunt was particularly warm, stepping forward to take her hand. "Come, let us go inside and talk." As Li Xiaoye was led through the door, she noticed that the lights inside were off. Her great-aunt turned to shut the door securely before groping for the light cord. With a pull, the incandescent bulb flickered to life, momentarily blinding her. Instinctively, Li Xiaoye squeezed her eyes shut, and when she opened them again, she could see who was sitting in the living room. A tightness gripped her scalp, and she instinctively attempted to escape, but her great-aunt caught her in an embrace, lifting her off the ground, rendering her unable to escape no matter how much she struggled. Her great-aunt chuckled. "Why are you running, child? You haven't seen your uncle's family in ages." Every year during the new year, Li Xiaoye would meet this distant uncle. He would smile as he ruffled her hair, handing her a red envelope, saying, "Come live well with your uncle, all right." At that time, Li Xiaoye did not comprehend what it meant. Later, the village children surrounded her, pointing at Chapter 25. "No one will come looking for you. Damn, I forgot to have Li Xiaoye take some blankets and clothes back first," Xing Yuxiao lamented, sitting in the hospital room, unable to suppress a frown. "Forget it, I'll just wait until I return to bring them to her." After Li Xiaoye returned to Li family village, Xing Yuxiao felt increasingly restless in the hospital, fretting that Qin Sui might charm her away. He swiped through his phone, finding no interest in the game icons displayed on the screen. With nothing to occupy his time, the young master made a call. "Hello, Brother Yang, could you give me the number of the investment office here?" The comments were abuzz with speculation. Is the young master about to make an investment? Wealthy and extravagant, investing is as easy as eating and drinking. I envy him. If only he could come here to record a show. My hometown is quite impoverished. While the comments continued to discuss, the screen suddenly went black. That was when Xing Yuxiao temporarily dismantled the camera and microphone. Moments later, the small hospital room became lively as Xing Yuxiao met with several individuals. They were equally astonished. Investments usually took place during banquets, but today, they were being solicited in a hospital room. How novel! Moreover, they had never seen such an eager major investor. "Please, take a seat, don't stand on ceremony," as Xing Yuxiao said, tempering his previously domineering demeanor, leaving them pleasantly surprised. "Is Xing's intention?" someone cautiously inquired. Xing Yuxiao waved his finger dismissively. "To be frank, my father does not think highly of this project. Your efforts are in vain." The individuals across from him grew anxious. Then, Xing Yuxiao interjected, "I can invest in you. I shall allocate the funds I intended for a sports car next year, amounting to 6 million. Instantly, their eyes sparkled with fervor as they urged an assistant nearby. "Quick, present the proposal to this gentleman," Xing Yuxiao interrupted. "No, I won't look at that just yet." He paused, then continued, "Isn't there a Xinyu town here?" In Xinyu town, there is someone whose exact workplace I am unaware of, but his name is Li Song, the son of the village chief of Li family village. Oh, I recently recorded a program in Li family village. You are aware of this, correct? Yes, yes, we know about Li Song, the individual's paused, subtly inquiring, did he offend you? Shin Yuxiao opened his phone, playing back the recorded conversation from earlier. Listen, what a talent he is, managing to scheme against me, he scoffed coldly. Half an hour later, the group departed from the hospital room. As they stepped outside, their first words were, that Li Song, his character is lacking. He is greatly tarnishing our reputation. How will others judge us? Are we to be seen as products of a poor and wretched land? Can we still attract investments like this? We cannot allow such a harmful element to remain. Back in the hospital room, Shin Yuxiao reattached the camera, deliberately delaying the release of the recording online. That recording still had its uses. Shortly thereafter, Shin Jun came to visit him, surprised to see him in good spirits, feeling well. Shin Yuxiao nodded. He was eagerly anticipating how Li Xiaoyar would express her gratitude later. Would the child be moved to tears? The thought of that scene brought him great comfort. Before he knew it, the clock struck 6:30 in the evening. Qin Sui, with a solemn expression, stepped outside, informing the production team, Li Xiaoyar has yet to return. The crew also felt the time was getting late, so they went in to ask Grandpa Li for the number of her distant aunt. Grandpa Li, however, was at a loss. The crew's brows began to furrow. Grandpa Li claims he doesn't know the number for the distant aunt. Qin Sui sensed something was amiss. How did the message get conveyed then? How would Grandpa Li know that Li Xiaoyar's distant aunt was expecting her? Upon reflecting, the production team quickly returned to inquire further. Qin Sui is quite sharp. In my opinion, the production team should never have sent Li Xiaoyar off alone. Such a young child, the roads are fraught with danger. Li Xiaoyar has lived here since birth. Does she not know better? Visiting relatives is something she is accustomed to. What could possibly go wrong? After a while, the staff emerged again, relaying, Grandpa Li said that it was the distant aunt who called the village's small shop, and the shopkeeper conveyed the message to him. Let us head to the small shop, Qin Sui commanded immediately. The small shop was equipped with an old-fashioned landline, and the owner, perched beside it, casually remarked while spitting out sunflower seed shells, who would remember a phone number? It's not like they're my relatives. Qin Sui shot him a dark glance. Although Qin Sui was younger than the shopkeeper, the latter was visibly intimidated by the look, dropping sunflower seeds all over the floor. The production team, observing Qin Sui's expression, realized that today's events would not end well, and they sprang into action. Go ask, inquire at every household, find out where Li Xiaoyar's distant aunt lives. Anyone who knows the number will do, Qin Sui interjected, offer a reward for information. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt a pang of regret for not having memorized the number. This day was, aside from the countless firecrackers set off when Li Qingqing departed, the most bustling day Li family village had experienced. However, the village's power supply was not very reliable. As time passed and darkness fell, the lights gradually dimmed, except for a few households that still glimmered with light. Most areas were shrouded in darkness. Shall we wait until tomorrow morning to search? It is late at night, and the roads are all dirt. Driving is impossible, and even if we walk with flashlights, we might easily fall into a ditch, the chief director suggested. Qin Sui responded with a curt millimeter. This only served to heighten the audience's anxiety. Only a few dissenting voices remained. Smiley clearly, this is a scripted event for the show, perhaps intentionally giving Li Xiaoyar a chance to redeem herself. The village chief, upon learning that the production team was searching high and low, felt a twinge of guilt. What do these idle people care for this? He grumbled. In his view, a rural child visiting relatives and not returning for a night was a trivial matter. Why were these city folks so agitated? The village chief hastily reassured himself, it's nothing at all. It was Grandpa Li who took care of it. Can't the elders make decisions for the children? Why should these outsiders interfere? At that moment, Li Xiaoyar had already been brought to the city by her distant uncle. He smiled, saying, don't think about it, no one will come looking for you. He carried Li Xiaoyar into a residential complex. Have you never seen such a beautiful place? Uncle lives here. Living with me is a blessing you could never have imagined. Do you understand? This was a high-end residential area in the county. Although it couldn't compare to major cities, it was indeed quite renowned locally. Li Xiaoyar, with a hushed voice, replied, "I don't want blessings." Her uncle's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, chuckling, "You simply haven't experienced a good life. Once you do, you won't want to leave." As he spoke, a disheveled middle-aged man approached, clutching a leather bag. He immediately spotted Lee Sherrier. There was no helping it, the child was far too striking, impossible to overlook. The man's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the little girl who accompanied the person driving the Maybach to sell mushrooms? So, she lived here. He wondered if that young Master Cheen was around. This man was the small business owner who had purchased all the expensive mushrooms the other day. He had wanted to strike up a conversation then, but had lost the opportunity. Now, fate had brought the chance to his doorstep. "Hey, buddy," the man called out, moving closer and attempting to offer a cigarette to Lee's uncle. However, Lee's uncle wished to avoid complications and pretended not to notice, walking straight ahead. Meanwhile, Lee Sherrier had a sharp memory and immediately recognized the small business owner. She opened her mouth to cry, "Uncle, safe!" In a split second, her uncle realized she recognized the man and swiftly covered her mouth, whispering threateningly in her ear, "If you dare to say anything, I'll hang you up and spank you." After saying this, he hurried away with Lee Sherrier. The man froze, his hand with the cigarette suspended mid-air. Lee's uncle's wife chuckled, saying, "The child is exhausted from the journey, don't disturb her sleep, or it will be hard to soothe her later." She then hurried to catch up. Accompanying her was a boy of about 14 or 15, limping and silent. The man watched as this family walked away, feeling an overwhelming sense of incongruity. As thoughts of his impending bankruptcy loomed, he decided to follow them, hoping to ascertain where they lived so he could pay a visit with some cigarettes and alcohol the following day. Lee's uncle possessed considerable strength. By the time Lee Sherrier was set down, clear fingerprints were imprinted on her cheeks. He shook his head at her, saying, "You're not behaving well. I need to discipline you." He turned to his wife, commanding, "Lock her up, don't give her any blankets or water." Chapter 26. Everyone is searching for someone. Aunt, I will be obedient, please don't shut me in, okay? Lee Sherrier raised her face, her eyes drooping, appearing pitiful. The woman across from her revealed a trace of softness, but Lee's uncle's icy voice immediately followed. "Her grandfather said she knows how to feign innocence, but in truth, she is quite stubborn." Upon hearing this, the woman's compassion vanished in an instant, and she shoved Lee Sherrier into the small room opposite. Aunt, Lee Sherrier stumbled as she was pushed, and by the time she got back up, the door had already closed. Her uncle's voice rang out coldly again, "You only need to behave for a few days, and you will receive your mother's belongings. Don't you want that?" Lee Sherrier, on the other side of the door, fell silent. Her uncle was quite satisfied with the results of his blend of kindness and authority and exchanged a knowing glance with his wife before leaving. Lee Sherrier took 2 steps back and desperately reached for the light cord, but all she encountered was the thick soundproof wall. There was no light cord, no switch, just a dark space that faintly reflected a hint of moonlight. The small room was not spacious, and the windows were tightly sealed. Lee Sherrier extended her hand, brushing against the thick glass, barely catching a glimpse of moonlight. She shed only 2 tears, which she promptly wiped away. She needed to grow up quickly, she wanted to read countless books, she yearned to escape this place, to venture far away. Thus, Lee Sherrier spent the night in the small room. The woman leaned against the door, listening, and exclaimed in astonishment, "How can there be no sound from inside? Isn't she crying?" Lee's uncle, unfazed, replied, "Her character is resilient, it's only been 1 night, why would she cry? When her father ran off and the villagers came to collect debts, she didn't shed a tear." The woman seemed somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Lee's uncle muttered, "Good genes, money well spent." The woman didn't catch the first part and inquired, "What?" Lee's uncle didn't respond, straightened his tie, and headed out to the company. The woman didn't press further, turning to wake her son and indicating, "Go take a bowl of hot soup to your sister. That way she will warm up to you." The boy silently accepted the bowl and unlocked the door. In the next moment, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Mom, why is she lying on the ground and not moving?" Jean Sui had not slept a wink all night. Rising with the dawn, the production team felt similarly anxious, fearing that a significant incident might disrupt the normal recording of the show. We've got the address, let us drive to Li Xieyer's cousin's house first, the production team decided. Jean Sui paused for a moment and said, call the police. The team widened their eyes, but we haven't confirmed if Li Xieye is actually missing yet. She is a minor, not even 10 years old, Jean Sui replied, his tone darkening slightly. Call the police. What if it's just a misunderstanding? I will take responsibility. It's not just about responsibility. Perhaps Li Xieye would feel embarrassed. Fools always think more than they act, Jean Sui retorted. The production team was left speechless. How arrogant he sounds, but right now we need someone with a firm hand to lead the way. I'm beginning to understand why the young master of the Shin family dislikes him so much. Oh, stop arguing and go find her. Under Jean Sui's insistence, the production team, unwilling to appear foolish, promptly contacted the local authorities to report the situation. They then set off towards the cousin's house. Li's grandfather may have lost his legs, but he still had ears. Hearing the commotion from inside, he couldn't help but stretch his neck and mutter to himself, "What's with all this fuss?" A sense of unease washed over him. Sitting in the car, Jean Sui suddenly remarked, "Li's grandfather seems suspicious." "What do you mean?" "Someone needs to keep an eye on him." Jean Sui extended his hand. "Pass me your phone." The director hurriedly complied, and Jean Sui immediately called his bodyguard. After all, as a scion of a prominent family, it was only natural to have a bodyguard while filming in such a remote location. Keep an eye on Li Xieyer's grandfather, Jean Sui instructed the bodyguard. Do you think this matter is related to him? If something is amiss, it must be connected to him, Jean Sui asserted, his brow furrowing, his expression darkening further. It is still not enough. This area is economically underdeveloped, local facilities are inadequate, the roads are treacherous, the vehicles are old, and there aren't enough personnel. We cannot rely solely on the local police to search for her. The production team hesitated. Actually, we haven't even reached Li Xieyer's cousin's house yet. There is no need to rush, Jean Sui replied coolly. Do you know what the golden hour is? He picked up his phone to call home, but his father was not there, and it was his mother who answered. Upon hearing, "What, that little girl is missing, oh my goodness," his mother, prone to tears, began to weep almost immediately and then asked her son, "What should we do?" "It would be best to borrow personnel from the provincial city," Jean Sui replied, pressing his forehead in exasperation. "Oh, okay, then wait a moment, I'll go find your father. He needs to handle this," she said before hanging up. Jean Sui stared at his phone, thinking it might be faster to contact Shin Yuxiao. Unbeknownst to the turmoil unfolding, Shin Yuxiao sat in the hospital ward, staring at his father and asking, "When are you going back?" Shin Jun laughed in exasperation. "So you think I'm no longer of any use, and you're eager for me to leave, aren't you supposed to return to work?" "All right, as you wish." Shin Jun shook his head, in good spirits as he stood to leave. Li Qingqing followed closely behind. She was more concerned about Li Xieye than anyone else, and she had learned of the girl's disappearance the moment it happened. Intentionally, she refrained from mentioning it, however. Just as she and Shin Jun stepped out of the ward, Shin Yuxiao's phone rang. Jean Sui's call. Shin Yuxiao frowned. "Is he unwell? Why is he calling me?" Li Qingqing sensed something was wrong and quickly turned back. Despite his irritation, Shin Yuxiao picked up the call. "Hello, can't you even manage to comb Li Xieyer's hair?" His tone initially carried a hint of arrogance, but that changed in an instant. "What did you say?" Shin Yuxiao leapt off the hospital bed, still in his patient gown and slippers, rushing out. Shin Jun turned in shock, only to see his son's departing figure. "Shin Yuxiao, where are you going?" Shin Yuxiao's brow furrowed, his face darkened with anger, as he cursed, "I've always said Jean Sui is incompetent. He can't even keep track of one person. Drive, I need to report this to the police myself." Realizing something was amiss, Shin Jun hurriedly sought out the production team to inquire about the situation. "What, that little girl is missing?" No, it's not confirmed that she is missing. She just hasn't returned home all night," a staff member awkwardly explained. Meanwhile, Jean Sui had already put away his phone and stood in the courtyard of Li Xieyer's cousin's house. Her cousin, taken aback by such a scene, rushed out to ask, "Who are all of you?" To facilitate communication, Jean Sui had brought a guide along. The guide stepped forward, coldly demanding, "Is Li Xiaoyar here?" The cousin's heart sank, so the little girl hadn't lied after all. Indeed, so many people had come searching for her. Chapter 27, The tremendous turmoil in a small county town. She has gone back. "She finished her meal yesterday afternoon and left," exclaimed Auntie Biao, slapping her thigh. "What's the matter? Has someone gone missing?" "This has happened before. Is she out picking mushrooms in the mountains?" Don't panic. Qin Sui, having only exchanged a glance, lightly nodded and stated, "She is lying." The staff member, who had just begun to suggest, "Shall we go up the mountain to look for her?" found their words abruptly stifled. "What, lying?" the staff member asked in astonishment. "How does young Master Qin know this?" Auntie Biao, a regular viewer of television dramas, could not possibly misunderstand Mandarin. Upon hearing this, she became agitated, pointing at Qin Sui and shouting, "Nonsense! You are slandering her." You two towering bodyguards stepped forward, effectively blocking Auntie Biao. It dawned on her that the youth before her was no ordinary person. She instinctively took a half step back, a hint of fear in her eyes. "If you don't believe me, go look for yourselves. Am I supposed to hide Li Xiaoyar? She often walks the mountain paths alone. Who knows if she has been taken by wolves or bears?" This statement incited the staff members' disbelief, and the barrage of comments was quick to follow. "What the hell? This person is called an elder. What, do you hope for Li Xiaoyar's demise? What kind of people are these? It infuriates me." At this point, the focus had shifted away from Li Qingqing, with the audience's emotions tethered solely to Li Xiaoyar. People from impoverished regions often exhibit a notable trait. No matter how grand or wealthy a tale you tell, it holds no significance to them. However, once figures like the village chief or local police officers appear before them, fear quickly ensues. Before long, the sound of police sirens drew near, although the vehicle lacked the grandeur of a Maybach. As the door swung open, several uniformed officers emerged, causing Auntie Biao's legs to weaken. Genuine fear washed over her. What? Why call the police for such a trivial matter? She trembled, her lips quaking. Little did she know, this was merely the beginning. With the cooperation of the local police station, they scoured Auntie Biao's home, ultimately finding no trace of Li Xiaoyar. One staff member inquired, could this be a misunderstanding? Did Li Xiaoyar go missing after leaving? Qin Sui pointed at Auntie Biao and asked, don't her son and daughter reside in the county? Yes, the local guide nodded. She brewed tea yesterday, using 3 glass cups, which remain unwashed in the sink. The tea wasn't tea loose but the white tea from the wall. She entertained guests. To her, they were 3 esteemed visitors, Qin Sui quickly articulated. His words elicited gasps from the barrage of comments, and the others present couldn't help but steal glances at him. You would excel in criminal investigation, with Qin Sui's insights serving as a lead. Auntie Biao was subsequently taken away for questioning in a manner deemed lawful and reasonable. I want to go. I want to. You are wrongfully accusing an innocent person. Auntie Biao, drenched in cold sweat, clung to the car door, crying profusely and refusing to let go, utterly devoid of the previous day's confidence. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuxiao boarded a provincial vehicle, making his way to Li family village. The entourage was quite imposing. The trafficking of children is a persistent issue, utterly despicable. The man seated beside Sheng Yuxiao wore a stern expression, his tone particularly grave. Indeed, the individual in the passenger seat concurred, knitting his brows, especially in impoverished, backward regions like ours, where children are often abducted and sold to economically prosperous areas. Each time we revisit unresolved cases, it is heart-wrenching. Sheng Yuxiao felt increasingly uneasy, fearing that by the time a day passed, Li Xiaoyar might already be sold to an unknown location. This impoverished area needed investment, desperately requiring infrastructure improvements, enhanced surveillance, and increased local employment rates. Only then could crime diminish. His mind was flooded with various thoughts, a conflagration of frustration simmering in his chest. The convoy gradually made its way into the county town associated with Li family village, inciting a seismic upheaval within the small town. They fervently debated the unfolding events, craning their necks in curiosity to glimpse the individuals within those vehicles. I've heard they are capturing traffickers. That's a good thing. Li family's uncle overheard such conversations while walking down the road, but he paid them no mind. The matter of capturing traffickers was of no concern to him. He felt somewhat vexed, having received a call from his wife stating that Li Xiaoyar was ill, running a high fever of 38°C, vomiting profusely, and appearing ashen. She needed to be taken to the hospital. Recalling the elderly's description of Li Xieye, his initial reaction was feigned illness. The child was clever and remarkably resilient. Once taken to a pediatric hospital, she might seize the opportunity to escape, but what if she were to perish from the fever? Frustrated, truly frustrated, Li family's uncle quickened his pace, but not far down the road, he was halted by a middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, he recognized him as the individual who had approached him the previous evening, offering a cigarette. Hello, I am Do Dawei, get lost. Do Dawei was taken aback, bewildered by the abrupt hostility. Who are you to that young girl? He persisted, gripping Li family's uncle's arm. Li family's uncle's heart skipped a beat, his expression shifting as he replied, her uncle. Oh, big brother, I was merely hoping you could introduce me to young Master Qin. Who is young Master Qin? Li family's uncle asked, bewildered, thinking the man must be out of his mind. Do Dawei quickly realized that Li family's uncle was unfamiliar with young Master Qin. Thus, he could only ask, may I see your niece? Are you insane? What do you want to see her for? Are you a trafficker? Li family's uncle cursed before hastily returning home. Li Xieye was indeed unwell. Her lips were devoid of color, her mouth barely moving as she murmured, Mama, has she taken fever-reducing medication? She has, but she vomited it all. Li family's uncle cursed under his breath, scooping her up and declaring, we can only go to the hospital. Li Xiye's voice soon became hoarse. She struggled to lift her eyelids, her face flushed with fever, yet even in this state, her delicate features remained exquisite. Illness seemed to enhance her vulnerability. Li family's uncle glanced down, thinking it was worth it. Little did he realize that Do Dawei was lurking nearby, watching as they climbed into the car. The young girl is ill or injured. No, that can't be. They can't possibly be traffickers, can they? Do Dawei's expression shifted, realizing that if this were true, he could secure a significant achievement and perhaps persuade young Master Qin to loosen his purse strings. Without hesitation, Do Dawei followed them. As the couple hurriedly entered the vehicle, Li Xiye's head accidentally bumped against the car frame. Instantly, a swelling bruise appeared, rendering her even more pitiable. Her lips continued to move, but this time she called out, Xing Yuxiao yet. Li family's uncle did. In Chapter 28, The Murder of Li Xieye. The nurse rolled up Li Xiye's sleeve to administer an intravenous drip. Upon noticing the delicate slenderness of the young girl's wrist, she cast a disapproving glance at Li's uncle and remarked, how could parents raise such a child? The boy was robust and hearty, while the girl appeared frail and emaciated, her hands marred with scars. Li's uncle stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth. She was raised at her grandmother's house for a long time. The elders at home were not attentive. The nurse lowered her gaze, remaining silent, but in her heart, she harbored disdain. It was evident that they favored boys over girls. Perhaps she had been mistreated as well. Look at her, suffering from such a high fever, her face pale, and only now brought in. The nurse steadied herself, fastening the tourniquet around the thin wrist, disinfecting the area, and inserting the needle. At the moment the sharp tip pierced the skin, Li Xiye's frail body trembled, emitting a low whimper. The nurse felt a pang of sympathy and inhaled deeply before stepping away. Li's uncle glared at her retreating figure, muttering, damn bitch, mind your own business. The nurse stepped outside and recounted her concerns about Li Xieye to a colleague. The colleague sighed, enough, don't get involved. The last thing this hospital needs is sympathy, for you cannot empathize enough. You wouldn't want to find yourself on the receiving end of a complaint later. The junior nurse nodded, but as she turned to leave, she nearly collided with the sneaky Do Dawei. Hey, what are you doing? I'm the girl's uncle inside, Do Dawei lied. Then why aren't you going in? All right, I'll be honest, I suspect that man has ulterior motives. The nurse scoffed, I think he is definitely not a good father. Father? He claims to be her father. Impossible, he didn't say that to me. This man is truly suspicious. Do Dawei lowered his voice, I suspect he might be a human trafficker. The nurse's expression shifted instantly, her sense of justice igniting fiercely. Li Xieye drifted in and out of a deep slumber, dreaming of her mother and remembering the gentle words of her father as he departed, yet, he soon morphed into a monstrous figure with a gaping maw of blood. Startled, she awoke, attempting to sit up, only to be roughly pushed back down by Li's uncle. What is wrong with me? Li Xiaoya's voice emerged, torn and hoarse, as if it were lacerated. The woman promptly stated, "I'll go fetch a bottle of water." Li's uncle, relieved that she was still alive, turned to his son, "You stay here and watch over your sister, I need to return to the company." No sooner had Li's uncle left than the nurse arrived, saying, "I'm going to apply a fever-reducing patch on her." The boy immediately vacated his spot. The nurse bent down, applying the patch while quietly asking in Li Xiaoya's ear, "Little one, was that man just now your father?" The boy suddenly interjected loudly, "What are you saying to my sister?" The nurse felt a cold sweat trickle down her back but maintained her composure, replying, "I'm just checking to see if the little girl feels unwell. Your parents are rather unreliable." The boy fell silent. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe the nurse's knowledge. How did she know? Grasping the nurse's hand, her voice trembled, "Sister, I need to go to the bathroom. Can you take me?" The nurse understood and replied, "Come with me." The boy attempted to intervene but realized he couldn't enter the women's restroom, so he reluctantly relented, watching as the nurse escorted Li Xiaoya away. "He is not my father," Li Xiaoya declared as soon as they stepped outside. The nurse was taken aback, her scalp tingling in shock. Could it truly be? This was the first time she had encountered such a revelation in real life. "I'm calling the police immediately," the nurse asserted. Li Xiaoya shook her head despondently. "It seems that it's not possible. He is my uncle. My grandfather might have received money from him," the nurse murmured, "but it's likely to be deemed a domestic matter, and you would end up back with your grandfather, who could sell you again, in just a few exchanges." The nurse was already seething with rage. "What should we do? My goodness, what now?" The nurse hesitated, then recalled, "There's a man named Do Dawei who is looking for you. He told me you might have been abducted by a trafficker. Do you know him?" Li Xiaoya shook her head in confusion. "Who is Do Dawei?" The nurse guided the stumbling Li Xiaoya around the corner towards another hallway. Do Dawei anxiously awaited there. Li Xiaoya recognized him instantly. "It's you." Do Dawei was elated. "You remember me? That man is a villain, isn't he? Would you like me to contact Qin Sui for you?" The nurse thought to herself, "Who on earth is Qin Sui?" A small-town nurse had never heard of such a person. Li Xiaoya nodded. "He is a bad man." But soon her brow furrowed in worry. "But I don't know Qin Sui's number." Her face was pale, looking even more pitiful with that frown. Do Dawei was momentarily taken aback. Did she truly have no contact information? It was understandable. Many children forget adults' numbers. Li Xiaoya whispered, "But he is recording a program in Li Family Village. You can go find him there." "No, let us not look for him," Li Xiaoya quickly countered. "Instead, go to the county hospital and find Shen Yuxiao. He is hospitalized there." Li Xiaoya made her decision. Though she wasn't familiar with Qin Sui, she hoped Shen Yuxiao would come to rescue her. Would he? Surely he would. Li Xiaoya took a gentle breath, attempting to quell her racing heart. Shen Yuxiao. Do Dawei pondered aloud. That name sounds familiar. What are the three characters? Write it down. Li Xiaoya's expression fell, and she replied softly, "I don't know." "It's all right, leave it to me." Do Dawei resolved to handle the situation, quickly hailing a taxi towards the county hospital. Currently, they were at the second hospital, which was 8 kilometers away from the county hospital. As Do Dawei exited, he happened to brush past Li Xiaoya's aunt, who failed to recognize him and thus paid him no mind. "What are you doing out?" the aunt approached, noticing Li Xiaoya and revealing a puzzled expression. "I went to the bathroom," Li Xiaoya mumbled. The nurse immediately interjected, "You shouldn't drink cold water." The aunt wanted to protest the fuss over trivialities but held her tongue, knowing that if the illness worsened, it would still cost them money. "I'll go home and get a cup." "You stay here with your brother." Li Xiaoya obediently nodded. The aunt breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the village head was restless, just as his son, Li Song, unexpectedly returned in a car. "Song, I need to talk to you about something," the village head approached. However, Li Song's expression was even more grim than his father's as he spat. "I don't know which bastard reported me for accepting bribes. How much power do I even have? What could I possibly gain? Moreover, who doesn't he take a little something?" The village head's complexion changed. How could this happen? did your superiors believe it? Li Song's face twitched. They've suspended me, pending investigation. What merit do I have to warrant such scrutiny? The village head murmured, this doesn't add up, Song. What do you mean? Is it possible someone is deliberately targeting you? Someone is undoubtedly setting me up, but I have no idea who it is. I've asked several colleagues I'm close with, and none have spoken up. Li Song calmed his rising anger, stating, I'll call Qingqing, she is clever and must have established a connection with Xinjun by now. The village head, still anxious, asked, will this affect my position as village head? Li Song laughed in disbelief, it shouldn't. It's not that easy to pin something on me. The village head nodded, hesitantly voicing, Song, there's another matter. He recounted how Li Xieye had been taken away and how Qin Sui had reported it. Upon hearing this, Li Song's phone fell to the ground with a loud thud. Why didn't you consult us about such a major issue? I thought it would be easy to resolve. Li's grandfather is greedy, and this is a matter concerning their relatives. It wouldn't affect us. Li Song shook his head darkly. You're thinking too simplistically. Li Xiye's distant uncle will not bear the blame alone. He has connections in the city and is wealthier than us. Most importantly, the village's dark secrets must not attract police attention. The village head felt a surge of panic upon hearing his son's analysis. Then what do you suggest we do? Li Song realized that scolding his father for being foolish would be futile at this point. Li Xieye must die. She must perish at the hands of her uncle so that he cannot clear his name, Li Song said. The village head was momentarily stunned. You mean, murder? Li Song scoffed, pressing down on his father's shoulder. It's not like we haven't done it before. At that moment, Li Xiye's aunt was already in tears, her hair and clothes disheveled, while her son and daughter-in-law also cried beside her, pleading, Mom, please just tell us. Do you want to get us killed? The aunt, distraught, pounded the table, her hands swelling from the impact, and cried out, Fine, I'll tell you, it was Li Hongguang who took her away. He is Li Xiye's distant uncle. This has nothing to do with me. It was Li Xiye's grandfather who made the decision. Qin Sui swiftly turned, immediately go find this Li Hongguang. Chapter 29. You terrified me to death. On the other side, Dou Dawei arrived at the hospital, approaching the reception desk with a tentative hope. Is there an inpatient here named Xin Yuxiao? The receptionist's countenance changed abruptly as she replied tersely, patient privacy, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information. Dou Dawei was taken aback. Indeed, this person existed. I urgently need to find him, he insisted anxiously. Everyone claims that, but I'm truly sorry, she replied. It dawned on Dou Dawei that this Xin Yuxiao was no ordinary individual. Earlier at the second hospital, the little girl had mentioned that Qin Sui was recording a program in Lejir village. What kind of program could it be? Being a businessman, his mind was still sharp. Dou Dawei took out his phone and began searching for keywords such as Lejir village, recording program, and Qin Sui. Soon enough, a web page caught his eye. Xin Yuxiao, so it was this Xin Yuxiao. Dou Dawei was overjoyed, nearly bursting into tears. That little girl was indeed his benefactor. She was either with Qin Sui or this young master Xin Yuxiao. Dou Dawei immediately raised his phone, showing the receptionist a photo of Li Xieye from the program. Please search online. This little girl is missing, and she is currently at the second hospital. I came to inform Xin Yuxiao. The receptionist regarded him with uncertainty, ultimately deciding to make a phone call. In less than half an hour, a long convoy of vehicles came to a halt outside the county hospital, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. Xin Yuxiao stepped out of the car, scanning the surroundings. Where is she? Dou Dawei had never felt so popular. He pushed forward, thinking that this young master Sheng was truly a sight to behold, easily noticeable at first glance. Young master Sheng. I'm over here. Dou Dawei called out loudly. The bodyguards, initially prepared to restrain him, hesitated upon hearing that. Xin Yuxiao parted the crowd and swiftly approached Dou Dawei. Have you seen Li Xieye? Yes, at the second hospital. Is she injured? Xin Yuxiao's brow furrowed with sudden intensity. Dou Dawei involuntarily shivered and replied, no, she isn't injured. She is ill, suffering from a high fever, and on and for drip, someone is watching over her. Do Da Wei glanced around, feeling the need to withhold the full truth. What if they all assumed a familial bond and decided to abandon her, he added. She looks very pitiful, her face is burning, and she cried when they were giving her the injection. Before Do Da Wei could finish his sentence, he felt a gust of wind rush past him. Shin Yuxiao was already striding towards the exit. To the second hospital. Young Master Sheng, wait for me, please wait. Do Da Wei hurried after him, fearing being left behind. Shin Yuxiao, realizing this individual might still be of use, turned back and half-dragged him along as they hurried forward. Though Shin Yuxiao was younger, his height exceeded that of Do Da Wei. At this moment, Do Da Wei disregarded any notion of middle-aged dignity. Being led by such a young master was indeed an honor. At the entrance of Kangyuan Foreign Trade Company, several vehicles arrived and came to a stop. Qin Sui was the first to disembark. Hey, who are you people? No appointment, no entry, the receptionist protested weakly. Why had so many imposing figures arrived? The commotion caught the attention of Uncle Li, also known as Li Hongguang, who was on the upper floor. He wondered who had gotten into trouble and stepped out of his office. Undercover. Li Hongguang, you are the owner here, correct? The individuals downstairs flashed their badges and surged past the receptionist. They collided head-on with Li Hongguang as he emerged. That's him, that's Li Hongguang, someone shouted. Before Li Hongguang could react, he was forcefully pinned to the ground in front of his subordinates, exposed to the public eye. What are you doing? Have you lost your minds? Li Hongguang bellowed in fury. Li Hongguang, you are suspected of kidnapping a girl under 7 years old. Please accompany us for an inquiry, came the official-sounding reply. Let him lead the way, another youthful voice commanded. Li Hongguang struggled to lift his head, catching only a glimpse of a tailored pant leg adorned with a bespoke design, exuding an air of affluence. Who was he? Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyer's aunt returned home with a cup, filling it with hot water. As she approached the door, she saw numerous police cars racing towards the scene, some even arriving from the province. Who are they after? What a commotion, her aunt mused, stepping inside. Just then, someone collided with her, knocking the cup from her hands. Infuriated, she chastised the person for being careless. The individual, clad in tattered clothing and hunched over, hurriedly picked up the cup from the ground and handed it back to her. Her aunt felt disgusted by the sight and quickly averted her gaze, relieved that the water was meant for Li Xiaoyer. Xiaoyer, I'm back, her aunt announced as she entered, noticing her son still standing idly nearby. Li Xiaoyer remained silent, undergoing an drip, as if her illness had rendered her obediently subdued. I brought you some hot water, drink up, her aunt offered, extending the cup. Look, we all care about you. You should stay with us. A rapid succession of footsteps approached. What is happening? The other patients receiving force craned their necks in curiosity. Things have been quite tumultuous in the county lately. So many people, why are they coming here? Her aunt suddenly felt an ominous premonition but quickly dismissed it. Who was Li Xiaoyer? After all, with her mother deceased and her father absent, one grandfather was a money grubber, and no one in the village cared for her. Who would bother with her? Her aunt steadied her nerves, unscrewing the cap of the cup. Quick, have a sip, listen to how hoarse your voice has become. Li Xiaoyer was indeed parched, having gone without food or water for a full 2 days and nights, her throat feeling as if it had been torn apart. She lowered her head, just as she was about to sip. Li Xiaoyer, a voice called out. She looked up to see Shin Yuxiao bursting in, shoving her aunt aside and scooping Li Xiaoyer into his arms. You scared the hell out of me. Her aunt stumbled and fell to the ground, the cup spilling hot water all over her pants. She screamed, but before she could voice her outrage, police officers swiftly restrained her. Her son, momentarily stunned, attempted to flee but was also pinned against the wall. Witnessing this, her aunt went into a frenzy, shouting, "Let my son go, release him." But her cries fell on deaf ears. Breathing heavily in indignation, she turned to look at Li Xiaoyer. At that moment, she beheld the young man cradling Li Xiaoyer. He was exceptionally youthful, tall and slender, dressed in expensive attire that exuded an overwhelming presence, his striking features marred by a shadow of anger. He was nothing like someone who would appear in such a small county. Just like her aunt, she recalled Li Xieyer's words, "Someone will come looking for me." Her aunt cast a glance around, seeing more police officers than she had ever encountered in her life. Fear and rage surged within her as she spat. "Li Xieye, your grandfather deserves a terrible fate. Did he really sell you off to some wealthy person?" Chapter 30, Who is Xin Yuxiao? Now it is clear. Xin Yuxiao's brow furrowed deeply, rendering him even more fearsome. "Sell," he spat the word from his tongue, glaring at Aunt Biao with a visage akin to that of a demon. "What nonsense are you uttering? No one is selling Li Xieye." At that moment, the previously quiet hospital corridor erupted once more with a flurry of footsteps. Qin Sui had arrived with his entourage. The local police station had brought along Li Hongguang, and upon seeing the provincial officials, their hearts sank heavily. This year's performance was secured. "It seems I have arrived a tad late," Qin Sui announced. Upon seeing Li Hongguang tightly restrained, Aunt Biao went into a frenzy, her voice rising in a shrill scream, "Release my husband. Are you out of your minds? We are Li Xieyer's relatives. Why are you arresting us?" An elderly man in uniform, with a stern countenance, raised his hand. "Take them all away. Let it be known that many tragedies are wrought by relatives and friends." Aunt Biao attempted to protest, but Li Hongguang trembled and managed to utter, shut up." He recognized the insignia on the old man's shoulders. They were from the province, with considerable authority. They were here to deal with him. Li Xieye, in her distress, lay against Xin Yuxiao's shoulder, weakly whispering his name. "Xin Yuxiao, I feel a bit nauseous." As soon as she finished speaking, she could no longer hold it in, and with a cry, she began to vomit uncontrollably, all the while sobbing, "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." As her words trailed off, her complexion grew increasingly pale, and she fainted. The fury within Xin Yuxiao surged higher and higher. He coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Hongguang, saying nothing, yet his silence was far more terrifying than any utterance. "Doctor, quickly find a doctor." Qin Sui urged someone beside him. Li Xieye was taken away. Meanwhile, Li Hongguang and his family were temporarily detained on a bench in the corridor. Li Hongguang wiped his face heavily, gradually regaining his composure. "We are Li Xieyer's uncle and aunt. I do not understand what you have misconstrued to treat us as suspects. Let us save that discussion for later," came the cold reply. "I want to know who reported the crime. Li Xieye was clearly entrusted to us by her grandfather. Is there a fault in relatives relying on one another?" At this moment, Li Hongguang harbored suspicions that it was merely Li's grandfather's insatiable greed that led to a betrayal, hoping to take advantage of the situation for more money. "Who did you say reported the crime?" The officer finally cast him a glance. "Those two young men from earlier. They are not just them, but countless spectators as well." Li Hongguang was taken aback. "What do you mean?" A sense of foreboding washed over him as he struggled to voice, "What do you mean by countless spectators?" The young officer's brow furrowed, exuding a strong sense of justice. He stated, "You caused Li Xieye to go missing during the filming of a television program, in front of all the audience members. Everyone is consequently concerned about her whereabouts. Now, do you understand?" Li Hongguang was struck dumb. His wife and son's faces turned ashen in an instant. Just then, Dou Dawei approached eagerly, asking, "How is that young girl?" "The doctor is examining her condition." "Oh." Dou Dawei shifted his gaze and swaggered over to Li Hongguang. "It's you again." "Indeed, it is me," Dou Dawei replied with a smile. "Do you know who those two young men were?" Li Hongguang maintained a stern expression, looking at him with disdain. Dou Dawei, unfazed by his demeanor, continued, "One is Xin Yuxiao, and the other is Qin Sui." Xin Yuxiao, Li Hongguang and his wife exchanged a glance. "One is the heir of the Xin Group, and the other is the heir of SKP. Dou Dawei paused before adding, "Thank you." "Thank you." Aunt Biao was momentarily taken aback. What does he mean? Li Hongguang quickly realized, his anger flaring, he is thanking us for providing him an opportunity to associate with wealthy heirs. How could Li Hongguang comprehend such a notion? His chest swelled with indignation, driving him nearly to madness. At that moment, they finally comprehended who Li Xieye referred to as Xin Yuxiao. But it was too late. Damned, why had no one informed them? Why hadn't Li's grandfather mentioned a word? "No, it's impossible, he must be deliberately lying to provoke us," Aunt Biao murmured. Lying does a lie create such a grand spectacle? The more Li Hongguang spoke, the more he felt the chill creeping up his spine. In another hospital room, the doctor straightened, his expression grave. Symptoms suggest poisoning. Fortunately, the dosage is not severe. We must arrange for gastric lavage immediately. Poisoning. Shin Yuxiao and Qin Sui stood up in unison. The elderly man beside them spoke solemnly. The nature of the case has become far more serious. Shortly thereafter, a police officer approached Li Hongguang and his family, coldly stating, "We are taking you directly to the station. There is no need to wait, you are suspected of murder." Li Hongguang's expression changed dramatically. "What, you must be joking, how could we possibly?" Before he could articulate a defense, he was taken away, leaving only Aunt Biao's furious curses directed at Li's grandfather echoing in the corridor. Meanwhile, a police car sped towards Li's village, igniting a frenzy within the entire community. Has Li Xiaoyao been found? Or perhaps she has perished outside. The car is headed that way, they are going to find Li's grandfather. Soon, Li's grandfather heard the wailing sirens. He abruptly rolled out of bed, grasping for his cane. His countenance shifted from dark to light, pondering whether that wretched girl had been found and had filed a complaint against him. After a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly made his way towards the back door leading to the pigpen. However, just as he reached the door, two bodyguards, diligently tending to the pigs on Li Xiaoyao's behalf, lifted their heads. "Li's grandfather, where might you be going?" The burly bodyguards, with their square faces, were enough to intimidate an old countryman like Li's grandfather. Meanwhile, the police entered. "Li's grandfather, is Li's grandfather here? We kindly request you accompany us." Li's grandfather tossed his cane to the ground, feigning illness. "Oh, my body aches, I cannot go." A few young officers exchanged glances and promptly lifted him. It was then that Li's grandfather realized that his feeble tactics were utterly ineffective against genuine authority. Those who needed to be apprehended were finally taken in. On the other side, Li Xiaoyao had just undergone gastric lavage. Having just recovered from a high fever and consumed nothing, the procedure left her in a more pitiful state. A nurse stood by, administering for fluids, compassionately remarking, "Her skin reddens at the slightest touch. She is far too frail, these people are truly heinous." Shin Yuxiao wished he could capture this moment and show it to those online who continued to vilify a mere child. He took a moment to compose himself and approached, tucking the blanket around Li Xiaoyao. Regaining a slight semblance of consciousness, Li Xiaoyao opened her eyes, dazed. "Am I dreaming?" Her voice sounded even weaker. "You are not dreaming, Li Xiaoyao, I am here to rescue you," Shin Yuxiao whispered. Qin Sui felt this statement was somewhat biased. "Li Xiaoyao," he interjected, forcing his way closer, "I have been searching for you as well." Yet the young girl did not acknowledge him. Her gaze was unfocused, but she exerted effort to gather the faint light in her eyes, softly murmuring, "Shin Yuxiao, I cannot write your name." Tears trickled down her cheeks as she stammered, "I cannot find you." A flush of emotion crept into Shin Yuxiao's sharp features as he replied hoarsely, "I will teach you how to write it tomorrow." Li Xiaoyao nodded with great difficulty before slipping back into unconsciousness. Qin Sui, with a stoic expression, remarked, "With such a terrible temper, how can anyone be so attached to you? Is this girl perhaps not seeing clearly?" "Qin Sui, I curse your grandfather," Shin Yuxiao muttered as he scolded, lowering his voice to avoid waking Li Xiaoyao. Chapter 31, could it be that she'll be raised as a daughter-in-law? Exchanging Lives has finally resumed its live broadcast. The chief director sat before the camera, with a large screen before him displaying real-time audience comments. The screen was inundated with messages that smiley what's going on. Has the person been found? The chief director sighed and announced, "The person has been located, please await the police's official announcement for further details." What? We have to wait for the police. How terrifying. Did Li Xiaoyao die? No, she is not dead, she has just been poisoned and is currently recuperating in the hospital. Would you like to see? We can switch the camera over. The chief director hurriedly clarified, anxious to shield Shin Yuxiao from seeing the comments. Poisoned, my goodness, what happened? So tragic, poor Li Xiaoyao, this is the first time I'm watching a variety show, and it's turned into a legal drama. At that moment, the camera conveniently shifted to the hospital room. Shin Yuxiao was seated beside the bed, and upon noticing the staff entering with a camera, he frowned. "Don't disturb her sleep." The staff lowered their voices, but everyone is very concerned. Shin Yuxiao's furrowed brows finally relaxed. "All right, just set it up quickly and don't worry about it." The staff nodded and deftly set up the camera. Shin Yuxiao lowered his gaze, choosing not to speak further. It was a good thing that the audience cared for Li Xiaoyar. He did not wish to hear them berate her any longer. With the camera in position, the audience could finally see clearly. The young girl lay nestled beneath a pristine white blanket, appearing even more fragile. "I can't bear to watch this as a mother. I need to retreat for respect's sake." Wait, what did I just see? Qin Sui actually brought in a large metal basin. Qin Sui entered with hot water in a basin, a towel draped over its edge. Shin Yuxiao glanced at him and said, "I'll do it." He then reached for the towel, dampened it, and gently wiped Li Xiaoyar's face. Observing this, Qin Sui furrowed his brow. "Have you ever cared for anyone?" Shin Yuxiao paused in his actions. "Do you have any advice, young Master Qin?" "At least I wouldn't let water drip down her neck." Saying this, Qin Sui set down the basin and snatched the towel away. Shin Yuxiao was somewhat displeased. "Have you really cared for someone?" "Indeed, both are young masters, neither can claim superiority, considering they relied on Li Xiaoyi." Chapter 32. I'm leaving. Will you miss me? I want to see a lawyer." Li Hongguang incessantly shouted this phrase after being detained. He did indeed meet with his attorney, but upon arrival, the lawyer regretfully informed him, "This case has garnered significant attention and is being handled in conjunction with the provincial department. There will soon be a comprehensive anti-trafficking operation across the entire province." Li Hongguang's face turned pale. "But I am a relative of Li Xiaoyar." "Yes, therefore you might attempt to obtain a letter of understanding from her immediate family. Unfortunately, her grandfather has also been taken into custody to assist with the investigation." The only option left for Li Hongguang was to propose, "I can offer compensation. I can pay Li Xiaoyar 50,000, no, 100,000, even 200,000 would suffice. Enough for her to complete her university studies without worry." He paused abruptly, then asked his lawyer, "Do you think it's possible that Li Xiaoyar's grandfather colluded with her to set me up just to extort my money? It's a classic scam." Li Hongguang bellowed. Yet, the lawyer looked at him with sympathy. "Do you really believe that Shin Yuxiao and Qin Sui are in need of money? They do not require your financial settlement, they simply want to see you imprisoned." At last, Li Hongguang broke down, pounding the table so fiercely that the legs of his glasses snapped against its surface. "Why are they targeting me? Why?" The lawyer stood up helplessly. Perhaps it's simply because your little niece is too adorable." Li Hongguang remained speechless. His agitation had caught the attention of the guards, who rushed in to restrain him. "Have you finished your discussion with your lawyer?" a guard inquired coldly. The lawyer shrugged. "We're done. I'll take my leave now, thank you." On the other side, Grandpa Li was in a similarly dire situation. No matter how much he raged and protested, it was in vain. The police asked him, "Are you aware that the village chief instructed someone to poison Li Xiaoyar?" "What? I didn't know. How could he even contemplate harming my little duck?" Grandpa Li was horrified, tears streaming down his face. Shin Yuxiao observed through the glass, wrinkling his nose in disgust at Grandpa Li's disgraceful display. What a pity, it seems he is indeed uninvolved. Otherwise, if a direct relative were to attempt murder, the custody of Li Xiaoyar would have been transferred. Stepping outside, Shin Yuxiao encountered Li Xiaoyar waiting in the hallway. She had regained the ability to walk and was donned in a charming little dress that Xing Jun had previously procured for her. The nurse had styled her hair, and she appeared completely transformed. Shin Yuxiao held her hand and led her to another interrogation room, where the village chief was confined. His hair was disheveled, and after just a few days, the lines on his face had deepened. "I do not plead guilty. I do not plead guilty." He shook his head, sweat pouring down his forehead, his wrinkled clothing clinging to him like a salt-preserved vegetable, looking utterly disheveled. "I want to see my son. No, I want to see my granddaughter. Do you know who she is? She's recording a show with wealthy individuals. the village chief exclaimed, shaking his chair, saliva flying. Shin Yuxiao spoke with icy detachment. My father is far too concerned with the genteel manners of high society. Had it been me, I would have already kicked Li Qingqing off that show. Qingqing, how could you abandon your grandfather? The village chief lamented, covering his face in tears, fearing that Li Xiaoye might soften at the sight. Shin Yuxiao lowered his gaze to gauge her expression, only to find her looking intently at the village chief with utmost seriousness. He deserves what he gets, Shin Yuxiao whispered. Li Xiaoye nodded slightly, declaring, Mother said he is a bad person, the worst kind of person. Shin Yuxiao smiled, now that the bad person has been caught, are you happy? Li Xiaoye offered a faint smile, replying, Mother will be happy. Shin Yuxiao couldn't resist ruffling her hair affectionately. The village chief and his cohorts were indeed formidable bullies in their small locality, but once they entered the police station, they were nothing. The interrogation concluded swiftly. Meanwhile, the police issued a report alongside a notice to continue searching for the individual hired by the village chief to carry out the poisoning. Upon the release of this report, a wave of commotion erupted among the viewers of a live exchange. Li Qingqing's grandfather bribed Li Xiaoye's grandfather with 5,000. Li Xiaoye's grandfather then sold her off to a distant cousin. When the situation was exposed, Li Qingqing's grandfather even contemplated silencing her, hiring someone to poison Li Xiaoye. Good heavens, how malicious. Who still dares to defend Li Qingqing? Her entire family is rotten to the core, and she's just another little villain. Looking back, why was Li Qingqing so poised on a show? Because she is the village chief's granddaughter. They even built a small house, all thanks to their ill-gotten gains. I've heard that Li Qingqing's father has also been suspended for embezzlement. This family is truly something else. Li Qingqing sat in the grand mansion of the Shin family, watching the sudden shift in public sentiment online, her teeth clenched in frustration. Why was it even worse than in her previous life? Why were Shin Yuxiao and Li Xiaoye growing closer, and why was Qin Sui involved? Why? Li Qingqing tucked her phone away, too afraid to face the expressions of the servants in the mansion. Sir has returned, announced the butler. Tears sprang to Li Qingqing's eyes immediately. Did you see the news online? Xing Jun approached, sighing. Your family truly is. Li Qingqing, aware that the cameras were still rolling, clung to Xing Jun's leg and sobbed. Grandpa did something bad. Sob. What can I do to atone for him? Xing Jun pushed her away. Li Qingqing collapsed to the floor, her cries growing more desperate until she fainted. Only then did Xing Jun helplessly instruct the servants to carry her upstairs. In stark contrast to the sorrowful atmosphere on that side, Xing Yuxiao was leading Li Xiaoye downstairs. Come on, let us bid farewell to Qin Sui. The audience couldn't help but laugh. Qin Sui is leaving. Sheng, you're not even pretending. The car to pick up Qin Sui was already parked by the roadside. He stood by the door, on the phone with his family. It was you all who insisted I participate in the show. Now that I don't want to leave, you want me to go back. Qin's father on the other end sounded equally puzzled, but you've done remarkably well, it's time to return. Qin Sui remained silent. He genuinely did not wish to leave. He had barely been there for a few days, and he was on the verge of winning Li Xiaoye over from Shin Yuxiao. At this crucial moment, she was snatched away. To be abducted while filming was an utter disgrace. Now, just as this humiliation had yet to be wiped clean, he was being forced to step down because Shin Yuxiao was now capable of moving swiftly and recording normally. Seeing Shin Yuxiao cheerfully escorting Li Xiaoye to bid him farewell only intensified his reluctance to leave. Qin Sui, come back, your mother misses you dearly, Qin's father continued on the other end. Qin Sui coldly hung up on his father, turning to Li Xiaoye, and asked, if I leave, will you miss me? Li Xiaoye hesitated for a moment, opening her mouth. Qin Sui quickly interjected, never mind, you don't have to tell me. Don't you want to embarrass yourself, young Master Qin? This is hilarious. The show should really change format. I think you three would be great together. Unaware of the audience's thoughts, Qin Sui simply pulled out a business card and handed it to Li Xieye. Take this. Shin Yuxiao snatched it away. She has no phone. Qin Sui looked at him incredulously. Are you not going to set her up? Set her up just so you can call her? Not a chance. Qin Sui, rendered speechless, patted Li Xieye on the head before rising to leave. He took a flight home that very day. Qin's father and mother awaited his return. Upon seeing him step through the door, his mother was the most excited, rushing forward to embrace him. You've truly brought honor to your mother. Honor? Qin Sui looked at her in confusion. Yes. I've been telling everyone about your brave rescue of the abducted little girl. Oh, Mama no longer has to worry that you will stray down a path of crime. You clearly possess a kind and gentle heart. Qin's father chuckled beside her. The production team ought to compensate your mother for her praises. What do you mean? Mrs. Ning, upon hearing your mother's enthusiastic bragging, believes her son should also be sent for rehabilitation. Ningkang? Yes. He can't go. Shin Yuxiao is currently guarding Li Xieye like a mother hen, not allowing anyone to approach her. As Qin Sui said this, he felt a sense of balance restore within him. Even though he had returned, others could not approach her either. Qin's father, however, looked at him as if he were foolish. Ningkang has been close friends with Shin Yuxiao since childhood. Do you think everyone is like you? At that moment, Qin Sui's composure shattered. Was it too late to turn back? Chapter 33. Young Master Sheng, I implore you. A reality show, typically regarded as unrefined, has unexpectedly garnered attention, particularly since Shin Yuxiao's participation, followed by Qin Sui's involvement. What was once deemed insignificant has now been thrust into the spotlight, captivating the attention of various affluent ladies, who, under Mrs. Qin's lead, have commenced watching from the very first episode. This place is utterly dilapidated. How could Xu Qiulai bear to send his son here? So filthy. But that little girl is truly pitiable. I have never seen young Master Sheng display such tenderness. Qin Sui is unusually patient as well. As the wealthy ladies watched, they gasped in disbelief. Gradually, their initial disdain transformed into sympathy for Li Xieye. Regardless of their true feelings, they were accustomed to philanthropy, and how could they harbor malice towards a girl from a mountain village? Thus, the name Li Xieye began to resonate among them. Mrs. Qin, in her conversations, mentioned Ning Heng, who had also heard about the show from his mother. He was not as resistant as Qin Sui had been initially. Isn't Xing Ji there? All right, I will go. It will be like traveling with Xing Ji. Ningkang tweeted, I am Ningkang, Sheng Yx. My mother said she wants to send me to you for transformation. With Qin Sui's involvement and now Ningkang's, the gossiping netizens were abuzz. What is wrong with you rich people? Are you treating Li Xieye like a mere game? No wonder Li Qingqing's grandfather wants to eliminate Li Xieye. Seeing this news must make him even more envious. They must be joking. How could so many affluent young masters endure hardships in a mountain village? The show's rules don't allow for such antics. The online discussions flourished, while at that moment, Li Xieye could not suppress a sneeze. Shin Yuxiao promptly handed her a mask, saying, You are not fully recovered, wear this properly. However, as soon as he placed it on her, the mask slid down due to her petite face. Shin Yuxiao had no choice but to tie a knot and bend down to adjust it for her. Dodo Wei had been observing from a distance, but as he saw them preparing to return to Li's village, he could no longer contain himself, rushing over. Little girl, do you remember me? Dodo Wei's voice trembled with nervousness. Shin Yuxiao glanced at him. It's you. I owe you gratitude for your timely warning the other day. Dodo Wei's anxiety dissipated. It was a relief to hear Shin Yuxiao acknowledge him. Li Xieye chimed in, Thank you, uncle, for helping me. And also to the nurse sister that day, Shin Yuxiao inquired, which nurse? This too required gratitude. Nothing could be overlooked. Shin Yuxiao had unconsciously adopted a parental demeanor. Dodo Wei eagerly responded, I saw her name tag that day. It read Lin Xiaoru. Shin Yuxiao nodded, indicating he had taken note. Dodo Wei wrung his hands. Young Master Xing, Xing Yuxiao appeared quite generous. Is it a reward you seek? I shall arrange for someone to deliver it to you. He paused and asked, how about 200,000, do you have any other requests? Li Xiaoyao's eyes widened in astonishment, and she hurriedly tugged at Xing Yuxiao's sleeve. Her small hand was enveloped by his, preventing her from moving. You are truly too generous, but I do not want the money. Dou Dawei regained his composure, realizing that although wealthy heirs could be extravagant, he had not anticipated such a sum being offered so nonchalantly, as if handing over 2 yuan. If not money, then what do you desire? I wish to invite young Master Xing to invest in my factory. Xing Yuxiao furrowed his brow and scrutinized Dou Dawei anew. Though he was younger than Dou Dawei, the latter felt the weight of Xing Yuxiao's gaze, causing him to stammer in defense. That day, I saw Li Xiaoyao selling mushrooms with young Master Qin. I recognized young Master Qin and wanted to seek his assistance. I never expected trouble to arise the very next day. It was fortuitous. I was on the verge of bankruptcy, dealing with the sale of property. After clearing out the house, I encountered Li Hongguang carrying Xiaoyao. I truly intended to leverage my good deed to seek investment. My intentions were not pure. Dou Dawei, a grown man, began to choke up under the immense pressure. Li Xiaoyao rummaged through her pocket and handed him a piece of paper, softly saying, evaluate actions, not intentions. Dou Dawei froze for a moment, then joyously nodded. Yes, evaluate actions, not intentions. Thank you, little girl, you are so wise, you can quote such philosophical sayings. Li Xiaoyao's voice grew even softer. My mother taught me. Yet, she quickly added, but you saved me, how can you ask young Master Xing for anything? Xing Yuxiao patted her head, how rude. When will you learn to call me brother? Li Xiaoyao shook her head, replying, Uncle, I am very grateful to you. I can repay you, but, no buts, do you wish to distance yourself from me so clearly? Xing Yuxiao scoffed lightly, looking at Dou Dawei. All right, what factory? Be clear, write a report detailing your factory's operational status and draft an investment proposal. Clearly state the required amount and its intended use, as well as the expected time for returns. Dou Dawei was instantly astounded. Indeed, he was no ordinary heir from a prestigious family. This young master, still in high school, was already adept at such matters, demonstrating remarkable composure rather than impulsively agreeing. This young master was remarkably rational. However, therein lay the dilemma. Dou Dawei grimaced, pondering how to persuade this young master to invest in a business that would likely incur losses for several years. Observing Dou Dawei's troubled expression, Xing Yuxiao quickly discerned, it seems you are well aware that your factory is not profitable. Dou Dawei anxiously explained, have you heard of Qin Jin Fang? I have only heard of Qin Jin Ye Fang by Sun Simiao. It's the same concept. The ancients believed that human life is more valuable than gold, hence the term Qin Jin Fang for life-saving prescriptions. We were originally a pharmaceutical company specializing in traditional Chinese medicine, having previously launched products like Xi-Ni, Wen Pai Jin, and Bai Chu Weng. We refer to these synthesized formulas as Qin Jin Fang, and decades ago, we were quite renowned. Back then, my father was in charge, and after the business expanded, partners urged him to develop in a big city. But he refused, insisting that only the herbs grown in this impoverished region were truly authentic. The quality of a medicinal herb depends not only on the processing methods but also on its growing environment. For instance, saffron from Iran is the most genuine, and Qianma from Shenangjia is the most authentic. Dou Dawei wiped his face, but, you see, people from small places often lack foresight. My father intended to provide jobs for our hometown. The larger our business grew, the more locals would benefit. Who would have thought that people within the company would steal the secret formulas and sell them? After that, my father fell ill, and the pharmaceutical company collapsed. It has since been passed down to me, and the enterprise has become merely a factory processing medicinal materials. Now the factory is on the verge of collapse. A foreign company is offering $1 million to buy it out, but I know they seek not the factory, but the last secret formula my father left behind. Dou Dawei looked at Xing Yuxiao with yearning. I do not wish to sell. I truly do not want to sell to a foreign enterprise, yet, the shareholders cannot hold on any longer. They all wish to sell and be done with it. I cannot allow it. I wanted to survive. Li Xiaoyao did not fully comprehend but sensed Dou Dawei's despair and pain. She rummaged through her pocket again and handed him a piece of paper. Dou Dawei expressed his gratitude, using the paper to wipe his face. Young Master Sheng, I beseech you. I am not trying to morally bind you, I just cannot resign myself to this, even if there is but the slightest chance, I must try. Dou Dawei nearly knelt before Sheng Yuxiao. Sheng Yuxiao raised an eyebrow and looked down at Li Xiaoyao. What do you think? Li Xiaoyao looked up in confusion. Oh, what should I say? Yes, I am listening to you. Sheng Yuxiao nonchalantly replied, as if investing this sum were merely a casual expenditure for him. Chapter 34 Li Xiaoyao, I'm listening to you. Dou Dawei gazed at Li Xiaoyao with a heart full of hope. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyao was fraught with tension, staring at Sheng Yuxiao, and her memories from a time even more distant were somewhat hazy, yet she vaguely recalled a year when her mother had asked her, "Little duck, can you help me make a choice?" She had forgotten what choice she was supposed to make, and what she had chosen, but she faintly remembered the heart-wrenching cries that followed. It must have been the wrong choice. A choice that was gravely erroneous. Li Xiaoyao's voice trembled as she said, "Don't listen to me, I will choose wrongly." Sheng Yuxiao keenly detected a hint of suppressed sobs in her tone. A jolt of concern struck Sheng Yuxiao. Had she frightened her? No, that wasn't it. It felt more like she had once harbored a similar shadow. Sheng Yuxiao bit her lip. Her resolve to have Li Xiaoyao make the choice only strengthened. In truth, many were oblivious to a certain reality. In the face of absolute capital, conducting business was relatively straightforward. With robust capital at hand, money could effortlessly multiply, all connections would naturally pave the way. It was comparatively challenging for one to incur losses. It was the ordinary individuals who faced the daunting task of making choices, where any option could potentially lead to a misstep. Their inherently fragile foundations rendered every endeavor a struggle. You won't make the wrong choice. Trust me, give it a try. If you don't choose, I will have no option but to let him go, as Sheng Yuxiao softly coaxed in Li Xiaoyao's ear. Dou Dawei felt tears welling up. Was this how one should coax a child? As Li Xiaoyao contemplated the weight of a person, no, a factory's fate resting upon her shoulders, a factory. Previously, Aunt Man had told her that once she grew up, she would enter the factory, where hundreds worked simultaneously. Thus, she bore the fate of hundreds. Li Xiaoyao furrowed her brow in pain and difficulty. All right, fine. What is a hand purchase? Dou Dawei patiently explained, it's an acquisition, meaning someone else is buying my factory. Oh, what is a foreign enterprise? It refers to companies from abroad. Do you know what foreigners are? That, isn't he 1 million a lot? Why don't you want it? Dou Dawei grimaced, it's not that cheap, this is a cutthroat negotiation. So they are the bad guys, right? Yes. Li Xiaoyao turned to Sheng Yuxiao, then all right. Sheng Yuxiao smiled, what does all right mean? It means not selling to foreigners. Sheng Yuxiao nodded, responding cheerfully, all right, I will follow your lead. Upon hearing those seemingly light words, Dou Dawei was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, before exclaiming, my heavens! My heavens, have I succeeded? Sheng Yuxiao scoffed, you haven't succeeded, it is Li Xiaoyao who has helped you succeed. Yes, little girl, no, little lady, you are my reincarnated ancestor, I must revere you. Sheng Yuxiao was speechless, what are you saying? Only the deceased deserve reverence. Dou Dawei hastily slapped himself on the face, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Though you have agreed, a report still must be written, and not a single document can be lacking. Sheng Yuxiao's tone turned slightly cold. Yes. I know without the documents, there's no way to complete the investment process. With that, Sheng Yuxiao shoved Li Xiaoyao into the car, not bothering to exchange further pleasantries with Dou Dawei. Someone will contact you. Yes. Dou Dawei watched them depart. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoru was elated to have done a good deed and had never before witnessed such a grand spectacle at such close range. Had it not been for a life-swappy recording their program there, she would never have encountered such wealthy individuals in her lifetime. Xiaoru. She turned to see her colleague asking, I heard you went back to meet your partner's parents last week. How did it go? Lin Xiaoru's expression immediately soured. Oh, what else could happen? They disdained my job for not being suitable for family life, claiming I wouldn't be able to care for children after marriage. It's over. Then consider Director Zheng. After all, marrying a nurse to a doctor is the ultimate fate. Director Zheng, as mentioned, was over 40, had been married once, and was now divorced, with a considerable income in this small county. However, Lin Xiaoru thought of his beer belly, his receding hairline, and his flirtatious nature that even young nurses found irresistible. Lin Xiaoru shook her head repeatedly. I can't aim that high, I can't aim that high. Her colleagues couldn't help but laugh at her. You know, Director Zheng treats you well. During surgery last week, he even said he'd buy you some SK-2. It's quite expensive, isn't it? Over 1,000 for a bottle. Lin Xiaoru gritted her teeth, insisting, I am better suited to a frugal life. I can't handle such high-end luxury. Just as she uttered those words, a tall and burly man approached Lin Xiaoru directly. Are you Miss Lin Xiaoru? The man glanced at her name badge and inquired. Yes, that's me. Lin Xiaoru felt apprehensive about encountering a potential medical dispute, and her colleagues instinctively stepped back. Thank you for your care and assistance toward little Li Xiaoya these past days. Here is a gift, the man said, handing her a small box. Lin Xiaoru, bewildered, accepted the box, which was no larger than her palm. Upon opening it, she discovered a card lying inside. The man continued, the password is your birthday, you can change it at the bank. What? Her colleagues erupted in excitement. Isn't this related to that news story from the past few days? Lin Xiaoru, you're amazing. Turns out your assistants played a part in this. Lin Xiaoru felt somewhat at a loss, wanting to return the card. However, the man insisted, you should not refuse, only when good deeds are rewarded will more people be encouraged to do good. With those words, Lin Xiaoru found herself devoid of any reason to decline, and blushingly accepted the card. As soon as the man departed, another individual, resembling a bodyguard, approached and reiterated the same message. Are you Miss Lin Xiaoru? This is a gift for you, in gratitude for your help with little Li Xiaoya. He too handed her a card. Emblazoned with the character Qin in calligraphy, the back read, you may enjoy cashless transactions at all stores under the Qin Group. What? Her colleagues were once again astounded. With this card, you can buy SKII anywhere, no need for gifts. It's simply incredible, is this the joy of the wealthy? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoru stood frozen in place, feeling as if she were luckier than the lucky draw winner from a shopping festival. This must be a gift from Qin Sui. The one before must have been from Xing Yuxiao, they are quite generous for little Li Xiaoya. Her colleagues couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Little did they know that for these two young masters, still in their rebellious teenage years, having Li Xiaoya taken from under their noses was nothing short of an affront. On the other side, Li Xiaoya had returned to Li family village. As the vehicle drove into the village, the villagers couldn't resist coming out to witness the spectacle. The commotion was so great that they couldn't help but marvel afterward. Li Xiaoya has hooked up with a rich man, they whispered among themselves. Xiaoya, you're finally back. Everyone was so worried about you. Your grandpa is quite the scoundrel, just like your father. Aunt Luo, who lived at the village entrance, was the first to approach, carrying a basket. She raised the basket high, attempting to shove it into Li Xiaoya's arms through the car window, saying, you've endured quite a bit, I've brought you some goose eggs to enjoy. Li Xiaoya looked at her in surprise and shook her head, I don't want any. Auntie came to demand 80 yuan compensation per egg. Such expensive eggs, I can't afford them. Li Xiaoya shook her head again. The audience couldn't help but exclaim, har. Li Xiaoya can be quite sharp-tongued at times. At that moment, Aunt Luo's expression froze. You see, child, oh dear, didn't you end up paying the 80 yuan after all? Li Xiaoya nodded. Yes, I begged Auntie, insisting I didn't break them, claiming I didn't have that much money. Auntie ended up taking my chicks. Aunt Luo, in a soft voice, yet articulately, Li Xiaoya stated, Auntie later even claimed I was a liar, too cowardly to admit my mistakes. Aunt Luo's face flushed with anger. Chapter 35. Call me brother. With Aunt Luo's disheartening return, The others at the village entrance refrained from further humiliating themselves. When the vehicle finally arrived at Li Xiaoyar's home, the villagers waiting outside finally stood up, rubbing their hands together, and said, "Xiaoyar, your grandfather has been taken away by the police. This house isn't fit for living in the winter. How about staying with your uncles and brothers instead?" Li Xiaoyar looked at them with curiosity. "This house hasn't been livable this year. It has always been uninhabitable. Before my grandfather was taken away, he couldn't even walk or work. Back then, none of my uncles or brothers came to find me." The men were momentarily at a loss for words. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. Har har, Li Xiaoyar knows how to speak. Simply satisfying. What kind of people are in this village? Previously, when Li Xiaoyar urged Qin Sui to be self-reliant and even bargained over hot water for drying clothes, it was evident this little girl is no fool. Indeed, if young Master Xing hadn't treated her particularly well from the start, she likely wouldn't have bothered with him. She may look young, but she is quite aware. Viewers grew increasingly fond of Li Xiaoyar, momentarily forgetting about Li Qingqing. "Xiaoyar, it's not that your uncles and brothers didn't care about you in the past. It is just that your grandfather has a bad temper and wouldn't allow us to approach you, claiming we had ulterior motives." One of them paused, gesturing towards the house. "Look at this dilapidated place. If the snow falls any heavier, it might collapse. How can anyone live here? If I told you to sleep by the stove for warmth, you'd still worry about the firewood." "It's fine, even if the house is broken. I can climb up to repair it," Li Xiaoyar replied calmly. "What? This child can repair the roof herself?" As the audience expressed their astonishment, the men fell silent. "All right, whenever you decide to come stay with your uncles and brothers, just let us know." In front of the camera and Xing Yuxiao, they dared not insist, reluctantly taking their leave. They were still contemplating how the village head's arrest was an excellent opportunity to curry favor with the wealthy. Only now did they realize just how formidable young Master Xing truly was. The village head had been unscrupulous, monopolizing all the good fortune for himself. In light of this, they felt grateful to Li Xiaoyar for causing the village head to stumble. "I heard the village head is going to jail." Is it that serious? Otherwise, what do you think?" The men discussed as they walked away, feeling uneasy and silently elevating Li Xiaoyar's status in their minds. Once they departed, Li Xiaoyar turned to Xing Yuxiao and asked, "Do you want to stay with them?" Xing Yuxiao chuckled. "Why would I stay with them? Who do they think they are?" Li Xiaoyar pointed at the dilapidated house in front of her and said softly, "But this place is falling apart. Aren't you the one who can fix it?" Xing Yuxiao teased, looking at her. "But it's cold, it doesn't matter. I'll wear a down jacket. Do you have one? No? Then say something nice, and brother will lend you one." "What kind of compliments count as nice?" Li Xiaoyar asked earnestly, tilting her head. Her cheeks were slightly pale, making her eyes glisten like black gemstones. One cannot help but feel an overwhelming urge to cherish such adorableness. Thus, Xing Yuxiao reached out to tousle her hair, saying, "Just call me brother. That's nice enough." Li Xiaoyar hesitated. She feared forming connections with others, as it would surely bring her immense sorrow when they eventually left this little mountain village. Seeing her uncertainty, Xing Yuxiao raised an eyebrow, his handsome features revealing a hint of fierceness. "I've been searching for you with an injured leg and followed your advice to invest. Can't I even have you call me brother in return?" Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Li Xiaoyar panicked. "Does your leg still hurt?" Pausing for a moment, she quietly uttered, "Brother." Xing Yuxiao's expression instantly softened, bending down to scoop Li Xiaoyar into his arms, striding into the house. "Hearing you say that makes it feel better. I can even walk while holding you." After a moment of silence, Li Xiaoyar whispered in his ear, "I'm just small, not foolish." Xing Yuxiao, Li Xiaoyar's remark was perfectly captured by the microphone, causing the audience to burst into laughter. Har har, as if anyone couldn't tell you were teasing her. Exactly, she's in 3rd grade. She's read a bit and isn't a little fool. Some viewers caught onto a key phrase and immediately asked in the comments, "Sad smiley, what investment? What does it mean that Li Xiaoyar said to invest?" Li Xiaoyar wouldn't be deceiving Xing Yuxiao out of money, would she? Those who were more rational chimed in. Don't worry. If there's a problem with Li Xiaoyar, the Xing family will intervene, just enjoy your reality show. A potential quarrel almost erupted in the comments, contrasting with the lively commentary. Xing Yuxiao led Li Xiaoyar inside, declaring, "I'll cook today." Li Xiaoyar looked at him skeptically. Xing Yuxiao reassured her, "Trust me, during my recovery in the hospital, I did nothing but study recipes." Li Xiaoyar gently reminded him, "But there's no food at home." Xing Yuxiao approached the vegetable bin, lifting the lid. Inside, the potatoes and cabbage were frozen and rotten. Li Xiaoyar began counting on her fingers. There's no oil, no scallions, and no city. What's it called? MSG, we have none of that either. Previously, Li Xiaoyar had cooked using the lard rendered from their own pigs. What they could eat depended on what they could gather from the fields and mountains. Xing Yuxiao turned to the staff outside, expressionless, and asked, "Does this broken show really need to be filmed?" The staff, intimidated by his gaze, cautiously nodded, yes. Taking a deep breath, Xing Yuxiao told Li Xiaoyar, "Give me the basket. I'll go to the fields and pick some." Li Xiaoyar suggested, "Let us go together." "You just recovered." Xing Yuxiao frowned in disagreement. Li Xiaoyar looked at him earnestly and asked, "Can you distinguish which is our vegetable patch?" Xing Yuxiao, he bent down again to pick up Li Xiaoyar, "Let us go." They hadn't even had a moment's rest before being forced into labor. Li Xiaoyar protested, "Stop carrying me." "Why can't I carry you?" Li Xiaoyar replied sincerely, "Save some strength." As it turned out, going to the fields to pick vegetables and cut pig grass was truly exhausting. Young Master Sheng, who was used to playing basketball, skiing, and hiking, had boundless energy and abs at such a young age. However, this was nothing like farming. "Is that enough?" Xing Yuxiao asked Li Xiaoyar with a stiff expression. Li Xiaoyar nodded, still feeling a bit uncomfortable. "We've missed the wheat planting this year." Xing Yuxiao thought to himself, thankfully they missed it. He took a long stride onto the ridge, then turned back to scoop Li Xiaoyar up. Li Xiaoyar, despite his exhaustion, Xing Yuxiao resolutely carried her back home. "How about that? Am I strong enough?" Laughing to death, young Master Xing's reputation must remain untarnished. The stubbornness of a teenage boy. In the end, it was still Li Xiaoyar who set up a small stool to cook. She was afraid that the hard-won food would be ruined by Xing Yuxiao. Xing Yuxiao looked regretful as he paced around the stove, suddenly asking, "You didn't cook for Qin Sui, did you?" Before Li Xiaoyar could respond, the head director poked his head in, saying, "Your phone is ringing." Xing Yuxiao guessed it was likely his mother calling. Otherwise, the director wouldn't be so obsequious. He reached out to take the phone from the director. By then, the phone had already stopped ringing. Xing Yuxiao dialed back, but it turned out to be in the middle of a call. He sighed, thinking about waiting a bit, when suddenly the phone rang again, showing a different number. "Ninkang," Xing Yuxiao answered casually, "Hello." Ninkang's voice boomed from the other end, "Brother Sheng, my mom said she's sending me to your place. Can I come?" Xing Yuxiao glanced at Li Xiaoyar and replied with a single word, "Sure." Instantly, he arranged in his mind for Ninkang to help with picking vegetables, feeding pigs, and cooking. Accompanying Li Xiaoyar to school, he would take care of that too. Chapter 36, I can exchange with Li Xiaoyar. On this side, Xing Yuxiao verbally agreed to Ninkang. Meanwhile, the chief director was immediately bombarded with another round of sweet talking. "How much investment did Qin Sui add to your program last time?" Ninkang inquired from the other end. "Please, don't do this, Ning Xiao," the chief director replied with a pained expression, attempting to dissuade her. "We can't afford to add more people to this program, but how many rich second-generation heirs truly possess wisdom?" Ninkang paid him no mind, promptly asking, Then why don't you learn from the variety show next door? They even have flying guests. You could do that too, heir. The show next door changes guests every week." "That's just how their program works," he retorted. "How about this?" And Ninkang had a brilliant idea. "Isn't your program called Exchanging Lives? Xing Ji is swapping with that Li Qingqing, right? I could exchange with Li Xiaoyar. Let her come to my house, and I'll go live the rural life with Xing Ji. That was Ninkang's stroke of genius. The chief director was left speechless. I suggest you share such a wonderful idea with young Master Xing first, he said with utmost sincerity. Ninkang, trusting his words, hung up and called Xing Yuxiao again. After hearing her out, Xing Yuxiao responded with a single word, scram. Ninkang, turning back, she called the chief director. Why is Xing Ji angry with me? The chief director, feeling guilty, replied, I don't know. Maybe you should ask him yourself. Xing Ji is supposed to answer my calls, why would I ask you? Fine, let me be straightforward, if I invest 2 million, can I join? These rich second-generation heirs truly do not value money. The chief director's pupils widened, but in order to maintain his principles, he bit his teeth together, remaining silent. Did Qin Sui give you 10 million? He can't be that generous, Ninkang mused. The chief director, answering the call, did not conceal it from Xing Yuxiao. It could be said that the entire conversation among the three was faithfully recorded by the cameras. At that moment, Xing Yuxiao was squatting by the door washing vegetables, not lifting his head as he said, fine, let that pig come over quickly. Just take a few million from him and it should be enough. If you keep refusing, he might go to his cousin and cry to have you kicked out of the production team. The chief director choked on his words, then, how about this? We can call for external assistance, but we need points in exchange. Is young Master Xing willing to exchange more points? Xing Yuxiao stood up after pouring out the water. Look at my skilled vegetable washing technique. It won't take long for me to master household chores and farming. Earning points should be easy. The chief director finally nodded. The audience had already begun discussing Sat Smiley, who is Ninkang's cousin, the renowned head of Dongfeng Film and Television Group, and you know the program is under Qingning Satellite TV, right? Ninkang's cousin is a major shareholder there. Got it, they are indeed a bunch of pure rich second-generation heirs, just gathered in this small village. This little village probably never expected such a day would come, right? Due to delays over several days, Li Xiaoyar had fallen behind in her studies. The next morning, she eagerly donned the new backpack that Xing Yuxiao had bought for her and hurried to school. Stepping through the familiar school gates and into the classroom, the atmosphere fell silent as her classmates curiously and nervously stared at her. No one dared to greet her, nor did anyone dare to utter a curse in her direction. After the village chief and Li's grandfather were taken away, parents from nearby villages had warned their children. Don't get into fights with Li Xiaoyar, understand, no name-calling either, otherwise, when you get home, I'll knock your head off. The raised hands of parents left a deep impression on the hearts of those children. It wasn't until noon when Li Xiaoyar went out to get lunch that Xing Yuxiao approached her, and one child couldn't help but ask, Li Xiaoyar, your brother has swapped back, right? Xing Yuxiao glanced at the child. What do you mean swapped back? There has only ever been me. The child exclaimed in shock, bursting into tears. Xing Yuxiao, Li Xiaoyar comforted the child, don't cry. The child, somewhat chubby and seemingly not very bright, sniffled and said, if you let me have a lick of the candy in your pocket, I won't cry anymore. Upon hearing this, Xing Yuxiao raised his eyebrows. That candy is mine. What are you thinking, you little fatso? There's none for you. After saying this, he picked up Li Xiaoyar and carried her away, leaving the chubby child to cry even louder. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter. Young Master Xing, how old are you, and why are you picking on a child? Stealing candy? I can't stop laughing. Xing Yuxiao was oblivious to the comments, focusing intently on Li Xiaoyar, saying, your candy is all for me, right? Li Xiaoyar nodded. Then it can't be given to that little fatso. After saying this, Xing Yuxiao felt it made him seem particularly petty, so he changed his tone. He's already so chubby. If he eats more, he'll get cavities and become overweight. After this explanation, Xing Yuxiao accompanied Li Xiaoyar to get lunch. Li Xiaoyar's lunchbox was also new, with Snow White printed on one side and Ultraman on the other. In such a rundown village, as soon as she pulled it out, the cafeteria erupted with exclamations of wow. It perfectly captured the envy of all the children around. Shin Yuxiao bent down, leaning close to Li Xiaoya's ear and whispered, I picked this out for you, how is it? Not bad, right? Li Xiaoya nodded. Shin Yuxiao, dissatisfied, asked, is that all? Li Xiaoya hesitated and said, thank you, brother. Shin Yuxiao straightened up, all right, I'll buy you more next time. Upon hearing this, the surrounding children drooled with envy. The two shared their meal together. Suddenly, Shin Yuxiao asked, why are those female teachers at your school looking at me? Li Xiaoya tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying, and maybe they are thinking about Qin Sui? Thinking about Qin Sui? What for? Li Xiaoya shook her head in confusion. She only knew that Qin Sui had just come to the school for a day and was already very popular. Why he was popular, she had no idea. It wasn't difficult for Shin Yuxiao to clarify this matter. He simply went to the principal's office. The principal was compelled to enlighten him. Perhaps it's because Qin Sui is quite likable to the female teachers. It's not something we dare to speak openly about, considering how young he is. And he also taught a few classes to the younger grades, and those children seemed to like him quite a bit. Shin Yuxiao couldn't help but ask, did he teach Li Xiaoya's class too? The principal nodded and immediately sent someone to fetch the teaching materials. From the principal's point of view, with Shin Yuxiao and Qin Sui's elite backgrounds, teaching a few elementary students was merely a low-dimensional attack. Having never been a teacher, Shin Yuxiao contemplated before deciding to start with another class. He wanted to avoid teaching poorly and leaving a bad impression on Li Xiaoya, causing her embarrassment in front of her classmates. Once resolved, Shin Yuxiao went to take up his post. The class soon concluded. Shin Yuxiao returned to the principal's office, his face dark. The principal, startled, stood up and asked, so, how was it? Shin Yuxiao squeezed out a response from his throat. Can I hit the children? No, don't act impulsively. Li Xiaoya is much better, I won't teach anymore. With that, Shin Yuxiao threw down the teaching stick and left. That evening, returning to their dilapidated home, Li Xiaoya lit a kerosene lamp and pulled out her books, letting out a quiet sigh. Shin Yuxiao caught the sound and hurriedly asked, what's wrong, did someone bully you? Li Xiaoya shook her head, saying, I fell behind in my studies a bit. Shin Yuxiao's desire to be a teacher reignited. However, he only wanted to tutor Li Xiaoya alone. He glanced at her textbook. The third grade problems were indeed quite simple. But how could he teach her? Shin Yuxiao turned his back and took his phone from the chief director, then called Shin Jun's secretary, Brother Yang, find me a tutor, the best one. The secretary, taken aback, thought to himself that the sun must have risen from the east today. How could the young master suddenly take an interest in studying? Hurry up, I need it in these next few days. Tomorrow I'll ask my dad to give you a raise, Shin Yuxiao said before hanging up. He planned to learn from the best tutor. Once he mastered the teaching techniques, he could turn around and teach Li Xiaoya. Perfect. Before the tutor could arrive, early the next morning, the sound of car tires scraping against the ground approached. Shin Yuxiao stepped outside and saw a long-haired figure jumping out of a car, shouting, Shengji, where are you? I'm here to seek refuge with you. He turned his head and met Shengji's cold gaze, then heard Shengji say, lower your voice. Li Xiaoya is still sleeping. If you wake her, I'll break your legs and toss you into the pig pen as pig food. Chapter 37, Into the Pit. Ningkang instantly fell silent. However, Li Xiaoya was still roused from her slumber. She rubbed her eyes and stumbled out, calling, Shin Yuxiao. Ningkang widened his eyes. Who dares to call Shengji by his full name? He instinctively bent down to take a look. A little tyke, barely reaching his waist. Her hair was a tousled mess. Yet her face was exquisitely charming due to her slenderness. Her eye sockets were slightly sunken, resembling a delicate doll. Li Xiaoya was also observing him. The figure before her was tall and slender, clad in garments akin to a burlap sack, with long hair that exuded an artistic flair. Li Xiaoya couldn't discern any artistic merit. She merely blinked in confusion and muttered, Sister. Ningkang had just uttered a word when he was silenced by Shin Yuxiao, who covered his mouth and dragged him aside. Shin Yuxiao looked at his long hair with disdain, exclaiming, Get it cut quickly, you're confusing the child's perception of gender. This is a crucial stage for a child's worldview. Do you understand? Ninkheng was taken aback. Last time, your uncle's 6-year-old son was throwing a tantrum at your villa, and you had me dress up as a ghost to scare him, suggesting it might just frighten the brat to death. Xing Ji, why are you suddenly advocating for children's mental health? Xing Yuxiao fell silent for a moment before replying. That was 3 years ago. People inevitably mature, you should mature as well, Ninkheng. Ninkheng reluctantly accepted this reasoning and turned to haul his luggage down from the trunk. Despite his slender physique, he showed considerable strength. Xing Yuxiao promptly patted him on the shoulder, saying, better to arrive early than late. The important task of feeding the pigs is entrusted to you. Sheriar, come, brother will wash your face. Ninkheng. Within the circle of young affluent heirs in Jing City, 2 factions had subtly formed. One faction was led by Qin Sui, while the other had great faith in Xing Yuxiao. Thus, despite his myriad of doubts, Ninkheng obediently followed instructions and indeed went to feed the pigs. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoyar couldn't help but turn her head back. That sister, she, as Xing Yuxiao pulled her back and seated her on a small stool, saying, wait, your hair isn't done yet. And she's not a sister, his name is Ninkheng, just call him by his name. Oh, but has he ever fed pigs? No, but he'll learn, won't he? I'm afraid he'll fall into the dung pit. Surely he's not that foolish. Just as Xing Yuxiao finished speaking, a loud plop echoed from behind. Xing Ji! Ninkheng's wretched cry rang out, Xing Ji, save me. I've fallen into the pit. Oh, Xing Yuxiao. Li Xiaoyar hurried towards the pig pen, with Xing Yuxiao swiftly following, trailed by a throng of flustered staff members. The barrage of comments erupted in laughter after a brief silence. Har har, Xing Yuxiao, your mouth must be enchanted. Poor Ninkheng, a mere tool. Minutes later, Ninkheng was rescued, looking utterly forlorn, on the verge of tears, as he lamented to Xing Yuxiao, Xing Ji, you've suffered. So this is the life you lead here. Xing Yuxiao's expression was complex, and he remained silent. Har har, your Xing Ji has never lived such a life, it's all thanks to Li Xiaoyar. Li Xiaoyar treats you Xing Ji so well, she even saves him eggs in the cafeteria. Did you not watch the show before coming? I suggest you catch up. While Ninkheng continued to pour out his heart to Xing Yuxiao, Li Xiaoyar had already gone to boil water. We need to wash up and change clothes, or you'll catch a cold. Li Xiaoyar handed Ninkheng a towel. The towel was worn and faded, yet impeccably clean. Li Xiaoyar instructed, wipe your face first. Accustomed to the pungent odors of various livestock, Li Xiaoyar's expression remained unchanged as Ninkheng stood before her. The other staff members could barely tolerate it and quietly stepped back. Ninkheng wiped his face while gagging. Xing Ji, you've endured too much, how could Aunt Shu allow this? Shall we pack our bags and head back today? Xing Yuxiao replied, it's not so bad. Ninkheng paused, then took a large step forward, gazing at Xing Yuxiao with utmost reverence. Xing Ji, how can you tolerate all of this? Xing Yuxiao pinched his nose and took a half step back. Some things are just a bit hard to bear. Ninkheng felt a pang of sadness and turned to Li Xiaoyar, saying, the young lady doesn't mind me at all. Xing Yuxiao ground his teeth, a hint of jealousy creeping into his voice. Indeed, she even lent you her face towel. Ninkheng was further moved, hastily wiping his face before heading to the back of the house to rinse off. After 2 hours of this ordeal, Ninkheng finally transformed back into a clean person. Upon discovering that the hot water for his shower was also boiled by Li Xiaoyar, his gratitude was beyond words. If only I had a sister like you. Xing Yuxiao thought to himself that he couldn't even dream of that. How could it possibly fall to you? Throughout, Li Xiaoyar displayed no particular reaction to Ninkheng's praises, as if she had long grown accustomed to such disparagement. Here, she offered a bowl of warm water to Ninkheng. Drink a little. You won't catch a cold. Ninkheng immediately began to praise her. So thoughtful, so considerate. I was thinking of swapping you for my family to record a show, and then Xing Ji and I could reside in a quaint village, away from the city's clamor, becoming pastoral poets. But Xing Ji would absolutely refuse. If you wish to go, I can arrange for someone to take you now. with your lovely disposition, my mother would surely take a liking to you. Xing Yuxiao's face darkened, yet Ninkang remained. At that moment, Li Xiaoya stirred the fire before them with a branch, softly saying, I won't go. Xing Yuxiao's expression shifted back, raising an eyebrow at Ninkang. Did you hear that? Li Xiaoya won't leave me. She's not going anywhere. Ninkang finally grasped the situation. It turned out Xing Ji was unwilling to let Li Xiaoya go. After just a brief encounter, Ninkang found himself rather fond of Li Xiaoya. He couldn't help but lean closer to Xing Yuxiao, whispering in his ear, Xing Ji, if you treat Li Xiaoya well, you should let her come to my house, perhaps her path would change. Xing Yuxiao coldly replied, you don't know anything. At that moment, the voice of the chief director abruptly broke in, young Master Sheng, your mother's calling. She insists you take the call now. Is she going to inquire about Li Xiaoya? Didn't he that day's discussion revolve around investments? Miss Xu must be worried her son is being deceived by a country girl, hence the urgent call for clarification. The audience was instantly filled with curiosity regarding this call. Meanwhile, outside the television, Dou Dawei felt a knot in his throat. His greatest fear was that young Master Xing himself might agree, but ultimately, his parents would disapprove, believing their son had been duped. Li Xiaoya quietly asked, should we step away? Xing Yuxiao pressed down on her frail shoulder. Stay put. Why leave? We can all listen together. He noticed the girl's unease and fear, and with a gentle impulse, he put the phone on speaker. Thus, Miss Xu Chulai's voice was captured by the microphone. I heard you're investing in some project, planning to invest 3 million. Wow, it really is about this. Li Xiaoya is in danger. On camera, Xing Yuxiao's hand rested on Li Xiaoya's shoulder as he calmly replied, yes, 3 million might not even be enough. Can I access a birthday fund? What the hell? What investment is this? 3 million isn't enough. If Ms. Xu hears this, she might just explode. At this moment, Ninkang leaned in. What investment? I could also buy shares. How much is Xing Ji short? Chapter 38. Ninkang's eyes brimmed with tears. Is Ninkang also present? Xu Qiulai inquired. Yes, Aunt Xu, I am here as well. Xing Ji is enduring great hardship here. Please grant him any requests he makes. And Ninkang responded. Xu Qiulai did not acknowledge Ninkang's words, nor did she express any agitation or discontent regarding the insufficient funds mentioned by Xing Yuxiao. Instead, she continued in a calm tone, asking Xing Yuxiao, what tasks are necessary for the investment, do you still remember? I do remember, Xing Yuxiao replied. Xu Qiulai then asked, why did you let Li Xiaoya make a choice? The audience collectively held their breath. She mentioned accountability. Isn't this it? Xing Yuxiao moved his lips, at a loss for how to articulate his emotions at that moment. Before he could speak, Xu Qiulai continued, you should not have acted in this manner, Xing Yuxiao. You have shifted the decisions that were rightfully yours, along with your responsibilities, onto a young girl. Have you considered whether her shoulders can bear such a burden? If the investment fails, she will experience greater anxiety than you. Do you wish for her to have sleepless nights? What? Is this the reason Ms. Xu believes Li Xiaoya should not be making the decisions? Xing Yuxiao asserted confidently, I will not fail, and thus Li Xiaoya will know that every choice she made was correct. Xu Qiulai was momentarily speechless. However, she was accustomed to her son's temperament. Xing Yuxiao then countered, are you concerned about the money? Xu Qiulai asked, what do you think? With a smile, Xing Yuxiao replied, I believe you are not worried about the money. Rather, you are more concerned with whether I can shoulder responsibilities like an adult. This amount of money, in another family's hands, would hardly suffice for a practice run. Xu Qiulai merely stated, do not let me witness your folly, before ending the call. Yet, in just a few brief exchanges, Xu Qiulai's stance had become distinctly evident to all present. Xing Yuxiao returned the phone to the chief director and remarked to Li Xiaoya, see, my mother is concerned about you. A look of confusion washed over Li Xiaoya's face. Why was that? Why wouldn't Xing Yuxiao's mother scold her? I am astounded. Xing Yuxiao's mother is truly open-minded. Laughing and crying, this is the kind of open-mindedness that only wealthy families can afford. Outside the television screen, Do Dawei plopped back onto the sofa, laughing and crying simultaneously. Good, good. It's going smoothly, finally, it's going smoothly. At that moment, Ningheng sighed. Well, it seems there will be no opportunity for me to intervene. She leaned closer to Li Xieye, whispering, do not worry. Xing Ji will undoubtedly succeed in his investments and earn profits. I'll tell you, he accompanied his uncle to Wall Street when he was young, during elementary school. When they conducted a simulated business in class, he managed to take all the funds from his classmates. Before Ningheng could finish her sentence, Xing Yuxiao pushed her aside. What are you discussing with Li Xieye? Nothing much, just sharing your glorious achievements. Xing Yuxiao pondered for a moment. You may continue. Young Master Sheng, do not be too absurd, har har. At this point, I genuinely envy Li Xieye. Can you imagine trekking several hours through mountainous parts to school while also tending to farm work and caring for your grandfather? All right, I cannot, so she deserves this. That day, the segment featuring Ningheng feeding pigs and falling into a manure pit trended on social media, instantly attracting numerous onlookers. After all, it is indeed rare for a wealthy second generation to find themselves in such a predicament. It remains unclear whether it was the production team's intervention or Shuqiulai's indication, but while that segment of dialogue regarding the investment circulated online, much of its impact was muted, and the fervor was significantly diminished. The chief director, observing the trending data from behind the scenes, remarked, the viewership for Young Master Sheng and the others continues to soar. The live broadcast is nearing 2 million. The replay data is also approaching 600 million. A staff member inquired, what about Li Qingqing's side? The chief director paused momentarily before stating, 0.3, though, currently, the overall live viewership is not particularly high. A rating of 0.3 is considered a normal level. The accumulated replay count has also reached 300 million. People still enjoy watching rural children experience the life of the affluent. Most viewers do not harbor such polarized emotions. They primarily care about whether the program contains elements they wish to see. For the majority, Li Qingqing's entry into high society resonates deeply, allowing them to indulge in dreams of ascending to the upper echelons of wealth. In contrast, the spectacle surrounding Xing Yuxiao is far more entertaining, as the robust data performance has exceeded the chief director's expectations. The next season sponsorship is assured. The chief director couldn't help but flash a broad grin. Meanwhile, Do Dawei switched off the television, grabbed several folders, and set off. 2 Audis traversed the dilapidated mountain road, gradually making their way into the small village. For the villagers of Lejir village, they often could not recognize the emblems of a Rolls-Royce or a Porsche, but they could identify a BMW, Mercedes, or Audi. Thus, when an Audi entered the village, they immediately knew that wealth had arrived. Why is our village so fortunate lately? Another wealthy person has come. They couldn't help but stretch their necks, peering out with bowls in hand, curious to witness the spectacle. As they observed, they realized, why is that car heading towards Li Xiye's house again? The utterance fell into silence. After a moment, someone gritted their teeth and managed to say, Li Xiye is truly lucky. They completely forgot that just moments ago, they had labeled her a jinx. The Audi approached, coming to a halt. The middle-aged men inside could not restrain their exclamations. In such a run-down place. Do Dawei, you haven't deceived us, have you? You aren't harboring ill intentions, are you? Do Dawei quickly raised his hands and replied, I assure you, I have no ulterior motives. Just look outside, there are plenty of people carrying cameras. As I mentioned, the show is indeed being filmed here. Don't you watch variety shows? This program even trended on social media today. Glancing at it, what a wealthy second generation falling into a dung pit. Do Dawei hastily cautioned, just refrain from mentioning that in front of them later. If the rich heir becomes upset, our investment might go down the drain. I say, why not sell it directly to foreign investors? Cash in hand, everyone goes back to their own homes. Do Dawei remained silent, exiting the vehicle and striding forward. Who are you? What do you want? A staff member turned around to inquire. I'm here to meet young Master Sheng. I'm the person responsible for the project he intends to invest in, Do Dawei replied with a smile. The staff member was taken aback. Truly investing? The staff member led Do Dawei and his companions over, and the program was temporarily interrupted. Just then, Ning King, who had not experienced rural life, was moving a stool to go outside and gaze at the stars, while Xing Yuxiao languidly followed behind, carrying a bowl of chestnuts for Li Xiaoyar. The chestnuts were gathered from the mountains, tossed into the fire, bursting open with a delightful aroma. They collided unexpectedly. Young Master Xing! Do Dawei exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with emotion. Xing Yuxiao took a step back, retorting, "Don't act as if you've finally found your long-lost father." Do Dawei was momentarily speechless but managed to avoid becoming overly sentimental. At that moment, Li Xiaoyar also emerged. Do Dawei promptly extended the items he was carrying, forcing a sickly sweet smile, attempting to lift Li Xiaoyar. Here, Xiaoyar, Uncle specifically bought this for you. Uncle is so grateful to have you. As Xing Yuxiao furrowed his brow, extending a finger to push Do Dawei away. Why are you being so overly familiar? Do Dawei was taken aback. Familiar? What else would it be called? Ning Heng inquired from the side. Xing Ji, what are these country bumpkins up to? The middle-aged men accompanying Do Dawei twitched at the corners of their mouths. Country bumpkins, they considered themselves local entrepreneurs. Although their factories were currently struggling, they were all well-dressed and clearly affluent. They're here for investment, Xing Yuxiao succinctly replied. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyar had already seated herself on a small stool, prompting Xing Yuxiao to sit beside her and hand a chestnut to Ning Heng. Peel a couple for Li Xiaoyar to taste. Do Dawei couldn't help but speak up. Sit down. Why are you all standing around? Xing Yuxiao continued without looking up. You're blocking Li Xiaoyar's light. Oh. Do Dawei turned around, finding no spare seats, and ultimately borrowed a folding stool from the production team. They formed a circle and sat down. The others discreetly observed Xing Yuxiao and Ning Heng, still trying to discern their identities. Do Dawei had already presented the documents. Please take a look. Wait a moment. Xing Yuxiao took a peeled chestnut from Ning Heng's hand and offered it to Li Xiaoyar. Eat. Li Xiaoyar remained silent. Suddenly, Xing Yuxiao recalled something and snatched the chestnut back, returning it to Ning Heng. Have you washed your hands? Ning Heng, looking aggrieved, replied, I have washed them clean, there's no odor left. Xing Ji, you can smell if you don't believe me. At this moment, the middle-aged men understood that she was the one who had fallen into the dung pit. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyar leaned forward, gently sniffing Ning Heng's hand with her nose. She then raised her face and earnestly declared, I smelled it, there's no odor, it's very clean. Ning Heng was so touched that she nearly shed tears. Li Xiaoyar, will you be my sister? Come home with me. Chapter 39, It is impossible for everyone to like her. Continue peeling the chestnuts, will you? Xing Yuxiao remarked, flipping through the documents presented by Do Dawei. Ning Heng recognized the gravity of the matter and refrained from interrupting. The financial flows and year-end reports from your factory are rather unclear, Xing Yuxiao stated after a cursory glance. A few middle-aged men exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that although this young master was still a minor, he was not easily fooled. Do Dawei nodded repeatedly. Indeed, previously, some positions in the factory were held by relatives of the shareholders. Xing Yuxiao let out a slight scoff, feeling that Li Xiaoyar, sitting nearby, appeared rather bored. He lowered the document slightly and pointed to the numbers, asking Li Xiaoyar, do you know what this is? Li Xiaoyar looked at him in confusion. This is the accounts receivable report, and this one is the balance sheet, which includes details on short-term investments, fixed assets, and so forth. You see, here we can observe the net asset value ratio. It's exceedingly low, indicating that their production capacity is severely lacking. The faces of the middle-aged men flushed slightly, caught off guard by such a direct critique from a minor, and the most humiliating part was there's no need to explain this to a child. She wouldn't comprehend it. One middle-aged man could not help but interject. Xing Yuxiao glanced up at him and inquired, is finance your family's business? The man quickly replied, how could that be? Then why the urgency? The man gritted his teeth and fell silent. This is the liability statement. We can see their capitalization ratio. Generally speaking, if it exceeds 20, it signifies excessive risk. Xing Yuxiao continued to flip through. Li Xiaoyar cautiously remarked, so they are at high risk, right? Xing Yuxiao paused. Did you calculate that? Li Xiaoyar shook her head. I can't calculate, but just a glance gives me a vague understanding. Ningheng could not help but exclaim, are you so sensitive to numbers, a little genius? Xing Yuxiao became even more animated, determined to meticulously explain the entire report to Li Xiaoyar. Although he had no experience teaching, as a scion of a wealthy family, Xing Yuxiao had been exposed to various financial statements since he learned to read. His uncle had told him, if you can't even understand this, you might as well not inherit any company. You'll only be deceived. By now, he could spot issues in typical reports at a glance. He imparted this knowledge to Li Xiaoyar without feeling that there was anything inappropriate in teaching a child from a small village who had only just entered the 3rd grade. Xing Yuxiao's commanding presence created an unintentional sense of pressure. While he taught, the others could only wait obediently on the sidelines. Those men fidgeted, yet Dou Dawei seemed undeterred, eagerly absorbing the information. His father was a capable man, but lacked the necessary skills in business. Dou Dawei himself was not much better. In contrast, Xing Yuxiao's upbringing had been steeped in the influence and education of successful individuals. While ordinary families might spend hundreds of thousands to attend MBA courses, he had undergone this as a mandatory subject since childhood. Reflecting on this, Dou Dawei could not help but glance at Li Xiaoyar. Did this little girl even realize how remarkable the knowledge she was currently acquiring truly was? All right, Xing Yuxiao cleared his throat. That's all for now. Their reports are too simplistic and overall unremarkable. Next time, I'll take you to see others. Young Master Sheng, Dou Dawei stammered, your foremost issue now is that your location is too remote, and your transportation methods are outdated. Secondly, you need to classify your pharmaceuticals properly before distributing them to the market. Xing Yuxiao articulated slowly. That's easier said than done. How do we distribute? We must invest real money into marketing and also offer discounts to pharmacies and hospitals. Marketing? Xing Yuxiao scoffed, pointing to Li Xiaoyar and then at himself. Isn't this the best marketing? Dou Dawei exclaimed excitedly. Exactly. The two parties quickly settled on a time to sign the investment contract. Only then did Dou Dawei lead the other shareholders away. Once they were in the car, someone immediately remarked, didn't young Master Xing provide us with ideas? Let us try them out ourselves to see if we can revive the situation. In simpler terms, they did not want Xing Yuxiao to claim any shares. They believed that once the skies cleared, they could manage on their own. Dou Dawei laughed in frustration. Do you know what else young Master Xing said about our outdated transportation? What? The best transport currently is by rail, but do you know how to secure this transportation line? It requires young Master Xing. Only the Xing family possesses such clout. Money is secondary. The connections are something we could never amass in 10 lifetimes. Dou Dawei sighed, his tone filled with lament. Fortunately, I encountered Li Xiaoyar first and then got to know young Master Xing through her. Dou Dawei paused and reflected. I only recently learned that the provincial authorities have been eagerly anticipating young Master Xing and his crew to come and film a program. Do you know why? Because numerous small and medium enterprises are waiting for investment. They are all hoping that the influence of the Xing family will revitalize this impoverished area. If we are preempted by other families, what will become of us? We won't even get a chance. This revelation left the other shareholders dumbfounded. Dou Dawei murmured, what Ningheng said today was quite profound. I almost want to acknowledge Li Xiaoyar as my sister, no, my goddaughter. Alas, we are not that fortunate. Observing young Master Xing's demeanor today, it was as if having Li Xiaoyar in hand meant holding the world. Meanwhile, over here, Dou Dawei's gift still lay at Li Xiaoyar's feet, and Xing Yuxiao said, let me help you unwrap it. It was a Barbie doll adorned with a crystal crown. Xing Yuxiao immediately remarked, what a useless gift, not at all practical. It's certainly not as good as what I gave you, right? Li Xiaoyar nodded. Xing Yuxiao smiled, then removed the crown from the Barbie doll's head and placed it on Li Xiaoyar's head, saying, I think you resemble a Barbie doll more than she does. Ningheng observed from the side, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. It had only been 2 days, yet she was still struggling to adapt to this side of Xing Yuxiao. Meanwhile, Li Qinqin had been ill for 2 days. She had deliberately cried herself into a faint and later taken a cold shower to induce a fever, finally earning a brief moment of sympathy from the Xing family. Now, nestled in bed, she waited until the caretaking maid left before stealthily taking out her phone to browse the news. Upon doing so, she discovered that Ninkang had also gone to that small village. How could this happen? She murmured to herself, in the last life, Ninkang had nothing to do with me. After all, it was Ninkang. Countless aspiring actresses would do anything to climb into his bed for a chance at a brighter future. In her previous life, Li Qingqin had never even dared to imagine encountering someone like him. Gritting her teeth, Li Qingqin refreshed the page and stumbled upon an article about Ninkang falling into a dung pit. She instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Wonderful, wonderful, har har. Ninkang must be unable to endure such a disgrace. The conditions in that mountain village are simply too poor. He surely cannot stay there. Li Xiaoyue isn't he currency? Is it really possible that everyone likes her? At that moment, Li Qingqin heard a maid call out, "Miss Xu, what brings you here, Miss Xu?" Oh, she suddenly remembered, Shen Yuxiu's cousin, a person with a notoriously foul temper. In an instant, Li Qingqin devised a plan. She intended to have a thorough discussion about Li Xiaoyue with this Miss Xu. Chapter 40. If I win an award, I'll share half with you. The reason why Li Qingqin is so profoundly impressed by Shen Yuxiu's cousin lies, in truth, with Li Xiaoyue. Xu Ruiying, Shen Yuxiu's cousin, shares the same birthday as Li Xiaoyue. The Shen family celebrated Li Xiaoyue's birthday, inadvertently overshadowing Xu Ruiying's, a situation that even made headlines in the entertainment news. Given that these two are destined to be at odds, why not stoke the flames in advance? Li Qingqin lifted the covers and stepped out of bed, moving towards the door. With one hand on the doorframe, she timidly peeked out and greeted the slender figure not far away, saying, "Hello, sister." Xu Ruiying's gaze fell upon her, startled, and inquired, "Who is this?" "Miss Xu has just returned to the country and is still unaware," a servant quickly interjected. Upon hearing the full story, Xu Ruiying exclaimed in astonishment, "What? Shen Yuxiu has been sent to a small mountain village. What is my aunt thinking? No, I must go see her." With that, Xu Ruiying hurried off. Li Qingqin stood dumbfounded, having not even exchanged a word yet. As a new day dawned, Li Xiaoyue emerged from the oversized down jacket of Shen Yuxiu. Ninkang, hearing the commotion, struggled to open her eyes. "Awake. Oh, you all rise so early." "If I were at home, I would just be returning from a night of dancing," she murmured in mild complaint, yet still got up. Li Xiaoyue squatted nearby and remarked, "Shen Yuxiu is missing." "Oh, he went to the city today to handle a contract," Ninkang replied with a smile. "He has temporarily entrusted you to me." Li Xiaoyue made no comment on this and simply asked, "What is dancing?" Ninkang's expression changed drastically, realizing she had spoken out of turn. Thankfully, Shen Yuxiu was not present. "It's nothing, little one, best not to ask," she dismissed, standing up to put on her shoes. "Come now, wash your face." Li Xiaoyue's washcloth had previously been used by Ninkang to dry her face, so Shen Yuxiu had cut his own in half for Li Xiaoyue's use. Ninkang found that half piece, dipped it in cool water, and was taken aback by the chill. "Don't we boil hot water?" Ninkang inquired. "The firewood is gone, we need to gather some more." "Very well." Ninkang wrung out the cloth and turned to wash Li Xiaoyue's face. "I can do it myself," Li Xiaoyue murmured softly. "That won't do. Shen Yuxiu entrusted you to me, and it wouldn't be right if I didn't follow through," Ninkang insisted. "Oh," Li Xiaoyue acquiesced, obediently closing her eyes to let her be wiped. As Ninkang applied the cloth, she asked, "Is it cold?" "Not cold." Ninkang's hands were slightly numb from the chill, yet Li Xiaoyue did not shiver even once. With her eyes closed, her cheeks, having been wiped, emanated a porcelain-like whiteness. "You don't resemble a Barbie doll," Ninkang suddenly remarked. Li Xiaoyue's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes, revealing a look of confusion. Ninkang earnestly stated, "You resemble a porcelain doll, a work of art." Li Xiaoyue tilted her head to regard him. "The kind that is beautiful, pure, and fragile," Ninkang continued, feeling a surge of creative inspiration. As an art student, he had delved into sketching, traditional Chinese painting, sculpture, and pottery. Were it not for his family's objections, he would have long since crossed oceans to live as a wandering artist in search of inspiration. At that moment, Li Xiaoyue slowly shook her head, saying, "Then I don't want to be a porcelain doll." "What would you prefer to be?" "Are there dolls made of iron? I want to be made of iron, unbreakable." Ninkang's breath caught, gazing at her in astonishment. After a moment, that astonishment transformed into delight, coursing through his veins and igniting an uncontrollable excitement. You truly are remarkable, har har. Ningheng was genuinely inspired, almost eager to dash back to his studio. If I win an award, I'll share half with you. With that, Ningheng abruptly tossed the cloth aside, scooped Li Xiaoyar into his arms, and planted a kiss on her cheek. Li Xiaoyar, more bewildered than before, wondered what all this talk of awards was about. The barrage of comments erupted with exclamations. Ningheng, you're finished. When Shen Yuxiao returns, he might just give you a beating. You threw Li Xiaoyar's washcloth on the ground and still dared to kiss her. Realizing his misstep, Ningheng quickly picked up the cloth and rinsed it in water. I'll pour you some water. You can brush your teeth, he said, feeling guilty as he turned to search for the kettle. This kettle, brought by Ningheng himself, contained a bit of drinking water, which he would now offer to Li Xiaoyar for her dental hygiene. Li Xiaoyar squatted there, spitting water, while Ningheng stood behind her, combing her hair. This hair, it finally looks like it's not from a refugee. In comparison, what on earth was Xing Yuxiao styling before? Har har. Once they finished tidying up, Ningheng accompanied Li Xiaoyar to school. Unlike Xing Yuxiao, and certainly different from Qin Sui, Ningheng was quite talkative, chatting with Li Xiaoyar as they walked. Winter is nearly upon us, yet there are still mosquitoes. I'm covered in bites. Li Xiaoyar responded, wait for me. She then rolled up her pant legs, traversed through the grass and along the field ridge, and returned with a handful of grass, crushing it with her scarred fingertips before applying the juice to Ningheng's mosquito bites. Is it better? She inquired. Ningheng gazed at her, sighed deeply after a moment, and muttered, there's a reason Xing Yuxiao likes you. Taking the herbs from Li Xiaoyar, he crushed them himself, applying the remedy as they walked along. Unknowingly, they arrived at the school. Upon entering, Li Xiaoyar instantly captured the attention of countless eyes. Her classmates stared at Ningheng in astonishment. With his long hair tied up, revealing sharp facial features, he stood tall with an air of nonchalance, his peach blossom eyes giving off an illusion of gentleness when he glanced at others. Li Xiaoyar, someone stammered, how come you have a new older brother again? Li Xiaoyar is so impressive, another murmured enviously. Will this new older brother buy her an Ultraman lunchbox too? Their envy intensified with each comment. Ningheng, unlike Xing Yuxiao, was not aloof, nor did he share Qin Sui's dark demeanor. Dismissing their foolish world, hearing the whispers of the children, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, you may not know, but Li Xiaoyar can perform magic. What kind of magic? Curious faces turned to him, eyes wide with wonder. Anyone who bullies her, she simply closes her eyes and makes a wish, just like me, and poof, it appears. She can conjure several at once. Those who dare to bully her will be in for a rough time, and Ningheng said with a mischievous grin. The children instantly paled, especially Wang Xiaozhi, who had previously been lifted by Xing Yuxiao, who let out a terrified scream, "Er! I didn't bully Li Xiaoyar, don't come for me, don't come for me." Ningheng scoffed, such an easy scare. He then helped Li Xiaoyar put on her backpack, off to class now. After saying this, he turned around to find several teachers staring at him in disbelief. Hello, hello, Ningheng approached, shaking hands with each of them. I am now Li Xiaoyar's temporary guardian. If there are any issues, please let me know. The teachers, momentarily taken aback by the visibly expensive designer clothing the youth wore, were dazed. What was that show they recorded called? Exchange of Lives, right? Wasn't he it about swapping the granddaughter of the village chief from Li family village to the city? How had it ended up like this, one wealthy heir after another? What, are wealthy heirs so commonplace that they can be sold by the pound? Chapter 41, Seeking relatives of Li Xiaoyar's mother. Meanwhile, Xing Yuxiao had already finalized the contractual aspects. As he was still a minor, although he could be a shareholder without issue, it was necessary to appoint a legal representative to exercise his shareholder rights on his behalf. After a moment of hesitation regarding the choice, he borrowed someone from his uncle. At his young age, Xing Yuxiao was already adept at analyzing company financial statements and discerning the quality of accounts, even managing to earn money from his peers, a remarkable feat in itself. Yet, his uncle, Xu Ji, was a renowned prodigy in his own right, Surrounded by many capable individuals, when he called to borrow someone, Shin Yuxiao hesitated slightly and said, "I have a bit of a dilemma." "What kind of dilemma?" Shuji's voice was gentle. "I encountered a young girl named Li Xiaoyue while recording a program. Her background is rather pitiable." Shin Yuxiao briefly recounted the situation, then paused before continuing. "Her grandfather is currently being held at the police station, but he will eventually return. Indeed, being elderly and a direct relative, and not being the mastermind, the judge will likely be lenient in sentencing." Shuji's soft voice paused before gently inquiring, "So, do you wish for him to perish in prison?" Although Shin Yuxiao had heard his uncle utter harsh words in a gentle tone since childhood, he still found it somewhat disconcerting upon first hearing it. "That wouldn't be ideal." Shin Yuxiao paused, adding, "It could easily reflect poorly on me." "True, it seems you have a plan." "I wish to locate relatives on Li Xiaoyue's mother's side to transfer her guardianship under their name." Shuji responded with enthusiasm, "Leave that to me." "Thank you, uncle." Shin Yuxiao replied politely, feeling slightly awkward since Shuji was not much older than he was. "We are family. No need for formality." After hanging up, Shin Yuxiao hurried back to Li's village. Without his supervision, Ninkang was somewhat unreliable. He hoped Ninkang wouldn't spoil Li Xiaoyue. Knowing that she was likely still at school, he went directly to pick her up. As he reached the classroom, he peeked inside and saw Ninkang teaching the children how to paint. The room was filled with exclamations of wow. Ninkang had spent hundreds of thousands learning art, and as his mother would say, he seemed to be lost in dreams of becoming an artist. Yet, this simple endeavor in a rural classroom left the children in awe and admiration. Ninkang's confidence soared, and he felt greatly fulfilled. However, Shin Yuxiao furrowed his brow. Har har har, I still remember how Xiaoxing tried to teach, but when the elementary students caused a ruckus, he looked ready to explode the world. Shin Yuxiao. Damn, why is everyone better at teaching than me? The school welcomed individuals like Qin Sui and Ninkang to teach. Compared to the volunteer teachers who came here, they had experienced a broader world, planting seeds of ambition in the hearts of village children, subtly inspiring them to venture beyond the mountains. The audience gradually realized this, some unable to resist exclaiming sad smiley. This program indeed carries a positive and uplifting significance. Though they only intended to teach Li Xiaoyue, they genuinely contributed good to this place. Just as the audience expressed their thoughts, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Ninkang rushed out, exclaiming, "Coming here has truly been worthwhile, Shinji. I think I'm suited to be a teacher." Shin Yuxiao coldly smirked, "Didn't you just say you were suited to be a performance artist? Seems I have quite a few aptitudes." Ninkang replied while bending down to look at Li Xiaoyue, "Am I impressive?" Li Xiaoyue nodded. Although she said nothing, it greatly encouraged Ninkang. He reached out to ruffle her hair, but Shin Yuxiao swiftly swatted his hand away. "Don't keep touching her, too much of that stunts growth," Shin Yuxiao said with a stern expression. "Oh, okay." Ninkang withdrew his hand. The comments section exploded with laughter. "What a double standard from Xiaoxing. Clearly, you touch her the most. I'll give you a mini class when we get home, and I'll teach you how to paint like Van Gogh." Ninkang waved the supplies he had borrowed from the volunteer teacher. "You don't know, but the teachers here absolutely adore me." Shinji expresses his disinterest. "See, Xiaoxing, being too arrogant has its downsides. Others can quickly connect with the crowd. You've lost, haven't you?" Shin Yuxiao took Li Xiaoyue's hand, saying, "What painting to learn at home, that's not a proper pursuit." You should learn English instead. But, does Xiaoxing really intend to teach English starting from the 3rd grade? Woo-woo, I really envy Li Xiaoyue. Li Xiaoyue showed no resistance to learning English. She obediently nodded and then asked, "Is the contract signed?" "Yes, it's finalized." "Is this a real investment?" "Wow." Curious to know exactly how much was invested. As the three chatted, they made their way out of the school gate. Shin Yuxiao had grown accustomed to holding Li Xiaoyue's hand. No one told Xiaoxing that Qin Sui used to carry Li Xieye home, right? Better not mention it. Otherwise, out of spite, Xiaoxing might just put Li Xieye on his head to compete. In the frame, Ninkang mimicked the action and also reached for Li Xiao's hand. She felt a bit uncomfortable and subtly withdrew her fingers but was caught by Ninkang. You have many injuries on your hand, Ninkang remarked, touching her hand before being met with a frosty glare from Shin Yuxiao. I meant no offense. Ninkang quickly clarified, I should have brought some medicine from the Wei family to apply on you. Wei family? Li Xieye inquired, puzzled. Oh, we are family friends. They run a hospital. Li Xieye nodded, still somewhat bewildered by the significance of a hospital. As they gradually moved away from the camera's view, this scene was captured. They walked along the long mountain path, and before arriving home, the footage had already gone viral online. Enthusiastic netizens dubbed it the odd family of three. The director closely monitored the online sentiment, and upon seeing the trending topic, couldn't help but exclaim, isn't he this bound to trend again? Once the trio arrived home, Ninkang eagerly tended to the pigs. Shin Yuxiao placed a notebook on his lap, preparing to write a few English words with Li Xiao's pen to teach her. Suddenly, Li Xiao leaned against his knee, looking up at him with a soft voice, Are you unhappy today? Shin Yuxiao chuckled, Why would I be unhappy? Li Xiao gazed at him in silence. Shin Yuxiao touched his face, pondering how perceptive Li Xiao was about others' emotions. Had she always been so aware of people's expressions? At that moment, Li Xiao leaned in closer, her voice even softer. Today, Ninkang got many mosquito bites, so I applied medicine for him and shared half a boiled egg. As Shin Yuxiao listened, his brow slightly furrowed, feeling a twinge of jealousy. However, Li Xiao quickly added, He is your good friend, right? I want to take good care of him for you. Shin Yuxiao paused, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had entrusted Ninkang with Li Xiao's care, yet she, in turn, wanted to take care of Ninkang for his sake. If it weren't for him, Ninkang wouldn't have had half an egg. With that thought, Shin Yuxiao's mood soared. He ruffled Li Xiao's hair, saying, yes, you did very well. Li Xiao shrank back slightly but then leaned forward again, awkwardly saying, But touching heads doesn't help you grow taller. As Shin Yuxiao choked on his words, realizing he had shot himself in the foot. He was about to correct her, claiming he was joking when Li Xiao sighed softly, But just this once, I'll touch your head. Shin Yuxiao fell silent. Li Xiao is so good at comforting people. I want a Li Xiao too. She's remarkably emotionally stable, even with her own pains at such a young age, she can heal others. Ninkang, you really ought to thank Xing Ji. If it weren't for him, you'd be treated the same as Qin Sui. Meanwhile, Xu Ruiying was unable to meet her aunt Xu Chulai. Xu Chulai was quite busy, having just returned to the country. She was off again to attend an art exhibition. Xu Ruiying decided to book a flight directly to Li's village to see for herself. She had already learned that her cousin, Shin Yuxiao, was attempting to invest money in such a poor and backward place. Wasn't he that a surefire way to incur losses? I must see for myself what has captivated Shin Yuxiao. Xu Ruiying scoffed. Just after Xu Ruiying boarded the plane, a piece of news quietly began to circulate online. Foreign capital seeks to acquire Chinese traditional medicine companies at extremely low prices. Does this indicate ulterior motives? Soon, Dou Dawei and his associates came across this news, but since the pharmaceutical company mentioned had a different name, they paid it little heed, thinking there were quite a few foreign merchants recently looking to acquire traditional medicine companies. Xu Ji also saw this news. The young genius merely glanced at it and remarked, My nephew is quite capable, isn't he? Chapter 42, Who is Li Xiaoye? Why should we heed her? The chief director had anticipated a trending topic that ultimately failed to materialize. After several rounds of fermentation, it was a social news story that ascended to the pinnacle of trending searches. The acquirer mentioned in the news was a trading company from Neon Country, while the acquired entity was named Weiguang Pharmaceutical Company. This enterprise had previously made numerous donations to regions afflicted by natural disasters, yet had remained relatively obscure until this incident thrust it into the public eye. Most critically, Weiguang Pharmaceutical had already completed the acquisition process. Is there anyone unaware of this? Traditional Chinese medicine sells remarkably well abroad, yet all the agents are foreign trading companies, and the medicinal materials are purchased from us at low prices. The name of traditional Chinese medicine is on the verge of being altered. How infuriating! Why does this keep happening? This is clearly our own cultural heritage, yet it is consistently appropriated and exploited by others for grand promotion. Is this pharmaceutical company truly so spineless? They sold out that easily. Brother, this is business. Do you understand the saying the marketplace is akin to a battlefield? What are the consequences of refusing to sell? Will the company survive without sustenance, relying solely on your passion? The internet erupted into a cacophony of voices, each presenting its own perspective, yet collectively, the situation left the vast majority of netizens feeling quite frustrated. At this juncture, a user initiated a thread, a mere 120 million for a low-priced acquisition. Who would have thought? There's even a lower offer. It's nothing short of an outright exploitation. This post rapidly seized the public's attention amidst the unfolding events, taking a more prominent stance. This is outrageous. 1 million, they are acquiring it for just 1 million. Can such a deal truly go through? What do these foreign investors really think of us? Do they believe we can still be deceived as easily as 20 years ago? Well, to be honest, we've always been quite easy to manipulate. It's just that you haven't been paying attention. Numerous brands have been suppressed to the point of collapse, ultimately falling prey to foreign acquisitions at meager prices. What, is this for real? Honestly, how does this acquisition contract differ from the Treaty of Shimonoseki? As the netizens grew increasingly incensed, Dou Dawei received a call from Sheng Yuxiao. Right now, go online, register an account, and issue a statement, Sheng Yuxiao succinctly instructed from the other end. In a flurry of activity, Dou Dawei complied. Amidst the chaos, a newly registered account named Tianjin Pharmaceutical Official posted a Weibo update. Everyone, there's no need to worry, we have not been acquired. Almost immediately, a wave of curious netizens began to flood in. Tianjin Pharmaceutical? Never heard of it. Isn't that the local pharmaceutical company that received a 1 million offer? After so many years, they still can't survive. Looking at the IP address of the previous comments, it seems your area isn't very economically developed. Oh, Tianjin Pharmaceutical, I recently saw their job postings online. Last year, locals mentioned that their factory was on the brink of collapse, yet they have somehow persisted until now and are even hiring en masse. Did they manage to attract investment? But who would invest in a clearly failing company? They do have some remarkable formulas, everyone around here knows that, but ever since the old chairman passed away, things have taken a turn for the worse. Dou Dawei gripped his phone tightly, monitoring the fervent discussions among netizens. He watched as the follower count for the account surged, propelling it into trending topics. This was the highest level of attention their small pharmaceutical company from an economically struggling region had ever received. Patiently, he awaited the moment when netizens would demand proof of identity, at which point he shared the business license along with his photograph. As more and more users inquired whether, following the news frenzy, any prominent industrialists had stepped in to rescue the traditional enterprise from such a dismal fate, Dou Dawei recorded a video. Indeed, we have secured a significant investment. This occurred before the news broke, at a time when I was utterly at a loss. You might find it hard to believe, but much like a plot twist in a film, it was an unexpected turn of events. I was funded by a wealthy miner. Once this video was released, and combined with the IP address, the company's location, and Dou Dawei's keywords such as unexpected, coincidence, and wealthy miner, the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place. No way could it be that Sheng Yuxiao is the investor. Many netizens, unfamiliar with the show LifeSwap and unaware of the affluent individuals in the country, began to inquire about Sheng Yuxiao's identity. Enthusiastic users stepped in to enlighten them. He's the heir of the Sheng family, currently recording a program in Southern Province. This pharmaceutical company is also based there. I recommend you watch the highlights from the 3rd episode. It mentions how Sheng Yuxiao followed Li Xieyer's advice to invest in some obscure project. Oh, and by the way, Li Xieier is just a child from a village in Southern Province. Sheng Yuxiao listens to her. Everything aligns perfectly. The investment from young Master Sheng was indeed in this pharmaceutical company. I watched the entire live broadcast of the program that day. It was right before the news broke. This means that at that time, young Master Shing had no idea the event would garner such immense attention. He simply invested out of pure intent. The investment was determined by Li Xiaoye. At the time, it seemed ludicrous that a child would make such a decision, but in hindsight, it appears to be a marvelous coincidence, a beautiful destiny. Li Xiaoye, being from Southern Province, managed to save a local enterprise. She has preserved our integrity. Oh, this is wonderful. This news has perfectly salvaged the spirits of the netizens. I'm off to watch that program. Dodaway's pharmaceutical company trended online, and the residual heat from the trending topic benefited the LiveSwap production team as well. Questions abounded regarding Xing Yuxiao's background, who Li Xiaoye was, and why Xing Yuxiao heeded her counsel. Many, driven by their immense curiosity, revisited the program's replay. The chief director, completely unaware of the unfolding situation, awoke to find his show inexplicably more popular. Approaching Li Xiaoye and Xing Yuxiao, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Look at what people are saying online. This program is truly fascinating. It brings more opportunities to impoverished regions. Although the camera focuses solely on the individual swapping lives, its actual significance radiates to all the local citizens." They even praised the chief director as a great philanthropist. The chief director, unable to hide his excitement, grinned widely. "No one has ever praised me like this before." And now, with fame secured, the accompanying revenue soared alongside viewership ratings. I have a premonition that our ratings will reach unprecedented heights. Not every netizen is ill and in need of medication. Their pent-up emotions can only be released through this program. The chief director grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Meanwhile, Xing Yuxiao simply responded with an "oh," before turning to Li Xiaoye and saying, "See, your choice was indeed the right one. You saved a company, rescued a man on the brink of bankruptcy who might have even contemplated suicide, and created countless job opportunities for the local populace, not to mention the joy you've brought to innumerable netizens." Chapter 43: A Grand Gift. Li Xiaoyu's breath caught in her throat. The situation today was unprecedented for the chief director, and it was no less so for Li Xiaoyu. Never before had anyone spoken to her with such unwavering conviction. Xing Yuxiao grasped her hand and said, "Come, let us make another choice." Suddenly, Li Xiaoyu felt a diminished fear of decision-making, and she nodded. Xing Yuxiao squinted, inquiring, "Will you choose to learn English with me, or to learn painting with Ninkang?" The cameraman discreetly recorded this moment, subsequently sharing it as a behind-the-scenes highlight online. The show's popularity was already soaring, and this snippet perfectly whetted the appetite of netizens. "The chief director is quite adorable. He seems so pleased by a compliment. Xing Yuxiao is quite eloquent. He truly speaks for me." Indeed, Li Xiaoyu made the right choice. "Excellent choice. You are remarkable, Li Xiaoyu. Wait a minute, I've never seen such a spectacle. I must ask, is the wealthy heir orchestrating all this just to teach a little girl to make resolute choices? Is this how the affluent pamper their own? I envy that." "Not quite. Li Qingqing in a wealthy family, doesn't he enjoy such treatment? How amusing. Let us not drag others down." The comments section was on the verge of an uproar. At that moment, Li Xiaoyu chose to learn English, leaving Ninkang sulking beside her, saying, "I shall go on strike. I will no longer feed pigs or chickens, nor will I gather firewood." Without turning around, Xing Yuxiao replied, "Then you may return and summon Wei Yizhixing for me." Wei Yizhixing was the wealthy heir with the family-run hospital that Ninkang had mentioned. Ninkang sighed, "Never mind, Wei Yizhixing isn't he as adept at feeding pigs as I am." Shichu Primary School did not teach English at all. Xing Yuxiao had no English textbooks at hand, but his excellent memory allowed him to draw a word for Li Xiaoyu. "Come, learn from me, abandon." Among the younger staff who had just graduated, one couldn't help but voice their skepticism. "Isn't that a level for vocabulary word? Shouldn't we start from the ABCs instead of jumping straight to level 4 words?" They quickly recognized that Mr. Sheng was indeed not skilled in teaching. This was certainly detrimental to the child. Yet, no one dared to step forward to advocate for justice. Meanwhile, Mr. Sheng commenced his lesson, online, The discussions were fervent. The state imposes exceedingly stringent regulations on pharmaceutical advertising, rendering conventional branding methods inapplicable to drug companies. Once a pharmaceutical company begins to decline, recovery becomes nearly impossible. Even if they possess miraculous medications, they must ensure that they can effectively market their products to achieve recognition, which entails astronomical investments and sacrifices that are beyond ordinary comprehension. Yet, Tianjin Pharmaceutical had garnered countless advocates. After all, it was the lone survivor in the market, a coveted gem. Initially, locals praised Tianjin Pharmaceutical's products as effective, affordable, and devoid of side effects. They also shared tales of stolen formulas, eliciting sympathy from netizens who felt deeply for this beleaguered company. When out-of-town internet users heard about it, they began to inquire about Tianjin Pharmaceutical's products at local pharmacies. Thus, a market was organically cultivated. As inquiries increased, pharmacies naturally turned to stock their shelves with these products. This was the market compelling the sales channel. Idle production lines soon resumed operations after maintenance. Any expired medications unsold were to be destroyed, without a second thought for the trivial cost. In just a few days, Dou Dawei was radiating cheerfulness. The shareholders who had accompanied him, "We would have been disgraced for a mere million. Once it hits the news, we'd all be ridiculed. Mr. Dou, you have saved us." Dou Dawei rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, why are they calling me Mr. Dou all of a sudden? They used to just call me Dawei. It's not I who saved you, wasn't he? It's Xing Yuxiao who said it, it was Li Xiaoyu who saved us. Indeed. Don't you see? We ought to consider what to give to Li Xiaoyu. Previously, when we were broke, I gifted her a Barbie doll, and now I realize how shabby that was. What idea does Mr. Dou have? How about gifting her one of the shares? Are you insane? She is just a child. She hails from a mountain village, without parents. Dou Dawei rolled his eyes, interrupting his partner's foolish remarks. I'm not insane. You simply dim-witted. I'm not dim-witted, who is Xing Yuxiao? Do we have any significant connection with him? He invested in us. He can elevate you today and uplift someone else tomorrow. That's the power of capital. Do you know how many assets and enterprises the Xing family possesses? There are countless investment opportunities. We are not the only ones, but to ensure that this one share for Li Xiaoyu holds its value, do you think Xing Yuxiao will remain indifferent to us? Mr. Dou, you truly are well informed. I admire you. The partner suddenly grasped the situation, swiftly changing his demeanor. Dou Dawei smirked subtly, accepting the compliment. He genuinely wished to express gratitude to Li Xiaoyu, but he also secretly hoped that Xing Yuxiao would pay them more attention as a result. For someone of Xing Yuxiao's stature, even a mere trickle of his resources would be more than sufficient for their survival. After Dou Dawei convinced the shareholders, they promptly drafted a contract, engaged a notary, and rushed to Li's village with their official seal. Meanwhile, Xu Ruiying had just arrived at Li's village. At the tender age of 20, she was pursuing dual master's degrees in business and media abroad. The journey had been bumpy, and with poor mobile signal, she refrained from using her phone, remaining oblivious to the fervent online news. She had previously contacted the production team, who assured her they would send someone to pick her up. However, it seemed a bit early now. Xu Ruiying glanced at her watch. She had arrived over an hour early. Standing at the village entrance, she pulled out her phone to call the production team, her Chanel outfit attracting many curious gazes from the villagers. This made Xu Ruiying feel quite uncomfortable. There's a reason they say that poverty breeds cunning. I wonder if that Li Xiaoyu is equally insufferable. Hello, I have arrived at the village entrance. How far is it from Li Xiaoyu's home? Could you please send someone to pick me up? Xu Ruiying spoke into the phone. Just then, Dou Dawei's car pulled up, and upon hearing Xu Ruiying's voice, he leaned out enthusiastically, saying, "We're heading to Li Xiaoyu's house as well. We can lead the way, and you can follow in your own car." Xu Ruiying glanced at Dou Dawei but did not refuse. After all, she was driving her own car and not riding with them. Thus, they all proceeded to Li Xiaoyu's home. There, Li Xiaoyu was sitting at the entrance, diligently learning words from Xing Yuxiao. Xing Yuxiao was teaching her to memorize amusement. Xu Ruiying's lips twitched uncontrollably. Xing Yuxiao, that's a level 6 English word. Why are you teaching it to a child? The most absurd part was that this word was already quite advanced. Had he truly covered the basics beforehand? Xu Ruiying could hardly believe it. Xing Yuxia looked up at her and replied, "Just a moment." Xu Ruiying widened her eyes, incredulous that he had just told her to wait. She retorted, "I've heard about your reckless investments. Are you really just following her lead? How old is she? Why do you heed her every word?" "Xing Yuxiao, look at me, I am at least your sister." Xing Yuxiao cast a sidelong glance and replied, He said, "I have a gift for Li Xiaoyu." Xing Yuxiao regarded him with mild disdain, another Barbie doll. "No?" Dou Dawei handed over a folder, softly stating, "It's a share gift contract for Li Xiaoyu, already stamped and legally binding." Xu Ruiying was taken aback. She couldn't help but take a step back, looking up at the sky. Indeed, the sun hung in the east. How had the world become so surreal? How could someone be so eager to bestow shares upon this child? Her own parents were dismissive of her academic pursuits and refused to grant her any shares. Why was everyone so enchanted by this child? Chapter 44, Such Double Standards. What does Ji Yuquan's gift mean? Li Xiaoyu softly inquired. Xu Ruiying's face turned pale upon hearing this. Look at that child, she doesn't even comprehend what a transfer of equity entails, yet she is eagerly offering it. However, in the next moment, Xu Ruiying observed her arrogant cousin lowering his head to explain to the little girl, equity is a form of property, distributed according to the investment ratio. For instance, if I invest 10 million, I acquire 34 of the equity. Once they make a profit, I am entitled to 34 of it. That is what equity is. Equity gifting, also known as equity donation, is an act of gratuitous transfer permitted by law. Once notarized, it cannot be revoked. Dou Dawei intends to give you one of the shares, which means that during the normal operation of the enterprise, for every profit they earn, you will receive one. Do you understand what one means? Li Xiaoyu replied without hesitation, if there's 100, give me one. Exactly. If it's 1,000, you would receive 10. If it's 100,000, you would get 1,000. If their profit this year is 100 million, would you be able to calculate that? Li Xiaoyu pondered, raising her fingers. I don't know how much 100 million is. That's 10 tens of millions. After a pause, Li Xiaoyu asked, so I would receive 1 million, right? Xu Ruiying was once again taken aback. Even Xing Yuxiao paused momentarily. Dou Dawei and his companions were equally astonished, then suddenly reacted with exclamations of disbelief. Wow, how old is she? Yet her mental arithmetic is so impressive. Just a moment ago, she didn't even know how much 100 million was. Xing Yuxiao smirked. I taught her, she's intelligent. But brother Xing, you haven't taught her mathematics. Wasn't it Qin Sui who taught her? Ninkeng interjected. Xing Yuxiao shot him a cool glance. Ninkeng returned it with a puzzled expression, wondering what he had said wrong. After all, brother Xing had just begun teaching her English. But why do I deserve this money? Li Xiaoyu's bewildered voice followed. Because you helped us. We truly don't know how to express our gratitude, so we unanimously decided to give you one of the shares, Dou Dawei quickly stated, emphasizing the phrase unanimously decided. The middle-aged men behind him also offered Li Xiaoyu warm and friendly smiles, to the point where Xu Ruiying could hardly bear to witness their sycophancy. Thus, she endured and endured, until she could no longer contain herself and interjected, she helped you secure Xing Yuxiao's investment, right, but so what? This company was already at its wit's end. Can it truly recover in the future? Whether this girl receiving your one equity is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Dou Dawei exchanged glances with the shareholders behind him, and considering that this young lady was indeed the cousin of the esteemed Xing family, he politely asked, do you not know? What do I need to know? I only need to know that your actions amount to conspiring to swindle the future heir of the Xing family. Xu Ruiying's face was a portrait of protectiveness. No, if you go online and check the trending topics, I believe with the help of Master Xing and Li Xiaoyu, we should no longer be at a loss, Dou Dawei tactfully suggested. Xu Ruiying wanted to retort, are you kidding me? However, as she scanned the room, she noticed that the program's staff did not display any mocking expressions in response to Dou Dawei's remarks. On the contrary, everyone appeared calm, seemingly already aware of that trending topic. Xu Ruiying quickly took out her phone. The signal is poor. I'll provide you with a hotspot, Dou Dawei offered proactively. Xu Ruiying felt somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at her phone, worth over 10,000, and then at Dou Dawei's, worth only a few thousand, as she begrudgingly awaited the hotspot. How had it come to this, when she had come to confront them? All right, Dou Dawei said. Finally, the page that Xu Ruiying had been trying to refresh appeared. The more she read, the more her expression shifted. This strategy was executed flawlessly, too flawlessly. They had spent not a single cent on marketing and had propelled themselves onto explosive trending topics, becoming the focus of national attention. How could the man before her possibly incur losses? Even a pig, given a favorable wind, would soar. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xu Ruiying asked, "How did you know about this news in advance? How did you know that the Weiguang pharmaceutical has already been sold to Neon Country? How did you time it so precisely?" Foreign investment entering the domestic market employs brand effect, celebrity effect, extensive distribution, and aggressive acquisitions to outcompete traditional domestic products. Did you not learn this lesson? Xin Yuxiao countered. Xu Ruiying stammered, "I learned it, but that is different from this. Such cases have never been scarce. Even at this very moment, there may be acquisition cases unfolding, though those foreign investors will likely conduct themselves more discreetly in the future." Xin Yuxiao paused. "In other words, I do not need to know what is happening at this moment. I can find a case to apply at any time and place, whether it is Weiguang Pharmaceutical or perhaps Hongguang Enterprises." Xin Yuxiao gestured towards Dou Dawei, "And they are the only ones among countless acquisition cases who, despite being impoverished and backward, have persisted without selling out. All examples may be used to highlight their plight." Xu Ruiying was left speechless, as were Dou Dawei and his companions. The program staff were witnessing, for the first time, the other terrifying side of this young master behind his rebellious FA aide. Xin Yuxiao casually continued, "Moreover, this is a transparent strategy. No one will doubt our intentions." As he spoke, he suddenly turned to Li Xiaoyer and asked, "Did you learn something?" Xu Ruiying's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even Dou Dawei and his companions found it somewhat absurd that he was teaching Li Xiaoyer. Could she even comprehend it? Yet, surprisingly, Li Xiaoyer nodded and responded, "Millimeter." Xin Yuxiao's facilitation of the revival of it did not seem particularly significant, but at that moment, seeing Li Xiaoyer nod and agree made him feel an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He ruffled her hair affectionately, saying, "Next time, I will teach you again." This was something Qin Sui could not teach, nor had he ever taught her. As Xin Yuxiao thought of this, a sense of joy and comfort flooded through him. "All right, let us continue with your contracts," he declared, putting away his notebook and pen, instructing Dou Dawei to present the equity transfer document. Xu Ruiying felt an itch in her teeth and interjected, "The difference is evident in following your uncle's teachings, but once you've learned from your uncle, why teach it to outsiders?" Their uncle, Xu Ruiying referred to, was none other than Xin Yuxiao's maternal uncle, Xu Ji. Xin Yuxiao shot her an impatient glance and replied, "So many people heard me teach. Do you think they all can master it? Can they revive a company? It is not about insiders or outsiders. It is only about those who can learn and those who cannot." Others felt a pang of embarrassment upon hearing this. Was he implying they were foolish? Well, indeed they were. Their ears understood, but their minds insisted they could not. Xu Ruiying, she felt as though she had been insulted for her own perceived ignorance. She pointed at Li Xiaoyer defiantly, "But how old is she? Can she really learn? Li Xiaoyer is so intelligent. She will surely learn anything," Xin Yuxiao claimed, yet, deep down, he thought, "Even if she couldn't learn, I can teach her every day. There is no reason she wouldn't understand." Indeed, such double standards. After finishing, Xin Yuxiao turned to Dou Dawei, saying, "You are quite a clever person." Dou Dawei was instantly flattered beyond measure. Chapter 45. She is the key to turning the tide. "Don't forget to transfer the shares to Li Xiaoyer," Xin Yuxiao remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Dou Dawei felt a jolt in his heart, realizing that Xin, indeed, was the astute individual he was reputed to be. Their meager schemes were entirely transparent to him. "Xiaoyer, it's your turn to sign," Dou Dawei urged, suppressing the turmoil within him. Li Xiaoyer felt as though she had done nothing, Yet in Shin Yuxiao's words, she seemed to have accomplished an extraordinary feat. She glanced around at the gathered individuals, and from Shin Yuxiao's previous statement, she keenly deduced that refusing now would not bode well. Thus, she inquired of Shin Yuxiao, "May I sign?" Instantly, Shin Yuxiao's spirits lifted further. She even thought to ask him, "Splendid." Without delay, he assumed a serious demeanor, flipped through the deed of gift, and remarked, "I have dabbled in contract law. Allow me to peruse." In truth, Shin Yuxiao understood that since Dou Dawei and the others were resolute in winning Li Xieyer's favor, they would certainly have left no loopholes in the contract. Yet, he relished the sight of Li Xieye relying on him, hanging on his every word. "Everything appears in order. Go ahead and sign," Shin Yuxiao declared, placing the deed aside. The signing, fingerprinting, and notarization ensued seamlessly. The tax matters had already been resolved by Dou Dawei and his companions in advance. "You are now a minor shareholder," Shin Yuxiao paused before adding, "The term for shareholder is shareholder." The others exchanged glances, taken aback. Was he seriously still teaching English at this juncture? Having completed their tasks for the day, Dou Dawei and his associates prepared to depart. "Xieye, once the program wraps, I will take you into the city. The uncles will treat you to a meal," he said, reluctant to part. Li Xieye nodded in agreement. She had not anticipated gaining friends, and such significant ones at that, who wished to take her out for a meal, reminiscent of how her father's friends would treat him. Yet, the deed of share transfer before her evoked little emotion. Perhaps it was due to the vast distance of that money from her reality, leaving her with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Once Dou Dawei and the others had departed, Ningheng approached to greet her. "Are you Yingjie?" Xu Yuying cast him a sidelong glance. "What brings you here?" Ningheng, known for his playful nature, finding his way to this remote spot was indeed a curious event. "It's quite delightful here, I absolutely adore it," Ningheng exclaimed. Xu Yuying replied, "You appear as though you've been brainwashed by a pyramid scheme." At that moment, Shin Yuxiao interjected, "Aren't you returning to the city with them?" Xu Yuying glanced at Dou Dawei and his companions as they vanished into the distance and resolutely declared, "I'm staying." Shin Yuxiao regarded her with a look that conveyed, "Are you out of your mind?" Under his scrutiny, Xu Yuying, now resolute, stated, "I intend to stay and keep you company for a few days." Ningheng chimed in, "We don't need company, that's simply one do." "As the older sister, I must look after my younger brother," Xu Yuying asserted, only to realize that her presence was far from welcome. With a quick glance at Li Xieye, she forced a smile. "Little one, would you welcome your sister?" Shin Yuxiao frowned in discontent. "Don't," his words trailing off, hinting at moral coercion. Li Xieye hesitantly replied, "I don't have enough room at home." Upon observing the dilapidated structure behind her, Xu Yuying realized it was indeed rather cramped. She immediately turned to the staff. "Where are you all staying?" "We were initially lodging with the village chief, but after he was apprehended, we've had to find accommodations with other villagers." "Very well, I shall reside in the village," Xu Yuying swiftly decided. "I would like to hear what more you plan to teach her," Xu Yuying said, directing her gaze at Shin Yuxiao. Shin Yuxiao lifted his eyelids. "We are recording a program. What purpose does your presence serve?" "I shall be careful not to appear on camera," Xu Yuying retorted, her fiery personality evident. Her impulsive nature was apparent from the moment she heard about the investment. She had promptly booked a flight to come over. Now, she was no different, accompanied by her bodyguards and chauffeur, as she swiftly sought out accommodations. Although the village chief had been captured, his son, Li Song, still resided in the house. Li Song had also been enduring a difficult time. He was embroiled in an investigation regarding bribery allegations, and the uncertainty of the situation weighed heavily upon him. The feeling of a guillotine hanging over one's head without resolution was truly distressing. Xu Yuying knocked on the door, and was greeted by the scruffy Li Song. His sharp gaze quickly assessed Xu Yuying's lavish attire, prompting him to ask, "Who are you?" "Do you know Shin Yuxiao?" "I am her cousin, Xu. May I stay here for a few days?" Xu Yuying's tone was assertive. For Li Song, this was welcome news. It was better to have visitors than none at all. Shin Yuxiao's cousin was undoubtedly a wealthy heiress. Of course, you may stay, Li Song hastily ushered her inside, and that very evening, he called Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing, upon hearing the news, was somewhat astonished. She had not expected Xu Yuying to stay at their home. It's a good thing, keep her around. She and Li Xiaoyar do not get along. Although Xu Yuying's parents were a university professor and an animal biologist, Li Qingqing dismissed such professions as unprofitable, her tone dripping with disdain. However, she quickly pivoted, but her uncle is quite formidable, perhaps even more so than Xing Yuxiao's father. In her previous life, Li Qingqing had speculated how someone with Xu Qiulai's aloof demeanor, who was even averse to having a second child, could tolerate Xing Jun. Perhaps it was due to a desire not to offend the genius from the Xu family. Li Song, unable to contain his curiosity, asked again, Qingqing, how do you know so much? Haven't I already told you, I possess precognitive abilities, everything I have foreseen has come to pass, hasn't it? Li Song felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet you didn't foresee your grandfather's capture. Li Qingqing retorted coldly, that's why I assert that Li Xiaoyar is my stumbling block. She was born to hinder me. If she were absent, my precognitive abilities could flourish to their fullest potential. Li Song, resolute, replied, rest assured, father will pave the way for you. However, you mentioned that Miss Xu's uncle is formidable. Just how formidable is he? Li Qingqing's tone turned complex. Xu Ji is someone who looks down on so-called Wall Street elites. He is a cunning fox capable of manipulating domestic politics. What? Li Song was taken aback. Having attended university and worked in the town, he considered himself more worldly than his village chief father, yet he still felt woefully uninformed about the world. He remained a frog at the bottom of a well. Li Qingqing explained, those foreign powers, elections, he can control them all. If individuals like Xing Jun are gracing the covers of finance magazines and featured on Forbes lists, then someone like Xu Ji is destined to be inscribed in history, chronicled in books. In her previous life, with her social circle and perspective, she had never truly grasped what kind of person Xu Ji was. It was only later, when she stumbled upon a niche forum discussing Xu Ji, that she was astounded by the revelations, with countless users expressing their amazement. True top-tier aristocracy seemed like a different world altogether. Li Qingqing had never dared to dream of knowing someone like Xu Ji, but now, she suddenly conceived a new idea, since the path with the Sheng family was blocked. Li Qingqing urgently instructed Li Song, you must treat Xu Yuying with utmost care, she will be the key to our resurgence. In her previous life, social media buzzed with discussions of the discord between Xu Yuying and Li Xiaoyar, lamenting how Xu Qiulai and Xing Yuxiao favored the wild girl over those with actual blood ties. This impression had left a lasting mark on Li Qingqing, momentarily overshadowing the fact that many gossip columns had mentioned Xu Yuying's parents met with a tragic accident and were later raised by her uncle. After ending the call, Li Qingqing immediately set about investigating the news. Yet she found nothing. Did this imply that at this time, Xu Yuying's parents were still alive and well? If I could forewarn Xu Yuying's parents and prevent this tragedy, how would the Xu family respond to me? With that thought, Li Qingqing's heart raced, dispelling her previous despondency. Another day had swiftly passed. The new live broadcast commenced. Xu Yuying rose early, arriving at Li Xiaoyar's home, only to look around in bewilderment, whereas everyone, the staff, informed her they left at 6. So early? What were they up to? Li Xiaoyar had to go to school, the staff replied, amused yet exasperated. Following Xing Yuxiao, Qin Sui, and Ning Heng, this young lady too felt a profound shock. What? An elementary school student had to leave so early, traverse mountain paths, walk for hours. Can we drive there? Xu Yuying inquired. The previous road is still blocked from a landslide, only small paths are accessible, and cars cannot navigate them. What kind of life is this? Ning Heng says he enjoys it. Has he lost his mind? Xu Yuying muttered under her breath, resolving to walk over herself and assess the situation. Stone Elementary School. As the lunch bell rang, Li Xiaoyue clutched her lunchbox and made her way to the cafeteria, flanked on one side by Xing Yuxiao and on the other by Ninkang. Li Xiaoyue is so impressive, it's as if she possesses two formidable guardians. Her classmates whispered in admiration. At that moment, a fashionably dressed young woman, one hand grasping a Chanel bag and limping slightly, entered the school gate. It was none other than Xu Yuying. She appeared before Li Xiaoyue, her visage covered in grime, her clothes soiled, hair in disarray, and two stray weeds adorning her head. She was not meant to be on camera, however. The staff were unable to intervene, primarily out of fear, as she presently exuded an aura of deep resentment. Ninkang exclaimed, "Are Yuying Jie, did you fall into a field?" Xu Yuying gritted her teeth. "Indeed, every 10 steps, I find myself in a hole. Who is that?" The classmates whispered amongst themselves. Is she Li Xiaoyue's sister? How does Li Xiaoyue have so many relatives? Xu Yuying wanted to clarify, "I am not her sister," but just then, Li Xiaoyue handed her lunchbox to Ninkang and turned to fetch a basin of water. "Here, wash up. Where did you get that?" Xing Yuxiao inquired. "I borrowed it from the teacher," Li Xiaoyue replied, then asked Xu Yuying, "Did you fall into the water?" "I did." Xu Yuying said, her expression sour. Li Xiaoyue asked, "Could you crouch down a bit? You're too tall. I can't reach. I need to check if there are leeches on you." Leeches. Xu Yuying's scalp tingled at the thought. Forgetting her previous assertion of not being Li Xiaoyue's sister, she quickly crouched down, anxiously asking, "Can you see if there are any?" There, at that moment, the comments flooded in. Smiley, who is this? Familiar with Ninkang, is she also a rich heiress? Wait, what is going on with these aristocrats? Are they really treating Li Xiaoyue as a side character? Chapter 46. This household is run by Li Xiaoyue. Xu Yuying felt a handful of her long hair being seized. "What are you doing?" she asked nervously. "I need to tie your hair up first." "Oh." Xu Yuying fell silent, feeling a bit embarrassed. The little girl's grip was gentle, lacking any sense of tugging, as she deftly pulled a hair tie from her own head and secured it in Xu Yuying's hair. Then, she clung to Xu Yuying's neck and said, "It's nothing." Xu Yuying immediately exhaled a sigh of relief, but her relief was short-lived. Li Xiaoyue squatted down in front of her and reached to pull out the pant leg that had been tucked into her LV ankle boots. With a swift motion, she lifted the hem. Before Li Xiaoyue could say anything, Xu Yuying let out a terrified scream. "Are a leech. Oh my goodness, this is giving me chills. I dread such creatures the most." The front half of the leech had completely burrowed into Xu Yuying's calf, its bloated body pulsating slightly as it sucked her blood. "Who can help me pull it out?" Xu Yuying was on the verge of tears. Xing Yuxiao furrowed his brow, about to speak. However, Li Xiaoyue had already rummaged through her pocket and produced a paper packet, which she opened and sprinkled fine salt onto the leech on Xu Yuying's leg. The leech, which had been moving slightly, soon began to thrash about wildly. It wriggled out from Xu Yuying's leg and plopped onto the floor, quickly going through the motions of writhing, bleeding, drying, and ultimately dying. Still shaken, Xu Yuying's pale face was glistening with tears. She trembled as she asked, "How could it crawl up my leg when my pant leg was tucked into my boots?" "That's how leeches are. When we go into the fields, we have to wear long rubber boots, put on a pair of thermal leggings, and then wear another pair of pants. The cuffs must be tightly secured, or they can always find a way in," Li Xiaoyue explained calmly. Xu Yuying felt her scalp prickle at the thought, finding the creature utterly terrifying. "Then, is there any chance that there are more on me?" Xu Yuying stammered, feeling faint. Li Xiaoyue reluctantly. Li Xiaoyue considered for a moment and said, "Let me take a look." "Okay, how do we do that?" Xu Yuying inquired. Li Xiaoyue borrowed a dorm room from her teacher and led Xu Yuying inside. Once the door was closed, she turned and said, "Take it off." Xu Yuying stood there, stunned. "What? How can I check if you don't take it off?" Li Xiaoyue innocently countered. Xu Yuying pondered this and realized it made sense, albeit it felt very strange. Thankfully, the one before her was just a little girl. Suppressing her embarrassment, Xu Ruiying imagined herself in a large bathhouse and quickly shed her expensive attire. "So, how is it? Are there any more?" she asked. "There are 2 more. 2. All done," Li Xieye replied. "Is that it?" Before Xu Ruiying could feel sorrow for long, she turned around and, indeed, 2 more leeches had dropped to the ground by her feet. She was instantly covered in goosebumps and hurriedly jumped aside. Xu Ruiying wrapped her arms around herself, feeling a chill, and turned to see Li Xieye picking up her discarded clothing. "What are you doing?" Xu Ruiying exclaimed. "I'll take it back to burn some herbs to fumigate it, so it won't attract any bugs," Li Xieye explained, shaking the clothing, causing 2 more black insects to fall out. "Can this clothing still be worn?" Xu Ruiying asked, grimacing. "Yes," Li Xieye reassured her as she handed it back, "the other bugs are just a bit frightening. They won't bite you." Unable to run around naked, Xu Ruiying had no choice but to put her clothes back on, despite her fear. "Don't forget to fumigate my clothes," she instructed. Li Xieye nodded in agreement. Now it was Xu Ruiying's turn to feel embarrassed. "I'll pay you for your trouble." "No need," Li Xieye replied, opening the door and stepping out first. Xu Ruiying paused, then hurried after her, asking, "Why?" "Why not? You helped me, I should pay you. I believe in clear debts." The comments began to flood in Satsmiley because of Xing Yuxiao. "Exactly, as long as you are a good friend or relative of Xing Yuxiao, you can enjoy Li Xiao's friendly returns." At that moment, Xing Yuxiao turned to see what was happening. "All done." Xu Ruiying's bravado deflated, and she mumbled, "Yes, I won't come here again. I am leaving now." Li Xieye tugged at her sleeve. "Let's walk home together after school." Xu Ruiying wondered if the child was trying to curry favor with her. Just then, Li Xieye added, "If you walk back alone, you might fall into the fields again." Xu Ruiying jolted and quickly changed her response. "All right, I'll wait for you." Li Xieye nodded. "Yes, let us eat first." Xu Ruiying had hoped to maintain her composure, but her stomach had other plans and growled audibly. She tried to suppress her hunger, but her stomach would not allow it. Li Xieye turned to find her lunchbox, saying, "We need to hurry to the cafeteria, otherwise, the food will be gone." Xu Ruiying assumed it would be akin to a university cafeteria abroad, if not a high-end restaurant, at least a buffet, right? She quickly followed, only to be taken aback by the large aluminum basins set on the long table. "This is lunch." Xu Ruiying's voice trembled. "Who on earth are these people? Why are they so picky?" Xu Ruiying was unaware that she was being criticized in the comments. Soon, she realized, "I can't eat the food here." The cafeteria staff didn't even glance. The large aluminum basins she had deemed unworthy were not for her. Li Xieye nodded. "This food is provided by the state and kind-hearted people, only students can eat." Then Li Xieye had already filled her lunchbox and turned to say, "I'll share with you." Xu Ruiying looked down at the lunchbox. "Am I eating with you?" Xing Yuxiao interjected, "What are you thinking? We all for sharing." Xu Ruiying, unable to contain her tears, Xu Ruiying lamented, "What kind of day is this?" Li Xieye carried her lunchbox outside and, looking at the bodyguards and driver, asked Xing Yuxiao, "What about them?" Xing Yuxiao replied, "Don't worry about them. They'll find food on their own." Xu Ruiying, "You don't need to concern yourself either." Li Xieye whispered, "But she looks so pitiful." Xing Yuxiao retorted coldly, "Coming here just to eat and not working, what is there to feel sorry for?" Xu Ruiying leaned in. "Xing Yuxiao, are you secretly cursing me?" Li Xieye found a large stone by the playground and sat down. Clearing her throat, she announced, "Now, I will be the one to distribute." Xu Ruiying could hardly comprehend how she had ended up in such a situation, waiting for a child to distribute food along. This household is indeed run by Li Xieye, isn't he it? Chapter 47, Annual Redemption Literature. It is truly pitiful for 4 individuals to share a meal. The production team must have seen this coming. Ningheng is still foolish. If you listen closely, you'll see that Brother Xing doesn't have to do anything to score points. There is also milk, a quarter for each person. Li Xieye magically produces a plastic bottle cut in half. She informs them, "It's very clean, it was given to me by my teacher during sports day. I sold the water inside to others. Can this really be sold off? She is indeed a commercial genius." Li Xiaoyao, she doesn't say it aloud, but she clearly distinguishes her affections. She gives the bottom part to Ninkang, who arrived earlier and is closer to her. In the end, Li Xiaoyao shares the remaining milk with Xing Yuxiao using a small bowl from her lunchbox. Xu Ruiying suddenly exclaims, "I've never found milk to be this delicious." Wait a moment. She suddenly realizes, "I'm not here to record your show, I have money, why don't I just buy some food?" Your school has a convenience store, right? Xu Ruiying puts down the half-boiled egg she just received and rushes off to buy something. Xing Yuxiao doesn't even blink as he picks up the half she left behind and finishes it. Oh, the memories it brings back. Ninkang relishes this act of sharing food and sighs. This is what it means to share hardships, right? Who would have thought that Xing Yuxiao would retort, "Hardships? Where's the hardship?" Indeed, in your eyes, young Master Sheng, life in Lijier village is nothing short of idyllic, is it? Where's the hardship? Shortly after, Xu Ruiying's bodyguard returns with a bag in hand. This is what the young lady bought. Please enjoy. The production team has no choice but to intervene. This isn't in accordance with the rules, is it? Xing Yuxiao casually pulls out a bottle of iced tea from the bag, squinting at the label, Ken Shui Fu. What is this? He pulls out another, Yu Li Yu. And another, Wang Zi. What are these? Before long, Xu Ruiying returns, puzzled. Why are all the snack packages here misprinted? I wanted to buy some shakimer, but there's none. The bread is expired and still being sold. It's not misprinted, it's counterfeit. Xing Yuxiao hands the snacks back to her. You can take your time eating. Xu Ruiying, har, what on earth are these? Xu Ruiying initially wanted to play the wealthy lady, but now her face has turned green. Despite the counterfeit snacks, they managed to gather together and finish their lunch. Xing Yuxiao muses, how about we share the principal's meal next time? Ninkang finds this idea agreeable. Xu Ruiying interjects, isn't that considered robbery? Ninkang retorts, how can it be robbery when everyone agrees to it? Even eating is this difficult. It is hard to imagine what kind of life Li Xiaoyao led before the production team arrived. A life without the need to share meals with for others, without having to take care of four fools. My goodness, the laughter from upstairs is resounding. What do you mean, four? And we mustn't forget Qin Sui. Thank you to your ancestors, Qin Sui. Xu Ruiying somehow manages to endure until school, then their family of 3 directly expands into a family of 4. The production team finds this quite inappropriate, yet no one can persuade Xu Ruiying to leave. She counters, I haven't taken your appearance fee. I am recording a reality show for free, isn't this taking advantage of me? The production team is left speechless. They exit the school, tread onto the main road, and turn into a small path in the fields. Li Xiaoyao walks at the front, followed by Xing Yuxiao, then Ninkang, and finally Xu Ruiying. Xu Ruiying suddenly feels a sense of exclusion. Li Xiaoyao truly lives up to her name. It is as if a mother duck is leading her ducklings into the water, followed by a string of them. I must reiterate today, this family cannot do without Li Xiaoyao. After a few steps, Li Xiaoyao suddenly turns back and says, follow in our footsteps. This way, you won't trip. Unable to help herself, Xu Ruiying asks, why don't you trip? Li Xiaoyao nods, her twin ponytails bobbing along as she replies, I've fallen many times, so I don't trip anymore. Xu Ruiying immediately. Each footprint left by Li Xiaoyao is continuously covered by others. Suddenly, a viewer is deeply moved. In the past, Li Xieyar had to traverse a long mountain path alone, regardless of the season or whether the sun had risen. She would walk under the moonlight. The road she walked was lonely, with no one to accompany her, forever leaving just a single set of footprints. But now, the number of companions has increased. With every step she takes, someone follows, and she is no longer the solitary Li Xieyar from the small mountain village. What began as a viewer's heartfelt sentiment was captured and shared across other social media platforms, and before the live broadcast concluded, the screenshot had already gone viral. This passage is rather tear-jerking. Could it be considered annual redemption literature? The buzz on social media further propelled the show's popularity. Consequently, even more netizens were drawn in, eager to see what Li Xieyar was truly like. At the village chief's home, Li Song had lost track of how long he had been waiting. Xu Ruiying's prolonged absence worried him that he had failed to fulfill his daughter's wishes. Just as he pondered this, Xu Ruiying stepped through the door. "Were you waiting for me?" Xu Ruiying asked in surprise. Li Song nodded repeatedly. "I had prepared lunch for you, but you didn't come back." "It's all right, I'll wash up first and then eat." "All right, I'll prepare a new dinner for you." At this moment, Xu Ruiying resumed her demeanor as a young lady, though only she knew how urgently and frantically she rushed into the bathroom. Once she finished her bath, dried her hair, and changed into fresh clothes, Xu Ruiying finally felt a sense of relief. She opened the door to head downstairs and was greeted by a rich aroma of meat. "What is this, Xu Ruiying? Do you see any dishes you like?" Li Song inquired cautiously. Xu Ruiying hadn't considered the wastefulness of the abundance, nor did she realize how extravagant it was compared to the lunch shared with Li Xieyar and the others. She had only one thought. These dishes were made for me, right? Yes. Xu Ruiying waved her hand, signaling her bodyguard, "Serve it all up, we're going." Shen Yuxiao is a tough nut to crack, and Ninkang is a bit challenging too, but at the very least, that little girl would admire me, right? Li Song, standing behind her, nearly choked with rage. "Where are you taking them?" "To Li Xieyar's house." The last part of his sentence turned into a pitch of extreme jealousy and shock. Qingqing was right, Li Xieyar was indeed her stumbling block. Chapter 48, Xingjun's surprise when Xu Ruiying arrived. A delightful aroma wafted from the Li residence. "What is that smell?" Li Xieyar was perched on a small stool, skillfully frying rice. A modest amount of rice, combined with lard, eggs, and finely chopped wood ear mushrooms, created an extraordinarily fragrant dish. To her astonishment, it even surpassed the aroma of the meat that Xu Ruiying had brought. Feeling overshadowed, she glanced around and noticed Shen Yuxiao and Ninkang standing on either side, yet their role seemed limited to mere guardianship. Xu Ruiying scoffed, "What a sight, two grown men allowing a young girl to stand on a stool and cook for you." The live broadcast was still ongoing, and the comments section erupted with astonishment. Shocked, the first to stand up for justice is actually Xu Ruiying. 1. I thought she disliked Li Xieyar based on her earlier demeanor. So who exactly is Xu Ruiying? Am I the only one in the dark? She is Shen Yuxiao's cousin. Her family background seems average. Yet she wears Chanel and LV. As the audience debated the merits of Xu Ruiying's family background, Shen Yuxiao addressed her earlier query, "Do you think we wouldn't want to?" Ninkang sighed nearby, "Li Xieyar disdains our waste of ingredients." Xu Ruiying retorted, "Shouldn't you have learned some basic life skills beforehand?" She turned to Shen Yuxiao, "Didn't you go hiking and camping with someone before? Don't you have to cook for yourself while camping?" Shen Yuxiao appeared equally helpless. "When did that group ever let me do anything myself?" Xu Ruiying realized the unfortunate consequences of having too many sycophants around. Ninkang promptly asked, "Sister Ruiying, can you cook?" Xu Ruiying awkwardly smiled. Well, my father usually cooks at home, girls don't. Really, your uncle can cook? Shin Yuxiao's interest was piqued. I should learn from him when I get back. It's ready. Li Xiaoyao chimed in. I'll do it. Ninkang finally found his moment to shine. He was strong enough to lift the entire large iron pot. The fried rice was soon transferred to a bowl. Yes, a bowl. Shin Yuxiao then expertly retrieved 2 stools of barely uniform height and placed them in the courtyard, adding a long wooden plank to create a makeshift dining table. They gathered around, though there weren't enough stools, so Shin Yuxiao and Ninkang had to sit on stones. They added the dishes Xu Ruiying had brought, resulting in a rather sumptuous meal. Xu Ruiying is quite fortunate. These past few days, Li Xiaoyao has been generous, even preparing fried eggs for her. Is Qin Sui at home, staring at the TV screen, his teeth clenched in envy? Why do I get to eat sweet potatoes while he doesn't he? No one knew whether Qin Sui was at home gnashing his teeth. At that moment, Li Song was indeed at home, feeling frustrated. That young lady had taken all the dishes with her. What was he supposed to eat? Just plain rice. Li Song had no idea. Meanwhile, Xu Ruiying was fixated on the modest yet tantalizing fried rice, unable to suppress her exclamation. If I had known, I would have taken that whole pot of rice with me. What rice? He made a lot of food to please me, including a pot of rice. I got these dishes from him. Everyone's movements froze. Xu Ruiying, puzzled, asked, why has everyone stopped eating? Considering her recent return to the country, Shin Yuxiao stifled his urge to mock his rather dim-witted cousin and nudged Ninkang. You explain it to her. Ninkang took on the role of the interpreter. After listening, Xu Ruiying suddenly stood up. Is that true? The comments section was equally astonished. Sad smiley. This is the real story of how Li Xiaoyao was abducted and poisoned. The village chief's family is truly unforgivable. I'm speechless. Wanting to please Xu Ruiying, he really shows his true colors. Whether it's true or not, check the police reports online. Shin Yuxiao pressed his hand down on the table. Don't overturn the table. Otherwise, you won't leave until you compensate for a banquet fit for an emperor. Xu Ruiying regained her composure and sat down. Why would Li Song want to please me? Doesn't he know I'm your cousin? Shin Yuxiao offered her a piece of dumper pork. You should try it first. Shin Yuxiao. Xu Ruiying shot him a glare but still picked it up to eat. Then, calmly, she stated, Li Song would have to be insane to poison my food. Shin Yuxiao nodded before serving Li Xiaoyao some vegetables. Xu Ruiying was left speechless, however, recalling that she had also eaten Li Xiaoyao's fried rice and desired more. She felt it was quite hypocritical to criticize her. So only the village chief was arrested. Xu Ruiying, the little girl I encountered last time, is the village chief's granddaughter. Xu Ruiying nearly sprang up again but managed to restrain herself. Oh, you've met her. Shin Yuxiao's gaze turned slightly frosty. She didn't hint to you to come here to find me and Li Xiaoyao, did she? Oh, she spoke to me, but I was in a hurry to see my aunt, so I didn't talk to her much. Xu Ruiying furrowed her brows. How does the production team select such people? The production team awkwardly interjected. Adults can be wicked, but children often possess innocent hearts. She is unrelated. Is that so? There are bad bamboo shoots that still produce good bamboo. Xu Ruiying hastily finished her meal, declaring, I'm heading back to see what Li Song intends to do with me. This young lady seemed to have taken a keen interest. Wait, is Xu Ruiying planning to seek justice? She probably just wants to see some entertainment. Or someone should attach a camera to Xu Ruiying. I am so curious. By the way, how is Li Qingqing doing? Li Qingqing's health had improved somewhat. She had completely given up on trying to please Xu Qiulai and no longer expected any favorable outcomes from Xu Ruiying. Just moments ago, she had seen news about Qingjin Pharmaceutical online. Xing Yuxiao's frivolous investment had unexpectedly succeeded. Suppressing her jealousy, Li Qingqing poked her head out from under the blanket and asked, "Grandpa Butler, I wish to see my uncle. I have something very important to discuss with him." The butler frowned internally but still replied politely, "Very well, I will inform him when he returns." Li Qingqing was aware that they all looked down on her now, harboring deep resentment, yet she maintained a facade of composure, even managing a pitiful smile as she said, "I'm grateful for my uncle's tolerance these past few days, and for Grandpa Butler's care. Just wait. Soon they would regret and come to flatter her. At 11 in the evening, Xing Jun finally returned to the villa. He removed his coat and handed it to the servant, asking, "Is my wife not back yet?" The servant replied, "Not yet," and mentioned that Li Qingqing had kept the light on, waiting to speak with him. Hearing this, Xing Jun frowned. He had hoped for a daughter, but Li Qingqing no longer met his expectations of what her daughter should be. Yet he was an adult, and she was merely a little girl. There was no need to overtly display arrogance and disdain. As Xing Jun ascended the stairs, Li Qingqing deliberately emerged wearing only a thin nightgown, then shivered slightly, rubbing her eyes, feigning exhaustion from waiting a long time. "Your uncle is listening." Li Qingqing's expression turned serious as she said, "Uncle, I will only tell you, I actually have the ability to foresee the future. 3 days from now, you will sign a significant contract with Xiongguan Semiconductor Company." Xing Jun's expression shifted from amusement to incredulity, finally settling into one of gravity and astonishment. Chapter 49, Corrupting Li Xiaoye. Li Qingqing's awareness of this matter was primarily rooted in her previous life, where she learned about Li Xiaoye's adoption. Compelled by curiosity, she often found herself searching for related news. In the course of her investigations, she occasionally indulged in daydreams about marrying a wealthy heir like Xing Yuxiao. Gradually, her interest in Xing Yuxiao, and indeed the entire Xing family, deepened significantly. Consequently, she retained vivid memories of particularly consequential news pertaining to the Xing family, including their contract with the Xiongguan Company. Unfortunately, the contract was exceedingly favorable for the Xing Corporation, devoid of any risks that warranted caution. Otherwise, had she disclosed any concerns, Xing Jun would undoubtedly have exalted her. The reason she opted to illustrate her predictive abilities with this anecdote, rather than directly foretelling the demise of Xu Ru. Firstly, she lacked clarity regarding the timing of their deaths. Secondly, such an assertion could easily be misconstrued as a deliberate curse. Observing Xing Jun's reaction, Li Qingqing felt a surge of satisfaction. She mused, "I am indeed clever. I was born to be a victor, the protagonist of this world, only my origins have hindered me." "That sounds rather intriguing," Xing Jun suddenly remarked. Intriguing was an understatement, Li Qingqing thought. Anyone would be ecstatic to possess such abilities. As a new idea flickered through her mind, she decided to continue her facade of innocence before Xing Jun. Thus, she lifted her gaze and asked in a bright, melodious tone, "Is it truly interesting?" Her eyes sparkled, betraying a hint of shyness at the corners. "I have always feared disclosure. I only dared to confide in Uncle Xing." "Oh, and why is that?" With what seemed to be a considerable gathering of courage, Li Qingqing replied, "Because I only trust Uncle Xing." Xing Jun regarded her, yet he did not immediately exhibit any signs of being moved. A wave of disappointment washed over Li Qingqing. Was her statement not valid? She had expressed unwavering trust and affection, and Xing Jun should have been pleasantly surprised. After a moment's pause, Xing Jun smiled slightly and inquired, "How many more things can you foresee? Can you predict your own future?" In that instant, Li Qingqing felt an immense pressure, as beads of sweat began to dampen her back. Fortunately, she quickly devised a clever response. "It is precisely because I have glimpsed my future that I trust Uncle Xing so deeply." "Oh, and what does your envisioned future entail?" "Uncle Xing treats me very well." Xing Jun chuckled and said, "It is getting late. You should retire for the night." Li Qingqing could only watch in disappointment as he concluded the conversation and departed. Did he truly believe her? Initially, she had assumed Xing Jun would be the most amenable person in this household, yet it now appeared he was not as easily swayed as she had thought. Once again, Li Qingqing pondered the question, how did Li Xieye manage it in her previous life? Meanwhile, Xu Ruiying returned to the village chief's home. Upon seeing her again, Li Song was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, and could only muster a remark, "Miss Xu has returned. I thought you would remain with young Master Xing." Xu Ruiying maintained a serene facade, waving her hand dismissively. "What would I stay there for? As his cousin, it suffices to pay him a visit. That dreadful place, I wouldn't want to linger there for even a second." Li Song, upon hearing this, was elated. Finally, a rational individual, someone who recognized the shortcomings of Li Xieyer's family. Those wealthy heirs had been bewitched by something. "By the way, I want xingjian, pan-fried buns, soybean milk, and crispy shrimp rolls in the morning." "No, that alone isn't healthy enough. Let us add a bowl of beef and vegetable congee." Li Song's face was a picture of bewilderment. "What?" She placing an order. With a twisted expression, he managed to utter, "We don't have crispy shrimp rolls here, and I'm not even familiar with what that is." Xu Ruiying gasped, "You can't even procure that." Li Song gritted his teeth in frustration. He loathed the wealthy heirs. "Then make me some crab roe noodles." "Surely you have that." "None." Li Song was on the verge of losing his composure. "Forget it, just a bowl of old duck soup noodles. I want the broth made from my own stock, not from a seasoning packet." "That will be all, don't say anything more, I'm exhausted," Xu Ruiying declared in one breath, offering Li Song no opportunity to refuse. As she ascended to the second floor, she suddenly poked her head back out, saying, "Oh, and I'll be rising at 5 tomorrow morning. I expect to see all these items by then." She shrugged, adding, "Of course, I will pay you." It was this final statement that marginally placated. Then she buried her head under the covers, exhilarated, and pounded the bed. Tomorrow, she would recount the scene to that child. What was the child's name again? Li Xieye. Yes, Li Xieye. Xing Yuxiao could teach her about business, yet Li Xieye might not even grasp it. Even if she did, she would have no means to apply it. She, however, was different. This torturous endeavor was precisely her forte, ensuring that Li Xieye would find it beneficial. Let Xing Yuxiao's scoundrel self dare to underestimate her as a cousin. She was far from foolish. For the sake of that pot of old duck soup, Li Song stayed awake all night. The following day, when Xu Ruiying heard the alarm ringing, she was quite reluctant to rise. However, she gritted her teeth and resolved to get up. "My mother would suspect I was possessed if she saw me like this," Xu Ruiying muttered under her breath. Unbeknownst to her, Xing Yuxiao had. After a refreshing wash, Xu Ruiying descended and inquired, "Is everything ready?" "Ready," Li Song replied, his eyes bearing dark rings. Xu Ruiying offered a sweet compliment. "Mr. Li, you are quite capable. Yesterday, Li Xieye mentioned she would use herbs to freshen them." Li Song stood there, a cold wind blowing through the open door, sending shivers down his spine. Filled with boundless anger and envy, grinding his teeth and muttering, "What do they think of my place?" At that moment, Xu Ruiying stood at the door of Li Xiye's home, handing over the food. "This is for you." After all, she was still a child. Confronted with such a lavish breakfast, it felt akin to entering paradise. Li Xiye's stomach audibly protested, yet she restrained herself and asked, "Is this from the village chief's home again?" Freshly refreshed, Xu Ruiying replied innocently, "Do you know what it means to be refreshed?" Li Xieye shook her head. "When a player defeats one, it respawns for the next player to battle. This is akin to a perpetual motion machine. As long as I am here, there will always be new food every day. That is because I am capable, it has nothing to do with the village chief's home." Li Xieye suddenly understood. "Oh. So, eat with peace of mind. After you finish, you still need to help me freshen my clothes." Miss Xu, you are violating the program's rules, a staff member interjected. When you wield a certain level of power, you can disregard others' rules, have you learned? Li Xiaoyan nodded silently. The staff member looked utterly numb. What on earth are these wealthy heirs teaching these days? Chapter 50, Oh my, a prodigy, a pungent scent of sulfur permeated the air. Li Xiaoyan brandished a wooden stick, thicker than her wrist, as she beat her clothes. Is this sufficient? Xu Ruiying inquired, astonished. Li Xiaoyan nodded and removed the garments from the line, handing them back to Xu Ruiying. She then turned and retrieved a small bamboo basket, filled to the brim with numerous little sachets. Yet, Li Xiaoyan picked them up one by one, presenting them to her. This one is for patchouli. This one is rosemary. This one is lemongrass. This one is mint. They all possess insect-repelling properties, though their scents differ. Choose whichever you prefer, Li Xiaoyan suggested. Xu Ruiying, taken aback, stammered, when did you make these? Li Xiaoyan replied, last night. Xu Ruiying faltered, you are trying to please me. Li Xiaoyan looked at her in confusion, please. No, I simply thought you appeared quite frightened. A hint of embarrassment crept onto Xu Ruiying's face, however, contemplating the fact that Li Xiaoyan, so small, had ventured into the mountains at night to gather various plants and herbs to craft different scented sachets for her selection. Xu Ruiying felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, enveloped by the child's sincere enthusiasm. To alleviate the awkwardness, Xu Ruiying inquired, how can you distinguish so many plants? I just know how, Li Xiaoyan replied. Xu Ruiying's lips twitched as she remarked, you truly ought to be my parents' daughter. Li Xiaoyan gazed at her curiously, why? My father enjoys studying plants, and my mother, animals. They are passionate about nature and science, while I, on the other hand, wish only to pursue finance and media, a person who reeks of commercialism in their eyes, Xu Ruiying said, a touch of melancholy in her voice. Moreover, I possess no talent in these fields whatsoever. I do not even comprehend why the wintersweet and the plum blossom are not the same. Ningheng emerged, her academic performance lacking, and upon hearing, exclaimed, which book? The books from the donated library corner.it states that wintersweet belongs to the wintersweet family, while the plum blossom is part of the rose family. Xu Ruiying and Ningheng exchanged glances, suddenly feeling inferior to a child. Any book will suffice, Xing Yuxia reflected. How many have you read? Xu Ruiying asked again. I've read them all, Li Xiaoyan replied earnestly. Xu Ruiying, without a second thought, exclaimed, impossible, how could you have read them all? Li Xiaoyan, puzzled, responded, but I have read them. Li Xiaoyan added, some characters are strange and twisted, resembling tadpoles. Xu Ruiying looked bewildered, what characters? Seal script. Xing Yuxiao pondered and chimed in, Arabic. Li Xiaoyan suddenly enlightened, so that's what it's called, Arabic. You can memorize it, I don't believe it. Xu Ruiying immediately pulled out her business card and a pen, presenting them to her, write a few characters for me to see. Oh, Li Xiaoyan accepted without hesitation, obediently grasping the pen and writing on. Yet the characters she produced, Xu Ruiying and Ningheng were both left astounded. Xing Yuxiao, still somewhat composed, slowly articulated, they resemble printed characters, indeed, it is Arabic. Xu Ruiying, Li Xiaoyan's precocity and resilience seemed to be innate, not merely the result of her environment's trials. With such talent, coupled with the daily lessons from these affluent second-generation individuals, what formidable figure might she become in the future? The staff dared not even imagine. Sister, Li Xiaoyan suddenly spoke softly, I only wish to be my mother's daughter, not someone else's. She turned to Xu Ruiying and said, you too, your parents would only want you to be their daughter. No one else will do. Xu Ruiying stared at her in a daze. Is that truly the case? Li Xiaoyan, Li Xiaoyan. At that moment, someone shouted her name and rushed over. It had been a while since anyone had disturbed them. Surprised by the sudden arrival, Li Xiaoyan turned to look, only for the person to stumble and fall at her feet. In their haste, they did not even bother to get up, urgently exclaiming, someone is looking for you. They said it's a relative. Xin Yuxiao immediately thought of that wretched Li Hongguang, sneering coldly, which blind fool is it this time? The messenger swallowed hard and said, no, it's not a distant relative. It's someone from your mother's side, they've come looking for you. Li Xiaoyan, who had been composed like a little adult, suddenly dropped 2 tears in shock. She took a step forward, then retreated timidly. Xin Yuxiao's cold demeanor gradually softened. So soon had the people arranged by her uncle arrived. Chapter 51, Unfamiliar Relatives. Why is everyone silent? Isn't it a good thing that your mother's relatives have come to see you? Xu Ruiying interjected, her voice cutting through the heavy. The messenger nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, it's a good thing, even the errand runners are getting paid. Xu Ruiying, oblivious to the underlying complexities, smiled and asked, Li Xiaoyan, is your mother's family really that wealthy? Li Xiaoyan had already dried her tears and replied softly, I don't know. I've never met them. Xu Ruiying was taken aback, her instinctive thought being to ask if her mother had eloped, but being from a scholarly family herself, she knew such speculation was ill-advised and swallowed the question. After so many years, their sudden visit might be a bad. The messenger, flustered, retorted, how could it be? It's certainly a good thing they are dressed in suits and leather shoes, even sharing cigarettes and money with us. Can you really call them bad people? Xu Ruiying, Xin Yuxiao, suspecting that this person might have been sent by Xu Ji, interjected, let's go and see. Surprisingly, it was Li Xiaoyan who spoke up, her tone resolute, I need to go to school first. I will meet them after class. The messenger, exasperated, slapped his thigh, exclaiming, what do you need school for? Just look at your relatives, they are clearly wealthy, I bet they have far more money than Li Hongguang, especially since I heard his company has collapsed. Why are my mother's family only coming to find me now? Li Xiaoyan asked softly in return. The messenger, lacking much education, was momentarily stumped. Why didn't he come directly here? Li Xiaoyan pressed. The messenger, at a loss for words, quickly countered, people from the city have their heirs, of course, they expect us to go see them. How could he come here to meet a child like you? A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Li Xiaoyan's face, her tone suddenly firm, then he is not my mother's relative. The messenger was bewildered, what do you mean? That can't be true, why would a city person travel all this way just to reconnect? At this moment, Li Xiaoyan had already grasped Xin Yuxiao's hand, saying, let's go, I need. Was this person really sent by her uncle? How foolish, what airs was he putting on? After cursing the messenger in his heart, Xin Yuxiao couldn't help but affectionately ruffle Li Xiaoyan's hair, saying, you truly are, Li Xiaoyan, you're quite clever. Xu Ruiying interjected, seizing the moment. She increasingly felt that this child was full of surprises. People often say that one's environment shapes their limitations, yet Li Xiaoyan, she might not understand what LV is or what a 5-star hotel looks like, but it seemed she had already grasped the essence of humanity. The 2 tears she shed earlier revealed her excitement, but she quickly regained her composure. Xu Ruiying mused that her parents would likely take a great liking to her. Individuals like them, who are dedicated to research, detest emotional people the most. Those who can maintain a calm and contemplative demeanor, regardless of their circumstances, are highly sought after in any profession. Li Xiaoyao indeed went to school. Fearing to hurt her feelings, Shen Yuxiao walked closely behind, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "This person was sent by me, intending to wrest custody from your grandfather." Li Xiaoyao didn't show any signs of sadness. She paused for a moment and suddenly said, "That doesn't make sense." "What do you mean? Why is he afraid to come?" Shen Yuxiao, having focused solely on Li Xiaoyao, was struck by her words, and clarity dawned upon him. This might actually be a bad thing. Xu Ruiying, astonished by their conclusion, quickly exclaimed, "What could this person possibly want? I must go and confront him. Just wait." "Don't worry. Without them, Li Xiaoyao would have faced countless demons and monsters alone." Their relatives from the maternal side awaited at the village committee, and when Xu Ruiying arrived, she was surprised to find Dou Dawei there as well. Dou Dawei was carrying 2 bags and, upon seeing Xu Ruiying, promptly greeted her, "Miss Xu, I came to deliver some ham to Xiaoyao, but then I heard that her relatives were visiting, so I thought I would check." So there were quite a few people concerned about Li Xiaoyao. Dou Dawei stepped closer, lowering his voice, "But this person seems utterly disinterested in me." After a moment, he looked down at his watch and coldly addressed the villagers, "You've taken my money, yet you have failed to fulfill your end of the bargain." "Hey, who are you to Li Xiaoyao?" Xu Ruiying inquired. "Her assassin." Xu Ruiying nearly burst into laughter. "What year is it?" "An assassin?" The man in the black suit glared at her ominously, refusing to engage in further discussion. "All right then, you fancy yourself an assassin straight out of a period drama, do you? So you are Li Xiaoyao's subordinate, and she is your master. What sense does it make for a master to meet their subordinate?" Xu Ruiying thought to herself, "Is this man out of his mind?" The man in the black suit remained unmoved. "She has yet to earn my recognition." Xu Ruiying was rendered speechless. "You truly see yourself as a character from an ancient drama." With no further words to exchange, she turned and walked away. In the evening, when Li Xiaoyao returned home, Xu Ruiying immediately approached her, saying that so-called relative might be a lunatic. She recounted their assassin, remarked. Li Xiaoyao listened, wide-eyed, like something from a martial arts novel. "You even read martial arts novels? Do you know what they are?" Li Xiaoyao tilted her head, her expression clearly saying, "I'm not an idiot." Xu Ruiying cleared her throat and said, "Let me quiz you." "No need for a quiz." Shen Yuxiao, having seen much of the world, he remarked, "This style resembles that of the Gui family." "The Wei family?" "No, it's Gui, but pronounced Wei when it comes to surnames." Xu Ruiying, without a second thought, said, "Li Xiaoyao, if they truly are your relatives, you mustn't acknowledge them." "That surname is quite unseemly." Shen Yuxiao shot her a glare, saying, "Wait here, I'll make a call." Fortunately, during this period, Shen Yuxiao had accumulated a great deal of points, and since it wasn't during a live broadcast, he readily dialed his uncle. The staff were all outside, otherwise, they would surely be astonished by his demeanor. Who do you want to listen?" "Nothing much, just our own people, Xu Ruiying, Ninkang, and Li Xiaoyao." Shuji, he opened with, "Speak, what is the matter?" Xu Ruiying reiterated the situation. Shuji's voice was gentle, and even through the phone line, one could sense he might be lounging comfortably on a sofa, resting his chin lazily on one hand. "Oh, the Sicilian style. They seem fond of the concept of assassins." "The Sicilian mafia, aren't they long gone?" Ninkang interjected in confusion. "But they have always been under the control of someone. Yes, the overseas Gui family, although there's an amusing anecdote. Would you like to hear it?" Though Shuji was not particularly old, he took on the tone of an elder entertaining the younger generation. "Please, go ahead." Xu Ruiying. "His eldest son and daughter died young, the second daughter suffers from mental illness, the second son is paralyzed, the youngest daughter is missing, and the youngest son is mute. Some say it's because Wei Shenming climbed too high, provoking divine retribution, and thus he has no luck with his offspring." Remarkably, he believed it, and later converted to Islam. However, it seems that had little. Shuji, on the other end, was left bewildered. Shen Yuxiao turned to Li Xiaoyao and quietly said, "In my uncle's eyes, everything is merely a funny anecdote. He does not intend to mock." Li Xieye nodded, somewhat dazed. So then, could they be her relatives after all? Just then, Xin Yuxiao's phone rang again. Xu Ji's voice came through. Did you dare to hang up on me? After a pause, he added, if the Wei family claims to be Li Xiao's relatives, then you must be wary of her life. Do you know how immense Wei Xuanming's fortune is, whether direct or collateral, near or far? Everyone covets this vast wealth. Moreover, if one could become Wei Xuanming's heir, it wouldn't he be impossible to become an underground emperor abroad? Xin Yuxiao frowned, but heard Li Xieye softly ask, so, they are looking for me for the inheritance. Will someone try to kill me? Yes, but don't be afraid, we will protect you, Xin Yuxiao declared firmly. Yet, Li Xieye furrowed her brow in sadness. What about them? The second daughter with a mental illness, the second son who is paralyzed, the youngest son who is mute, they are also legal heirs, right? Will someone want to kill them too? Xin Yuxiao was left speechless. She was genuinely concerned for her unfamiliar relatives. Chapter 52. Indeed, this is a reality show. Xin Yuxiao had initially thought that if such a relationship were to exist, it would be better not to acknowledge it, for one could. However, upon meeting the innocent gaze of the young girl, he found himself rendered speechless. Thus, becoming an adult is perhaps the most lamentable fate in this world, where the first thoughts that arise in response to events are invariably driven by self-interest. At that moment, it was Xu Ruiying who broke the silence. Regardless of the circumstances, they are adults, and thus different from you. Moreover, it seems that the elderly gentleman in charge has yet to depart. As she spoke, Xu Ruiying couldn't help but mutter, surely, hasn't he been incapacitated within these few days? Has he? Upon uttering this, she realized she had misspoken and discreetly cast a glance at Li Xiao's expression, immediately following it with two quick pars. Li Xieye softly acknowledged, millimeter. She lowered her head, falling silent, leaving everyone uncertain of the thoughts swirling in her small mind. After a while, she gently inquired of Xin Yuxiao, that person is unlikely. From what Xu Ruiying described, it doesn't seem so. We must see if she embellished her account of him. Xin Yuxiao replied. Xu Ruiying interjected indignantly, Xin Yuxiao, if you're going to speak ill of someone, at least do it discreetly. Li Xieye then suggested, then we shall wait for him to come find me. Just as she finished speaking, the peculiar assassin had yet to arrive, but Dou Dawei was the first to show up. Come, Xieye, here is some jinhua ham, it's exceptional for soup, take it and enjoy. I've also brought some fresh meat that would be perfect to cook together, Dou Dawei eagerly offered. The production team immediately voiced their disapproval. This is unacceptable. Why do you keep bringing food here? What does this have to do with village life? Isn't this against the rules of the program? Dou Dawei was unperturbed, rolling his eyes in response. And what exactly are your program rules? Isn't it a reality show? What does that entail? You tell me. Isn't it simply about capturing what transpires here and recording it faithfully? Isn't what is happening right now sufficient for a reality show? Must it adhere to your script? Then what do you call it? A scripted performance? Let us just call it a scripted rendition. Dou Dawei concluded without reservation. The chief director was left speechless. Those around urged him, you need to say something. The chief director's expression was complex. He does have a point. The chief director was at a loss for words. How could anyone persuade him so easily? He then reconsidered. After all, it was their first attempt at this, and lack of experience was to be expected. Continuous adjustments and improvements were all for the sake of viewership, so why worry about face? All right, you may bring it in. Having overheard their conversation, Li Xieye suddenly leaned forward and asked the chief director, "Uncle, do many people watch our show?" This question momentarily stunned the chief director, and after a brief pause, he couldn't help but laugh. "You don't know." Li Xieye shook her head in confusion. The chief director continued, "The live viewership rating has already surpassed 4. Do you understand what that means?" Shen Yuxiao interjected coldly, "Stop with the nonsense. Just say something she can comprehend." The chief director, slightly exasperated, elaborated, "If approximately 1 billion people are watching the live broadcast concurrently, and among them, 4 million are tuning into our program, After stating this, he glanced skeptically at Shen Yuxiao. Does she even grasp what 4 million signifies? Shen Yuxiao shot him a sidelong glance. Li Xieye is smarter than you, the chief director wanted to argue, but Li Xieye asked again, "So, a lot of people will see me on television?" The chief director smiled, "Not just on television, but on phones, all mobile devices, and various social media platforms. You will be seen everywhere." At this point, Shen Yuxiao, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth. "Yes, indeed, this is a reality show." Ningheng could no longer contain herself. "Brother Sheng, what does this mean? How is it related to the reality show?" Shen Yuxiao disregarded her and simply addressed the chief director, "Set up the equipment, and I can ensure it streams live 24 hours a day." The chief director was taken aback. "Is that really advisable?" Shen Yuxiao replied, "As long as I consent, what is the issue? Let the audience join in the pursuit of this family reunion story. This would be unprecedented in the annals of reality television." His tone was calm yet resolute. Ningheng clapped her hands together in excitement. "Wow, Brother Sheng, you truly are a genius," Xu Ruiying murmured. "If that is the case, all the sinister figures will reveal their true colors under the lens. With the entire nation watching, what could they possibly do?" "Wait, what family reunion?" The chief director was bewildered. He had previously avoided the production team when contacting Xu Ji, and thus remained entirely unaware of the unfolding events. "Didn't you hear this morning? Li Xiao's relatives from her mother's side came to find her," Shen Yuxiao remarked nonchalantly. The chief director nodded. I heard. Is there anything special about her mother's family?" Ningheng chuckled as she patted the chief director's shoulder. "You'll find out soon enough." Despite being younger than him, Ningheng stood a good half a head taller. The chief director begrudgingly accepted her playful pat as the camera was set up. "I fear no one will watch a 24-hour live stream," the chief director muttered. Shen Yuxiao knelt down to Li Xieye and said, "Do you know of a particularly common tactic in business?" What is it?" Li Xieye, with her wide eyes, listened earnestly. Shen Yuxiao raised a finger. "This represents a hot-selling product. A. He then raised his left hand. "This represents a poorly selling product. B." If unsold items are marked down too drastically, it could damage their brand value. Thus, during such times, the brand may introduce blind boxes, promotional events, etc. For instance, one must purchase 10 items of product A to gain the privilege to buy product B. Consequently, product B will soon become highly sought after. Li Xieye nodded. I think I understand." Shen Yuxiao turned to the chief director. "She comprehends it, do you still not?" The chief director's mouth twitched. I understand. If we frame the 24-hour live stream as a benefit, unlocking it once viewership or ratings reach a certain point, then everyone will certainly be intrigued. Shen Yuxia nodded slightly. The chief director was left without words. These wealthy heirs truly seem innately gifted at understanding how to generate profit. That same day, the official Weibo account of the show announced this new initiative. It stated that they were aware of the audience's keen interest in Li Xiaoyar and Xing Diaxiao's life in the village, and that the limited footage each day was surely insufficient to satisfy their curiosity. Therefore, in appreciation of their support, we have decided to launch a 24-hour live stream link, accessible only to fans who achieve LV6 on the broadcasting platform, along with exclusive avatar charms and badge titles. This move to categorize viewers by levels undoubtedly intensified their enthusiasm for watching. Before long, several days had passed. The man in the black suit arrived daily at the village committee but failed to encounter Li Xiaoyar even once. Meanwhile, Xu Ruiying couldn't help but marvel at how composed Li Xiaoyar was. She had insisted on waiting for the man to approach her, and indeed, she was steadfastly waiting. It seemed to be a tug-of-war, albeit a peculiar one between an adult and a child. Ultimately, it was the man in the black suit who could no longer endure the wait. Useless, the villagers who had taken money to relay information had failed to accomplish anything and were unwilling to return the errand money. He clenched his fists and coldly spat out, "Desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk." Seizing hold of a villager before him, he twisted the man's arm painfully. The villager, who had been merrily running errands these past few days, had thought that Li Xiaoyar's absence was a blessing, allowing him to continue pocketing money. Now, with his arm suddenly broken, he felt no solace whatsoever. He rolled on the ground, wailing, "Ouch, I'll tell you, don't think that just because you came from the city, you're so impressive." The man in the black suit retorted coldly, "I know your village is known for its fierce spirit, and it's common for you to band together to resist law enforcement. Armed with a hoe or a sickle, you dare to assert." Chapter 53. Terrifying measures. The man in the black suit arrived at Li Xiaoyar's home first, but, of course, found it empty. She had already left for school in the morning. He could only make his way toward Shichu Primary School, stumbling over the ridges twice along the way. However, the man in the black suit clearly had weathered many storms. He didn't even blink, merely pulling out a handkerchief to wipe himself down before waiting outside the school gate. "A strange person has appeared outside the school. He looks like a giant monster from a painting. That must be someone." Both the students and the parents who had come to pick them up instinctively steered clear of the man in the black suit. In that moment, the line was clearly drawn. Therefore, Li Xiaoyar spotted him immediately. Today, she was alone, without her usual companions like Shen Yuxiao. She had never had many friends at school, leaving her feeling rather isolated. The man in the black suit also noticed her at once. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment, then, Li Xiaoyar walked straight up to him. "It seems you know who I am," the man in black said. Li Xiaoyar looked up at him. "I don't know." "What is your name?" The man in black moved his lips. "Wei Yishan." No sooner had he spoken than he caught sight of the flash of a camera. Several crew members approached with a video camera. His expression shifted slightly, and he took a step back, but then hesitated, realizing it was too late to hide. Coldly, he asked, "Why are these crew members still following you when Xing Yuxiao is not by your side? Shouldn't the main characters of this show be Xing Yuxiao and someone named Li Qingqing?" "Because I signed a contract too," Li Xieye replied, unfazed. The man, now named Wei Zhen, averted his. "Is it because we can't speak under the sun?" Wei Zhen. At that moment, viewers began to inquire, who is this person? Why, he looks fierce. He seems like a bad guy. His conversation with Li Xieye is quite odd. Meanwhile, the students leaving the school were also sneaking glances back at the scene, and even their parents couldn't help but whisper, "Could that be Li Xiye's runaway father? I've seen her father, he's thin and frail, not at all like this strong man. He looks like a butcher. He even somewhat resembles a foreigner. What foreigner could come from this impoverished area? Perhaps he is an ethnic minority." The parents' discussions were somewhat more grounded, yet the children's chatter had grown exaggerated. Not only does Li Xieye have a lot of older brothers and sisters now, but how come she has everything? But my dad says that's not her father. Then he must be her stepfather. From now on, no one will dare to mess with her. Her stepfather looks like he could knock me out with one punch. Wen Xiaoji, you'd be stuck on the wall if he hit you. Har har. Are you scared, Wen Xiaoji? Hearing their comments, Wei Zhen felt a mix of exasperation and impatience. He looked down at Li Xieye again. "Do you know why I came to find you?" "Yes, they said you are a relative of my mother." "Not quite. I am merely an associate of your grandfather. I am not your relative, nor your mother's." Wei Zhen paused, deciding to get straight to the point. "Your mother is Mr. Wei's youngest daughter, who went missing 10 years ago. Mr. Wei has been searching for her ever since, and recently, we discovered your existence here. Allow me to introduce Mr. Wei, the largest shareholder of the Rockefeller Group. I am here to take you back to meet him." The barrage of comments exploded, filled with disbelief. What? What is he talking about? I understand each word, but when combined, it makes no sense. So, Li Xiye's mother isn't from Lejir village. I opened the window. How can this be so dramatic? This can't be part of the show's script, can it? Even the chief director was taken aback when he heard Xing Yuxia mention recognizing relatives. He thought it, but now, seeing this, it truly was extraordinary. The script wouldn't dare to write it this way. "Uncle, why should I believe you?" Li Xieye asked. "Do not call me uncle," Wei Zhen replied coldly. "I have brought a photograph of your." Li Xieye watched intently as images of a newborn baby emerged, growing up to stand, run, and eventually become a young woman, adjusting her graduation cap, until the final image froze in time. Her eyes widened, and she emitted no sound, desperately trying to absorb those fleeting moments, imprinting them in her mind. Yes. It was her mother. The early years of her mother's life rushed past her eyes. Tears streamed down Li Xiye's face silently. "Do you believe me now?" Wei Zhen inquired. The comments quickly turned to anger. Sad smiley. What kind of tone is that? This man speaks with such cold indifference. Li Xieye stepped back slightly, asking, "Why didn't my grandfather come here? Mr. Wei is ill. What about the others? Doesn't my mother have any siblings? Yes, they are all unwell." Xu Ruring, hiding not far away, couldn't help but ask Xing Yuxia, "Why is she still asking?" Xing Yuxia replied impatiently, "Because this is for the audience to understand, isn't it?" Xu Ruing, "Oh." Li Xieye asked again, "You're so fierce, can we have a gentler uncle to accompany me?" Wei Yizhen stated, I have been assigned to you. There will be no one else. Do not cry, do not show weakness, do not expect others to comply with your wishes. This is not a place where familial ties will ensure a smooth journey. When you demonstrate your worth and capability, you can certainly propose any conditions. Just like me, when I realized I had to become a death soldier for a child of only a few years old, because I wasn't qualified to decline, Wei Yizhen said coldly. Li Xieyue did not display any sadness at his words, though still quite young. She understood that only when the other party's emotions fluctuated, be it positively or negatively, could she effectively express her thoughts and glean the information she sought. Meanwhile, Xing Yuxiao, unable to bear it any longer, removed his earpiece and charged forward. At the same time, on the other end, Li Qingqing had temporarily recovered from her illness, and Sheng Jun, feeling quite leisurely, took her to Disneyland. Dressed in a beautiful limited edition princess gown, Li Qingqing wore a bright smile. Sheng Jun pointed to the roller coaster, asking, "Shall we ride it?" Li Qingqing blinked, timidly replying, "I'm afraid, can you accompany me, uncle?" Sheng Jun chuckled, asking, "Then why not predict whether this roller coaster will fall from the sky?" Li Qingqing recalled news about. Looking at Sheng Jun's refined demeanor, she felt a chill run down her spine. He was testing her prophetic abilities, but not in the manner she had anticipated. He was employing a far more terrifying method to assess her. This could cost her life. Chapter 54. You have wasted so many years. Sheng Jun's bodyguard had already approached Li Qingqing. Initially, Li Qingqing believed that possessing such a youthful appearance would offer her an advantage in getting close to someone like Sheng Jun. However, her perspective had shifted dramatically. As the bodyguard bent down and lifted her effortlessly, there was no room for her refusal. Terrified, tears welled in Li Qingqing's eyes. "Uncle Sheng, I am truly frightened. What is there to fear? Did you not foresee that it would not fall?" Sheng Jun inquired. "I fear that you might tamper with the roller coaster to coerce me into speaking the truth." Li Qingqing cried even more pitifully, "Uncle Sheng, I have never ridden anything like this before. I am afraid of the unknown." Sheng Jun replied, "Tomorrow, I shall take you to watch an American blockbuster." In those films, individuals who acquire superpowers do not succumb to fear, they often pay a hefty price. In severe cases, their entire family may perish. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing felt utterly overwhelmed. Sheng Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, muster your courage, just as you did when you confided in me about your superpower." The bodyguard placed her onto the roller coaster. Finally, Li Qingqing recalled a vital rule for self-preservation. "Uncle Sheng, my weight is insufficient. I won't be able to stay put. I might fly off." As Sheng Jun raised his chin slightly, assist her. In the distance, the production crew noticed Li Qingqing's distress and whispered among themselves, "Just now, Mr. Sheng asked us to pause and move away." At this moment, the bodyguard leaned in reassuringly. "Miss Li Qingqing, I will secure you to the roller coaster. It will be quite safe." Li Qingqing could no longer bear it and screamed, "I lied. I lied. What did you lie about?" Sheng Jun approached her with curiosity. I do not possess foresight. I do not. I only know a little about matters related to the Sheng and Shu families." "Is that the truth this time?" "Yes, indeed." "Then how do you explain your knowledge?" "I do not know. It was only after meeting brother Xing Yuxiao that these thoughts suddenly appeared in my mind." Of course, Li Qingqing was still lying. She dared not reveal that she had been reborn. If Sheng Jun were to discover that within this guise lay the soul of an adult, it would spell disaster. So, you mean Yu Xiao activated some switch in your mind? Perhaps I cannot articulate it well, Li Qingqing timidly replied. Initially, I intended to inform you that Yu Xiao's cousin would lose her parents, but I feared you would think I was cursing them. Xing Jun, had she possessed even a modicum of wisdom, she would have realized that it was preferable to disclose this information first rather than mentioning anything related to Xing Corporation. Yet, at this moment, all whimsical thoughts had fled her mind. It was exceedingly difficult. In the world of the affluent, she felt utterly powerless. Xing Jun. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingqing shivered. Previously, she had only perceived the power of the elite as something to be admired. Now, observing how effortlessly these individuals were commanded by Xing Jun, at this very moment, Wei Yizhen viewed Li Xiaoyar in much the same light. Even if she were to return to her family, her demise would be all too easy. Wei Yizhen scrutinized Li Xiaoyar with a cold detachment. I am aware of you, Wei Yizhen replied. Wei Yizhen felt a slight headache but was not overly intimidated. He had known from the outset that with these reckless second-generation wealthy individuals around, it would take some effort to extricate Li Xiaoyar. Well, it's good that you know. To be frank, I could not care less about who you are, what the Wei family is, or whether your Wei gentleman is eager to acknowledge his granddaughter. It has nothing to do with me. Master Xing. However, I am young and brash, so I dare to speak boldly. Is there a problem with that? Wei Yizhen was rendered speechless. If he were to voice his thoughts, he would say that all these second-generation wealthy if this continued, a family's decline could occur in just 2 or 3 generations. You have no more words to say, but I do. Do not act so pretentiously. Speak courteously to Li Xiao. I hope you grasp this fact quickly. It is you who wishes for her to return, not the other way around. The doors of the Xing family and the Shu family are both open to her. Ning Heng interjected. Actually, the Ning family door is also open. At this moment, it was crucial not to lose ground. Regardless of whether his biological parents agreed or not, he had to say it this way. Wei Yizhen's eye twitched, and the scar on his face almost shifted position due to his contorted expression. He managed to rein in his emotions and asked, on what basis does Master Xing make such statements? You are all heirs of various conglomerates. What does heir mean if not someone who has yet to ascend the throne? Lacking real power, can you dictate your parents' actions? Wei Yizhen shook his head. Do not even speak of commanding your parents. What leverage do you possess over me, young master? How infuriating. Why is this person so sharp-tongued? I do not even need bodyguards. Wei Yizhen maintained his composure. Oh, is that so? Xing Yuxiao continued. I could simply call the police. For instance, right now, you are threatening. Have you forgotten where you are? Under the red flag. This is a society governed by law. The police are watching you. Wow, Master Xing is truly sharp-witted. The gentleman is correct. Having you around is indeed a nuisance. What do you think? Tell me. I believe he is right, Li Xiaoyar replied. Wei Yizhen's lips twitched. It seems you truly lack opinions of your own. Do you not also think your gentleman is right? Why may I not hold the same opinion? I am still a child, you are not. Li Xiaoyar shook her head at Wei Yizhen. Wei Yizhen had lost count of how many times he had been left speechless that day. Fine, take your time to ponder. I will return. Wei Yizhen understood that prolonging the conversation would yield no results. He merely put away the album. He knew that for this reason, the little girl would ultimately relent. After putting it away, Wei Yizhen turned and walked toward a completely opposite direction. He had no idea how far he had walked before making a satellite phone call. Sir, he called out to the person on the other end. A voice, intermittent yet robust, responded. Did you retrieve the person? Clearly, this was not the voice of Wei Xianming, an elderly man. It belonged to another, sir. I did not retrieve them, it is my incompetence. Wei Yizhen briefly recounted the events. The person on the other end frowned upon hearing this, a little girl, so composed. Could it be that the Shin family has specifically torn? I must go clean it up. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Har har, it is the least I could do. I, Wei Yilin, have been by Wei uncle's side for so many years. As Wei Yilin concluded the satellite call, he slowly approached the bedside. Someone had fallen off the bed, a gaunt figure with a pale complexion and severely atrophied leg muscles. He asked, whom did you send Wei Yizhen to fetch? What girl? Wei Yilin squatted down, picking up the shards of porcelain as he spoke. Second young master, it seems we have found your sister's orphan. She is living in dire conditions. The second young master instantly became agitated, gripping Wei Yilin's sleeve tightly. What did you say? His muscles strained with intensity, yet, having wallowed in despair for so long, he quickly lost strength and collapsed back to the ground. Wei Yilin made no move to assist him, tossing the broken shards into the trash bin as he remarked to the second young master, it is truly tragic, she is suffering immensely, underfed, inadequately clothed, and bearing scars from beatings. Her grandfather even intends to sell her as a child bride. However, you, with your legs long incapacitated, cannot even rush to her side now. Chapter 55. Go and please charm her. Wei Yilin. Wei Yilin. The second young master glared at him in fury. Tell me, does father know about this? Does he know? As he rasped his questions, he clutched the bed sheets tightly, attempting to rise. The old master's health is poor and has forbidden the servants. This concerns my sister. How can it be deemed worldly, who is currently by my father's side? That archbishop again, that damned fraud, isn't it? Second young master, you mustn't speak like that. The old master will be angered if he hears you. Let him come. Wei Yilin shook his head helplessly. You are too agitated. This is not conducive to your recovery. I must go to the old master now. With that, he turned to leave in fury. What kind of recovery, after all these years? If it could be cured, it would have been. Is this illness ever going to get better? A few maids hurried in, managing to assist the second young master back onto the bed, just as they were about to cover him with a blanket. He shoved them away, repeatedly striking his own legs. Useless things, you worthless creatures. Second young master, please don't act this way. The head maid, with her dark complexion, her words only incited further disdain from the second young master, who shouted, get out. Just then, a bodyguard with a Chinese face rushed in, concerned, and asked, what is the matter? Why the outburst? Wei Yilin says he found my sister's orphan. He claims she is living in dire straits. Do you still believe Wei Yilin? He claimed to have found her years ago, and where did that lead? He is merely wearing down your last vestiges of hope. This time is different. He called Wei Yizhen in my presence. I do not trust them. You must find my younger brother and urge him to go. He must go. He is the only one among us who still behaves like a normal person. The second year, this man was his confidant, and without hesitation, he nodded repeatedly, all right, I will go at once. After the bodyguard left, the second young master finally lay back heavily. Meanwhile, Wei Yilin walked down the long corridor, eventually pushing open the heavy door. The sound of the nuns singing hymns reached his ears. He looked up to see sunlight streaming in, casting a golden glow upon the elderly man seated in a wheelchair. The elder was dressed in traditional attire, a cashmere coat draped over his legs, his grizzled hair meticulously arranged. His tone was calm, as though he had asked this question countless times before. Beside him, the archbishop remarked, Sir, this is not prayer, this is him singing. Is there a difference? Perhaps I should invite 60 more lamas to sing along with you. Sir, the sins upon you are vast as the ocean, yet you remain so insincere. When will they ever be absolved? Insincere, insincere, the elder shut his eyes and began to chant along with the nuns. Wei Lin was unfazed by such a scene. He approached the elder and knelt, saying, "The second young master remains unchanged." The elder ceased his chanting, nodded slightly, and asked, "I have heard, what is he doing? Did you not express a desire to do some good? I sent Wei Yixin to see where there are still impoverished areas in the country." The elder showed no further interest and Wei Lin refrained from mentioning Li Xieye to the elder. After all, that was his trump card to hold onto. He lowered his head and smiled. Li Xieye was trending again. On the very day Wei netizens, being ever so talented, wrote an elaborate piece titled An Analysis of Li Xiye's Late Mother. It is known that Li Xiye's Mandarin was taught by her mother, who also imparted some philosophical sayings. Her mother must have been a great beauty. It is also known that when the scar-faced man in a suit found Li Xieye, he claimed her grandfather was a powerful figure in the XX consortium, and her mother had gone missing 10 years ago. So, was it abduction, or did she elope with her boyfriend back then? Elopement seems implausible, as based on Li Xiye's description of her father, such a man could never have approached a wealthy beauty through normal means. So, was it abduction? They sought more information, some even attempted to locate Li Xiye's runaway father. Locals who leave the province generally work along the coast. If they could obtain a photograph, finding someone should be easier. Perhaps it's better not to search. They might return and snatch Li Xiye's custody, and who knows, they might even extort money from the wealthy young master. But if it's abduction, he could be sentenced. Enthusiastic netizens debated while also expressing curiosity about Li Xiye's mother's background. They searched for the Rockefeller Consortium mentioned by the man in the black suit. There wasn't much information found on foreign sites. It seemed rather mysterious. However, someone uncovered a news piece from about 10 days ago, reporting that an old overseas Chinese was returning to invest in local enterprises. The accompanying photo showed a welcoming party. Doesn't the person in the photo resemble that scar-faced man? Wait, could it be that Li Xiye's grandfather is an old overseas Chinese? If this is true, then both Li Xieye and her mother have suffered greatly. Shouldn't there be a thorough investigation? In an instant, the entire internet was abuzz with discussions. The number of viewers for the live broadcast surged, yet for Wei Yixin, nothing had changed. Li Xieye still refused to leave with him. He had no choice but to call Wei Lin once more. Still Wei's inheritance. He then scoffed, since they are leveraging this situation, surely they must have conditions, otherwise, why would a mere little girl, on the verge of reuniting with her family, be unwilling to go? There are conditions, Wei Yixin replied. You must go and plead with her, charm her. Wei Yixin fell silent. What's this? Is it beneath your dignity to beg a little girl? Even if she steps on your head, you must bring her. The following day after school, as Li Xieye approached the gates of Shichu Primary School, she encountered the man in the black suit once more. This time, he knelt on one knee, one hand holding a beautifully wrapped gift, the other arm extended towards Li Xieye, saying, "Please. Please." Li Xieye looked at him, bewildered. "I will carry you back," Wei Yixin said. Li Xieye stared at him for 2 seconds, then without hesitation, she stepped into his arm, climbing onto his back. She must not show fear. The more he resists, the more she must assert herself. Otherwise, they would look down on her and her mother. As Wei Yixin carried her along the road, he asked, "Is this sufficient?" Li Xiye's voice was innocent. "It will be enough when you start listening to me." Wei Yixin held back his irritation and replied, "All right, I will heed your words." Is there anything you need me to do? Li Xiaoye nodded. The first thing is, do not ask me if this is sufficient again. Wei Yizhen, did Xing Yuxiao teach you that? Li Xiaoye interrupted, that question is also off limits. Upon returning home with Li Xiaoye on his back, Xu Ruiying approached from a distance. With a cheerful smile, she said, I saw the live stream. This family is really something. Even their death warriors can serve as human carriers. How does it feel to be carried like that? I've never had anyone carry me this way. Li Xiaoye meticulously compared, saying, riding a cow is more comfortable. Wei Yizhen, Li Xiaoye added, cows are also more obedient than him and speak less. Well, they are a bit better than pigs. Wei Yizhen, Chapter 56. A deaf-mute Wei Yizhen was gravely mistaken in thinking that a child would be easily persuaded. He placed the gift he was carrying at the doorstep and turned to leave, when Li Xiaoye called. A sense of foreboding washed over Wei Yizhen as he replied, no, I cannot. Li Xiaoye insisted, if you cannot, then you must learn. Go now. At that moment, Ningking sauntered out of the house, saying, hurry up, I will teach you. As he spoke, he moved past Li Xiaoye, cheerfully addressing her, dear sister, knowing how to care for your Ningji, lighten my burden a little. Wei Yizhen felt a surge of anger, turning to Li Xiaoye with a stern warning, drive. Wei Yizhen had no choice but to try another approach. Do you realize the fortune you will miss out on? My father always said the same to those who looked down on him. In the end, he ran off with their money. Wei Yizhen cursed Li Xiaoye's scoundrel father 1,000 times in his heart. How could a young girl, so small in age, have already learned to be wary of everyone? Are you still going to feed them? Li Xiaoye asked Wei Yizhen. His lips twitched, yes. What other choice did he have? This robust man, in a suit and with a fierce expression, was now tasked with learning to feed chickens and pigs. This endeavor lasted 2 full days. Li Xiaoye squatted outside the pigsty, frowning. The pigs refused to eat. Wei Yizhen felt utterly defeated, convinced he was now permeated with the stench of manure. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Even during battles abroad with mercenaries, he never imagined he would be feeding pigs here, and at this moment, he had to explain to Li Xiaoye, I am feeding them properly. Ningking looked at, you're all less clever than Li Xiaoye. At the very least, her mother's family should come to fetch her personally. Right now, it's just a subordinate, which makes it seem like they are not sincerely trying to bring her home. Let Xiaoye finish recording the show first. Right, let her finish recording before leaving. The audience silently urged in the comments. Meanwhile, Xing Yuxiao had already borrowed a vehicle from the production team to take Li Xiaoye into the city to consult a veterinarian. Li Xiaoye reminded Xing Yuxiao, there's a vet in the village, and it's cheaper. Xing Yuxiao dismissed her words, stuffing her into the car. I checked the weather forecast, it's going to snow. We'll stop and buy a couple of coats on the way. Ningking quickly squeezed into the car as well. I want to go too. Even Xu Ruiying, feeling bored, thought that since they were already in the county, they might as well detour home. Just then, Li Xiaoye leaned against the window and said to Wei Yizhen, you stay at home and guard the house. Is he being treated like a watchdog? How rude. Wei Yizhen silently fumed but maintained a respectful demeanor. On the day the car entered the city, heavy snow began to fall. Li Xiaoye had little hope for new clothes and was instead worried, once it snows, the manure pit will freeze. Ninkang's expression faltered. Huh. That stuff can freeze. Li Xiaoya nodded. It can. Ninkang asked a foolish question. What happens when it freezes? It cannot drain, making it impossible to use the toilet. What should we do then? Ninkang pressed further. We need to clear the accumulated snow daily, using hot water to melt it, and then dispose. Every household will do this after winter sets in. Can that man in the black suit handle it all by himself? Ninkang wondered, thinking how timely his arrival was, otherwise, it would fall to her. Li Xiaoya pondered. That's hard to say. The moment those words left her lips, Ninkang immediately turned to Xing Yuxiao. Brother Xing, it's not that I'm unwilling, but I have a trauma related to manure pits. Can I go home now? Xing Yuxiao didn't even spare him a glance. What's the rush? Ninkang lamented. No, brother, it's really not possible. Look at me, it would be so easy for me to fall into a manure pit again. Xing Yuxiao draped an arm around his shoulder. When the car stopped in the county, Ninkang was the first to jump out, walking away without looking back, declaring, Brother Xing, I will not let you down. Li Xiaoya watched Ninkang's retreating figure disappear into the snowstorm and asked, why did he leave? He's just going back to the city to help me with something. Xing Yuxiao first sought out the veterinarian, arranging for the production team to assist, then took Li Xiaoya for a stroll in the county. We should leave someone to pay, Xing Yuxiao frowned. Li Xiaoya patted her pocket. I brought the money from selling mushrooms last time. Xing Yuxiao shook his head. That little amount won't buy much. They were all absurdly ugly. Let us go check out the mall. I can't afford anything there. Li Xiaoya was quite aware of the limitations of her funds. What are you afraid? We can run a tab. Can we do that? Of course. Xing Yuxiao calculated that his face was fairly well known in the county at this point. Perfect. I suspect that Wei Yizhen's backers will soon be unable to sit still. When he personally comes to fetch you from Li's village, you'll wear new clothes. Li Xiaoya nodded gently. Xing Yuxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you trust my word so much? Well, I just believe you. Xing Yuxiao paused for a moment. Look, there's a. Let us go in and get you a sundae. Inside KFC, it was bustling, filled with children and adults. A parent asked their child, what do you want to eat? The child shouted, a family bucket. The parent advised, you can't eat. This dynamic between parents and children felt novel to Li Xiaoya. She couldn't help but look a bit longer, as if absorbing the essence of happiness from their brief exchanges. The checkout line is crowded. Just wait for me here, Xing Yuxiao said, though he didn't have much money. It was enough for a sundae. He lifted Li Xiaoya and set her on a high stool by the window, then pushed through the crowd towards the register. The staff struggled to maneuver their camera amidst the throng. Li Xiaoya sat atop the high stool, feeling as though she were on an island, distanced from the crowd. Outside, the snow fell heavier, and to avoid the snow, more people flocked into KFC. The streets gradually became sparse. One person, however, did not seek shelter from the snow. He stood out conspicuously on the street. Li Xiaoya's gaze, through the glass window, fixated on him. She saw that he wore a filthy white coat, clutching something dampened by snowflakes in his hand. He persistently grabbed at passers-by, inquiring about something, yet his manner of questioning seemed peculiar. He waved his arms vigorously, his exaggerated gestures. Was he a deaf mute? Li Xiaoya pondered. The people he grabbed were eager to escape the wind and snow, their attempts to pull their arms away becoming increasingly frantic. Suddenly, the man stumbled and fell to the ground. Yet he quickly rose again, seemingly sensing that someone was watching him. He turned around and looked directly at Li Xiaoya. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, then, unexpectedly, he dashed towards her. The snow made the ground slippery, and he fell again twice before finally reaching the glass window. Staring intently at Li Xiaoyue from behind the glass, she felt an urge to give him a piece of paper to wipe the snow and grime from his face. But the barrier of glass prevented her. Li Xiaoyue sighed softly, feeling a pang of discomfort as she averted her gaze slightly. The man suddenly sprinted to the entrance of KFC, pushed the door open, and barged in, shoving through the crowd, ignoring the multitude of complaints. He rushed directly to Li Xiaoyue's side, grabbing her chin and lifting her face up. He seemed nearly frozen. His fingers were cold, stiff, and gripping her tightly. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak. Li Xiaoyue instinctively shuddered, ready to break free. At that moment, Xing Yuxiao returned, forcefully pushing the man away as he shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" The man was pushed back by the force, falling to the ground. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, instinctively stepping back. The staff were flustered, and as they rushed over, Xing Yuxiao scolded them fiercely. "Are you blind? Can't you see a lunatic has approached Li Xiaoyue?" Xing Yuxiao, I'm all right." As she spoke, she glanced at the man who had fallen to the ground. He lifted his head, still stubbornly gazing at her, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 57. Haven't you already found him? Li Xiaoyue tugged insistently at Xing Yuxiao's sleeve, struggling to draw the irate youth back to her side. "Does he know me?" Li Xiaoyue inquired. "What?" Xing Yuxiao. Following Li Xiaoyue's gaze, he glanced at the figure on the ground, furrowing his brow as he hesitantly remarked, "I suspect he might be suffering from some form of mental illness." At that moment, the staff members approached. "Do you recognize our guest? Hello." The individual paid no heed to the surrounding voices. The staff exchanged bewildered glances, voicing their confusion. "Can he not hear us? Surely he cannot truly be mentally ill." His attire suggests otherwise. Should we perhaps call the police? Let us check if he has any contact information on him. He does not have a mental illness, Li Xiaoyue interjected. "I just saw him communicating in sign language with someone else. However, it appears no one here understands it. So he genuinely cannot hear us. What should we do now? Why does it seem like he is still crying? He appears quite pitiable." Yet, Xing Yuxiao chose not to regard their deaf-mute any longer, muttering a curse. "My ice cream has fallen to the ground." Li Xiaoyue retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe his hands, which had become sticky with milk from the fallen treat. "It's a bit of a shame." "It must have been quite expensive," Li Xiaoyue remarked. At her words, Xing Yuxiao chuckled. "What does it matter if it was expensive? It's simply unfortunate that after waiting here for so long, you didn't get to enjoy a single bite. It's all ended up on the floor." Once he spoke, Xing Yuxiao's expression turned serious as he asked, "You saw him using sign language with someone earlier?" "Then he spotted me and came inside." Xing Yuxiao frowned. "Why did he single you out? Does he think children are easy targets? Hadn't he done anything before you arrived?" Xing Yuxiao smirked slightly, not overly embarrassed. He turned to face their deaf-mute and asked, "Why were you pinching my sister's cheeks?" The man, who had previously remained motionless in response to the staff's inquiries, now lifted his gaze slightly to meet Xing Yuxiao's. "So you can hear?" Xing Yuxiao poured. "You became mute later." The man remained unresponsive, his expression unchanged, with tears still lingering on his face, presenting a disheveled appearance. Li Xiaoyue leaned forward, resting her hand. Xing Yuxiao bent down to pick it up, glancing at it closely. "A map." The staff members leaned in with curiosity. "Isn't this a map of the southern province? What is he searching for?" Xing Yuxiao squeezed the damp map, remarking, "It's wet." The man remained still. At this moment, Li Xiaoyue could not help but inquire, "Have you lost your way?" The man's eyes flickered momentarily. Shin Yuxiao interjected, he is a fully capable adult, merely mute, not foolish, how could he possibly get lost? After saying this, Shin Yuxiao requested paper and a pen from the staff, then leaned closer to ask, can you write? If you need assistance, please jot it down, the crew will help you. The man accepted the paper and pen but hesitated to respond. The staff suggested, perhaps we should help him to his feet. Then we can call the police. Almost as soon as they finished speaking, the man stood up, leaned against a nearby table, and wrote 3 characters, do not call the police. His handwriting was elegant and forceful, indicating he had practiced it deliberately, suggesting a certain level of education. Not, your actions are raising suspicions about your true identity, you aren't a fugitive, are you? Shin Yuxiao said, eyeing him with suspicion. The staff, upon hearing this, recoiled in alarm. The man remained unfazed, continuing to write, I am merely here to find, you need not concern yourselves with me. The staff exhaled in relief, you are looking for someone, wouldn't it be quicker to report it to the police? The man shook his head, writing, I am leaving. The staff exchanged glances and stepped, it's all right, after all, he is an adult. They whispered among themselves, watching the man depart, yet, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned. Yes, he appeared quite pitiable. However, Shin Yuxiao coldly positioned himself in front of Li Xiaoyar, preventing this enigmatic individual from gazing at her any longer. The man hastily grabbed paper and pen, scribbling something before leaving. Li Xiaoyar tugged at Shin Yuxiao's hem from behind, extending her hand, let me see. Shin Yuxiao examined the note, assuring there were no obscene words, and handed it to Li Xiaoyar. I'm sorry for scaring you, it simply read. Li Xiaoyar could not help but say, we haven't even asked him his name. Shin Yuxiao replied, he's just a stranger. But he hasn't explained why he pinched my face, why did he look at me, does he know me, who is he searching for here? Li Xiaoyar gazed earnestly at Shin Yuxiao. Shin Yuxiao's eyes flickered, why indeed, although it was peculiar, one could surmise, yet, Shin Yuxiao recalled a lesson from his uncle, to be more observant and astute than others, one must pay attention to more details and not allow them to slip away unnoticed. He told Li Xiaoyar, wait. Then, with long strides, he pursued and grasped the man's shoulder. Shin Yuxiao called out a name in his ear, Wei Xianming. The man did not. Who are you searching for? Your sister, who has been lost for 10 years. The man remained still. Shin Yuxiao frowned in confusion and withdrew his hand. Had he guessed incorrectly? Were they completely unrelated? Shin Yuxiao took a step back, but the man suddenly spun around, regarding him with a cold, wary expression. There was no sign of the anticipated excitement, yet, Shin Yuxiao felt a sense of steadiness return to his heart. It seems I was right. Why are you here alone? The man stepped back twice, one hand resting on his waist as if concealing a weapon. In an instant, Shin Yuxiao realized the man seemed to have misunderstood something, mistaking him for an adversary. Shin Yuxiao quickly shouted, "Haven't you already found the person you were looking for?" Chapter 58. No longer making the same mistakes. The man's body trembled slightly, instinctively casting a glance in the direction of Li Xiaoye. Yet, he resolutely shook his head. Shin Yuxiao furrowed his brow. "You don't believe, did you not see her at first glance? Why do you still doubt your own eyes?" He stepped forward. "Is it simply because you believe it should not be so easy to find her?" The man raised his hand to gesture. Shin Yuxiao immediately extended his hand to the staff. "Bring over the pen and paper." The staff, perplexed, complied and handed the materials to them. The man took them, his expression inscrutable as he glanced at Shin Yuxiao before hastily scribbling a line. "You are deceiving me. She was deliberately brought here by you." Shin Yuxiao chuckled in disbelief. "Deliberately brought here? Where would one find such a young girl to fool you? The fact that we encountered her today was merely—" "I do not trust anyone," Shin Yuxiao replied. "Then suit yourself." He then turned and returned to Li Xiaoye's side. Li Xiaoye eagerly asked, "Did he write his name?" Shin Yuxiao shook his head. "He claims he trusts no one." Li Xiaoye propped her chin on her hand. "Is it because many have deceived him?" Shin Yuxiao paused for a moment. "Perhaps." "Why would so many people deceive him?" Li Xiaoye inquired with a hint of confusion. In truth, Shin Yuxiao was indifferent to the matters of the Wei family. It was only upon Li Xiaoye's mention that he began to ponder, saying, "Repeated disappointments serve to wear down a person's will and desire." Li Xiaoye summarized, "That sounds terrifying." "It is indeed somewhat frightening." In this manner, they have completely lost hope of finding their loved ones. Even if that day truly arrives, they would still be unable to believe it is real, Shin Yuxiao murmured, furrowing his brow. "The masterminds behind this are utterly malicious." Li Xiaoye could no longer contain her curiosity and asked the most pressing question, "Is he a Li Xiaoye glanced at the man once more. He had returned from the doorway, nervously pushing through the crowd to stand 3 steps away from her, looking at Li Xiaoye with a mixture of greed and restraint. Upon realizing she was also looking at him, he hurriedly averted his gaze, as if such eye contact might shatter a beautiful dream. "Did he appear here alone to avoid the bad people?" Li Xiaoye whispered even lower. Shin Yuxiao paused. "That is a possibility." Her direct relative had traveled all this way yet dared to approach only alone. Upon encountering Li Xiaoye, his first reaction was to suspect that others had devised a scheme to deceive him. What on earth was the situation with the Wei family? How had it come to this? This man was Wei Xuanming's youngest son. Even if he were mute, he was still a legitimate young master of the Wei family. Yet, he lived in such a pitiful state, it was truly absurd. At that moment, Li Xiaoye jumped down from the high stool and asked a nearby staff member, "Sister, do you have any tissues?" "Yes," the staff member quickly responded. She took them and walked directly to the man, saying, "You should wipe your face, there are so many snowflakes on your eyebrows." The man struggled to maintain his composure but ultimately failed. Trembling, he reached out, took the tissue, and vigorously wiped his face. His already reddened eyes now appeared even more inflamed. "Would you like some warm water?" Li Xiaoye asked him. However, from a distance, Shin Yuxiao observed and instructed the nearby staff, "Go fetch someone who can sign." Huh. The staff member was taken aback, asking, "Is this person going to follow us continuously?" Li Xiaoya spoke softly to him, he neither eats nor drinks. Xin Yuxiao appeared much colder, saying, then let him be. After a moment, he can take care of himself. Oh. That evening, they stayed overnight at a hotel in the county town. The man paid for his own room, not far from theirs. The next morning, Xin Yuxiao took Li Xiaoya back to the village, deliberately not greeting the man. As expected, the man quietly followed behind them. The staff worked efficiently, having found a university student proficient in sign language the previous night. The student, having returned home for the holidays, was excited to come along and was now aboard the vehicle. The staff thought that since they had arranged for a sign language interpreter, they might as well invite the person to ride with them. However, the man still waved his hand in refusal. The staff had no choice but to ask over the intercom, "Young Master Sheng, what should we do? He refuses to get in the car." Xin Yuxiao sighed, he is quite obstinate. Li Xiaoya suddenly interjected, he should be able to. Before long, one passed by, loaded with large winter melons and pumpkins, barely leaving any room. Yet, the tricycle driver kindly asked, "Young man, would you like a ride for a bit?" The man nodded, clasping his hand. The production team could not help but wonder, our vehicle is so comfortable, why wouldn't he sit here? That tricycle is bumpy and cramped, yet he chooses to ride it. Xin Yuxiao scoffed lightly, the fact that he chose to ride a tricycle filled with produce. The driver is a local, thus more trustworthy than us. Even Li Xiaoya understands this logic. The production team fell silent for a moment before sighing. Li Xiaoya is already quite clever. Xin Yuxiao did not respond to their comments but could not help shaking his head as he said to Li Xiaoya, "Your mother's relative seems quite naive, easily deceived. I am clever. If they were her relatives, then it would be her responsibility to protect them." Who said that children could not protect adults? Xin Yuxiao rubbed Li Xiaoya's cheek. Exactly, it's fortunate that our little duck is smart. He pulled out a damp map and pointed to the markings for the driver. The driver responded, "I can't read." Yet the man gazed intently at the stone tablet at the village entrance, knowing he had arrived. He had found Li's village on the map. Indeed, the youth had not deceived him. The man leapt from the tricycle, hurriedly handed the driver several hundred yuan, then sprinted to catch up with Li Xiaoya and the others. He chased them all the way home. Wei Yizhen was not present. Li Xiaoya entered the house, lit the fire, boiled water, and tossed sweet potatoes into the stove. Only then did she turn around. She saw the man blocking the doorway, no longer concealing or restraining himself, his eyes filled with a greedy gaze and brimming tears. Li Xiaoya waved to him, "Come inside." The man shuffled forward, stumbling. Li Xiaoya noted his cracked and peeling lips, his cheeks reddened from the cold, while his neck and forehead took on a pale hue. Li Xiaoya poured some water from Xin Yuxiao's cup and handed it to the man. This time, he did not refuse, taking it and drinking it down in one go. The staff were astonished. Why did he accept the drink this time? What is the reasoning behind this? The man set the cup down and waved his arms. This time, with an interpreter present, the sign language translator conveyed, "I once had a meal where they drugged me. I slept for a long time, and when I opened my eyes, I had lost your mother." Before I find you, I cannot drink another sip of water or eat another bite. Chapter 59. He was afraid. The staff slowly emerged from their shock. He mentioned he was here to find someone. The person he seeks must be Li Xiaoya. Yes, then what about the man in the suit ahead? Is he not also here to find Li Xiaoya? The staff were perplexed. Who exactly is Li Xiaoya's kin? Xin Yuxiao rose to usher them out, saying, "Go watch some Peppa Pig." The staff turned to the chief director. "Is Master Sheng mocking my intelligence?" The chief, Xin Yuxiao, retrieved the sweet potatoes from the stove and expertly served 2 meat buns from the pot, carrying them directly to the man before him. Li Xiaoya specifically brought these back from the county. Xin Yuxiao pointed to the buns and asked, "You don't have any dietary restrictions? If so, it's too late now. If you don't want them, I'll take them." The man shook his head repeatedly. Even in such dire circumstances, he pulled out a tissue from his pocket and, using it as a cushion, picked up the bun. He ate slowly, sipping water in between, not devouring it ravenously. Do you know Wei Yizhen? Li Xiaoyue inquired, resting her chin on her hand. The man set down his food and gestured. The sign language interpreter immediately translated, I know of him, but have never met him. Wei Yilin sent him to find you. You have already met, correct? That's wonderful, you didn't just follow him away. Li Xiaoyue asked in astonishment. Many affairs are now entrusted to him. Is he a bad person? Li Xiaoyue asked, following up. The man glanced at the sign language interpreter first. The interpreter, with the naive clarity of a college student, raised his hand timidly, saying, according to the movie plot, shouldn't I say right now that I won't reveal anything? The man looked at him and signed, it's all right, go on. Is it all right, Ho? You trust me so much? The interpreter was quite moved. Shen Yuxiao mused that it was indeed rare to find someone even more naive and foolish than himself. The man continued signing, we suspect Wei Yilin is an ambitious individual. Even the incident of your mother's disappearance years ago may be connected to him. Does my grandfather not suspect him at all? I don't know. The man smiled bitterly and signed, the grandfather you mentioned is my father. Though he sounds like a blood relative, in truth, I do not know him well. I cannot fathom his thoughts or predict his actions. Li Xiaoyue comforted him, it's fine, I don't understand my father either. The man's expression turned somber. Oh, he will face retribution, the interpreter dutifully translated. Li Xiaoyue asked him, are you full, do you want more? The man nodded, fatigue visible on his face, signing, may I take a nap? Li Xiaoyue immediately turned to Xing Yuxiao, without batting an eye, said, as it happens, Ninkang's sleeping area hasn't he been tidied up yet. Let him rest in Ninkang's bed. Li Xiaoyue nodded and took the man's hand. Her small hand could barely encompass the back of his, yet the man allowed her to lead him to the simple bed. Go ahead and sleep, Li Xiaoyue released. The man turned and grasped her hand, signing, wait. The man pulled out the paper and pencil he had borrowed earlier, carefully writing 3 characters Satsmiley Wei Wenqing, then he pointed to himself. The man nodded, finally revealing a hint of a smile. He solemnly stowed away the paper and pencil, crouching down to gently touch the ground beneath him, as if through this gesture, he could envision how Li Xiaoyue's mother once lived. Then he slowly lay back down, closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually steadied. He had finally found peace in sleep. I'll take a look. Xing Yuxiao reached for the paper, glanced at it, and expressionlessly remarked, Xu Ruiying was correct. That surname is indeed rather unappealing. Li Xiaoyue burned the paper in the warming stove. Xing Yuxiao observed her actions in surprise, saying, I thought you would keep it as a memento. Li Xiaoyue, you intend to maintain the pretense? Li Xiaoyue questioned, is that not permissible? Xing Yuxiao chuckled, of course it is. This was far more entertaining than recording that foolish show. When unaware of how terrifying that person might be, we shall feign ignorance. Li Xiaoyue sat at the door and immediately asked, did you take a break? Wei Yizhen's facial muscles twitched, and he replied tersely, of course not. Oh. It snowed. Wei Yizhen remarked to Anish, you should come back with me. There's a warm fireplace, food and hot water available 24/7, and I'll leave when Xing Yuxiao does. All right then. Wei Yizhen bit down hard on his teeth. I did not expect him to be more significant than your impending relative. At that moment, Xing Yuxiao returned from out. Apart from the bloodline, to her, you are no different from a stranger. To claim my place, you must exert more effort. However, it seems you can barely endure it now. If so, just go back. Tell your master that you are so useless that you cannot even retrieve a little girl. Shen Yuxiao said leisurely. Master Shen, there's no need to provoke me, I want to leave, Wei Yizhen retorted coldly. Shen Yuxiao remained silent. Just as Wei Yizhen was about to step out, he noticed the unfamiliar man in the room. Who is he? Someone arranged by the production team. Arranged by the production team. Yes. They probably think the recent content has been too dull, so they arranged for us to pick up a mute along the way. A mute? Wei Yizhen's eyelids flickered, instinctively recalling the young. If he intends to leverage the family's power, I will certainly know. However, there has been no movement here. How could he have arrived? Wei Yizhen hesitated, unsure. It might just be a coincidence. It is unlikely that a mute showing up means it's the young master. I do not wish for him to speak ill of our little miss. That would only cause me trouble. They are already useless and no longer important, but our little miss is different. She is currently the only sound person in Mr. Wei's bloodline, and she is crucial. I need her to inherit the family estate and maintain close ties with us. I will keep an eye on him to verify his identity. Plans change faster than expected. Wei Yilin sighed on the other end of the line. Initially, I hoped you could intimidate a sheltered little girl so that she would do whatever you said. Wei Yizhen forced a smile. Now I must lower my status. Remember to verify it. Understood, sir. However, after receiving the photo, Wei Yizhen had no opportunity to verify it, as he still had to escort Li Xieye to school. Heavy snow would soon block the mountains. Wei Yizhen carried Li Xieye back, suddenly asking, why have Miss Xu and young Master Nink disappeared? They returned to the city. Oh. Wei Yizhen's gaze flickered, and at that moment, he contemplated simply carrying Li Xieye away. Just then, he heard rustling sounds from Li Xieye. Unable to help himself, Wei Yizhen asked, what are you doing? Li Xieye replied, adjusting the microphone. Microphone? Millimeter. Are we live streaming? Millimeter. So that S.Y. Shen Yuxiao had suddenly trusted him to escort Li Xieye alone. Countless eyes were watching him. Why do you seem unhappy all of a sudden? Li Xieye softly inquired. No. He finally returned home with Li Xieye on his back. Meanwhile, the mute man, Wei Wenqing, was seated by the fireplace with Shen Yuxiao. Shen Yuxiao informed him that Li Xieye had gone to school and would return shortly, which allowed Wei Wenqing. The moment Wei Yizhen stepped through the door, he instantly recognized Wei Wenqing's face from the photograph. Indeed, he was the young master. He had truly found Li Xieye. Wei Yizhen felt that he not only had to devise a way to win Li Xiye's favor but also keep an eye on Wei Wenqing. When Wei Yizhen saw Wei Wenqing, he too caught sight of him. Wei Wenqing signed. Who is he? Shen Yuxiao spoke up. He is asking who you are. Why don't you introduce yourself? I am Wei Yizhen. Wei Yizhen forced out a cold voice from his throat, glaring frostily at Wei Wenqing. Upon hearing that name, Wei Wenqing's entire body tensed, quaking uncontrollably. It was Wei Yizhen, an associate of Wei Yilin. They were here to harm his sister's child. Wei Wenqing was both furious and frightened, his jaw clenched tightly. However, Wei Yizhen seemed oblivious to his distress, deliberately taking his time to set Li Xieye down from his back. Then he forced a smile, speaking to Li Xieye in an affectionate tone. Shall I open them now for you? Li Xieye replied, sure. Wei Yizhen immediately rummaged through his pockets, producing the snacks. Li Xieye reached out to accept them. Meanwhile, Wei Wenqing felt a surge of rage, yet being mute. Don't consume his food, it might be poisoned. Just as Wei Wenqing was about to stand up and intervene, he heard Li Xieye say to Wei Yizhen, all right, you can go back to feeding the pigs now. Wei Yizhen's expression froze, the atmosphere I certainly listened to you, then hurry along, you have plenty of work to do. After feeding the pigs, you must go to the mountains to chop firewood and bring back some mushrooms and chestnuts. Do you know mushrooms? If not, just ask someone else. We have guests, we need to prepare mushroom soup for them. Li Xiaoya spoke in one breath. Wei Yizhen, mushroom soup for him. It appeared he hadn't had the chance to introduce himself to Li Xiaoya yet, perhaps that was a good thing. Go on, Li Xiaoya urged. Wei Yizhen begrudgingly left. Wait. Li Xiaoya called him back. Li Xiaoya earnestly said to him, to be honest, I am quite dissatisfied with you because your appearance is truly too ugly, too frightening, even the pigs might be scared by you. You must not frighten my guests anymore. So, smile. Wei Yizhen's expression stiffened. Smile once. Li Xiaoya nodded. Millimeter. Wei Yizhen. At that moment, Li Xiaoya turned back to face Wei Wenqing. He was no longer as agitated as before. He sat there in a daze, watching Li Xiaoya, who resembled a little adult, confront Wei Yizhen without a trace of fear. Not only was she unafraid, but she also deftly commanded him as if the myriad of conspiracies represented by Wei Yizhen, which they had so deeply guarded against, were not as. Li Xiaoya met Wei Wenqing's gaze and said, "Don't be afraid, I will protect you." She paused, then added, "How should I address you, uncle, right?" Wei Wenqing's breath caught. Li Xiaoya had already removed the recording microphone. Crouching before him, she whispered, "As long as we continue to pretend not to know each other, he will always try to please me, fearing me. You see, there is nothing to worry about." Shen Yuxiao said that Wei Yilin should come to beg me to return home. I believe Shen Yuxiao is correct. She added, "Uncle, please stop crying." Wei Wenqing's lips moved, tears streaming even more profusely. He desperately wished to protect her. It should have been his role to safeguard her. He raised his hand to sign. Before coming, I was very afraid. I feared something would happen to you and that you might not like me. He would like a mute. He was terrified she would reject him. Chapter 60, Inheriting the Family Business. Upon hearing his words, Shen Yuxiao felt compelled to retort that he Mother loves you, and I will love you too. Wei Wenqing let out a heavy sigh from his throat, then embraced Li Xiaoya tightly. The people he had encountered, regardless of their age, had always prioritized their own interests. Strangely enough, the younger the child, the more merciless they became in such an environment. The first word they learned in their lives was dignity. Fortunately, this undignified man had been accepted. With a tender touch, Wei Wenqing caressed Li Xiaoya's hair before releasing her, gesturing, "Uncle will love you too." Li Xiaoya nodded, "So it is a joyful matter." Indeed, Wei Wenqing managed to force a smile. Thus, he settled down temporarily. He shaved his beard and donned Shen Yuxiao's clothing, which, despite his youth, fit. Li Xiaoya assisted him in treating his scrapes and bruises. After washing up, the man completely transformed. His brows and eyes softened, his demeanor became pristine, and as he sat beneath the eaves, the snowflakes that brushed against his face seemed to slow their pace. The audience in the live stream became aware that the production team had picked up a wandering mute. Some teased, questioning whether the production team had become addicted to doing good deeds. At that moment, the camera froze, and viewers couldn't help but exclaim, "Sad smiley, can a mute be so handsome? What a find!" Laughing to death, it seems like Shen Dosher doesn't quite think so. Wei Wenqing had finally located his sister's orphan. As Li Xiaoya brushed her hair in the morning, he rushed to help. When she sipped water, he hurried to blow on it to cool it down. As Li Xiaoya approached the threshold, before she could step out, he picked her up and placed her gently outside. Shen Yuxiao confirmed eye contact. This is someone competing for my attention. The production team must be infuriated. But why is he so attentive to Li Xiaoye? The program instantly gained another topic of fervent discussion. Moreover, the audience's chaotic conjectures momentarily eased Wei Yixin's vigilance. With Christmas approaching, followed by New Year's Day, and soon thereafter, the New Year, surely Xing Yuxiao's mother, no matter how cold-hearted, would not allow her only son to spend the festive season in such a desolate place, right? When the time came for Xing Yuxiao to leave, Li Xiaoye would surely be able to follow him. Unbeknownst to Wei Yixin, the audience was also critiquing him. What is this man scheming? He doesn't seem like a good person. He claims to be a relative of Li Xiaoye's mother, yet no family members have appeared all this time. I told you it was scripted, you refuse to believe it. Finding a mute is clearly part of the plot. Unbelievable. It's not even as appealing as over there with Li Qingqing. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing had just been brought through the door of the Xu family by In the living room, Xu Ruiying was engaged in conversation with her parents. So, what do you think? Isn't this little child quite interesting? Xu Ruiying inquired. Xu Huishan, the eldest of the Xu family, nodded repeatedly. Indeed, a bit intriguing. Xing Jun stepped inside, smiling as he asked, what is the elder brother discussing? Xu Huishan warmly welcomed his brother-in-law, saying, Ruiying is telling us about a child she encountered in Li village. She possesses quite a perceptive way of speaking. Li Xiaoye. Yes, you know her. Xu Huishan was taken aback. Xing Jun took a seat with a smile. How could I not know? Yuxiao is very fond of her. When Yuxiao was injured while filming, I went to visit and happened to meet Li Xiaoye. Is this child truly so remarkable? Xu Huishan paused before adding, Ruiying also mentioned that if we were to meet her, we would surely like her. Li Qingqing felt a profound shock at this revelation. What? Xu Ruiying had given such high praise. Had Li Xiaoye effortlessly won over Xu Ruiying? It's hard to say. Children perceive issues differently than we do, Xing Jun replied with a subtle smile. Suddenly, Xu Ruiying asked, Uncle, how did you bring her here? Her gaze was fixed on Li. Xing Jun explained, she admires your parents. It's rare for a child to have such an ambition for learning. I thought it best for her to spend some time with your parents, studying biology and zoology. The show was still being filmed, and when Xing Jun uttered these words, the audience was astonished. How generous to Li Qingqing. Our having wealthy benefactors is truly beneficial. Such a young child can be influenced by professors from top-tier universities. The comments were filled with envy, yet, Li Qingqing could not muster a smile. She understood why Xing Jun had brought her along. Because she could not specify when Xu Ruiying's parents had met with their misfortune, Xing Jun did not reprimand her. He merely stated that she should stay by their side until they could evade disaster. In other words, if they could not escape, she would inevitably accompany them to the grave. Li Qingqing was filled with unspoken anguish. She had previously pretended to admire Xu Qiulai, and now she had to continue feigning deep reverence for Xu Ruiying's parents. Ruiying doesn't. Xu Ruiying, having overheard this, surely felt infuriated. However, recalling Li Xiaoye's earlier words, she felt no anger and merely pouted, I just don't like it. Li Xiaoye is quite fond of these things. Perhaps she could be your student in the future, accompanying you in your research. Xu Huishan looked at her oddly. Today, there was no quarrel. Xu Ruiying shot back, what are you looking at? I can grow up too, although you always say I don't resemble your daughter, I no longer get angry with you. Xing Jun chuckled, that's better, we are all family, why create discord? Xu Ruiying nodded, then added, however, I see that you may want Li Xiaoye as your student, but that might not come to pass. You have no idea, Xing Yuxiao behaves like a dragon guarding treasures. Oh yes, just like a vicious dragon protecting gold and jewels, never permitting anyone to play with Li Xiaoye. What does he enjoy? He loves teaching Li Xiaoye himself, instructing her in English and finance. He is imparting all of his uncle's knowledge to her. Xu Ruiying exclaimed. Xu Ruiying's mother, Qiulan, could not help but remark, he truly doesn't hold back. Li Qingqing felt her nails digging into her flesh. Xu Ruiying was oblivious to her thoughts and continued, moreover, even if Xing Yuxiao does not interfere, Li Xiaoye will likely return to inherit some family business in the future. Li Qingqing nearly burst into sarcastic laughter. Inheriting a family business. What family business did Li Xiaoye have to inherit? Chapter 61. They could not control her. Xing Jun posed the question, inheriting the family business. Xu Ruiying, with everyone's gaze fixated on her, eagerly awaiting her next words, Xu Ruiying found it quite intriguing. Clearing her throat, she continued, Uncle, you seem utterly unconcerned about Yu Xiao's program. Recently, the family of Li Xiaoye's mother has come looking for her. They must be quite affluent. Isn't he her mother a local? Xing Jun inquired, astonished. Not at all. Her mother speaks Mandarin, possesses some education, and has given birth to such a beautiful and clever Li Xiaoye, so her entire family is overseas Chinese. Xu Ruiying mused, feeling as though she were part of a cinematic narrative. Let's see which generation of overseas Chinese we're talking about. Xu Ruiying chuckled. I asked my uncle, and according to him, her family business may not be inferior to the Xing family's. Xing Jun paused, then smiled. Well, if your uncle said so. What, they are that rich? Li Xiaoye's mother's family is that wealthy? This was completely unexpected. Where were the relatives who came looking for her? Li Qingqing lamented. Could it be that my butterfly wings have altered the course of the story? Did I bring all this to Li Xiaoye? The barrage of comments exploded. Is this a formal confirmation? This isn't scripted, it's real, and Li Xiaoye's mother's family is quite wealthy. Not in goodness, how rich must they be? Qiulan interjected with curiosity, Ruiying, if what you say is true and Li Xiaoye's relatives have found her in the mountain village, does that mean she has already been taken away? Xu Ruiying shook her head, not yet. Li Xiaoye is stubbornly insisting on staying to finish it with him. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing felt a surge of indignation. How pretentious, no wonder they all favor Li Xiaoye, she is quite the actress. Even in this situation, she pretends to be reluctant, insisting on staying to accompany Xing Yuxiao in recording the program. Wouldn't a normal person choose to reunite with their family first? Li Xiaoye is simply overdoing it. At that moment, Xing Jun chuckled, little one, you are quite the sentimentalist. Qiulan added, listening to you, she truly is an interesting child. You have no idea how remarkable Li Xiaoye is. Her fried rice is simply exquisite. Oh, and there is something else that will surely astonish you. Someone even gifted Li Xiaoye one of their company shares. Li Qingqing was once again taken aback. Xing Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Was it given by Xing Yuxiao? Xu Ruiying waved her hand dismissively. No, it was from a local enterprise, as a token of gratitude for Li Xiaoye's contributions. Don't underestimate her just because she is young and grew up in a mountain village. She is already a shareholder. Xu Ruiying sighed. She is even more impressive than I am. Goodness! Is it that pharmaceutical company that gifted her the shares? Li Xiaoye has truly made it. She isn't suffering at all. Ever since she came to record the program with Xing Yuxiao, she has been living the dream. Indeed, even in the segment featuring Li Qingqing, the focus remained. Xu Ruiying instantly laughed. Yes, Li Xiaoye was absolutely right. What was right? She replied, she said that no matter how great others are, you and your father would never let anyone else be your daughter. I am irreplaceable. Xiaolan laughed. Indeed, she speaks the truth. This child is truly perceptive. The Shu family of three suddenly found themselves in high spirits. Xing Jun stood up to leave, casually leaving Li Qingqing behind. Xu Huashan and Xiaolan, the couple, did not refuse, thinking it wouldn't hurt for the child to learn a thing or two. There's a research project. If you're interested, you can join us, Xiaolan offered. Li Qingqing nodded stiffly, her face frozen. She thought to herself, surely it wouldn't lead to an early demise. Her rigidity was so apparent that even the audience noticed. Why does Li Qingqing seems? How could she be happy? Li Qingqing could not muster any happiness, yet, on the other side, the atmosphere was shifting. Several luxury cars slowly drove into Li's village. The chief director noticed the commotion and looked up, asking, is Ninkang back? Or is Xu Ruiying back? The assistant director pondered for a moment. Even if they returned, there are only two of them. Can they occupy all those cars? Everyone found the assistant director's reasoning quite valid. Could it be that Li Xiaoyer's relatives are here to pick her up? Who knows? As they continued to speculate, the cars drew closer and eventually parked in a row in front of Li Xiaoyer. As the doors opened, individuals jumped out, exclaiming, Brother Sheng, we've come to share in your troubles. Leading the way, several more individuals followed, clad in down jackets from Burberry, Brunello Cucinelli, Moncler, and at the very least, Prada. It was evident they were quintessential rich second-generation heirs. This group of affluent youths marched straight in, not even sparing a glance at the production crew. What did you bring? Xing Yuxiao asked. Ninkang even made a list for us, they replied eagerly. Then let us get it inside, Xing Yuxiao instructed, firmly resuming his place beside Li Xiaoyer. Li Xiaoyer blinked in. They effortlessly moved in, bringing in Christmas trees, ovens, grills, half a cow, half a sheep, beverages, candies. Wei Zhen observed the scene with growing concern. Doesn't he, young Master Xing, plan to return to the city for the new year? Return? What is the point, just to engage in those mundane traditions? How boring. We've decided to spend the new year here with Brother Sheng. Without parental supervision, it's incredibly liberating. Exactly, and we're spared from having our parents drag. Once the snow piles up, we can hit the slopes. If the road weren't so narrow, we could have driven our RVs right in. Why would we need to have Brother Sheng stay in such a shabby house? Xing Yuxiao shot them a sidelong glance. What are you saying? Can't you speak properly? They cautiously glanced at the little girl sitting beside Xing Yuxiao before coming. They had certainly heard some rumors about Li Xiaoyer. Suddenly, one of them, struck by a realization, corrected himself. Either the house may be shabby, the person living inside is quite wonderful. Wei Wenqing sat on the other side of Li Xiaoyer, silently observing these individuals, somewhat astonished. He gestured to Li Xiaoyer, asking, are they all his friends? Li Xiaoyer wasn't entirely sure. I suppose so. Is he the son of the Sheng? Xin Yuxiao's friends, they must all be rich second-generation heirs. Yes, apparently. They seemed akin to Ninkang, Li Xieye thought, overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Wei Wenqing gently patted Li Xiye's head. Wei Yilin could not control her. Even someone as discerning as her father would surely come to like her, right? All she had to do was sit here, and others would naturally gravitate towards her. Every single person here could potentially become her network. Even if her mother had been missing for years, she could still seamlessly enter the upper echelons of society. Chapter 62. The commotion surrounding Li Xieye was quite extraordinary. Li Xiye's home had never been as lively as it was today. So many wealthy individuals. Those wealthy folks likely wouldn't want to associate with her. Their tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. After all, the thought that even the granddaughter of the village chief could not enjoy such treatment made them feel less envious or resentful. Li Song stood amidst the crowd, absorbing their conversation with gritted teeth. Do you even understand anything? Qingqing has already entered high society, far surpassing all of you. Haven't you watched the show? Li Song interjected. The villagers turned, their embarrassment palpable. Although the village chief had been apprehended, his influence lingered. To speak ill of someone behind their back could lead to dire consequences. They shuddered involuntarily, forcing smiles as they said, "Oh, it's you, Song Ji. My apologies, we weren't paying attention." Qingqing must still be quite charming, otherwise, those wealthy individuals would have sent her back long ago, wouldn't they? Exactly. Yet, some, unable to contain their disdain at the I wonder how it's going now. Is Qingqing being adopted as a goddaughter by some rich people? Li Song inwardly cursed their superficiality. Even if you now wish to curry favor with Li Xieye, she might not even entertain you. Maintaining a facade of nonchalance, he remarked, "Oh, it's nothing of great importance. Didn't a young lady come to our village recently? Her father is a professor at the prestigious Qingbei University, and her mother is a distinguished expert at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. For these villagers, nothing could astonish them more than wealth and the chance to attend Qingbei. They might not recognize many luxury brands, but Qingbei University was known far and wide. For this impoverished village, being accepted there was akin to having their ancestors' graves exude smoke in celebration while their parents collapsed from joy." Li Song took in their astonished expressions before casually continuing, "And how old is Qingqing?" Who would have thought she'd have the fortune to learn from these academic luminaries? When they embark on field studies, she might even accompany them. My goodness, is that true? Song Ji, you and your wife truly know how to nurture children. I've always said that Qingqing is destined for greatness. This truly speaks to the good fortune of your ancestors. Song Ji, when your grandfather was laid to rest, did you consult with Wu? However, the nature of Li Qingqing was different. If their children could bask in her brilliance, it would indeed be a matter of family pride. Li Song felt a swell of satisfaction at their praise. He thought to himself, what does ancestral burial have to do with anything? These people are uneducated, fixated on divination. They are what they are, and their children will remain the same. Displaying no hint of disdain, Li Song subtly shifted the topic, saying, with so many wealthy youngsters in the city, can Li Xiye's family accommodate them? Others quickly. Such a tremendous blessing should rightly fall upon you. That young lady also stayed at Song Ji's home. Surely she left behind something valuable. Mention of Xu Ruiying nearly caused Li Song's expression to crack. Valuable? Naught, she left without giving a penny. Why was it that Xin Yuxiao was so generous, yet Xu Ruiying was so stingy? Such thoughts were not for public consumption. He could only digest them silently, feigning indifference as he turned to leave. It's getting a bit chilly. I'll head back to warm up. Song Ji, please tell us more about Qingqing studying under the professors from Qingbei University. Will she stay in the city for good? Can she also... Meanwhile, among the wealthy second-generation youths, one could not help but mutter, thank goodness those villagers have finally left. They were staring at us the entire time. What were they so fascinated by, like we were some rare Xing Ji, how did you endure it? Xing Yuxiao, perplexed, replied, they wouldn't dare look at me. Xing Ji is indeed Xing Ji. When will I learn to command such authority, forcing countless people to retreat without uttering a word? Stop with the nonsense and get cooking. Xing Yuxiao kicked the speaker. The bewildered youth responded, Ningheng told us that this child, Li Xiaoye, is particularly skilled in cooking. Xing Yuxiao looked at him, are you out of your mind? Who would eat Li Xiaoye's cooking? The youth instinctively replied, we would. But upon noticing Xing Yuxiao's deathly glare, he shivered, Xing Ji, you eat. We aren't worthy of that. Was that the implication? He thought. Xing Yuxiao declared, I wouldn't even dare to eat it. Oh, then we should figure out how to cook ourselves. The group of wealthy second generation, however, they encountered numerous challenges. Bro, how do you use this stove? Why can't I lift this pot? Damn, it's so heavy. Where's the outlet? Where do I plug in the rice cooker? 10 incompetent craftsmen can't equal a Zhuge Liang. If they can't even manage to prepare a single meal today, their parents should start planning for a backup child. Xing Yuxiao positioned Li Xiaoye by the hearth and stepped outside to hang decorations on the Christmas tree. Before long, he returned. Where is everyone? Xing Yuxiao scanned the area, realizing Li Xiaoye had been whisked away again. He strode over with a scowl. A youth was explaining something to Li Xiaoye. Look, pull this wire over here, connect it. What are you teaching her? I'm teaching her how to steal electricity. No, how to pull wires. The youth named Ling Yu paused mid-sentence, abruptly turning around and sheepishly greeting, Xing Ji. This isn't my fault. It's just that there are no outlets here, so we had to figure out how to pull wires ourselves, Ling Yu hastily explained. Then why are you teaching her? Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? Xing Yuxiao's tone was chilling. I didn't mean it, I just wanted to show off in front of the child. Ling Yu's voice dwindled. Get lost. Another wealthy youth quietly stashed away his snowboard. He had also wanted to show off in front of the child, but now dared not. With so many people around, the chaos multiplied. Li Xiaoye's home resembled a bustling marketplace, everyone buzzing about. Yet, thanks to the rich youth's extensive experience in camping and outdoor cooking, they managed to prepare a meal. As dusk fell, they set up a door plank as a table, lighting candles on one side and placing several bottles of Roman e Conti on the other, with utensils from the royal crew. The production crew was left dumbfounded, the audience was equally astonished. What a dilapidated place, yet so opulent. How delightful, a broken door plank as a table, yet they still managed to create an air of sophistication. The contrast is simply overwhelming. As the dishes were served, the wealthy youths couldn't help but exclaim, this seems no different from the summer camp in Australia. Isn't this a winter camp? Right, winter camp. Come, Xing Ji, please take a seat. Xing Yuxiao emerged, casually grabbing Li Xiaoye and placing her. Someone should explain it to her. Xing Yuxiao gestured with his chin. Wow, how considerate. Li Xiaoye won't he have to feel shy at all. So what if she has never seen the world? What as Christmas, there will always be wealthy youths ready to explain it enthusiastically. It's like the New Year abroad, The wealthy youth stuttered, as they had never considered they would one day need to explain this to someone. Shin Yuxiao frowned. Haven't you read enough fairy tales? Why is there no childlike wonder in your storytelling? Clearing his throat, he began, legend has it that on Christmas Day, Santa Claus Shin Yuxiao patted her, urging, go wash your face, brush your teeth, and sleep, children shouldn't stay up late. Li Xiaoyar asked, what about you? Shin Yuxiao replied, out. Wei Wenqing and the young people had nothing to say, so he accompanied Li Xiaoyar to bed.as. The door closed, the wealthy youths inquired, Sheng Ji, speak up, weren't you going to chat with us? What is there to chat about? Where are the things I asked you to bring? We brought them, they are in the car. All right, let us go. Shin Yuxiao hopped into the car and busied himself for about 10 minutes, after which a Santa Claus emerged. Oh my! My premonition came true. I knew he was laying the groundwork, exerting effort to tell Li Xiaoyar a story for this moment. Oh, how I envy him, even my own parents couldn't match this effort. He not only creates a sense of wonder for Li Xiaoyar, but also personally protects that wonder. I am envious to the point of wanting to scream. Shin Yuxiao had transformed into Santa Claus, dragging a large sack. He glanced around and noted, we're missing a reindeer. The wealthy youths panicked, you can't make me be the reindeer, right? Shin Yuxiao chuckled, how could it just be you? At least 2 reindeer are needed for show. One person acting as a reindeer could be somewhat embarrassing however, 2 individuals would suffice. With the spirit of solidarity, they quickly donned their roles. Li Xiaoyar lay in bed, turning over. The hat she wore, a gift from Shin Yuxiao, was oversized. As she rolled, it slipped down, covering her eyes. Just as Li Xiaoyar attempted to push the brim aside, the door creaked open. In that moment, the 2-inch reindeer wondered whether they might frighten her. Yet, as they stepped inside, they saw the little girl sit up, wide-eyed. Her eyes were strikingly beautiful, and when widened, they exuded an innocent charm, utterly adorable. Shin Yuxiao, accompanied by the 2-inch reindeer, strode confidently to Li Xiaoyar's side under the moonlight. He gently patted her head and uttered a few words in English, conveying the essence of, my dear child, you shall receive gifts for the new year. He then tossed the entire sack of presents at her feet. The entire process was seamless. After throwing the gifts, Shin Yuxiao exited, but as he did, the reindeer's backside collided with the doorframe. They narrowly avoided demolishing the dilapidated doorframe. Once outside, they finally dared to exhale. Oh wait, Sheng Ji, isn't he Santa Claus supposed to come from the Santa Claus village in Finland? You should have spoken Finnish. Shin Yuxiao frowned. Li Xiaoyar, didn't he complain? Why are you? Inside, Li Xiaoyar stared blankly at the sack for a while before cautiously reaching out to open it. Instantly, a plethora of colorful gift wrappers emerged. Wei Wenqing, awakened by the commotion, sat up, staring at the sack and quickly grasping the situation. Wei Wenqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been outshined. Having had little contact with children, he had never contemplated how to entertain them. Now, it appeared that Shin Yuxiao was more like a real uncle than he was. Wei Wenqing couldn't sleep well that night. The next morning, when the sign language interpreter arrived, he quickly gestured to Li Xiaoyar. The interpreter translated word for word, I'm sorry, your uncle forgot to prepare gifts for you. After we return, how about I give you a vacation center? It has a skiing center, hot springs, and you can see the aurora. As the interpreter continued, they became increasingly bewildered. Ho ho, who are these people? How can they just gift a vacation center? Li Xiaoyar was also taken aback from her uncle's tone. It seemed he had a rather miserable life at home and was not recognized by her grandfather. Wei Wenqing continued to gesture. What else do you like? Tell your uncle everything. He will fulfill all your wishes. Li Xiaoyar tilted her head, pondering how her uncle's plight seemed different from what she had imagined. Noticing Li Xiaoyar's prolonged silence, Wei Wenqing felt disheartened and lowered his head. He clearly struggled with entertaining children. Perhaps he should seek advice from Xing Yuxiao. At that moment, Li Xiaoyar hugged him, took a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote, "Uncle, may you be happy every day." She then handed the note to Wei Wenqing, saying, "Let me give my uncle a gift first." Didn't he have many items to share? What Xing Yuxiao had given her was not for others. She had some candies, but Xing Yuxiao would surely be displeased if he found out. Li Xiaoyar felt a twinge of guilt, thinking to herself, "Uncle, I will treat you better in the future." "But I want to share my candy." Wei Wenqing held the note, momentarily lost in thought, before joyfully tucking it into his pocket, gesturing, "This is the best gift I've ever received." He thought of could he transfer a diamond mine to her name? Li Xiaoyar was unaware of his thoughts. Nonetheless, the mutual happiness between the uncle and niece was palpable. Only Wei Zhen could not share in the joy. He once again called Wei Lin, stating, "Li Xiaoyar cannot be easily entertained." Why do you say that? With a bunch of wealthy second-generation youths celebrating Christmas for her, she has already witnessed what can possibly impress her when she returns home. Xing Yuxiao treats her like a real sister. Wei Zhen felt a wave of despair, the scar on his face twitching slightly. He spoke hoarsely. "Those who have Wei Lin mused, "I can make it even larger." Larger? How about we overturn the entire Li family village? Chapter 63, Ninkang's Little Duck. In the vicinity of Li family. Just as Xu Qiulai settled down, a waiter approached, announcing, "Someone is looking for you, claiming to be a friend of your son, with the surname Ning." Xu Qiulai speculated it might be Ninkang, although wasn't he supposed to be recording a show in? Upon entering, she was taken aback. The young boy seated there was wrapped in a filthy leather jacket, speckled with mud in shades of black, white, and grey. The jacket appeared stuffed, concealing who knows what. He looked as though he had just been assaulted and fled. "What brings you here?" Xu Qiulai frowned and asked, "Were you robbed?" Ninkang lifted his head, his eyes gleaming. "You are a titan in the art world, I implore you to take me along to the exhibition." Given that he was a friend of her son, and the Ning and Xing families shared a good rapport, Xu Qiulai gently remarked, "Isn't it easy for you to exhibit?" "I know what you're implying, that I could pay to, but those aren't legitimate. Anyone can participate, and I refuse to be part of that." Ninkang was adamant. Xu Qiulai remained silent, contemplating the irony of his desire for authenticity amid the rejection of the very avenues that could offer it. Ninkang continued unabated, "Auntie, I know the Louvre is hosting a grand exhibition, and as a special guest, you have the privilege to recommend works. Please, take a look at mine." As he spoke, he abruptly flung open his. Xu Qiulai's lips twitched in surprise, but her gaze froze. Did you create this? Indeed, Auntie, I toiled day and night, devoid of technique, driven solely by emotion. By the way, what is the title of your piece? It's called Little Duck. What? Xu Qiulai paused momentarily. It's simply titled Little Duck. True. Xu Qiulai nodded lightly. Perhaps you should take a bath first. Ninkheng was touched. Auntie, you are just like my own mother. He followed Xu Qiulai to the suite, while the waiter almost mistook him for a lunatic and chased him away. The following day, the international art exhibition named Lively opened at the Louvre alongside renowned works by Vermeer and Monet, which epitomized retro artistry. Xu Qiulai emerged as a leading figure among emerging artists. Numerous distinguished works drew the attention of art enthusiasts, prompting a media frenzy. Ninkheng, a pure novice, encountered his teachers upon entering the exhibition. Xu Qiulai, perplexed, inquired, "Aren't they your teachers?" Ninkheng, unperturbed, replied, "Oh, they told me never to mention I'm their student when I go out. They can't afford to lose face." Xu Qiulai, bemused, responded, "How poor were your previous works?" They were passable. Xu Qiulai showed considerable kindness to Ninkheng, even offering him the central position at her exhibition booth. This unusual. First, the media approached, eager to uncover the reason behind this anomaly. Then Ninkheng's teachers arrived, renowned artists in their own right. They initially approached to prevent Ninkheng from embarrassing them. However, as they moved, the media followed suit. Why had those two teachers gravitated there? What was so peculiar about that spot? The crowd continued to swell. Ninkheng skyrocketed to fame at the art exhibition. By the third day, his work had been valued at $10 million. For a young Chinese artist to garner such attention at the Louvre was indeed a matter of great pride. News of his success quickly made headlines back home. At such a moment, Ninkheng should have remained in France for media interviews, but he suddenly boarded a flight back to China. I can't be the only one to hear the good news. Yes, I am heading to Li family village. Xu Qiulai pondered, was her son and Ninkheng's bond truly this profound? It didn't seem plausible. Then she recalled, "Little Duck, is it about Li Xiaoyu?" Ninkheng, taken aback, turned, "You know." Indeed, it was true. Your inspiration. Xu Qiulai tilted her head, suddenly feeling a desire to meet Li Xiaoyu. I'll accompany you to Li family village. What? Now it was Ninkheng's turn to be astonished. At that moment, Wei Lin had just finished attending to his affairs. Wei Xianming was an old-fashioned man who, after falling ill, returned to China seeking roots. However, their family had emigrated early on, making it necessary to trace their ancestry to locate their ancestral grave. Wei Lin referred to him as a sir while he went to search for their lineage. Temporarily departing, the elongated Lincoln and Rolls-Royce cruised into the small county town. Before entering Li family village, Wei Lin made a special visit to the local police. Meanwhile, Xu Qiulai and the Ning family's vehicles were also en route. "Sir, why are there other luxury cars on the road?" Wei Lin's assistant inquired, perplexed. Wei Lin frowned, exclaiming, "In such a remote place, it's become. Our young miss has quite the influence." The assistant, upon hearing this, refrained from responding. Li family village was once again abuzz. Villagers curiously watched as several luxury cars headed towards Li Xiaoyu's home. "They aren't here to arrest anyone, are they?" "Arrest?" Li Song's eyes lit up with interest, and he quickly moved forward. The crowd surged towards the scene, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's so crowded on this road." Who would have thought our village would one day be unable to accommodate luxury cars? Meanwhile, what was Li Xiaoyu up to? She was sitting by the fire, warming herself. The wealthy heirs were grimacing as they helped shovel manure to prevent the pit from freezing over. After completing the task, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, didn't we bring money? Why not just hire the local villagers to help Li? They bullied Li Xiaoyu before, so we can't give them our money. Hiring locals won't work, but we can hire villagers from the neighboring village." "I'll be damned, you make a solid point. Why didn't we think of this sooner? Isn't it just that our brains are frozen? How did Li Xiaoyu manage here in previous years? The moment it dips below freezing, I feel like my mind stops working." The wealthy heirs despaired, glancing down at the smells clinging to them. These young masters, who even dined with royal cutlery, were genuinely shoveling manure. This show should really be renamed Joyful Comedy People. Thanks, I can briefly set aside my envy of the rich today. The police stepped down first, briskly approaching Li Xiaoyu and quietly stating, "Li Xiaoyu, right, your relatives have come looking for you." The officer paused, then solemnly continued, "According to your relatives, your mother is highly... We will be rigorously overseeing this case." What? The police have solid evidence human trafficking is real. The villagers drew closer, just in time to overhear this Chapter 64, Everyone has come to Li family village. Li Xiaoyu clutched a sweet potato in her hand. Unconsciously, she exerted a bit of pressure, and the roasted sweet potato was instantly crushed. Wei Wenqing was even more agitated than she was, rising abruptly with a grim expression. Shen Yuxiao was not in a much better state. He strode out from the inner room, still holding a cup of milk he had just prepared for Li Xiaoyu. With a serious demeanor, he inquired, "Oh, relatives have come, who has arrived?" "It's me," Wei Yilin shouted as he stepped down from the vehicle. The villagers immediately craned their necks. Wei Yilin was distinctly different from Wei Yizhen. Clad in a suit with an overcoat draped over it, he presented himself impeccably. His square face exuded an air of unwavering reliability, akin to the archetypal wealthy individual depicted in television. The villagers were momentarily awestruck by the commanding presence he radiated. Wei Yilin approached with brisk steps and courteously greeted, "Young Master Sheng." Subsequently, he knelt down, speaking in a warm tone to Li Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, I am your grandfather's godson." "You may call me uncle." Wei Wenqing's expression darkened further, filled with a seething resentment that made him wish to seize the nearby stove and hurl it at Wei. Uncle, he was the true uncle to Xiaoyu. Wei Yilin was nothing but a pretender, a schemer at heart. With reddened eyes, Wei Yilin was oblivious to Wei Wenqing's fury, his entire focus locked onto Li Xiaoyu. She was truly beautiful even in this secluded valley. She shone like a pearl amidst dust. Such formidable genes were indeed enviable. "Your grandfather is unwell and unable to come to fetch you personally. I have come to bring you home for a reunion," Wei Yilin continued, his voice cracking with a painful sob. "Xiaoyu, your mother, has she..." Wei Wenqing felt his blood boil with rage. Since arriving at Li Xiaoyu's home, where only she remained, he had already surmised his sister's fate. Thus, he refrained from questioning Li Xiaoyu further, unwilling to evoke her sorrow or immerse himself in grief. Yet, the moment Wei Yilin arrived, he immediately broached this topic, showing utter disregard for the feelings of a child who had lost her mother. He cared not that he was pouring salt into their wounds. "Yes, mother has passed away. She has been gone for a long time." Li Xiaoyu finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. The tension in the air was palpable, yet unexpectedly. Why is Li Xiaoyu so composed? Not only was she calm, but Wei Yilin's expression nearly froze. "Pay respects." He had only ever done that for his own father. Li Xiaoyu's tone was light. "Go on, mother has been waiting for you for so long." Speak to her. Li Xiaoyer's demeanor is quite peculiar. 1. Isn't he this man her uncle? It seems strange for an uncle to bow to her mother. Wei Lin wiped his eyes, slowly rising to say, all right, I will go speak with your mother. Wei Wenqing was on the verge of a triumphant. Yes, he should indeed bow to his sister. As Wei Lin walked further in, he finally noticed Wei Wenqing, stopping in his tracks. He buried his face in sorrow without rushing to greet him. When he reached the inner room, Wei Lin sorrowfully exclaimed, is this where you and your mother live? Yes. Your mother has suffered too much, endured far too much, Wei Lin lamented. Li Xiaoyer struggled to pull out a large box. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao stepped forward to assist her. Once the box was extracted, Li Xiaoyer carefully retrieved an item from within. The moment the camera panned, everyone was astonished. Wow, she is truly a breathtaking beauty. Is this Li Xiaoyer's mother? She is stunned. It was once a wedding portrait, a snapshot of her mother and father. After her mother's death and her father's abandonment, Li Xiaoyer had cut the photo apart, burying her father's portion in her grandmother's grave. Her mother's photo had been hidden away in that box all along. Go ahead, Li Xiaoyer urged. Wei Lin's pupils constricted. The photo was of poor quality, and the dim light of the room cast an inexplicable eeriness over the figures captured within. Steeling himself, he knelt before the photo, bowing his head and crying out, I have arrived too late, I am still too late. Wei Wenqing watched this scene unfold, feeling both a sense of satisfaction and a chill run down his spine. Wei Lin was indeed willing to lower himself. It was precisely this that allowed him to maintain his facade so well. No one could unmask his hypocritical visage. He longed to tear off that mask before the cameras. Wei Wenqing's chest heaved, struggling to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. In contrast, Li Xiaoyer appeared remarkably composed. After Wei Lin had paid his respects, she inquired, have you always thought of my mother? Of course, child, after your mother went missing, your grandfather, how could it be so tragic? Oh, Li Xiaoyer, please return, reunite soon. And you? Li Xiaoyer continued to ask. I, of course, also. The villagers forbade anyone from mentioning her. Grandfather burned all of mother's belongings, only I still remember her. Wei Lin's breath caught in his throat, and he enveloped Li Xiaoyer in a tight embrace. They are so cruel. They shall receive their just punishment. Li Xiaoyer closed her eyes, tears falling like pearls onto Wei Lin's shoulder. In her heart, she thought, you are also so cruel, will you too receive your just punishment? The villagers, witnessing this heartfelt reunion, exchanged furtive glances before gradually dispersing. As they moved farther away, one remarked, what abduction nonsense. Indeed. If your daughter marries into my family, I would offer you 1,000 yuan as a bride price. How is that abduction? City folk are just so meddlesome. Isn't Li Xiaoyer's grandfather about to face the consequences? Xu Jiulai sat in the car, watching the departing figures of the villagers, her brow furrowing deeper. After a moment, she redirected her gaze to Ninkang, whose eyes were red-rimmed. Ninkang pressed a hand to her chest, sighing, alas, Li Xiaoyer and her mother have suffered so much. I feel inspiration. You will all return to see the place where your mother once lived. It is filled with memories of her. Li Xieye shook her head. I am afraid. Wei Lin paused, asking, afraid of what? That is why I am afraid. Do not be afraid, dear niece, there are many who will treat you well, really. Li Xieye gazed up at him with tear-filled eyes. Wei Lin knew he could not hesitate. So he nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed. Chapter 65, Ning Heng could no longer contain herself at that moment. The police officer handed over several sheets of paper. Although his expression remained grave, there was a glimmer of sympathy in his eyes. We will expedite the arrival of the relevant personnel. There may be some details that require you to recollect and elaborate upon. Little one, can you manage that? He inquired, crouching down to her level. Li Xieye nodded slightly, uttering merely 4 words, I remember everything. Did your mother ever tell you that she is not from here? Li Xieye nodded again. My heavens, does she truly know everything? Oh, why not report it? The barrage of comments quickly realized the foolishness of the question they had posed. The officer continued, have you ever sought help from those around you? Though Li Xiye's face was still streaked with tears, her tone was unnaturally calm for a child. She replied softly, I cannot seek help. It is what my mother said. The officer took a deep breath. I understand, this is not an isolated crime, but rather a collective one. You cannot ascertain whether those you seek help from are accomplices. Li Xieye simply stated, you cannot trust anyone. That is what my mother taught me. When she was very young, she did not fully grasp the meaning of those words. However, as she grew older and encountered various individuals in the village, the truth became clear. Now, she understood even more profoundly. Her mother's words referred not only to the villagers but also to people like Wei Lin. The officer sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. Silence enveloped the room and the outside world alike. I don't know what to say. She may be young, but she comprehends so much, yet she cannot speak, because she does not know if she is facing wolves in human guise. Does it not now seem chillingly ironic? Goodness, once this perception is established in the public mind, nothing she says will be believed. If not for her relatives, her mother could never have sought justice. How terrifying, it is utterly horrifying. Will they not be free to say whatever they wish? I have long said this village has serious problems. The issues are indeed profound. The so-called consensus that Li Xieye is a bad child. What if, on that fateful day, he had not encountered Li Xieye, if he had not been unable to sleep due to the village's unfamiliarity, and had not inadvertently overheard the conversation between the village chief and his son? What would have become of Li Xieye? Would she have been completely submerged beneath their malicious defamation? Your mother truly is a wonderful mother, the officer finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. He could hardly bear to look at the expression on Li Xiye's face, hastily adding, do not be afraid, now you have family, those wicked individuals will soon be brought to justice. With that, the officer stepped outside, signaling to his team, let us go. Are they going to arrest someone? Who else remains? I knew they were all scoundrels, not a single decent person among them. Shen Yuxiao's expression was frosty. The money the production team gave you should not have been returned to them. Your father has fled, why should you bear this debt? Li Xieye replied, it's not like that, Ant-Man and the others are not that bad. If they were truly villains, they wouldn't have been deceived out of money. They are the ones who deceive others. Wow, that makes so much sense. Ant-Man has not had it easy. She once urged my mother to accept her current life, and my mother didn't blame. My mother said Ant-Man simply had not seen other possibilities in life. The only path she could envision was this one. Ant-Man's inability to help me does not mean she is a bad person. There are others in the village like Ant-Man. If they lose 800 yuan, they would drink pesticide. Money is crucial to them. If it can be returned to them, it should be returned. Xing Yuxiao sighed, falling silent once more. Li Xiaoya's mother truly tore. Despite enduring humiliation and suffering herself, she still sees the pain of others. I recall the last time she ran to school to announce that her family's pigpen had collapsed. That was Ant Man, wasn't he it? Thank goodness there are still people like Ant Man. Just the thought of Li Xiaoya growing up surrounded by malicious individuals is terrifying and heart-wrenching. Outside, the wealthy heirs stood in shock. They could not quite comprehend why, in Li Xiaoya's words, some would resort to drinking pesticide over losing 800 yuan. They merely felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. From Li Xiaoya's background to every word she spoke, it was all profoundly shocking. It was a world they had never encountered before. Xiaoya, come with your uncle now. Do not linger in this wretched place any longer. Just thinking about the hardships you have endured is unbearable for me. Wei Yilin, who had been looking down, finally lifted his head. Xing Yuxiao instinctively felt displeased, wanting to question the urgency, yet upon reflection, this was indeed a dismal place. He and Li Xiaoya had no legitimate ties, and he could not simply take her away. However, Wei Yilin could seamlessly lead her out of Lijia village. Thus, Xing Yuxiao furrowed his brow and remained silent. Wei Wenqin clenched his fists, refraining. It was acceptable for Wei Yilin to plead for her return. Xiaoya, trust your uncle. Once you are home, everything will be fine. You can rest assured that you can trust your family, and no longer have to endure such hardships. Wei Yilin spoke earnestly. Li Xiaoya slowly placed her hand in his palm. She was about to part ways with Xing Yuxiao, but she had more important matters to attend to. She needed to tell her mother that she had left the mountains, and her mother could finally rest in peace. She would grow little by little, become strong, heal her mother's scars, and protect her mother's loved ones. Li Xiaoya nodded resolutely and said, "Take my mother back with us." Wei Yilin responded, "Of course, we must bring her back." He turned to instruct his assistant to arrange for the relocation of the group. Li Xiaoya slightly furrowed her brow but did not pull away. Xing Yuxiao could not help but say, "If you do not mind, I will accompany Xiaoya to your home." Wei Yilin regarded him. "We simply wish for a quiet reunion." Xing Yuxiao cursed inwardly. How absurd! What sort of family reunion is this? Xing Yuxiao. At that moment, Xu Chulai finally stepped out of the car. What the hell? Why is Auntie here? The wealthy heirs were startled, quickly correcting themselves. "I didn't say what the hell, that's not what I meant, Auntie." Xu Chulai's demeanor was cool and detached. She merely nodded slightly at the group of wealthy heirs before turning her gaze to her son. However, her coldness inadvertently relieved the heirs, as a lack of attention from elders was the best outcome. "Mom." Xing Yuxiao was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Ning Heng hurriedly stepped forward. She wanted to meet Xiaoya. Xu Chulai looked towards Li Xiaoya and extended her hand behind her. Her driver promptly stepped forward, presenting an item. Her mind felt as though it had been struck by a thunderclap. Undoubtedly, Xu Chulai was also a striking beauty. In the eyes of a child, there is an innate fondness for older women who resemble their own mothers. Li Xiaoya's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and her breathing quickened for a moment. Then she cautiously accepted the gift from Xu Chulai's hand. The delicate fingers of the 7-year-old gently brushed against Xu Chulai's palm, as if imbued with a sense of nostalgia and longing. Xu Chulai was taken aback. "Thank you," Li Xiaoya whispered. Xu Chulai regained her composure, saying, "No need to thank me, rather, I should thank you for taking care of Xing Yuxiao during these days." Har har, it seems Ms. Xu has been watching the show closely. Oh dear, today's events have made me feel both like crying and laughing. Miss Xu is too kind, even bringing a gift for Xiaoye. Shall we unwrap it and see? Xu Qiulai said, her tone not condescending despite the recipient being a child. Shen Yuxiao observed her fingers turning red from the cold and said, let me help. The mountain air was indeed frigid, stepping away from the heater for even a moment left one frozen. Shen Yuxiao swiftly unwrapped the box. What the hell, a Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover. Xu Qiulai leaned down and said, wishing you luck. Li Xiaoye nodded. Sheng. Wei Yilin interjected, thank you for the gift, Mrs. Sheng. Xu Qiulai shook her head, not acknowledging Wei Yilin's comment. We shall take our leave now. Wei Yilin everything will be new. Shen Yuxiao asserted, wait, at least take the gift I prepared for Li Xiaoye. Wei Yilin hesitated momentarily before smiling and nodding, all right, young Master Sheng, you have been very generous. Those words were rather irritating. What do you mean by generous? Shen Yuxiao coldly replied, my time in Lijiao village has not been long, but the bond between us and Li Xiaoye cannot be measured by money. This statement was a clear message to Wei Yilin, indicating not to underestimate Li Xiaoye due to her lack of powerful connections. Wei Yilin's expression remained unchanged, as if he had failed to grasp the underlying meaning, and he smiled, how wonderful, thankfully, you and your group are protecting her. In the future, I will prepare gifts and personally come to express my gratitude. This comment further emphasized that Li Xiaoye was close to them and had no relationship with Shen Yuxiao and his group. Thus, Wei Yilin, as her relative, would express gratitude on her behalf. Shen Yuxiao curled his lips, feeling the conversation was rather meaningless, and chose to remain silent, but Ninkang could no longer. She shouted, wait, I still have something to say, Li Xiaoye, don't go just yet. Li Xiaoye looked at her in confusion. Ninkang could no longer suppress her delight and proclaimed, Li Xiaoye. My work exhibited at the Louvre has won an award. The comments section was momentarily stunned. What is this about? Chapter 66 Farewell. Wait a moment, let me catch some keywords. Louvre Exhibition Award. Haven't you seen the trending topics? Ho ho, that emerging Chinese artist who has made a name for himself at the lively exhibition, is it Ninkang? Yes, check Twitter right now. International netizens are all shouting about it, saying the media failed to interview him because he suddenly returned to the country. That's right, so it really is Ninkang. How did he suddenly become such an impressive emerging artist? Isn't the most critical question why he rushed back to see Li Xiaoye after winning his award. Yeah, why? How deep is the connection between these rich second-generation kids and Li Xiaoye? The comments were still speculating, however. Wei Yilin's expression was nearly cracking. Were these individual? Wei Yilin squinted, discreetly glancing at Li Xiaoye. She indeed possessed some talent. The key was that she was only 7 years old. Li Xiaoye was also perplexed. She tilted her head and asked, award. What is the Louvre? Clearly, the pile of miscellaneous books she had read had never mentioned such a place, yet, at this moment, no one would mock her ignorance. Ninkang, brimming with enthusiasm, leaned closer to Li Xiaoye and explained, it is a historical art museum located in the heart of Paris, France. Do you know which artists' works are typically exhibited there? Li Xiaoye guessed a name, Van Gogh. Correct, they have Van Gogh's portrait of Dr. Gachet, as well as Da Vinci's Mona Lisa. And now, in that exhibition hall, my work has been added. Impressive, right? Li Xiaoya nodded earnestly, saying, very impressive. Xu Qiulai observed the scene and suddenly understood why these rich second-generation kids got along so well with Li Xiaoya. She genuinely listened to them. She had yet to learn the prejudices and preconceived notions of adults. Perhaps every second-generation rich kid, who caused endless headaches for their families, appeared remarkably good in her eyes. And its inspiration comes from you. Ninkang suddenly lowered his voice. So, Li Xiaoya, you are even more remarkable than I. Is that true? Ninkang, in his spirited moment, claims it was inspired by Li Xiaoya. How could it be false? I don't know why, but when Ninkang said you are more remarkable than me, will we be able to meet again? We can, right? Ninkang looked at Wei Yilin. You won't restrict her freedom, will you? Wei Yilin's lips twitched slightly. What are you talking about? Of course not. Ninkang sighed in relief. That's good. If one day I sell my work, I'll give you half of the money. Li Xiaoya had no concept of how much a work exhibited at the Louvre could sell for. She did not refuse Ninkang, nodding, then I'll use it to buy colored pencils. She remembered how Ninkang had taught her to paint. Ninkang laughed joyfully. Har har, why buy colored pencils? Buy all paintbrushes, all paints. You can buy so much. Who knows how much Ninkang's work can sell for? I've heard it has skyrocketed to $10 million, so Li Xiaoya could get $5 million. Amazing. That's enough to buy a house. Why still buy colored pencils? The comments grew increasingly excited. Meanwhile, it was indeed time for Li Xiaoya to leave. She said to Ninkang, thank you for telling me, I'm leaving now. Turning to Xing Yuxiao, she reiterated, I'm leaving. Wei Yilin breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that if this continued, they wouldn't leave until nightfall. Fortunately, Li Xiaoya was quite proactive. He quickly took her hand, weaving through the crowd before they boarded the extended Lincoln. Li Xiaoya. After a long silence, Xing Yuxiao suddenly called out, then took a few long strides. Before the door could close, Xing Yuxiao reached out and slipped a glove onto Li Xiaoya's hand, saying, all right, let's go. Li Xiaoya looked down. It was Xing Yuxiao's glove. His hand was large. It hung loosely on her hand. Yet it felt as if Xing Yuxiao's palm securely enveloped hers. So warm. Wei Zhen hurried over to close the car door, signaling the driver to depart. Xing Yuxiao stepped back a few paces, watching as the car gradually drove away, until it completely vanished from his sight. The second-generation rich kids exchanged glances, saying, since Ninkang won an award, shouldn't we celebrate? Ninkang smacked his thigh. I just forgot. Ninkang felt relieved. Brother Xing is so reliable. That's wonderful. I'm just waiting for Li Xiaoya to call me. I haven't had the chance to tell her about my experience at the Louvre in detail. She doesn't even know what expressions my two teachers had when they saw my work. Xing Yuxiao couldn't be bothered to engage with him and walked away. What was there to be happy about? He had only given his phone number, not Ninkang's. Oblivious to Xing Yuxiao's internal musings, Ninkang turned to discuss with the other rich kids about throwing a celebratory feast for himself. The comments soon sighed. Sad smiley. Is that it? I'm not quite used to it. Will there no longer be Li Xiaoya in the footage? But I'm still very concerned about Li Xiaoya. Concern 1. Let us wait for the police report. Such a major incident will definitely be trending again. Please, program team, can you just follow them and continue filming? Let me see their family reunion. Okay. How did it suddenly turn into a human trafficking case? How could Li Family Village be so incapable? Before they could digest this, Xing Yuxiao suddenly spoke, as if a thunderclap had struck. I'm not recording the show anymore. I am going back to the city. The chief director felt his blood pressure surge and quickly looked to Xu Qiulai for assistance. Xu Qiulai gently inquired, are you worried about Li Xiaoya? Xing Yuxiao remained silent. Xu Qiulai did not mind his silence and said calmly, "Everyone who comes into this world has their own path to follow. You cannot accompany her for a lifetime, she likewise cannot be bound to your side for eternity." Xin Yuxia merely repeated, "I'm going back to the city." Xu Qiulai paused, saying, "You signed a contract with the production team. You should adhere to the spirit of the contract." Xin Yuxia was resolute. Investing more time into something already completed is a wasteful consumption. This is a commercial taboo. He turned to look at his mother. "I have already completed my transformation." Had he truly completed it, he remained his obstinate self, impervious to others. It was merely that he had acquired something that could bind him. Xu Qiulai chose not to point this out, softly saying, "All right, then let us return to the... Indeed, the winter here is quite difficult." The chief director was left dumbfounded. "Then, what about the show?" Xu Qiulai calmly suggested. "You could still record a city special." Li family village quickly returned to tranquility. These wealthy individuals had flocked together, creating a tumultuous stir, only to abruptly retreat like the tide. "They're gone. Why did they?" He felt like smashing something nearby. So many wealthy people had come, yet he hadn't benefited even a bit. Would Qingqing think her father was useless? Just as Li Song thought of this, he suddenly heard a villager exclaim, "Why was Xiao Li arrested? What happened?" Li Song's, with so many villagers gathered, it was quite convenient for the police to make arrests. Li Song, right, we have some questions regarding the human trafficking case in Li family village, the police said, flashing handcuffs. "Please cooperate with our investigation." The other villagers panicked, immediately shouting, "Where is Li Xiaoye? Let her come." How did it become a human trafficking case? The police coldly replied, "Li Xiaoye has already left with her family. Didn't you see those cars just now? Why does she have rich relatives?" The police felt an overwhelming sense of anger and helplessness. For these people, the issue had escalated to the level of crime, yet they were more... Inside the Lincoln, the driver asked, "Sir, shall we head to the hotel first?" Wei Yilin tapped his fingers on the armrest, replying coolly, "Directly to the airport." Chapter 67, Meeting the young mistress. The car journeyed onward to the airport. After Wei Yilin alighted, he approached the door of a vehicle parked behind and courteously opened it, calling out, "Young master." Sitting inside was none other than Wei Wenqing. Given that Wei Yilin had personally arrived, pretending not to recognize him was simply unrealistic. Thus, in a moment concealed from the cameras, Wei Wenqing silently made his way to the rear vehicle, following which they proceeded directly to the airport. "Xiaoye, do you know who he is?" Wei Yilin inquired, glancing at Li Xiaoye. "He is your grandfather's son, your mother's brother." Upon saying this, she tilted her head in curiosity and asked, "Is he also my mother's brother?" Wei Yilin chuckled, "Indeed, he is. It is quite a large family. Your mother has many relatives, you will get to know each one of them." Li Xiaoye's expression turned perplexed. Were there others besides them? Wei Yilin spoke gently. "Look, see how many people are concerned about you. Even your little uncle has come to see you, and he cannot even speak." Li Xiaoye pinched her palm. Was Wei Yilin intentionally trying to wound her uncle with those words? "All right, let's not dwell on this, we should hurry and check in," Wei Yilin said, placing a hand reassuringly on Li Xiaoye's back. At this moment, he felt relieved. After all, Wei Wenqing was, after all, mute. He could not freely communicate with Li Xiaoye, so what kind of tempest could he possibly stir? Moreover, sometimes, greater astuteness allowed one to see the situation more clearly. Naturally, she would come to understand that her mother's brothers had been eliminated and were not worth relying upon. "Aren't we supposed to speak to the police uncle about those details?" Li Xiaoye looked up at him. Wei Lin nonchalantly replied, "We can have a video call later." Video call? Yes, it's a way to communicate using a mobile phone. You'll have a phone when we return. After all, the young masters had treated her exceptionally well. If he were to embarrass her further, it would only serve to highlight that contrast. Presently, he needed to play the role of a benevolent uncle. Once aboard, Wei Lin patiently taught Li Xiaoyao how to order from the first-class menu and articulate her needs appropriately. In that moment, Wei Wenqing felt a profound disdain for his own muteness, relegated to merely watching as Wei Lin and Li Xiaoyao grew closer. Though it was her first time on an airplane, Li Xiaoyao did not exhibit any fear. In fact, she managed to take a good nap during the flight. Unbeknownst to her, the impending return to home would bring unforeseen challenges, so it was best to gather her strength. Upon the Wei family's return to the country, they temporarily settled in Jin City. As the capital of Huigua, this city is a hub for prominent figures. Among its illustrious locales is the renowned Guanghua Villa, a high-end residential area where most distinguished individuals reside. The Wei family's residence, however, was particularly extraordinary. The center of Guanghua Villa is an artificial lake, and the Wei family's abode is nestled beside it, an impressive 5-story villa, shrouded by trees, ensuring the privacy of its inhabitants. As the car entered Guanghua Villa, it soon came to a halt. Wei Lin took Li Xiaoyao by the hand as they exited the vehicle, transitioning to a golf cart. The cart whisked them across the verdant lawns and winding paths, ultimately leading along the lake, revealing a stunning panorama. That is what makes it precious, Wei Lin remarked, regardless of whether Li Xiaoyao could comprehend his words. His tone conveyed a sense of ownership, as if he were proud that this place belonged to him. Sir has returned. They regarded Li Xiaoyao with a mix of curiosity and astonishment. This scene left Wei Wenqing feeling quite displeased. Clearly, it was Li Xiaoyao who belonged to this family, yet it appeared as though Wei Lin were the master of the house. The power bestowed upon him by their father was indeed overwhelming, too overwhelming. Wei Wenqing clenched his teeth and stepped forward. The servants soon noticed Wei Wenqing, and one of them exclaimed nervously, "Where has the young master been?" "We have been looking for you these past few days. Your health is not suited for going out." Wei Wenqing glared coldly at the servant, who gradually fell silent. "Enough," Wei Lin interjected. "How has the old master been during my absence?" "The same as always." "We dared not inform the old master about the young master's absence," the servant replied with a pained expression. Wei Lin chuckled. "Well, I am back now." With that, he concluded his performance. Indeed, it had all been an act. The servants were taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. "Why, young mistress," they stammered in disbelief. "Yes, this is the orphan of Miss Wenyu," Wei Lin sighed heavily. "For now, do not disclose this to the old master. His health cannot withstand such a blow. He must not learn so soon that Miss Wenyu is no longer with us." "Why, yes," the servants were still somewhat dazed. "Please, go inside," Wei Lin urged, affectionately ruffling Li Xiaoyao's hair. "If you feel frightened at any point, you may always come and knock on my door. Your little uncles are not in good health, so it would be best not to disturb them." Li Xiaoyao nodded. "Is their old master referring to my grandfather?" not in good health seemed to be the most convenient excuse for Wei Lin. Because of her grandfather's health, she could not see him. Because her little uncles were not well, she was not to intrude upon them. Li Xiaoyar quietly noted this revelation, obediently following Wei Lin further inside. It turned out that behind the 5-story villa lay an annex. Wei Lin resided in this annex, and now Li Xiaoyar was to live there as well. These two are your caretakers. They will be responsible for your daily needs. However, their Mandarin is not very proficient, so communication may pose some challenges. Nevertheless, they are experienced in caregiving and will take good. This arrangement was evidently intentional, as the language barrier would help avoid unexpected incidents. Given your esteemed status, we also need to arrange for bodyguards. I want Wei Jin, Li Xiaoyar replied swiftly. Wei Lin was somewhat taken aback. He had expected her to dislike Wei Jin. After all, he had sent Wei Jin specifically because of his abrasive temperament, believing that a stern introduction would be most fitting for the young girl. Wei Jin, standing just outside the door, was equally astonished upon hearing Li Xiaoyar's words. I want him, only him, Li Xiaoyar asserted with conviction. Wei Lin turned his head back. She trusts you quite a bit. Wei Jin shifted his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Wei Lin's expression darkened slightly as he said, very well, then Wei Jin shall remain your bodyguard. Li Xiaoyar looked up at Wei Lin with a sweet smile. Wei Lin returned her smile with satisfaction, while Wei Jin's face turned slightly pale. He sensed that this girl, raised in a mountain village, might be rather difficult to deal with. But without the chores of feeding pigs and chickens, what could she possibly do to him? Oh, by the way, come and try on the clothes I prepared for you. Tomorrow, you will represent the Wei family at a banquet. Wei Lin. This had been a carefully orchestrated plan of Wei Lin's from the outset. No matter how clever she was, once she stepped into the elite gathering, her humble and awkward demeanor would be impossible to conceal. At that point, it would be his turn to step in and save the day. He intended to nurture her trust in him, ensuring that she would rely solely on him to survive in the Wei family and within this upper-class circle. Chapter 68, Meeting the Second Uncle. The clothes prepared by Wei Lin were not quite fitting. Wei Lin remarked, it's all right. He promptly reached out to a brand, requesting them to bring various sizes for her to try on until she found the perfect fit. He was eager to seize the opportunity to display his capabilities before Li Xiaoyar. What a splendid chance it was! Upon arriving at the Wei residence, Li Xiaoyar tried on outfits until well past 10 in the evening. Fortunately, she had managed to catch some sleep on the plane, otherwise, she would have struggled to endure the lengthy fitting session. Once the Brand S staff had packed their suitcases, they departed from the Wei household. After all, not everyone is keen on watching variety shows. One of the staff members immediately inquired of a colleague, who is that child? The Wei family seems quite fond of her, allowing her to try on clothes until she was satisfied. The colleague paused for a moment before responding, fond of her. She is still quite young, isn't she? If they truly cared for her, they would have taken her measurements beforehand instead of making her try on one outfit after another. The poor girl must be exhausted. It feels more like a show for others to witness. You make a valid point. They can't help but glance back at the luxurious villa behind them, murmuring, the affairs of the wealthy are indeed intricate. Fortunately, Wei Lin's enthusiasm for theatrics was not overly excessive. After selecting the clothing, he took his leave. No one had instructed Li Xiaoyao on how to use the amenities in her new home, yet she felt neither fear nor awkwardness. She ventured into the bathroom, examining the oddly shaped showerhead, and managed to turn on the faucet through her own exploration. She recalled the lessons imparted by Xin Yuxiao. After finishing her shower, she located the hairdryer and turned it on. This was something she had seen Xin Yuxiao use before, thus, she dutifully attended to her needs before finally climbing onto the expansive queen-size bed. This marked her first experience sleeping in such a large bed, with the blanket enveloping her in warmth and softness. However, she found it difficult to drift off to sleep immediately. Li Xiaoyao stared at the ceiling for a while, suddenly sitting up and rummaging through the small backpack she had brought from Li family village. It was the very one purchased by Xin Yuxiao. Cautiously, she unzipped it and retrieved her mother's photograph, embracing it tightly before returning to bed. "Mom, we're home now," she whispered softly, finally closing her eyes. Li Xiaoyao fell asleep. Meanwhile, Wei Wenqin could not find rest. He sought out his second brother. Upon entering, he was intercepted by a servant. "The second young master has just settled down. You shouldn't disturb him." Wei Wenqin responded with a swift slap, leaving the servant momentarily stunned. After all, this tactic had always worked well before, and this young master rarely displayed his temper. What had caused such a sudden outburst? Ignoring the servant's thoughts, Wei Wenqin forcefully pushed past him and entered the room. It was different now. He clenched his teeth, resolving, "Now I have someone to protect. No one shall impede my progress." Hugh, the second young master, startled from his slumber, fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp. "Oh, it's you, Wenqin," he said weakly. "Why have you returned?" As he spoke, he furrowed his brow. "Didn't I tell you?" Wei Wenqin quickly gestured, "and being brothers, the second young—" "What, you found her? Where is she?" he exclaimed, excitement causing him to grasp the edge of the bed and sit up with difficulty. Wei Wenqin continued to gesture. The second young master's expression darkened. "Wei Lin, did Wei Lin beat us to it?" "How could you?" Wei Wenqin interrupted him, gesturing. "She came willingly. I've thought it through. We are both incapacitated and preoccupied. How can we care for her? It is better to let Wei Lin look after her while we protect her from the shadows." The second young master cut him off, his face a deep shade of anger. "Is that so? Could it be that she also despises us? That's why she willingly turned to Wei Lin." Upon hearing this, Wei Wenqin's face flushed with indignation as he animatedly gestured. "How can you think that?" "She is my sister's daughter. She is a good child. I want to protect her, and she wants to protect us." The second young master fell silent. Wei Wenqin could no longer tolerate his demeanor and forcefully grasped his second brother. "You cannot think of her that way. She is wonderful, truly wonderful." The second young master seized his wrist, tilting his head back with a sigh. "I know. I'm just worried, just afraid. We have both experienced it. Being rejected by our closest ones is a painful experience. Wenqin, I want to see her." "Now." Wei Wenqin shot him a glare and gestured. she is surely asleep. The second young master's pale face revealed a hint of anxiety. But I can't wait any longer. No, no, forget it. First, tell me, does she resemble Wei Wenqin nodded. Then, tell me what happened when you went to Li family village, and what transpired next. The two brothers had not engaged in such a heartfelt conversation in many years. 1. Rendered mute, had ceased to communicate with others after losing. Yet now, they were together, one speaking while the other gestured, sharing laughter and tears, as if all the pent-up emotions of the past years had been unleashed on this very day. The commotion did not escape Wei Lin's notice. After listening, he waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. It's only natural for them to be a bit excited now that she has returned. After all, their excitement was of little use. Wei Lin, feeling accomplished, enjoyed a restful sleep. The following day, upon opening her eyes, Li Xieyar was startled to find two figures beside her bed. One was a familiar face, Wei Wenqin. The other, however, was a stranger. This person had a gaunt, hollowed face, bloodshot eyes, and an exuberant expression. Most importantly, he was seated in a wheelchair. At that moment, Wei Wenqin and the second young master also realized they had frightened Li Xieyar. The second young master awkwardly wiped his face, recalling how he must have appeared the last time he looked in the mirror. Surely, he must look quite terrifying now. Thus, he maneuvered the wheelchair to retreat. Just then, he heard the little girl's clear voice, "Second uncle." The second young master's movements froze, and his expression went blank. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, gripping Wei Wenqin. "What did she just call me?" Wei Wenqin could only remain silent, thinking, "You're holding onto my arm. What do you expect me to say?" The second young master suddenly let out a choked laugh, a sound both suppressed and sorrowful. He looked back at Li Xieyar, so small, reminiscent of his younger sister, yet this child's face bore a determination and resilience that surpassed even that of his sister. "You called me second uncle, didn't you? How did you know I was your second uncle?" The second young master softened his tone, finally resembling a normal adult. "I learned in advance that my great-uncle and great-aunt." Upon hearing this, the second young master felt a wave of relief wash over him. "So you know your relatives are all incapacitated." Li Xieyar recognized the sadness and pain in that moment. Unsure how to comfort him, she emerged from under the covers, approached, and gingerly embraced the man in the wheelchair. At that moment, the sec chapter 69, never make it easy for them. Second uncle, Li Xieyar detected his hesitation. Did he wish to accompany her? Yet, was he also fearful of appearing in public? Li Xieyar wanted to assure them that it was perfectly fine, she could manage on her own. But before she could voice this, her second uncle spoke first. He turned to Wei Wenqin. "Will you accompany Xieyar?" Before Wei Wenqin could respond, the second uncle shook his head in denial. "No, that won't he do." "You cannot speak, it would be too inconvenient." Wei Wenqin stubbornly glared at his brother, gesturing, "I'll give it a try, I'll bring a bodyguard along." The second young master remained resolute, shaking his head once more. "No." His eyes, which usually appeared lost and filled with self-neglect, now held a newfound clarity. With a pained voice, he uttered, "Our family cannot even muster a healthy person." "Then I shall go," the second young master finally declared with a strained tone. Li Xieyar seized the opportunity to interject, "I can go by myself. It has been so long since I've tailored clothes. I need to pick out an appropriate outfit, the second young master mumbled to himself. Do I still look like a ghost? Had I known today would come, I wouldn't have smashed the meal that was brought to me. If she's with me, would I embarrass her? The more he spoke, the tighter his brows furrowed, his tension and anxiety palpable. Elisha couldn't he help but repeat, Uncle, I can manage on my own. How could that be? It was merely the child comforting him. The more Elisha insisted, the more the second young master was unwilling to let her venture alone into the den of tigers and dragons. He propelled his wheelchair forward and decisively proclaimed, I will return to select an outfit right now. Despite her attempts to hold him back, Elisha could only sit there, bewildered, watching him depart. As the door swung open, a servant collided with the second young master and gasped, How come you're here? Your health, you. The servant lowered his gaze to inspect the second young master's legs. The second young master's expression turned frosty. Why was he reluctant to go outside? Because the mere concerned gazes of the servants were enough to make him feel unbearable. What? Is this no longer my home? Must I report to you where I wish to go? The second young master retorted with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, the servant dared not utter another word and quickly bowed his head in silence. The second young master felt a surge of suffocation, yet, this was not the old society. He could not vent his anger by throwing things at others. He closed his eyes, reminding himself that times had changed, and there was now a child in the family. He needed to stabilize his emotions and set a good example. Thus, the second young master quelled his anger and maneuvered his wheelchair past the servant. Soon, a bodyguard stepped forward to take over the Wei Wenjing, meanwhile, helplessly gestured to Li Xieye and then bent down to lift her off the bed. The second brother disapproved of his absence at the banquet, citing his inability to speak. He even found fault with his brother for being unable to carry Li Xieye. Brush your teeth, Wei Wenjing gestured as he led her into the bathroom. Li Xieye dampened a cloth while he squeezed toothpaste beside her. A servant followed them in and, upon seeing this scene, was immediately flustered. Oh dear, how can we let the young master do this? Wei Wenjing gestured dismissively. I'm happy to do it. The servant, seeing this, stood by without further interference. Li Xieye furrowed her brows, sensing the disapproval in the atmosphere. She could tell that the people here did not respect him much. Uncle, you should wait for me outside, Li Xieye said softly. Wei Wenjing thought the same. After all, the young girl might need to use the restroom, and his presence there was unnecessary. He nodded and stepped outside. Li Xieye brushed her teeth, washed her face, and turned to the servant. Please comb my hair. The servant paused, wondering if it was true that she had been brought back from the mountains. Could a child from the mountains be so commanding? Of course, she only dared to think this and would never voice it aloud. She fetched a comb and dutifully began to style Li Xiye's hair. Li Xieye, in turn, graciously said, I just arrived here, and there are many things I don't recognize or know how to use. You must tell me. Certainly, young miss. After half an hour, they were finally done. The servant led Li Xieye downstairs for breakfast. The accompanying building was unusually lively, with Wei Lin seated on the left side of the table and Wei Wenqing on the. In this building, Wei Lin essentially served as the host. However, with Wei Wenqing present, he could not assume this role, who knew that Wei Wenqing would also avoid the main seat. Was he waiting for the second young master? Wei Lin raised an eyebrow. Just then, as Li Xieye approached, Wei Wenqing suddenly stood up, mimicking the earlier actions of Xing Yuxiao, and lifted Li Xieye to place her in the main seat. The room fell utterly silent. The servants gazed in astonishment at Wei Wenqing's gesture. Wei Lin inhaled sharply and exhaled, smiling as he remarked, "When Xieye grows up, she will be expected to take on the master's responsibilities." Sitting in the main seat is not incorrect. Wei Wenqing glanced at him, thinking to himself that at least he had spoken something sensible. Soon, it was the servant's turn to serve the food. They moved swiftly and quietly, making hardly a sound. When they set the dishes in front of Li Xieye, they were especially cautious. Clearly, this newly emerged young lady had elevated her status in their eyes. The Wei family's breakfast was exceedingly lavish, and Li Xieye had never experienced such a feast before. Yet, she appeared somewhat disinterested in the food. At times, she thought of her mother's last few years in the village, when they often struggled to fill their stomachs. Other times, she pondered on Xing Yuxiao. Would he continue to record his program? What would he eat in the village? If only he could taste this dish. Li Xiye's lack of appetite, in the eyes of the others, seemed to reflect an innate upper-class demeanor. Having emerged from the mountain village, she displayed no signs of eagerness or discomfort in front of such a bountiful spread. Wei Lin's gaze flickered. He couldn't help but marvel once more at the wonders of human genetics. Meanwhile, Xing Yuxiao had thoroughly searched Li Xiye's home. "Brother Sheng, why are you bringing back these scraps?" Other riches questioned, puzzled. They were still not done having fun. However, once Xing Yuxiao decided to leave, their interest waned as well. "What scraps?" Before Xing Yuxiao could respond, Ninkheng snapped back. "I'll give you a chance to rephrase. These are Li Xiye's belongings. They are called memories. Do you understand?" "Oh. So, Li Xieye really just left? Did we just waste our efforts?" Ninkheng quietly remarked. "Fortunately, I arrived a step late." Xing Yuxiao cast a sidelong glance and said, "It's not entirely wasted. The program's ratings have gone up, haven't they?" "Even if they have, I won't see a penny of it. I'll help you ask the program team for a fee. Brother Sheng is the best," the person exclaimed joyfully. Xing Yuxiao fell silent, giving one last glance at the rickety little house before him. Regardless of how it was decorated, it still appeared shabby. Yet, it was this very shabbiness that evoked a twinge of reluctance within him. After a moment, Xing Yuxiao finally uttered, "Let us go." Unlike the hurried departure of Li Xieye, today was different. Upon receiving news, Dou Dawei immediately drove over to see her off. "Don't you forget what I told you over the phone," Xing Yuxiao reminded. Dou Dawei nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I remember everything. The pigs need to be sold, and the chickens too. We absolutely cannot make it easy for the villagers." Shin Yuxia nodded, then recalled the ant-man that Li Xieye had specifically mentioned. The leftover mushrooms and any remaining land should be given to ant-man since Grandpa Li won't be returning. Those people will eventually come to occupy it. Understood, Do Dawei replied while marveling at how attentive Shen Dosher was. Remembering even this detail, Shen Yuxiao harbored a profound disdain for the people here. Thus, several luxury vehicles parked in Li's village, just like on the day Li Xieye left, began to drive out of the village in succession, followed by the program team's vehicles. Such a commotion could hardly go unnoticed by the villagers. They craned their necks, bewildered, asking, "Are they all leaving? Is that program team also leaving? How can they just leave? Didn't they say they would help our village develop tourism? Didn't they say that after filming the program, people would come here to visit and pay us?" Only when their own interests were at stake did they grow anxious. They were unconcerned about jail time or who was taken by the police for questioning. Their sole focus was on the money that was about to fly away. One by one, the villagers dropped their work to chase after the vehicles. The program team was frightened and quickly pressed the accelerator. It was a photographer who managed to calm them down, saying, "Wait, don't rush ahead. The mountain roads are treacherous. We must avoid accidents. Let us send someone to explain the situation to these villagers." Everyone looked to him. The photographer, who was also harboring frustration towards these people, promptly exited the vehicle, leaning against the door for a quick escape if necessary. "Why are you leaving?" "Yeah, you owe us an explanation. You've been filming in our village for so long, and the money went to the village chief and Li Xieye. Didn't Li Xieye say she had wealthy relatives coming? She doesn't seem to need the money." Exactly. We haven't received a single penny. When will that tourism development come to help us?" They surrounded him. The photographer felt his temper flaring and sneered, "This is not a decision we can make." Shin Dosher has already said. What did he say? He said this place is unworthy. Such a place that devours its own kind does not deserve to prosper. The photographer finished his tirade in one. The villagers stood dumbfounded. Their final delusions had been shattered. Unworthy. How dare he say they were unworthy? Anger surged on the villagers' faces as they reached out to grab the photographer. He swiftly opened the car door and hopped back in, completing the action in one go. "Let me tell you," he lowered the window slightly, "do not act recklessly, otherwise, the police will escort you to the station." The villagers erupted in curses. "If we had known you wouldn't keep your word, who cares about the police, right? If they dare come, we'll flip their car." The photographer's face turned crimson with rage. "What kind of people are you?" Let us go, some places are just like this. The people are fierce, and they stand united. They don't care about the police. They'll swing their hose at you regardless." The drivers, "They know 4 words, the law does not punish the crowd." The photographer cursed under his breath. "No wonder they dare engage in human trafficking. They truly are despicable." Just wait. If Li Xiye's relatives are truly capable, this matter will definitely have repercussions. After the villagers vented their frustrations, they returned to the village, cursing as they went. If I had known that day, I would have stopped Li Xiye's car. Exactly. By afternoon, the sky had darkened somewhat. Some people stealthily approached Li Xiye's home. After all, With no one around, it was an easy target. But upon sneaking in, they found, damn it, how come not even a chick is left? One cursed, another followed suit. The pigs are gone. Didn't he? Those rich heirs have plenty of money. Why are they so inconsiderate, taking the pigs away? As they both cursed, a few more people crept over. Lishayar's family still has land. Right, there's still land. As they murmured, their excitement grew, and they rushed towards the fields. Upon arriving, they discovered Aunt Man and her husband were in the fields spreading manure. What are you doing? Shayar left, and the land was given to us. Aunt Man couldn't hide her joy. Who said it was given to you? They gritted their teeth, unwilling to yield. What, you're not happy? They were all from the same village. Who feared whom? Aunt Man's husband, displaying a fierce demeanor, hoisted a hoe onto his shoulder. He had 2 younger brothers at home, all in their prime. In a fight, they could easily call for backup. In the mountain village, when vying for state welfare and housing land, unless one had some authority like the village chief, it all boiled down to who had more able-bodied men. It's not that we're unhappy. Fine, we'll let you have it. Even as they gritted their teeth, they had no choice but to back down. They could only depart begrudgingly, muttering countless curses behind them. Now, they truly hoped that Grandpa Lee would end up in prison, preferably dying there, never to return. This way, after some time, they could demolish Lishayar's home and take over the land to build a new house. The villagers harbored such thoughts. That very day, several police cars arrived in the village. The police aimed to take more individuals for questioning. Naturally, the villagers were unwilling, brandishing hoes and grabbing sickles, intending to resist violently. However, the police who arrived this time were not from the local township station. They came equipped with experience in handling rural crime and carried riot shields. Seeing anyone daring to wield a knife, they swiftly help. The police are wrongfully accusing good people. Damn it, let go, you're all hired by those rich heirs. The villagers cursed vehemently, but it was of no use. The mountain village quickly returned to tranquility. Aunt Man walked home, feeling an unusual silence in the air. The village suddenly feels emptier. I'm not quite used to it, she murmured. The man beside her rarely flashed her an overly enthusiastic smile. Next year, we can plant corn on that land. Chapter 70, a reunion with Jin Sui in Jin City. At the Guanghua Villa, Lishayar donned a new dress, while the second young master approached in a wheelchair. Wei Lin was taken aback. Was Lishayar's return truly having such a profound effect on them? Had they both shed their lethargic demeanor? Nonetheless, they remained of little concern. After all, so many years had elapsed. The power they once held had long since slipped beyond their grasp, were it not for the fact that every child of the Wei family was once accompanied by loyal bodyguards. Upon their return, it was likely they would never wish to step outside their abode again, due to his mobility issues. The car arrived at the entrance, where 2 bodyguards lifted the second young master into the vehicle. For an adult man, this was undeniably a source of great humiliation. His fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands protruding ominously. Yet, he managed to restrain himself this time. He did not lose his composure. This left Wei Lin once again raising an eyebrow in surprise. Shayar, you should join us in the car. Wei Lin turned to Lishayar and suggested. She nodded and settled next to her second uncle. Wei Lin took a step back, saying, I have some unforeseen matters to attend to and shall join you later. With the second young master present, I can rest easy. The second young master scoffed, you needn't bother coming at all. The moment the door shut, the second young master's expression transformed. He strained to relax the corners of his brows, attempting to appear amiable. However, it had been far too long since he had worn a normal expression, and the stiffness of his features. Fortunately, Li Xiaoyar was not deterred. She reached over to adjust the blanket draped over his knees. Xiaoyar, your second uncle hasn't told you his name yet, he remarked. Li Xiaoyar inquired, could you write it down for me? This stem. Hence, she had developed a habit of asking others to write their names down, whether it was Ninkang or Xu Ruying. This way, she could remember them more distinctly. Of course, I shall write it for you, the second young master replied. He asked a bodyguard for paper and pen, then meticulously inscribed, Wei Wenjun. Do you recognize this character? He asked, pointing to the last one. Jun. Li Xiaoyar remarked, your handwriting is truly beautiful, second uncle. This pleased Wei Wenjun even further. He gripped the pen with renewed vigor. Let me teach you, I have studied calligraphy. Li Xiaoyar nodded obediently, thank you, second uncle. It felt as though he had finally become useful, as if his existence in this world held some significance. At that moment, Li Xiaoyar suddenly asked, what is my aunt's name? Wei Wenjun promptly took up his pen again and began to write, explaining, her name is Wei Wenyin. Li Xiaoyar pointed to the last. My little uncle's name ends with Jing, which denotes a type of percussion instrument crafted from jade, stone, or gold. Wei Wenjun exclaimed in astonishment, you know all this. Li Xiaoyar nodded, replying, I also know that Jun. As for me, I too have become a mere shadow of my former self. The description of exceptional talent feels like the cruelest mockery of fate. Realizing he should not share such thoughts in front of a child, he contemplated how to redirect the conversation. However, Li Xiaoyar interjected, but when grandfather named you, he must have harbored beautiful wishes, right? Wei Wenjun was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? As the doorman approached and opened the car door, the bodyguards lifted Wei Wenjun into his wheelchair. He felt as though his entire being was engulfed in flames of discomfort. He averted his gaze from the stairs around him and turned instead to Li Xiaoyar. Yet this little child remained unfazed, unafraid, standing resolutely by his side, entirely devoid of embarrassment. Wei Wenjun's anxiety and anguish gradually subsided. Let us proceed, he stated. Thus, the bodyguards began to push him forward. However, as they reached the entrance, they were halted. Apologies, please present your invitation, the doorman requested. Wei Wenjun's expression shifted, immediately recognizing this as Wei Lin's tactic. As expected, the bodyguards and driver behind him displayed sudden alarm. Oh no, the invitation is still with. What is this? You invite guests without having done your homework in advance. The Wei family had only recently returned to the country, and Wei Wenjun had not made public appearances. Thus, the doorman indeed failed to recognize him. Not only did he not recognize him, but the doorman hesitated and added, I'm sorry, I am only familiar with the Wei family that runs a hospital. However, the young master of that Wei family has already entered. Wei Wenjun's countenance darkened considerably. Had he truly fallen to such depths, even a mere doorman could bar him from entry. At that moment, other guests, drawn by the commotion, began to glance in their direction. Who is that? I don't know. I've never seen them before. They certainly don't appear to be here to crash the bank. What were they saying? Wondering how a cripple could possibly be here, he tightened his grip on the wheelchair's armrest, rage surging within him. Immediately, call Wei Lin, he barked, but just then, he felt a gentle touch. He looked down to find Li Xiaoyar soothing him. She had been observing the passing guests. While reassuring her second uncle, she finally spotted her target. Wei Yilin had mentioned that many affluent individuals were expected to attend today's banquet, and among the crowd, she recognized one of those wealthy individuals. "Qin Sui," she called out, then added thoughtfully. Qin was momentarily taken aback. "She calls you brother." Qin Sui frowned. He recognized the familiarity in her voice, yet that voice should not have. Qin's memory was notoriously poor, so he decided to look in the direction of the voice himself. The impossible had happened. That person was right here. Li Xiaoye. Qin Sui slowly uttered the name. What? Li Xiaoye, the one from that show. Mrs. Qin was utterly astonished. So this is what she looks like in real life, even smaller than she appears on television. Her features are quite beautiful, though Mrs. Qin continued her commentary, marveling, while her son had already taken strides toward that direction. It had been many days since they last met. Li Xiaoye appeared to be in better spirits, dressed in a small dress with a white down jacket over it, resembling a doll at first glance. Quite good. At least she did not look as pale and fragile as she did when he had just left, as if she might vanish from this world at any moment. Qin Sui halted before Li Xiaoye, slightly bending down to inquire, "Did Shen Yuxiao bring you here?" Before Li Xiaoye could respond, Qin Sui quickly dismissed the notion. "No, that wouldn't be right. If Shen Yuxiao had brought you here, the moment he heard you call me brother, he would have surely confronted me." Qin Sui paused, adding, "Unfortunately, there was no recording." Qin Sui glanced at Wei Wenjun and replied, "Did she not call me brother? Then let us assume I am her brother." Wei Wenjun, is this not a ruse? Does Xiaoye even have a brother? I am her uncle. Wei Wenjun quickly interjected. Qin Sui was momentarily taken aback, and his demeanor shifted subtly. He politely greeted, "Hello, what do you go by?" "My surname is Wei." Qin Sui pondered. He then turned to Li Xiaoye, whispering, "I've been quite busy lately and have not watched the show." The underlying reason, however, was that he had no interest in witnessing Shen Yuxiao and Li Xiaoye's affectionate display. Li Xiaoye nodded, saying, "We forgot to bring the invitation." She intended to explain to Qin Sui, yet he was indifferent to that detail. It was merely a doorway. Qin Sui turned to the door. "Wei, it is my fault for not recognizing you due to my inexperience. Since you are acquainted with the Qin family, you need not present an invitation. You and this young lady may enter." Wei Wenjun, having become irritable after his paralysis, was not foolish. He would certainly not choose to remain outside. He shut the door in a cold glare and smoothly wheeled himself inside. Li Xiaoye stood momentarily stunned, turning to look at Qin Sui. "Let's go," Qin Sui said, directly walking in with Li. Li Xiaoye was still walking alongside Qin Sui. Qin Sui asked, "How come you suddenly have an uncle?" "My mother's relatives found me," Li Xiaoye replied. Qin Sui's mind quickly pieced, or the police said it was trafficking. Qin Sui was not particularly surprised. After all, he had always felt that Li Xiaoye seemed out of place living there. He merely frowned slightly. "Then this matter is rather complicated." "Why?" Li Xiaoye looked up at him. "Your uncle is from the overseas Wei family, which suggests your mother's family has been abroad for a long time. How could typical traffickers come into contact with your mother? Logically, such vermin would never have the opportunity to meet her." Qin Sui was quite adept at unraveling conspiracy theories. Li Xiaoye clenched her fists. Could it be that her mother was also harmed by Wei Yilin? But if he was responsible, how could he dare to call the police and expose her mother's trafficking? She was still too young, her mind was not yet capable of fully untangling the matter. Qin Sui then asked, "Why were you kept outside?" Li Xiaoye bit her. "The invitation is with Wei Yilin." "Who is Wei Yilin?" "He claims to be my grandfather's apprentice and insists I call him uncle, but my little uncles say Wei Yilin is a bad person. The invitation is merely a show of authority." Jean Sui paused for a moment before countering, do you know why he would do this? Li Xiaoyar hesitated for a moment but still voiced her thoughts, is it to make me more obedient? He needs me, right, is it for grandfather's money? Jean Sui smiled with satisfaction, you are absolutely correct. Jean Sui held little regard for fools. It was precisely for this reason that he viewed most people as if they were second-class citizens. Hence, Mrs. Jean had always worried that he might develop antisocial tendencies. He truly appreciated Li Xiaoyar's intelligence. Engaging in conversation with her was effortless. He even relished the experience of conversing and unraveling the conspiracy alongside her. But why can't he obtain it directly on his own? This time, Li Xiaoyar humbly sought Jean Sui's guidance. Most likely due to the I have 1 million. And to mitigate the risk of others seizing that million, I entrust it to a certain institution for safekeeping, specifying how that million should be given to a particular person in the future. Once the contract is signed, that million no longer belongs to me. It does not belong to the institution either, it belongs solely to the beneficiary. However, until the rules of the contract come into effect, it does not belong to the beneficiary either. If someone covets that million and kills me, it is futile. Killing the beneficiary is also ineffective because the contract stipulates that only the beneficiary can claim it. Thus, if the beneficiary dies, all the funds may be donated to a charitable organization. This is the rule of the trust. Do you understand now? Jean Sui asked. Li Xiaoyar nodded, I understand. Jean Sui then inquired, what do you think should be done about Wei Yilin? Li Xiaoyar pursed her lips, saying, I can't rush, he is the one who is anxious now, and what else? I need to meet grandfather first. Jean Sui smiled once more. Li Xiaoyar, you are truly clever. Chapter 72. I have a strong punch. He still wished to say something to her, but at that moment, Wei Wenjun glided over in his wheelchair. After all, Jean Sui and Li Xiaoyar had been conversing for far too long, and Wei Wenjun could no longer contain his impatience. May I inquire as to which esteemed family you belong? How did Xiaoyar come to know such a prominent figure? I have long heard of your illustrious name, Wei Wenjun said, finally sensing a hint of the grandeur associated with a wealthy young master. Jean Sui could sometimes be quite infuriating, yet when he comported himself as a true scion of a prestigious family, his manner was remarkably gracious, rendering one feeling at ease. He remarked, you are too kind, I merely cleared the clouds obscuring their vision, allowing them to discern the appearance of the esteemed guest. A genuine smile graced Wei Wenjun's face at that moment. He inquired, might I ask how you and Xiaoyar came to know each other? Jean Sui replied, it is fate. Indeed, it was fate. Had Xin Yuxiao not injured his leg, he would never have ventured to Li family village. Jean Sui, where is your father? A middle-aged man in a tailored suit strode over, speaking with a friendly familiarity. Jean Sui called out, Uncle Lu. My father had an unexpected matter to attend to today, so I came with my mother, he explained. Oh, and where is your mother? We parted with Wei, this is Mr.Lu, the host of today's banquet. Mr.Lu had been observing Wei Wenjun and his companion from the shadows. Typically, Jean Sui did not engage with others, yet thus Mr.Lu took the initiative to approach them. Jean Sui's gesture of introduction indicated a certain degree of familiarity. Consequently, Mr.Lu displayed a warm smile. Lu Kaixian, from the IT industry, may I ask for the name of our esteemed guest? Wei Wenjun interjected, taking the initiative this time. I just returned to the country not long ago. This latter statement, Lu Kaishen slapped his forehead. So you are the second young master of the Wei family. I have heard your name for quite some time, but only today do I have the honor of meeting you in person. In truth, these were mere pleasantries. It turned out that stepping out into the world was not as painful and arduous as he had imagined. Reflecting on this, Wei Wenjun could not help but glance at Li Xieye. How wonderful, he thought. The two exchanged a few more courteous remarks before Lu Kaishen made arrangements. The young lady of the Wei family is quite young and may not have much to discuss with us. Thus, why not join the other children in play? Lu Kaishen clapped his hands, instructing a server to take Li Xieye away. Qin Sui did not voice any objections. She showed no signs of fear, just as she had when he first arrived at Li family village and entered that dilapidated house. Li Xieye simply turned back to steal another glance at Wei Wenjun. Compared to the concerns of others for her, she was more worried about her second uncle. Afterward, she followed the server away. Li Xieye, Qin Sui suddenly called out. Having taken a few steps, Li Xieye had to pause and turn back, gazing at him in confusion. Qin Sui said, "Call me brother once more." He was never one to tease others, and his words caught Lu Kaishuan's attention. As Li Xieye met Qin Sui's gaze, she found no warmth in his eyes. He knew she was clever. "All right, off you go." The extra call was merely to emphasize their relationship to outsiders. This way, the server would naturally keep an eye on her, ensuring that no one would bully her. Li Xieye then truly ventured forth, feeling reassured that Qin Sui would watch over her uncle. A mere exchange of glances had quickly established an understanding between them. Li Xieye nodded. "Very well, then I shall address you as Miss Li." The server opened a door, leading her into a small reception area. A film was playing inside, and several elegantly dressed children turned their heads in unison to look at her. "Who is she?" "I've never seen her before." "Here. This is Miss Li," the server replied with a smile, taking off Li Xiaoya's down jacket and hanging it up, as the indoor heating was quite sufficient. "Li? I haven't heard of any Li family." These children, though not very old, conversed as though they were adults. Someone immediately approached Li Xieye. "Hey, what's your father's name?" Li Xieye paused before responding, "I don't have a father." "Then what is your mother's name?" "Wei Wenyu." When she mentioned her mother's name, her tone grew resolute. "Have you all?" "No. Me neither." "So where is she from?" "I know I heard her call Qin Sui brother just now. But that's not right. I've met Qin Sui's sister, and she's very fierce. Unlike her, she had never had many friends in Shichu Primary School, so she did not mind being friendless now either. From a young age, she understood a fundamental truth: some people are inherently exclusive. If one cannot integrate, then it is better not to try. She would simply be herself, be Li Xieye, and that would suffice. What a strange name. How could anyone be named Little Duck? They exchanged glances, and a boy stood up from the group. The boy mockingly turned to the others. "Do you think she's really dumb or just pretending?" A timid little girl whispered to Li Xieye, "If your parents were impressive, you could sit there." Li Xieye suddenly realized. It seemed that big cities and small villages were not so different after all. The same rules applied. Li Xieye asked, "What if I am impressive on my own?" The little girl looked puzzled and asked, She was quite strong. The boy was enraged by her declaration, his nose wrinkling. How good are you at fighting? Can you beat me? Li Xiaoyue countered, if I hurt you, do I need to pay you? The boy grew angrier, clenching his fists. Pay? No need. If I hit you, just don't cry. After declaring this, he lunged at Li Xiaoyue. The server, taken aback, rushed forward to intervene. The boy turned and shouted at him, don't move. If you do, I'll have my dad fire you. At that moment, a child suddenly exclaimed, I remember now, I've heard of the name Li Xiaoyue. My brother said his work was based on her. Yet, no one paid him any heed. Li Xiaoyue looked at the boy, frowning. What is the skill in threatening others? The boy lunged at her again. Li Xiaoyue did not flinch. She delivered a punch right to his eye. If the fight got intense enough, his father would surely be furious. Moreover, with such bravado, his father must be particularly formidable. It was likely that Wei Yilin's intervention would be of no use. In that case, his father would demand to meet her grandfather to address the matter, wouldn't he? As Li Xiaoyue pondered this, she grabbed the boy by his collar and shoved him to the ground, mounting him to deliver a flurry of punches. The scene erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Wei Yilin finally arrived, albeit late. Upon reaching the entrance, he surveyed the situation. Why are you all alone here? Where is everyone? Wei Yilin's expression darkened. If someone goes missing, can you all bear? Wei Yilin produced the invitation and strode into the banquet hall. Before he could search for them, he suddenly saw a server rushing out in a panic, shouting, a fight has broken out. The young master of the Mu family and Miss Li are fighting. Miss Li, which Miss Li? Wei Yilin's heart sank. It couldn't possibly be Li Xiaoyue, could it? Had she already gotten into a fight? As anger surged within him, he quickly suppressed it. Wait a moment, a fight might be a good thing. The intimidation tactic was no longer effective, and now Li Xiaoyue would have to rely on him to extricate herself. However, he had no idea who this young master Mu was. Mu, could it be that Mu? Chapter 73, Qin Sui's underhanded trick. A scuffle had broken out. Li Xiaoyue, upon hearing the commotion, Qin Sui was momentarily taken aback. This was not the sort of behavior one would expect from Li Xiaoyue. Was it a provocation from someone else? Were the attendants all incompetent, unable to restrain anyone? Qin Sui's brows furrowed in concern. Lu Kaishuan's expression darkened slightly, and he promptly took the lead, striding forward. Meanwhile, Wei Wenjun, being in a wheelchair, was far quicker than they, moving swiftly ahead of them. Wei Yilin stood in a daze in the banquet hall when he saw the wheelchair was past him. Wei Yilin. Was that? Wei Wenjun, ever since his disability, he had always appeared half dead, avoiding the wheelchair whenever possible, hardly venturing outside. This was the first time Wei Yilin had witnessed Wei Wenjun propelling the wheelchair with such vigor, darting off so far. Wei Yilin's lips twitched slightly, and he hurriedly followed suit. Before long, the small hall was packed with people. Upon closer inspection, Wei Wenjun realized that it was indeed Li Xiaoyue who was embroiled in the fray. Her skirt was in tatters. A surge of fury shot through Wei Wenjun's head as he turned to search for a vase or some other object to use. At that moment, the others arrived. "What are you all standing around for? Get in there and separate them." With his long legs, Qin Sui took 3 or 4 strides, pushing through the attendants and swiftly advancing. He lifted Li Xieye from behind and carried her away. The remaining onlookers scrambled to help the boy who had been beaten. "Everyone, just get away, don't touch me." The 10-year-old boy, at the prime age of cherishing his dignity, would not have been the first to stand up against Li Xieye otherwise. Now, as he was helped up, surrounded by onlookers, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate them all to silence their presence. Yet, he was 10, not 4, and he certainly understood that such thoughts were futile. "Young master, are you all right?" The boy, maintaining a cold countenance, replied, "I'm fine." The bodyguard's expression was one of sheer terror. Was this really fine? His eye was bruised, his chin was purple, and his lips were split. He knew how many unseen injuries he bore. Meanwhile, Qin Sui was also asking, "Are you hurt?" Li Xieye shook her head, explaining that it was simply hot in there, and she had worked up a sweat. The formidable Wei Wenjun finally relinquished the idea of using a vase against that insufferable brat and hurried to Li Xiye's side instead. His expression was exceedingly grim. He grasped the tattered hem of her skirt and scowled. "It's ruined. It's just a torn skirt. You're far more valuable than that." Li Xieye gently patted his hand, adopting a tone of a little adult, and soothed, "Then, uncle, please don't be angry." Wei Wenjun managed to suppress his foul expression, stating, "We have plenty of money. Even if I piled a heap of haute couture in front of you, you could cut it up for fun, but that little brat, how dare he tear your skirt?" Upon hearing this, Qin Sui's brow, "It got caught on the shiny stones on him during our scuffle, and that's how it got ruined." Li Xieye clarified. "Wei Wenjun, is that so?" "Yes," she affirmed. Wei Wenjun quickly grasped her arm and asked, "What about other places?" "Are you injured anywhere else?" Li Xieye shook her head and pointed at the boy. "He's the one who's hurt." Wei Wenjun pressed his lips together but insisted, "So what? He was the one. He is in the wrong." Qin Sui knelt down and interjected, "What happened?" Li Xieye leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Visiting grandpa." Qin Sui was momentarily stunned before he couldn't help but chuckle. "Li Xieye, you truly, isn't it customary for both parties' guardians to intervene in a fight?" "Indeed, but I'm just astonished that you thought of that strategy in such a short span of time." It just so happened he approached. Li Xieye pointed at the boy. Her gesture was practically a provocation. The boy trembled with rage. "However, you might not be fully acquainted with the intricacies of these affluent families." Li Xiye's expression turned curious. "When I was young, I might not see my father even once a year. He was very busy, exceedingly busy. If I had a dispute with someone, he could easily send his secretary to handle it." Qin Sui recounted in a calm tone. Li Xieye sighed softly, "So, it was all for naught." This seemed no different from the small village. Many parents worked far from home, rarely seeing their children in a year, but they always had their grandparents around. Not entirely for naught. Do you know what is most valued in wealthy circles? What? Face. Li Xieye blinked, grasping a portion of the concept, but not entirely. Qin Sui continued, "In this circle, everyone is a fierce beast. The moment anyone shows weakness or vulnerability, others will pounce to devour them. Thus, if you trample on the other's dignity, they will immediately emerge to protect their own face." "How do you trample?" "Just beating him is insufficient." You must make the Mu family feel your brazen contempt. Brazen contempt, these concepts were somewhat challenging for Li Xiaoyue, yet she was always eager to learn, so she promptly asked, should I insult him? You must make them genuinely feel threatened. For instance, I stand behind you to protect you, and I represent the Qin family. Li Xiaoyue seemed to grasp part of it, noting it mentally. Qin Sui paused before adding, however, the Mu family is no ordinary family, I alone am insufficient. But Wei Lin is also far from enough, correct? Yes, adding him won't help. But Qin Sui sighed lightly, as much as I dislike saying this, at this juncture, you might consider giving Xing Yuxiao a call. But he isn't here, Li Xiaoyue murmured. True, he will find a way. If he lacks even this capability, Qin Sui smirked, you might as well start acknowledging me as your brother early on. Wei Wenjun could no longer contain himself. What time is it, and you two are still whispering sweet nothings? Qin Sui turned back, Miss Wei, this matter can be handled by Xiaoyue herself. How can this rely on her alone? Qin Sui pulled out his phone and handed it to Li Xiaoyue, continuing to address Wei Wenjun. Just wait and see, mister. Wei Wenjun held a favorable impression of Qin Sui, so despite his skepticism, he managed to remain calm. Use your phone. Li Xiaoyue looked at Qin Sui in confusion. She didn't voice it, but deep down, she knew Xing Yuxiao most likely wouldn't answer. Qin Sui nodded, yes, I'll teach you. First, call him twice. If he doesn't answer, that's fine, then send him a text saying, this is Xiaoyue. As Qin Sui devised his underhanded trick, he struggled to suppress a grin. It has to be from my phone. It increases his efficiency, understand? Chapter 74. Have they lost their minds? In the corner of the small hall, the boy had already been assisted to sit down. Liu Kaishen urgently summoned the family. Upon entering the small hall, Wei Lin did not rush to check on Li Xiaoyue. Instead, he quietly inquired of a nearby waiter, which young master is this? The waiter, taken aback, glanced at him but replied, he is the Mu from the Internet of Everything. Wei Lin cursed inwardly. It was indeed that Mu family, the one involved in various internet hotspots like social networking, gaming, and e-commerce, nearly reaching the pinnacle in each. While abroad, he had heard whispers that the Internet of Everything had burgeoned into a capital behemoth, although their heritage could not compare to that of older aristocratic families. In terms of wealth, they ranked quite prominently on the global stage. Wei Lin immediately resolved to assess the young Master Mu's injuries. His approach would hinge upon this assessment, whether to protect, or to cast Li Xiaoyue aside, allowing her to learn a lesson. He swiftly made his way towards young Master Mu, but the throng of people made it difficult to advance. In frustration, he turned back to glance at Li Xiaoyue. To his surprise, she was making a phone call. Who could she possibly be calling at this moment? Xing Yuxiao. But he wasn't even present. Wei Lin shook his head, internally scoffing, then turned back and announced, please make way. I am Li Xiaoyue's temporary guardian. She had a scuffle with young Master Mu, correct? The others paused momentarily before hastily clearing a path for him. Wei Lin approached and greeted Liu Kaishen first, Mr. Liu. Having been acquainted with Wei Lin, Wei, you're here, this situation, he rubbed his forehead, I have already notified the Mu family by phone. Wei Lin felt a sigh of relief wash over him. Mu with a thorough explanation regarding today's incident. He then leaned slightly forward, concern etched on his face as he asked, is young Master Mu gravely injured? The boy, however, irritably shoved him away, exclaiming, I told you, I'm fine. I am fine, are you deaf? Can't you understand my words? Wei Lin had anticipated a myriad of responses, but this one took him by surprise. He was claiming to be unhurt. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyar. Consequently, she obediently sent a text message as instructed by Qin Sui. Almost immediately after sending the message, her phone rang. It was Xing Yuxiao returning her call. Why are you with Qin Sui? Did he bully you, and you stole his phone to call me? Xing Yuxiao's voice fired off like a barrage. No. Li Xiaoyar had only managed to utter 2 words before Xing Yuxiao's envy seeped through. Oh, it can't. Is your family now befriending the Qin family? I got into a fight. Li Xiaoyar had no choice but to be straightforward. Who dared to hit you? Xing Yuxiao's tone darkened. Is Qin's? After a moment, he quickly realized, what is the background of the other party? Can't Qin Sui handle it alone? His surname is Mu. Xing Yuxiao immediately connected the dots. That kid can be quite bothersome. I can't fly over right now. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. I'll be quick. Xing Yuxiao's voice softened. Okay. She contemplated calling him brother, but having just addressed Qin Sui as such, she found the term lacking in substance. Knowing that sweet words might ease her situation, she often used them when she needed to placate others. Much like the first time she met Xing Yuxiao, she had called him brother without any hesitation. As their bond grew closer, she became more cautious, refraining from using the term lightly. After much contemplation, Li Xiaoyar hesitantly murmured, Xing Yuxiao, I miss you a little. Qin Sui, standing nearby, pressed his lips together. Fine. Xing Yuxiao would probably feel energized, eager to rush over personally. Indeed, on the other end, Xing Yuxiao abruptly hung up without a word. Barely 3 minutes later, another individual entered the small hall. This newcomer was relatively young, dressed casually in a baseball jacket. Tall with sun-kissed skin, he had thick brows and deep-set eyes, suggesting a hint of ethnic heritage. One hand grasped his phone while he conversed, scanning the room with the other. At last, his gaze landed on Li Xiaoyar, prompting him to pocket his phone. As he approached, he realized Qin Sui was also present, and his expression contorted as if he had bitten into a wasabi-filled dish. What are you doing here? He asked. Qin Sui called out his name. Wei Zixing, so Xing Yuxiao actually called you. Well, it seems Brother Xing knows you're here, Wei Zixing replied, somewhat disgruntled. Another Wei Wenjun. This Wei was different from them. He was renowned domestically, the very one referred to by the doorman when they had been barred from entry as the Wei family that runs hospitals. Wei Zixing stated, Brother Xing sent me to protect her. Whereas the troublemaker. Once more, the door to the small hall was flung open in haste. Qin Sui remarked, here they come. Entering this time was a secretary, impeccably dressed in a suit and sporting glasses. He approached Lu Kaixian with a serious demeanor. Mr. Lu, Mr.Mu has dispatched me to address today's incident. I would like to take young Master Mu to the hospital first. The secretary exuded an air of decisive. Young Master Mu's expression shifted as he protested, I'm not going. The secretary replied, very well, perhaps you wish to see the incident resolved first. May I ask what exactly is Li Xiaoyar's background? Wei Lin's eyelids twitched, and he felt compelled to speak. I am her temporary guardian. Wei Lin, a protege of the esteemed Wei family who has returned from abroad. The secretary nodded and raised his voice, then may I ask where Li Xiaoyar is? Li Xiaoyar raised her hand. Wei Lin thought to himself, is she completely fearless? Has she never seen someone eager to jump into the fray? The secretary promptly strode to Li Xiaoyar's side and turned to Wei Lin. Then I kindly request Mr. Wei Lin to provide us with a detailed and serious account. Wei Lin followed, beginning, of course, fighting is never right. Before he could finish, Wei Zixing interjected forcefully, "Are you Mr. Mu's secretary? Do you know who I am?" The secretary hesitated, scrutinizing him. "You are Wei Zixing." "I'm Qin Sui." We also hope for an explanation from the Mu family. After all, young Master Mu is 3 years older than Shuriar. It is simply unacceptable for him to resort to violence, don't you agree? Qin Sui posed the question calmly. At this, the entire small hall fell silent. The secretary's earlier assertiveness evaporated. Even Lu Kaixian appeared taken aback. Wei Zixing, aligned with the Xing family, was at odds with the Qin family. How astonishing it was to witness them unite. It felt as absurd as if the earth had suddenly ceased spinning, the sun rising in the west, and water defying gravity. What did this signify? The Mu family had managed to bring them together against. This was a serious situation, clearly not something a mere secretary could handle. Assistance was needed. Wei Lin stood by, bewildered, his mouth agape, unable to interject. Wait a moment, have they lost their minds? What business do they have meddling in this? Li Shi'er had no connection to them whatsoever. Chapter 75. My young son and your granddaughter Lu Kaixian, the host of this banquet, found himself in a most vexatious predicament. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward to mediate. Ultimately, this is merely a trivial conflict among children. Perhaps we should sit down and discuss it calmly. Qin Sui and Wei Zixing, being younger generations, were still considered juniors. Moreover, Mr. Mu's secretary was, after all, just a secretary. As long as the situation did not escalate, he could still maintain control over the matter. Otherwise, he risked offending the Mu family, the Wei family, the Qin family, and possibly even the Xing family all in one fell swoop. Arguing here is rather unbecoming. Qin Sui was the first to respond, pausing for a moment before adding, "Let us clear the room." Upon hearing this, Lu Kaixian nodded discreetly. This son of the Qin family was indeed commendable. Despite his youth, he already possessed his father's charisma and was capable of commanding the situation. The moment he called for the room to be cleared, the small hall was soon left with only a handful of them. Wei Zixing, with a heavy tone, addressed the secretary. "It seems you cannot make this call. Perhaps you should contact Mr.Mu." This was not a sentiment that Qin Sui could voice first. Observing the tense atmosphere, Wei Lin felt uneasy. Why create such a commotion? If these two young masters enjoyed themselves, it would ultimately be their family that would have to clean up the mess. The elderly patriarch had long ceased to involve himself in matters, meaning the repercussions would inevitably fall upon him. "I appreciate your concern for Xiaoye, but as her temporary guardian, should we not allow her to explain the situation in detail to prevent any misunderstandings?" Wei Lin interjected. Wei Wenjun scoffed derisively. "I am not dead yet. It is hardly your place to act as Xiaoye's guardian." Wei Lin displayed a resigned expression but refrained from further comment. After all, his intention was merely to play a part. Eventually, Emmer.mu would understand that he had attempted to intervene. Albeit unsuccessfully, the secretary promptly ceased hesitating and turned to make a phone call. What? Is she seriously injured? His secretary was quite capable. How had this situation spiraled out of control? The secretary lowered his voice. The young girl who fought with the young master. Yes, Mr.Lu mentioned over the phone that she is the child recently recovered by the overseas Wei family. Currently, the elderly Mr. Wei is not involved in affairs, and today's banquet is likely attended by his protege, Wei Lin. I have heard of Wei Lin. He is skilled in Tai Chi and adept at maintaining harmony. Although Mu Rongfeng was not present at the scene, he was well informed of the circumstances. What? Has Wei Lin become more assertive today? Mu Rongfeng frowned. It is not him, it is Qin Sui and Wei Zisheng. They are defending that girl. The second hand was not moving backward, the world remained normal. This is the first time I have heard these two names mentioned together, indeed, which is why I called you. Could this be? The secretary lowered his voice even further, some sort of signal. A signal indicating a potential alliance between the Xing family faction and the Qin family faction. If that were the case, the stock market would undoubtedly tremble, and the entire elite circle of Jin City would need to be reshuffled. But why had no whispers of this emerged beforehand? Were they perhaps conspiring to hunt him down? Within mere seconds, Mu Rongfeng's mind raced through various dire consequences. He stood up. I will come over immediately. Then he instructed his assistant, cancel all of today's appointments. The assistant looked up in astonishment. Now, at once. Find a way to contact the elderly patriarch of the overseas Wei family directly. It must be a direct line to him. Mu Rongfeng commanded. This situation needed to be mudded. He could not afford to give Qin Sui and Wei. Yet, he could not fathom how the child recently reclaimed by the overseas Wei family had become entangled in this affair. After all, the overseas Wei family had only just returned to the country. No one had truly interacted with them before today's banquet. With Mu Rongfeng's orders issued, his subordinates were left in a state of confusion. What should they do? They had no way to make contact. A new junior employee in the office timidly. A professional one, with a legitimate certification. A few days ago, he mentioned in the family group chat that he had been invited to the home of the overseas Wei family to chant scriptures. The others responded with bewilderment. Try it. Contact your great-uncle immediately. Oh, right. The junior employee hurriedly made the call. Meanwhile, on the other end, Wei Xianming leaned. The archbishop, who had previously claimed that Wei Xuanming's heart was not sincere, stood aside with closed eyes, choosing to ignore the proceedings. Amidst this atmosphere of peace, the deputy of the Taoist temple, who was effectively the second in command, received an abrupt phone call. Wei Xianming opened his eyes, saying, "Answer it." The deputy chuckled awkwardly. "It's all right, I can return the call later." Yet Wei Xianming appeared quite insightful, responding, "Some calls you may deem unimportant, but if missed, they may haunt you for a lifetime. Answer it." With Wei Xuanming's urging, the deputy took the call without further hesitation. Half a minute later, he looked at Wei Xianming with an odd expression, saying, "Mr. Wei, this call is for you. It appears there is an important matter. Reportedly, his young son has had a confrontation with your granddaughter, and the situation is somewhat out of hand." Wei Xuanming's previously languid demeanor shifted. He straightened his posture. "The illustrious Mu, his young son, and my granddaughter." Every word was crystal clear, yet when pieced together, he struggled to comprehend. Where did I acquire a granddaughter? This felt like a scam call, were it not for the fact that the person before him held a legitimate certification as a Taoist priest. He would have dismissed him outright. However, Mu has no reason to deceive, the priest pressed. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Xinming instructed a nearby servant, "Bring me the phone." He then called an old friend, "I recall you have some connections with the illustrious Mu. Planning to step back into the fray, but how could your affairs be intertwined with Wanwu Huliang?" "Just a small matter," Wei Xinming replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, he personally dialed Mu Rongfeng, opening with, "Wei Yi, let us meet." Mu Rongfeng was forthright and straightforward. "Your young son has had a confrontation with my granddaughter?" Wei Xianming was eager to confirm this single fact. "Indeed. Transfer him to the secretariat. He knows how to utilize every resource at his disposal. He is a clever individual." The assistant responded affirmatively, "Understood, Mr.Mu. Why isn't my uncle a Taoist priest too?" Chapter 76. She even let out a burp. The wait felt interminable, yet for Li Xieye, it was bearable. Qin Sui picked up a bunch of grapes from the fruit platter on the table and inquired, "Would you like some?" Lu Kaixian, witnessing this, rubbed his forehead in disbelief. They truly appeared to be at leisure. He promptly turned to the nearby attendant and commanded, "What are you standing there for? Go fetch some tea." Wei Wenjun, unwilling to be outdone, interjected, "Uncle can peel one for you." Wei Zisheng, still unfamiliar with Li Xieye as they had only just met that day, refrained from joining in, instead sitting quietly to serve as a deterrent. Li Xieye sat at the center, basking in the attention like the moon surrounded by stars. Wei Lin attempted to interject but found himself at a loss, forced to occupy a seat at the opposite end. I'd love to have. She couldn't bear to hurt anyone's feelings, so she decided to accept everything. The attendant promptly presented a fruit knife. Although Wei Wenjun's legs were immobile, his hands were remarkably dexterous. His earlier proclamation of wanting to eliminate anyone who bullied Li Xieye was no mere exaggeration. Even as a boy of merely 10, he could assemble firearms with astounding speed, consistently hitting both stationary and moving targets with precision. At that time, everyone believed he was destined to inherit his grandfather's position, and he too thought so. Alas, everything changed thereafter. Now, Wei Wenjun, with hands once accustomed to wielding guns, picked up the fruit knife and began to peel a pear for Li Xieye. Qin Sui took the grapes to the attendant for washing. Upon their return, he personally picked a few and fed them to Li Xieye. This sight made Wei Zisheng furrow his brow, pondering whether he should take over for Xing Ji and feed her something to regain some ground. "Is it sweet?" Qin Sui asked. No matter how clever she was still a child. Back in her small mountain village, she would restrain herself from indulging in sweets, wary of being deceived by cheap sugary treats. Now, free from such reservations, the taste of something sweet made her involuntarily narrow her eyes in delight. Qin Sui leaned closer, his voice low. "This variety is called Niner Queen. I'll take you there someday." Li Xieye hesitated. Qin Sui lowered his voice further. "What's the matter? Afraid Xing Yuxiao will be upset if he hears." Li Xieye felt a bit troubled. It was a difficult question to answer. Qin Sui had just assisted her, and she ought to show him some kindness in return. After contemplating a mutually agreeable solution, she leaned in closer to Qin Sui and whispered, "Next time, let us go together with Xing Yuxiao." That would resolve. After feeding Li Xieye the grapes, he reached for the dried fruits on the table and began to peel macadamia nuts for her. Wei Zisheng thought he could no longer tolerate this. He joined the ranks of those feeding Li Xieye. Lu Kaixian, observing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Wei Lin took a deep breath, thinking it would be impolite to keep his hands idle any longer. He had to maintain appearances. He promptly joined in, cheerfully suggesting, "Why not skip the tea, and let us get some fruit juice instead?" He then began to peel a mangosteen for Li Xieye. "Mr. Mu has arrived, an attendant announced, hurrying towards the door. Almost immediately after, a solemn-looking man entered, flanked by several bodyguards in black suits, exuding an imposing aura. Upon entering, he made no effort to conceal his commanding presence. He first surveyed the room before striding over to his younger son, lifting his chin to scrutinize his face. The injuries appeared to be quite severe, at least in appearance. Should he fail to reclaim his dignity, the Mu family's reputation would be at stake. Farther, the young master of the Mu family called out weakly. Mu Rongfeng remained silent, turning his gaze to the opposite side, where the atmosphere was as peaceful as if they were merely here for a pleasant gathering. Qin Sui, I recall your father mentioning you were recording some show not long ago. How come you're back so soon? And Zisheng, it's surprising to see you here today. You young lady, you must be Li Xieye, am I correct? Mu Rongfeng leaned slightly forward. Li Xieye nodded, responding, yes, uncle. Just then, unable to contain herself, she let out another burp, having been overwhelmed by the feeding. Mu Rongfeng was taken aback. Had the girl enjoyed herself that much while waiting? Lu today. I would prefer to hear your account of the events first. While his words sounded gracious, they carried an undertone of reproach for a different child, facing a figure of Mu Rongfeng's stature. Yet, Li Xieye shook her head, saying, you can just ask him directly. She pointed towards the boy. Mu Rongfeng did not turn to question his son, that would be beneath him. He followed up with a second inquiry, then tell me, did you inflict the injuries on his face? Coldly, he retorted, Mr. Mu, what skill is there in questioning a young girl? If your son dared to strike, he should be able to withstand a blow. If only we had a few more siblings here today, your son would not merely be sporting a few bruises. Mu Rongfeng, Wei, are you suggesting that you wish to send someone to assault my son, to sever his hands? This is not Italy. To be frank, your methods hold no sway over. I will only converse with your patriarch. Wei Lin offered the usual response, the old master is unwell and currently recuperating in seclusion. I fear Mr. you will not be able to meet him. He is already on his way, Mu Rongfeng slowly articulated. Li Xiaoya's gaze flickered as she instinctively turned to make eye contact with Qin Sui. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Qin Sui's eyes. How intriguing, truly fascinating. He had merely guided Li Xiaoya slightly, and she had seamlessly achieved. This felt far more rewarding than successfully solving 100 complex math problems. What did you say? Wei Lin nearly struggled to maintain his composure. In truth, as soon as Mu Rongfeng arrived, Wei Xinming had also made his entrance. Leaning on a cane, supported by a bodyguard, he stood quietly outside the door, not rushing to enter. He had overheard their conversation, including the sweet, clear voice of the young girl, who showed no fear in the presence of Mu Rongfeng. What surprised Wei Xinming most was that Wei Wenjun was also present and, moreover, had bared his teeth at Mu Rongfeng. Wei Xinming found himself momentarily dazed. Thud. Wei Xinming stepped inside, his tone measured. Mr. Mu, why intimidate a child? Wei Lin instantly rose to his feet, respectfully addressing, Old Master. Wei Wenjun's face turned pale, instinctively positioning himself protectively in front of Li Xiaoye. He was unafraid of confronting Mu Rongfeng, yet he feared his father's arrival even more. He trembled as he whispered to Li Xiaoye, your grandfather, he has come, uncle will speak on your behalf. Do not be afraid. Li Xiaoye grasped Wei Wenjun's trembling arm, puzzled, but uncle, you seem even more frightened, why? Your grandfather is a very stern. Wei Xianming did not glance at his son, nor did he look at Wei Lin, let alone at Li Xiaoyar. It was as if he held little warmth for this bloodline he had so painstakingly sought to reclaim. His gaze remained fixed on Mu Rongfeng, having been a formidable figure for decades, commanding authority in various foreign territories. Wei Xianming was indeed aging, yet when he stood, he resembled a coiled dragon ready to strike. Chapter 77. Never before has it been so pleasurable. Mr. Mu, let us view the surveillance footage directly, Wei Xianming suggested. Interrogation, in essence, serves merely as a display of dominance. When both parties have revealed their trump cards, the necessity for interrogation dissipates. Otherwise, the titans on either side may find themselves in a brawl. Thus, Mu Rongfeng nodded in agreement. The surveillance prepared by Lu Kaixian had long been at the ready, and he promptly gestured. Young Master Mu was utterly despondent. Was there truly any distinction between this and a public execution? Yet he dared not defy his father's will. Once the parents of both parties entered the fray, the situation was irrevocably beyond his control. Lu Kaixian raised his hand and pressed play. The scene unfolded before their eyes in its entirety. On screen, the boy approached Li Xiaoyar and stated, "Hey, you can't sit here." At this juncture, Mu Rongfeng's expression remained unchanged. However, when Li Xiaoyar retorted, "What if I am quite capable on my own," followed by, "I am quite adept at fighting," Wei Xuanming's demeanor underwent a subtly significant shift. Then came the moment Li Xiaoyar landed a punch on young Master Mu's eye. Wei Xuanming's expression grew even more intricate, while Mu Rongfeng's countenance darkened. As others intervened, and his son threatened to dismiss them, the young girl boldly mounted his son and struck him. Mu Rongfeng's expression could only be described as exceedingly grim. "Mu Bai, is this all you are capable of?" Mu Rongfeng glared at his son, a mix of fury and derision. Nevertheless, being his son, he felt compelled to defend him. "You certainly have a formidable grip, young lady." Mu Rongfeng's gaze shifted back to Li Xiaoyar. "Thank you for your consideration," Wei Xianming responded. Mu Rongfeng merely nodded, speechless. As prominent figures, the resolution of their children's altercation could not devolve into a cacophony akin to a bustling market. Both parents unanimously agreed to relocate to a more private setting for discussion. Lu Kaixian hastily followed suit, positioning himself as the mediator, lest the titans become incensed and refuse to relent, prolonging the matter. "Would you like some grapes?" Qin Sui inquired of Li Xiaoyar. She waved her hand dismissively, replying, "I've had my fill, thank you." Wei Lin, having overheard this seemingly tranquil exchange, finally extricated himself from the overwhelming shock. His gaze wandered, suddenly noticing an incongruity. Qin Sui and yet, after Mu Rongfeng's arrival, they displayed no inclination to interject. Moreover, who had summoned the elder? It could not be Wei Wenjun. He knew him well. Wei Lin swiftly grasped the situation. This was an elaborate trap, orchestrated solely to draw the elder into the fray. But who had devised such a scheme? Scanning Wei Wenjun's face, he discerned none. Qin Sui was a Qin Sui who had set this trap for Li Xiaoyar. But what authority did Qin Sui possess to reach such a level? Wei Lin felt a sharp pain in his eyes, sweat trickling in. He fixed his gaze on Li Xiaoyar. "My dear young lady, I have underestimated you. Wei Lin was quite frightened by you," Qin Sui whispered in Li Xiaoyar's ear. She leaned close to him and replied, "Is he really that timid?" Qin Sui's tone remained nonchalant. "Indeed, thus he is not to be feared." He paused before. "Does educating imply he is a godfather?" "Yes, that is likely one reason. What else?" Furthermore, Li Xiaoyar pondered, lowering her head, "because he possesses certain there must be more. He is quite audacious. He dares to bully my uncle, Han, my mother, and expects me to heed his words." Qin Sui was thoroughly pleased with Li Xiaoyar's response and murmured. Qin Sui gazed down at her face as if beholding a masterpiece crafted by the divine. "Your grandfather will surely appreciate you. He will cherish you. Today has already set a splendid precedent." Li Xiaoyar. Do you comprehend what you must do? Li Xiaoye nodded vigorously. Wei Zixing, maintaining a serious demeanor, leaned in. Could you two refrain from whispering? Qin Sui, but I do mind. At that moment, the door swung open again, and the elder entered alongside Mu Rongfeng, seemingly having reached a consensus after some clandestine negotiation. You initiated the provocation. Apologize to her, Mu Rongfeng instructed his son. Young Master Mu's embarrassment was palpable, yet, due to the extent of his disgrace, he found no grounds to resist. With a sullen "It is your turn to apologize." Li Xiaoye obediently replied, "I am sorry." With both sides having exchanged apologies, the matter appeared resolved. However, Li Xiaoye spoke up once more, pointing at the previous set of sofas. "May I sit there now?" Young Master Mu felt a mix of shame and anger, managing to squeeze out a single word, "Yes." Although apologies had been exchanged, Li Xiaoye's inquiry. Upon hearing her words, Wei Xianming could not help but cast another glance at her, his expression growing increasingly complex. Qin Sui felt compelled to applaud her brilliance. She grasped, who could possibly resist her charm? The hour grows late. As an old man, I cannot endure the night. Mr.Mu, I shall take my leave, Wei Xianming stated courteously. I too must depart, Mu Rongfeng replied, his smile devoid of warmth. Wei Xianming turned and, with a cane, led the way. Wei Yilin rose to follow, while Wei Wenjun grasped Li Xiaoye's hand, bringing up the rear. Li Xiaoye, to be a leader, you must possess the qualities of one. To be bested by a mere girl, you have brought disgrace upon your father. The assistant quickly chimed in, should we enroll young master in a taekwondo class? Mu Rongfeng scoffed, what good would that do? He cannot compete in strength, nor can he outsmart her. Young Master Mu, still a tad defiant, attempted to argue with his father. How could I possibly compare intellect with her? How can you leapt into her trap? Young Master Mu wished to inquire what trap he had fallen into but suppressed the urge, fearing further admonishment from his father. Yet, his petty schemes were hardly concealed from Mu Rongfeng. In a cold tone, Mu Rongfeng remarked, are you still unaware of the trap you fell into? The Wei family has just returned to the country, and you were used to establish your reputation. Not only that, but it was clear the Wei family was embroiled in internal strife. That little girl was compelling her grandfather to show himself, and you, unwittingly, provided them with the perfect opportunity. They assaulted you, exploited you, and you still had to apologize to them. Young Master Mu was left speechless. Then why did you instruct me to apologize? What other choice was there? You instigated the provocation and lost. You couldn't bet.